This young man is a level 8 mage, possessing the power to overthrow an entire kingdom at any moment. However, it was precisely because of his suspicion of Yan's power that the king beside him went to great lengths to poison Yan. Unable to accept such a pointless death, Yan risked it all, using time magic to set everything back to its rightful place. In that moment, his entire life slowly rewound before his eyes. Yan saw many important milestones in his life, and it all felt like nothing more than a nightmare. When all those memories had finished rewinding, he woke up in a youthful body with much shorter hair. Yan was so scared his whole body trembled. He frantically felt his body, but couldn't find the stab wound from the knife, nor did he feel any pain at all. This made him think that something had gone wrong with his magic. "Yan, what's wrong? Honey, did something happen?" Seeing Yan's pale face, a worried voice called out from behind him. This beautiful woman with golden hair was Yan's mother, but his mother had passed away long ago. Seeing his late mother here made Yan wonder if he had succeeded, or if he was meeting his mother in the underworld. He reached out and took his mother's hand. The warmth felt so real. Yan then whipped around to observe the scene behind him. He saw children lining up, waiting to be tested, surrounded by regional knights maintaining order, and the white flag fluttering atop the Ivory Tower. There was no mistake. This wasn't the underworld. Yan's magic had succeeded. He had truly returned 30 years into the past. The test Yan was looking at was called the Magical Reflex Test, designed to train outstanding mages. It was the foundation of the Green River Kingdom's power, and every child was required to undergo the test. The Magical Reflex Test in the year they turned 12. The first part was the Brain Magic Test, which served to reveal magical aptitude. The second part was the Heart Magic Test, which assessed the generation, circulation, and storage of magical energy. Children who met the requirements for both tests would immediately be sent to the Magic Academy, and could hold a share of national power after graduation. Yan was a bit bewildered. Returning a full 30 years was much further back than he had intended. Fortunately, the time spell which he had spent so much time researching to atone for his sins had taken effect right before he died. Initially, Yan had only intended to go back to avoid committing his sins, but in the end, it was Jiang Na who forced him to use it. So many people had to give up everything for him, and so many had lost their lives due to their blind loyalty. He, who had devoted his entire life to his vow of loyalty and friendship with Jiang Na, accepted being used, only to be betrayed and killed by him in the end. Just thinking about it made Yan's blood boil with rage. And this time, having regressed, he decided he would never let things go down that path again. This life, things will be different. And to make that happen, he first had to find something. After adjusting to all of this, Yan regained his usual calm demeanor, then said goodbye to his mother as his name had just been called. "I'll be right back." The relieved smile on Yan's face gradually put his mother at ease. At that moment, she had no idea that hidden within her little boy's body was a man over 40 years old. Yan knew that in this life, he wouldn't stop at the power of a level 8 mage. He had to become even stronger to protect himself and his loved ones. He then walked up to the regional knights to register. Yan, from Mowgli Village. Upon hearing the name Mowgli Village, the knight immediately recognized him. "Ah, you're Vanessa's son, aren't you? Go on in. And don't ask a bunch of questions, you'll bother the esteemed mage." The young mage in charge of testing the children was sitting in the tent, sighing endlessly. "Sir Aaron, how many more kids are there? I think you'll have to be here for at least another half a day." The knight named Aaron's reply immediately made the young man let out a weary sigh. However, when Yan walked in and greeted him, he immediately sat up straight, putting on a professional smile to welcome him. "Hello, young man, come on in. Bow your head for me, please. I'm going to use magic to stimulate your brain. You might feel a little dizzy, but it's only temporary, so don't worry." Yan knew exactly what was about to happen to him, so he obediently cooperated. The young man quickly sensed the magical energy in Yan's brain and proceeded to the second test, the Heart Magic Test. But for Yan, just getting into the Magic Academy wasn't enough. So, he took the initiative and said, "Excuse me, Sir Mage, there's something I'd like to show you." Yan could clearly see a look of confusion forming on the man's face, but he didn't bother waiting for a reply, and immediately demonstrated a little of his power. Yan took a deep breath, then raised his left hand. A sphere. A fireball immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. Before his opponent could recover from his shock, another water orb consecutively appeared in Yan's other palm. This was dual magic, an extremely rare case. Yan was clearly showing off on purpose, but after he was done, he put on an innocent act and said, "I don't know why, but I've been able to do these things naturally for a while now." This scene not only shocked the young mage, but also the knights standing behind him. To be sure, he asked Yan, "Has anyone ever taught you these things?" "No, sir, no one has." Yan immediately shook his head. Of course, this was a power he had from his previous life, but how could he tell the other person that he was a regressed 8th level mage? To investigate further, the young man decided to use a detection spell on Yan. It was a magic skill used to detect lies by examining the target's every move. Think carefully. Before you answer me, if you lie, you could become a criminal. You, your family, and even your close neighbors will be beheaded, came a warning from the young mage. But his magic had no effect on Yan, a man who had lived a lifetime of hardship in the body of a 12-year-old child. Under the pressure of the detection spell, he remained completely unfazed, as if nothing was happening, and replied, "Why would I dare to lie in a place like this?" And just like that, the young man had to admit defeat to this child, because his detection spell couldn't find any lies. This meant that the child before him was a shining gem that needed to be protected. But before either side could speak, Yan suddenly heard a piercing scream, and the owner of that scream was his mother. Outside, Yan's mother was having her wrist gripped tightly by a knight, even though she was clearly uncomfortable and trying to pull her hand away. "Behave yourself," the man yelled. "Don't you know there are important people in there? You've been a widow for 7 years. You must be lonely, right? At your age, you can't be sold anywhere, so stop playing hard to get. You should be glad someone's paying attention to you, and yet you're ungrateful." This knight was the same one Yan had just met outside the tent, and the one who had immediately recognized him as Vanessa's son. At the time, he thought he had misjudged the man's sly smile, but it turned out he truly had ill intentions towards his mother. Hearing the commotion, Aaron and the others from the tent also came out. "What's going on?" As soon as he saw him, the lowly knight quickly let go of Vanessa's hand and replied, "It's nothing, sir. This lowly kitchen wench doesn't know her place, so I was just teaching her a lesson." The moment he finished speaking, before anyone could react, Yan rushed forward. Lowly, he was about to teach the man a lesson, but was stopped by the young mage. He informed the lowly knight that just a few minutes ago, Yan had been recognized as a mage for meeting 2 requirements. Because of this, his parents now had power equal to that of the nobility, and those who dared to disrespect nobles or mages were, in essence, challenging the authority of the emperor. That crime was more than enough to be judged and sentenced to death. As he said this, both Aaron and the knights behind him drew their swords in unison. Seeing this, the lecherous, lowly knight was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing to Yan and begging for him to have mercy and forgive him this one time. "Why are you apologizing to me? There's someone else who deserves your apology more," he replied coldly. His tone was nothing like that of a 12-year-old child. Sensing the immense threat in his voice, the man hurriedly turned towards Vanessa and knelt. "Ma'am, my crime is worthy of death, but please, give me one more chance." Vanessa was probably very confused, unable to adapt to this sudden turn of events. She looked to her son with a pleading gaze. Yan let out a sigh, then slowly walked over to the knight and crouched down to his eye level. "Listen here," he lowered his voice, so only the two of them could hear. "I know all about disgusting people like you who go around bad-mouthing my mother. A piece of trash like you had better go and tell them about the lesson you learned today for me." "Yes, sir, I understand." "Thank you, mage." The man could only grit his teeth and reply meekly. After that was settled, Yan went over to the young mage and thanked him for his help just now. "It's the Ivory Tower's duty to protect mages." The man replied kindly. Then, he turned to Aaron and instructed him to look after and protect Yan and his mother from now on. As for the remaining information, he would give it to Aaron through a crystal ball. Just like that, Yan was taken by Aaron to the inn where knights like him were staying. Yan had no objections, held his mother's hand tightly, and then said goodbye to the young mage. The young man watched his retreating back for a long time, then couldn't help but think to himself, to be so intelligent and exceptionally talented at such a young age, it seems the royal palace and the Ivory Tower are in for some excitement soon. Model. That night, when everyone else was fast asleep, that degenerate knight stumbled out of the inn with his belongings, completely drunk and muttering endless curses as he walked. He was, of course, extremely resentful about the humiliation he suffered in front of Yan this morning. He harbored the ambition of one day defiling Vanessa right in front of the boy, forcing Yan to kneel and beg him to spare them. It was a beautiful scenario in his mind, but unfortunately for him, it would never come to pass, because he had crossed someone who always gets their revenge. In the morning, with adults around, Yan couldn't make a move, but now he had tracked him down. Like a cat, Yan silently approached his target from behind. First, he used paralysis magic, making it impossible for the knight to move. Only then did Yan speak. "What was that you said about my mother? I told you I'd be keeping an eye on you, didn't I?" His voice wasn't overly serious, but his sudden appearance, combined with the paralysis magic, once again scared the knight out of his wits. The knight was momentarily speechless, and Yan continued. "Today, you were humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen woman. Overcome with shame, you went drinking, wandering the deserted streets. Then, you suddenly slipped on this bridge, fell into the swift current below, and that's how you lost your life." As Yan spoke, he made the scene play out exactly as he described. With a splash, the knight's body fell into the river, while Yan stood on the bridge, his face cold and expressionless. Yan truly wondered if what he had just done was right. He had come this far just to learn how to atone for the sins of his past life, turning back time to make the right choices and wash all the blood from his hands. But encountering someone like that knight made him realize that he couldn't completely erase them. Yan just wanted to protect his loved ones, and he would do anything for that ideal. Even though he had wished his hands would never be stained with blood again, some people still deserve to be punished. For example, that lecherous knight. Or the one who poisoned him in his past life, Rangna. Thinking of Rangna, Yan's heart sank. What on earth had made him say those words? It seemed he was about to find out. After avenging the man who had insulted his mother, Yan returned to the inn, completely exhausted. He felt as if his head was about to split open. He never thought he would deplete his magic after using a single paralysis spell like that. It made sense, as his 12-year-old body was still too weak. Yan could only hope it would develop more soon. His mother, Vanessa, was still sound asleep, completely unaware that her son had just left. Looking at her beautiful face, Yan recalled the painful memories from his past life. Back then, after just 1 year at the Magic Academy, he had been placed in the first-class mage course. His mother, who had been left behind in the land of Mowgli, had passed away from a sudden illness, never getting to see her son become a true mage and enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. But in this life, things would be different. Yan believed it, and he swore that he would definitely protect his mother so she could live happily. In his past life, he couldn't even protect his friends and had abandoned his family. He had been unable to protect anyone or anything, and that became his motivation in this life to use all his strength to change things. The next morning, in Green Riverdium, the capital of the Green River Kingdom, Emperor Terry Green River was having a serious discussion with the master of the Ivory Tower, a fifth-tier mage named Herb Leon. "Tower Master, what are your thoughts?" Terry asked casually. "At this point, I cannot rule anything out. However, magical energy is a part of the soul that circulates through the bloodstream. The moment one can move that part of the soul on their own, they are considered a mage. Stimulating the magical brain through certain techniques is the simplest method to manifest magic. The Academy usually teaches these methods, just as I and other mages learn, but there are also those who claim to have self-manifested it, and those individuals can freely use first-class magic, just like the Great Mage," Herb Leon explained. The Great Mage he just mentioned was a great being from long ago. It was thanks to his presence that humanity was able to discover the adaptability of magic. He figured out how to manifest magic on his own, without anyone teaching him. You could say he is a legend among mages. His presence is like that of a dragon from legends or myths. The difference is that dragons are merely myths, but the existence of the Great Mage is real. The reason they were discussing the Great Mage and the ability to self-manifest magic without external stimulation was because of the dual magic Yan had demonstrated the day before. It was something that even Herb Leon's logic could not explain. Therefore, he wanted to verify it with his own eyes. The mage sent to Mowgli village was not one to lie. "Your Majesty, even if this is just an exaggeration or a mistake, that boy's power is truly dangerous. This is all I can tell you for now." Terry was lost in thought for a few seconds, then his gaze shifted towards the door. "Prince, are you out there?" "Yes, father," a rather young voice replied. "It's me. Come in," Terry ordered. The door opened, and a handsome face appeared. It was the current crown prince of the kingdom, Haydn Green River. Terry had personally summoned Haydn here for an important matter. The last time he had been outside the palace was 1 year ago, when they went on patrol because of the crop failure. This time, the king wanted his son to go on another trip, accompanied by the cavalry, 3 royal soldiers, and 3 third-level mages. Haydn's mission was to travel to the land of Mowgli and bring a boy named Yan Fa back to the palace. "Did you say Yan Fa, father?" Haydn asked again. "Isn't it an overreaction for me to personally go with such a large entourage just to capture a kid? Haven't you heard anything about that boy yet?" Terry asked again. His tone seemed very disappointed. Then he sighed again. "Never mind, I've told you to pay attention to all the news in the kingdom. I will assign another prince to this task." As soon as the king said this, Haydn looked alarmed. He hurriedly begged his father to give him the mission, and he promised to complete it without any mistakes. After some consideration, Terry still decided to entrust the responsibility to his crown prince, and he told him to quickly go and prepare, as it would be a rather long journey. After Haydn left, Herb also asked to be excused, saying he needed to return to the Ivory Tower to prepare. "Do you have something you need to prepare?" Terry asked immediately. "You know very well that we mages hate going outside. If I don't go back now to persuade them, I might not even be able to rally 3 mages to accompany the crown prince tomorrow." Terry felt that what Herb said was right, so he urged him to return quickly. After leaving the emperor's study, Herb's expression immediately became extremely serious. The trusted mage accompanying him thought he would now return to the Ivory Tower, but he didn't. Instead, Herb said that there were a few things he needed to prevent first. Meanwhile, in Mowgli village, Yan was still obediently staying at the Knight's Inn. But he knew very well that sooner or later, the Ivory Tower and the royal family would make their move. He recalled the young mage who had tested him yesterday. Seeing the way the man acknowledged him as a true mage right after the test ended, Yan immediately guessed that he would report it to his superiors right away. But that was exactly what Yan wanted him to do. The current king was eager to find a talent who could accompany the crown prince hide in Green River. Meanwhile, the master of the Ivory Tower, Herb, was siding with the fifth prince, Jiang Na. This would create a conflict between the royal family and the Ivory Tower. Whether Yan sided with the king or the Ivory Tower, or even chose his own path, with his outstanding talent, his potential was limitless. The only difference was that in this life, Yan was no longer a naive person who could be manipulated by others. While Yan was still lost in thought about this matter, a large crowd had already gathered around the inn, and the extremely loud voice of the young mage from yesterday pulled him out of his deep thoughts. "Mage Yan Fa of the kingdom, please hear the king's decree." Yan was startled. The king's decree? It seemed Terry had acted much faster than he thought. As soon as Yan peeked out the door, he was met with the polite smile of the young man. "Are you awake, kid? The king has just issued a decree for you. I will teach you the royal etiquette first, so please follow my movements." Yan nodded obediently, but in reality, he had already memorized these rituals from his past life. Just like that, Yan politely knelt on his right knee and placed his left hand over his chest. His series of movements was so standard and fluid that it amazed the young man, who wondered if this was really the first time Yan had performed this gesture. Putting that question aside, the preparations were ready. Holding the magic crystal ball in his hand, the young man solemnly declared, "Mage Yan Fa, please listen to the king's decree. I highly value the talent of Yan Fa and recognize him as a mage of this kingdom. I permit his name to be registered in the Ivory Tower, and I also invite him to visit the royal palace. My eldest son has been dispatched to accompany you on your way to the palace. May this journey be a smooth one." When the entire royal decree had been announced, Yan slowly stood up. Another group of knights had already arrived. Leading them was Anon, the captain of the Mowgli Knights, who was responsible for taking Yan to the Lord's palace. For him and the other knights in the squad, escorting the crown prince and Yan was an absolute honor. Therefore, his attitude towards the boy was extremely careful. And it wasn't just Anon. Even the Lord of Mowgli, Marus, was waiting in his palace. Before Yan officially entered the castle, he relentlessly reminded his two children, Ravi and Margaret, that they had to watch their words and treat the arriving mage with the utmost respect. The carriage stopped, and Yan and his mother stepped out. Their status was completely different from yesterday. Although Yan was young, it couldn't change the fact that he was a mage, recognized by the king, and his talent was so great it even made the monarch uneasy. For that reason, Marcus knew he had to welcome this kid with the greatest of care. After entering the Lord's castle, Yan immediately became a hot topic for everyone, including the maids. They all talked about how Yan could conjure fire from his bare hands during the test, truly an astonishing child. And after arriving at the castle, Yan didn't just slack off and enjoy himself. He had been at the training grounds for 15 consecutive days. Yan trained with extreme seriousness, and his performance far surpassed what other children his age could do. Even so, Yan was still not satisfied. This wasn't enough for him. In his past life, after using the frozen Nova magic, he could have frozen the entire Mowgli palace. But now, in the body of a 12-year-old, he could only freeze this small training ground. This small body still had too many limitations, requiring Yan to find something to compensate for his lack of magical power. "Mage, Sir Mage." A hurried voice rang out, pulling Yan from his thoughts. A servant from the Lord's palace ran up in a panic, begging for his help, because the Lord of the castle, Marcus Morgan, had gone missing. According to the man, Marcus had not yet returned to the palace after his goblin hunting trip yesterday. The same went for young Master Ravi and the knights who had accompanied him on the hunt. Currently, all the manpower in the palace had been mobilized for the search, but there were still no results. They could only find a few traces left behind after a battle. After hearing the butler's account, Yan was silent for a few seconds. He didn't think this was the time Marcus was supposed to die. Although in his previous life, Lord Marcus Morgan was indeed fated to die at the hands of an enemy's assassin, the timing was right before the first unification resistance was set to happen in the future. As for his son Ravi, he would give up and flee this land right after the resistance began. Because of that cowardly act, he would be executed right after the war ended. "Don't you think asking the mage Marco for help would be more useful than me?" Yan asked in return. If Marcus went hunting as usual, the probability of this happening because of his regression was very low. In any case, Yan had to consider it carefully, and of course, he didn't want to get involved in trouble. But the butler seemed troubled, because the mage Marco was currently not in Morgan as he was away on another mission. This made Yan extremely suspicious. Marco was the mage of this territory, so why would he go to another land for a mission? This sounded absurd. Could it be that his return to the past had truly created a butterfly effect, causing events to deviate from their original course, a mage going outside their designated territory for a mission. This was something that rarely happened. Yan didn't know the exact details, but he thought it must be related to him. For example, if someone secretly reported this to the master of the Ivory Tower, it could be dangerous for him. The most powerful weapon Yan had right now was his knowledge of the future, and if Lord Marcus's death changed the future, he would lose that ultimate weapon. No matter what, Yan couldn't let that happen. Seeing Yan lost in thought, the castle's butler grew anxious and spoke again. "There's nothing more we can do, which is why I had to come and ask for your help. Where? I will cooperate with you in the search." He had made his decision. After coming to an agreement, Yan returned to his room to prepare. Vanessa seemed worried. She had heard what had happened and was uneasy about her young son planning to go into the mountains with the search party. Even though Yan was recognized as a true mage, in his mother's eyes, he was still too young for such things. "It's okay, Mom. I'm a mage now." Yan earnestly reassured his mother. Despite this, Vanessa was no less worried. Yan gently took her hands and promised that he would definitely return. Vanessa wanted to say more, but suddenly a girl burst into their room, her face stained with tears. It was Marcus's daughter, Margaret. The young lady, who was always so cold, was now casting aside all her pride to beg Yan to find her father and brother. "If you can find them, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. I'll have my father give you lots of money, land, and even servants. So please, go." Yan was getting dizzy from Margaret's rambling. He just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. However, as he casually glanced over at the girl, his attention was drawn to the gold ring on Margaret's finger. It was clear that ordinary wealth couldn't sway Yan, which meant there was something special about that ring. "I promise I'll find them," Yan affirmed in a confident tone. Hearing this, Margaret felt much more at ease. A smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. Then, Yan asked her to lend him the ring she was wearing. He claimed that he could feel magical energy radiating from it, and that it might help him find the Viscount. Hearing that was enough for Marguerite, she had no reason to refuse Yan. She immediately took off the ring and placed it in his palm. When Yan put the ring on, a strange sensation immediately coursed through his body. This feeling was exactly the same as in his past life. This wasn't an ordinary ring, but a Modley ring, a low-grade artifact said to increase the wearer's magical energy. It seemed that instead of giving this to his heir, Marcus had given it to his beloved daughter. "You absolutely have to find them. I'm only lending you the ring, because it's a family heirloom my father gave me," Margaret said, looking worried as she saw Yan gazing at the ring with fascination. "I know," Yan replied immediately to reassure her. He had no intention of taking her artifact. It was just that this item could temporarily compensate for the magic he lacked due to his body's limitations. With it in hand, Yan became much more confident. Afterward, he and the castle's knight squad set off towards the forest where Marcus had disappeared during a goblin hunt. At the spot where he had gone missing, some bloodstains still remained on the ground. Yan asked the knights if they had buried the dead, but they said they hadn't found any bodies, so the whole squad assumed the unfortunate souls had been devoured by the monsters. Yan moved forward a little and observed carefully. Besides the blood, the only things left were a few dozen goblin corpses. This meant that Marcus could have been attacked by hundreds of them. If that was true, he had to find him before it was too late. With that thought, Yan snapped his fingers, using a summoning spell to call forth a wolf spirit. The two words wolf spirit made the knights behind him extremely tense. They thought Yan was going to summon a massive, intimidating wolf. However, what appeared from the magic circle was just a small, immature wolf pup. Look at it, wagging its tail nonstop. It's no different from a pet dog. Even Yan was a bit disappointed by what had appeared before him. In his past life, he would have been able to summon a huge wolf, but this wolf spirit looked no different than a puppy. However, with his current mana level, he couldn't do any better. Yan could only accept reality and gave the adorable creature the task of tracking the path Marcus and his retinue had taken. After sniffing around for a moment, the wolf spirit let out a yelp and quickly took off. Yan immediately followed it, but the knights didn't seem to have much faith in the little pup. "We just need to follow that wolf spirit," he stated confidently. Compared to the wolf pup, Yan's words carried far more weight. The knights quickly suppressed their doubts and advanced with him. Fortunately, Marcus was still alive, but he was lost deep in the forest and facing a horde of goblins. He was surrounded by goblins, so even though the Viscount was fighting with all his might, he couldn't stave off his despair. He was swinging his sword purely on instinct, with no thought of what to do next. If this kept up, Marcus would certainly die from exhaustion. Thinking of his little daughter at home, Marcus absolutely did not want that to happen. "Ravi," he suddenly shouted, "we'll handle the goblins here. You must find a way back to the palace. Tell them Mount M is under threat from the goblins. Hurry." Marcus's heir was nothing but a coward, evidenced by the fact that he was trembling uncontrollably. Even when he saw a goblin about to launch a sneak attack on his father, Ravi was too terrified to even shout a warning. It wasn't until the monster had leaped into the air, ready to strike, that Marcus noticed it. In that situation, it was impossible for Marcus to either dodge or retaliate, but his life was spared when Yan appeared just in the nick of time. After all, he had to stop the future from derailing. A single Ice Nova spell from Yan was enough to finish off the monster. And it wasn't just the goblin attacking Marcus, all the surrounding goblins had been frozen solid by him. The sight was truly astonishing, especially considering Yan was only a 12-year-old boy. By this point, Marcus was completely exhausted. He only managed to catch a glimpse of the boy's face before collapsing from exhaustion. But thankfully, Marcus Moglian had been saved. He heard his daughter's soft sobs ringing in his ear. "Father, father." Marcus groggily awoke. He opened his eyes and looked around. Model. Looking around the room, he saw his daughter watching over him. Surprised to see her father awake, she immediately called out, "Father." Marcus never expected to see his daughter again, so he hurriedly asked, "Margaret, is that you?" He slowly sat up in bed, rubbing his temples, and asked his daughter, "How? What happened?" Margaret recounted everything, reminding him that Sir Yan had saved him. At this, she couldn't hold back her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. "Father, you and my brother were unconscious for 2 days. You have no idea how worried I was." Upon hearing that the Lord was awake, the butler rushed over. "My lord, thank goodness you're awake." Seeing him, Marcus immediately asked about the situation. "Hoga, is everyone else all right?" However, the butler stammered, at a loss for words. "Well." Hoga hesitated for a moment before clarifying. 12 soldiers and Sir Roton were unable to return. Hearing this, Marcus fell silent. He then asked the butler, "Where is the mage? I must see him in person." At that moment, Yan was training alone in the practice yard when he suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Master Mage." It was Hoga, who had come on the Lord's orders. "There you are, sir," he said. Yan replied, "I heard the Lord has awoken." Hoga answered joyfully, "Yes, and it's all thanks to you, Master Mage." After a few pleasantries, he respectfully got to the point. "The Lord has ordered me to escort you to the reception room. I believe he has something urgent to tell you." Hoga finished speaking, but Yan still didn't understand why the Lord wanted to see him. A little while later, a properly dressed Marcus arrived at the reception room. Seeing his savior was already there, he greeted him cheerfully. "Welcome." He was accompanied by his son, Ravi. Yan immediately asked the Lord, "How are you feeling?" Marcus's steady voice echoed through the large room. "Thanks to everyone's concern, I'm feeling much better. I wish to express my sincere gratitude for your help. You have secured the present and future of the House of Morgan and the foundation of our homeland." As his father spoke, Ravi, who was standing behind him, smiled at Yan as well. Marcus placed a hand over his heart to show his deep gratitude and continued, "You also wiped out the goblins of Mowgli Mountain and protected our domain. I could not call myself a great lord of the Empire if I overlooked this without giving you a proper reward. So, after careful consideration, I have chosen this," he said, gesturing to a gift. Marcus then gently requested, "Please, open it." Yan complied and opened the box. As soon as he saw the item inside, his eyes widened in surprise. "It's a Mowgli ring," the Lord explained. "I heard from Margaret that you wished to borrow it, because you were able to detect mana from the ring." Marcus asked Yan curiously, "I had always thought it was just an old family heirloom. What power does that ring possess? Was it helpful to you?" Mage Yan then explained, "This ring amplifies the wearer's mana. It helped immensely when I was clearing out the goblins in the canyon." Hearing that, Marcus looked visibly pleased and said, "Excellent. I want you to have that ring, Master Mage. Please accept it as a token." Yan's attention snapped back to the Lord upon hearing those words. He looked up and asked, "A token?" At this, Marcus made a firm declaration. "From this day forward, Mage Yan Fa shall forever be regarded as an honored guest of the House of Morgan. This ring will be the token of this enduring promise. Will you accept this token?" Yan reached out to touch the ring. He didn't answer the Lord immediately, thinking to himself, "Forever an honored guest. A pact that lasts for 1,000 years among the Empire's nobility." Seeing his hesitation, Marcus bowed his head and continued, "With the utmost sincerity, our family will always welcome a visit from you, Sir Yan Fa. Should you ever require our family's aid, we promise to always be on your side." During this, Yan remained silent. The Lord and his son both placed their hands over their left chests and vowed, "We swear upon the northern flow of the Lu River that we will uphold this promise." From generation to generation, the scene shifts to a path through the forest near the Lord's residence. Early the next morning, the captain of the Morgan Knights, along with a few soldiers, was escorting Yan somewhere. After a while, with their destination still not in sight, Yan asked impatiently, "Captain, how much farther to Loi town?" Anna replied, "We'll be there soon. It's just past that hill over there." Hearing this, Yan fell silent and just looked in the direction the captain pointed. Just then, a memory surfaced in Yan's mind. "My lord, I have a question for you." Do you know of any alchemists in your domain who are capable of creating elixirs? Marcus had replied, there's an alchemist named Radio in the town of Lv.8, to the north. He had put a hand to his chin and added, they're originally from the capital but migrated north for a particular herb. As he recalled this, Yen quietly muttered the name, Alchemist Radio. A hint of worry crossed his face as he thought, that's a name I never heard in my past life. I hope a pill to replenish the mana I had lost. The voice of a soldier from the team shouted, cutting through his thoughts. Captain, Sir Mage. Over there, we can see the town of Lv.8. However, the scene before us is one of complete chaos. The entire town of Lv.8 was engulfed in flames. Yen's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Anat and the soldiers immediately became vigilant and drew their swords. Down in the town, the scene was one of devastation. Not only were the houses burned to the ground, but the people of Lv.8 were also being brutally attacked and bloodied by a group of bandits. Fresh blood stains still coated their axes. It turned out one of the axes belonged to their leader. He slung it over his shoulder and casually gave orders to his underlings. Round up the small fry, it's time to regroup. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He continued, finish up quickly. We're heading to Ka'u next. As soon as the leader's order was given, his minions grabbed a nearby boy. The boy struggled desperately and screamed, no. The boy's father was Rio. He rushed forward, calling his son's name, Douglas. Just as Rio got close, the bandits kicked him to the ground. One of them stomped on him repeatedly while cursing. You're about to die, you worthless piece of trash. He was kicked so hard that he was covered in blood, but the bandit didn't stop. Witnessing his father being tortured, Douglas couldn't bear it and continued to struggle. Let go, let me go. Dad. The leader heard the screaming beside him, turned, and said, this little brat is so annoying. Then he uttered some cruel words to the child. Will you shut up if your father dies? Douglas froze instantly, trying to hold back his tears. Perhaps he was afraid that if he made another sound, his father's life would be forfeit. But the bandit still didn't stop. He raised the cold, sharp blade in his hand towards the father and said coldly, I'm going to sell your son to a very, very nice place. Farewell. As he said that, there wasn't a trace of humanity left in his eyes, only absolute madness. At that moment, Douglas let out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream. In that life-or-death moment for his father, he was stunned to see the bandit, impaled by a spike of ice. Red blood splattered relentlessly onto Douglas's face, shocking him into silence. The bandit leader died instantly. A second later, his underlings finally realized what had happened. One of them kept shouting, What? What was that? Another one just now realized what had pierced their leader. Is that ice? The bearded one was also terrified. Where did that come from? Just then, the bandits passed the word, Over there, soldiers. At this, Jan didn't bother wasting a single word on them. Instead, he continuously unleashed his ice magic upon the group. Sharp ice spikes rained down, accurately striking them. The bandits screamed and scrambled to escape. Damn it, run. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape Mage Yen's ice spikes. Now, only the terrified screams of the bandits echoed throughout the town. A while later, after everything was settled, Yen stood alone on a cliff. He was concentrating, feeling the changes in his magical power. Yan looked at the Mobley ring on his hand and thought to himself, it's working. He stared at it a bit longer, thinking that thanks to the ring, his mana limit was probably now equal to that of a third-class mage. Back in the town of Lv.8, although the murderous bandits had been eliminated, the damage they had caused was immense. The surrounding houses had all been burned to ashes. The townspeople, mothers, children, and even strong fathers were now kneeling and weeping for their dead loved ones. As the young mage Yan stood alone, looking at the scene of devastation, a voice suddenly called out, Sir Mage. It was Anad. Yan immediately asked about the squad's condition. Were any of the soldiers injured? He replied, No, thanks to you, sir. We're all unharmed. Yan heard this and answered with relief, That's good. But inwardly, he couldn't help but worry about the pharmacist he was looking for. I wonder if they're still alive. Just then, an urgent call reached Yan's ears. Hey, Rio. Hearing the familiar name, he turned his head. He saw a man named Batten trying to support Rio, who was barely breathing in his arms. Hang in there. Douglas was beside them, extremely worried about his father. He kept calling out, Dad, Dad. After seeing the person he was looking for, Yan immediately walked over, touched Douglas's shoulder, and said, Let me take a look. Yan's eyes widened in shock because he saw that Rio's current condition was not good at all. His skin was deathly pale, and his hair had turned white. A thought flashed through Yan's mind. Could it be mana poisoning, a disease that makes it impossible to either live or die? It was considered a curse from God, because if a certain amount of mana enters a body that possesses a mana brain but lacks a mana heart, the mana fragments will assault the brain, causing unimaginable pain throughout the body. For the rest of their life, they would not know a single moment of peace. Yan looked at Rio's current state with great concern, making a judgment. He couldn't have injected mana into himself, so one of the mages must have done it intentionally. He thought to himself that the symptoms looked quite severe. However, Yan quickly figured out a treatment and said, "Wait a moment." Then, he placed his hand on the man's forehead, because there was a way to suppress the pain for a short while by infusing pure mana, and release the stagnant mana from his body. Just a few minutes later, the pained expression on Radio's face relaxed. After finishing the treatment, Yan said to Ben, "Please take care of his wounds." Ben stammered in reply, "Yes, thank you." Just as Yan turned to leave, a small hand suddenly grabbed his sleeve. The one who pulled Yan's sleeve was Douglas. He then asked hesitantly, "My father, will he be okay?" Yan looked at the boy and gave a concise, direct answer. For a moment, he thought to himself that the condition could be temporarily treated by infusing mana, but this cursed illness couldn't be cured completely. Hearing this, a worried Douglas asked again, "So, will he be in pain again later?" Yan didn't answer the child, merely thinking to himself that the mana he infused would also become stagnant. That person will have to make a decision. Yan silently looked at the Douglas in front of him. The honest truth should have been said, but Yan kept it to himself. Continuously infuse mana and endure or die, even though he already knew the outcome. But he only told Douglas, probably. The boy understood immediately, and his expression turned grim. Douglas's whole body trembled as tears streamed down his cheeks. He immediately made up his mind. I have to find Landier's flower and make an antidote." With that, the child turned and ran off. Seeing this, Ben hurriedly shouted, "Douglas, where are you going?" Yan froze when he heard that name. In that moment, he recalled the name of the greatest pharmacist in history, a tall young man with a stern demeanor, completely different from the desperate little Douglas of the present. That little boy would later become the royal pharmacist, Douglas Hammond. Yan remembered his cold gaze. The same person who was once impoverished now stood beside Emperor Jiang Na. Thanks to his genius abilities, when Yan saw him in his past life, he always had a hostile attitude towards mages. Thinking of this, Yan began to connect the dots. A pharmacist poisoned by mana from a mage, a medicinal herb he was searching for in the north. Every single word Douglas had just said echoed in his mind. I have to find Landier's flower and make an antidote. This led Yan to an unavoidable conclusion, a medicinal herb capable of neutralizing mana in the body. If that's real. Someone's voice rang in Yan's head as if to remind him. It is a poison that neutralizes the mana in your blood. At that moment, Yan remembered everything. He stood there, stunned, for a moment. Immediately after, Yan cast an acceleration spell to chase after Douglas. In the blink of an eye, Yan was right in front of Douglas, startling the boy to a halt. Then, Yan placed both hands on Douglas's shoulders to stop him. There are still bandits outside the village, and the forest is very dangerous. Tears welled up in the corners of Douglas's eyes. But I can't wait any longer. If I don't find that flower and make the antidote soon, my father will. My father will. While Douglas was still sobbing, Yan cast a spell, sleep. Douglas said unconsciously, I have to. The next second, he swayed and stumbled, unable to stand. As he collapsed onto Yan's shoulder, Douglas was still mumbling, the flower. Yan gently supported the boy, sleeping on his shoulder. A moment later, sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the forest. Douglas was sleeping soundly on the lush green grass. His small face looked incredibly peaceful and harmless. It was a far cry from Yan's memories of his past life, which made him lost in thought. Looking closely, he realized that if his face in the future wasn't so menacing, it would look exactly like this. Yan sat quietly beside Douglas, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. If I hadn't come to Lv.8 village, his father would be dead and he would have been sold into slavery by the bandits. Douglas's emotionless appearance in the past life reminded Yan that the poison he drank back then must have been created by him. He must have followed orders and created that poison, even knowing Jiang Na's plan. At this thought, Yan paused for a moment as if planning something. He glanced at this child version of Douglas, and a thought crossed his mind, should I eliminate him? However, he immediately dismissed that idea. No, acting rashly like that could be very dangerous, because only Yan knew of Douglas's limitless future. He had the talent to become the greatest pharmacist in history. I could turn him to my side. Although he thought this, Yan couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Even if he lives differently than before, there's no guarantee he won't betray me. His hand, wearing the Magrian ring, paused. And in that moment, the mage seemed to have made a decision. Just then, someone called out to Yan. Sir Mage. Captain Anuak approached, and Yan asked a question. What happened? He asked, panting for breath. You suddenly ran off, so I followed you. Once his breathing stabilized, Anan looked over and saw Douglas there. He asked curiously, Who's that child? Yan didn't elaborate on what had just happened, simply replying, I thought he might do something reckless, so I put him to sleep. With that, he slowly stood up and continued. Since you're here, please take him back to the village. Yan walked past Anon. Seeing this, Anon quickly asked, aren't you coming with us? Yan glanced back and said hesitantly, there's somewhere I have to be. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Only the whistling of the wind remained. That night, in the small house of Rid and his son, a light still shone through the window, even though it was late. Rid sat by his son's bed. He watched him for a moment before speaking. Douglas, are you asleep? Hearing his father, the boy stopped pretending to be asleep and replied, not yet. Rid looked at his son and said, Mrs. Tan told me that a mage came to the village and saved us. And I also heard you tried to do something reckless again. You little rascal, he scolded gently. Douglas looked guilty and explained, I was just trying to find a flower. It seemed Rid already knew his son's intentions, but for his safety, he frowned and reminded him, there could still be bandits near the village. The moment his father finished speaking, Douglas suddenly sat bolt upright. His next words were filled with both frustration and concern for his father. Then what am I supposed to do? That mage said you'd be in pain. All Rid could do was reassure him, I'm fine. He then added, if I can just find the Landier flower. Hearing this, Douglas couldn't hold back anymore. He sobbed, it's been a year, and you still haven't found it. Does that flower even exist? Just then, a firm voice suddenly spoke up from the doorway. It does exist. The father and son jumped, turning towards the voice. Someone was standing in the doorway. Rid tensed up and shouted towards the door, who's there? When he received no answer, he yelled again, who is it? This time, the person standing at the door got straight to the point. I heard you were looking for the Landier flower. The house fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Rid slowly opened the door. When the person pulled back their hood, it revealed the familiar face of the mage, Yan. He stepped politely into the house, pardon the intrusion. Douglas's eyes widened in surprised recognition. It's that mage. Rid was also stunned to hear his son say this was the mage who had saved him that morning. What? Yan then slowly introduced himself. I am Yan Fa. He then placed a small block of ice on the table. The object immediately captured Rid's attention. He immediately asked, what is that? But a second later, when he saw clearly what was inside the block of ice, Rid gasped in disbelief. That's, as it turned out, the thing Yan had placed on the table was the very thing Rid had been searching for all this time. It was the Landier flower. Knowing Rid desperately needed this flower for a cure, Yan made an offer, I will give you this flower. But let me ask you one question. Yan asked him seriously, how do you know about this herb if its effects are still unknown? Hearing the question, Rid hesitated before answering. It was because of a journal, he finally told Yan. Rid repeated, I saw it in a journal. Then, without further concealment, he took out the book. This is the herbal journal my father left me. As he spoke, Rid's hands flipped through the pages, stopping at one in particular. If you look at this page, in the middle of the journal was a detailed entry on the Landier flower, which had the effect of nullifying mana and could only be found in the northern continent. A flower with 12 petals, poison in its blue stem and roots, that withers the moment it's picked, making it impossible to cultivate or harvest. Yan took the journal and examined it himself. Then he asked, was your father also an alchemist? Rid replied, it's the family business. Yan immediately understood. Then this journal must be a family heirloom, to which Rid confirmed. Something like that. Yan looked up, his eyes meeting Rid's directly. Then you must know that for a mage, who has a mana heart and a brain, the Landier flower's ability to nullify mana makes it a deadly poison. Hearing this, Rid froze for a moment before quickly explaining, I understand what you're saying, but the alchemists in my family would never create a potion to harm others. Fearing Yan wouldn't believe him, Rid added emphatically, I would stake my family's name on it. But Yan's sharp gaze had already shifted. His scrutinizing eyes finally landed on Douglas, making the boy a little surprised to be stared at so intently. A few seconds later, Yan's blue eyes softened, and he said, I understand. He then picked up the ice block containing the Landier flower and said, thank you for answering my questions. Then, Yan slowly added two more words, one more thing. He then channeled magic into the ice block. A blue flame flared to life in Yan's hand. It was only then that you offered an apology. A second later, the block of ice completely melted, and the orchid instantly withered. Ian watched the flower's ashes fall and then said, even I can't find it. I can only freeze and preserve its shape. Rid realized in astonishment, you tricked me? Ian replied, I was just trying to prove that you can always find a Landier's flower. Then, he made another offer. Mr. Ridio, how about making a deal with me? He still didn't trust Ian after being tricked, so he asked hesitantly, a deal? Ridio listened in silence as Ian explained, I will continuously supply you with mana so you don't die from mana poisoning. He also promised to find a way for him to use the Landier's flower, but thought to himself that he could definitely find information related to it, the information that Jana and Douglas had found. Ian added, so please, come with me to the capital. Upon hearing this, Ridio asked, "The capital? Why would I need to go there?" Now, Ian stated his conditions for the deal. "Please create mana potions for my mana deficiency, and learn how to make an antidote for my mother's illness." Hearing this, he wondered, "Can't you ask a famous alchemist? I'm not that skilled at alchemy." Ian replied, "I want someone who will stay with me and continuously provide me with potions." Then he glanced over at Douglas, the boy who had run into a forest full of bandits to find an herb that could cure him. "Please make the right decision, at least for his sake." Seeing Ian mention him, Douglas stared blankly for a moment. A sudden thought flashed through Ridio's mind. He's not an ordinary child. Who is he? He then made a small request. "Can you give me some time to think?" Ian didn't care about the time and replied coolly, "Take as long as you want." He looked at the father and son, his thoughts racing. In this life, Douglas won't have to lose his father or become a slave, right? Ian's gaze remained fixed ahead as he silently waited for Ridio's answer. He looked at the innocently smiling Douglas and thought that the boy's talent wouldn't fall into Janna's hands this time. The next morning, Ian was still patiently looking towards the house, waiting for the father and son. Anod's voice called out from behind, "Sir Mage." Hearing him, Ian turned around. He had come to report that they were ready to return to the Lord's castle. Ian was silent for a long moment. It seemed he still wanted to wait for Ridio. However, there was no movement from the door. Ian had no choice but to answer Anod. "All right, let's head back." Just as Ian was sinking into disappointment, the door suddenly opened on its own. Rid and his son stepped out with a few simple bags. Douglas called out, "Mage." Ian looked over at them, his expression slightly surprised, but he still turned and walked over to ask, "Have you made your decision?" Ridio answered hesitantly, "I've decided. Do I have any other choice? I have to live, first and foremost." He spoke as he and his son descended the steps. Ridio's face was now filled with joy. He said, "Please, fulfill your promise." Getting the answer he wanted, Ian's expression brightened considerably. Of course. His gaze suddenly fell on the little boy, as it seemed Douglas wanted to say something. The boy spoke hesitantly, Can you really cure my father?" Ian let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and told Douglas, "Yes, I promise." The boy still wasn't fully convinced and asked for confirmation again. "Really?" With all his patience, Ian replied gently, "Really." Hearing that, Douglas immediately cheered up. "Then can I call you my leader?" Ian was a bit taken aback but managed to reply, "Sure, you can." Douglas placed a hand over his left chest and said seriously, "Yes, leader." Looking at the carefree kid in front of him, Ian couldn't help but remember how cold and cruel the Douglas from his past life was. Get out of my sight. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Was he really like this when he was young? Just then, the sound of a horse galloping towards them broke the silence. Ian immediately turned to look, while Douglas was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A soldier on horseback arrived. He dismounted, approached Ian, and said urgently, "Sir Mage, we must return to the castle immediately." Ian asked him, "Did something happen?" The soldier quickly explained the situation. "I heard the prince has crossed the Gamas River." A flash of surprise crossed Ian's eyes. "He's already crossed the Gamas River?" The soldier stammered in reply, "Yes, the news just came in this morning." Ian didn't answer him, thinking to himself, "Why are they only telling me now?" Then, it seemed he knew what his next step had to be. "Let me borrow your horse," the soldier asked. "Do you know how to ride?" Ian walked to the horse's side and stroked it a few times. "Not very well, but it can become my friend." It turned out Ian could befriend the horse by using a taming spell on it. A few seconds later, the horse's eyes had changed. It obediently listened to Ian's words. "I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there?" Suddenly, the horse stepped back a few paces, and then it gently lowered its body to the ground, signaling for Ian to easily climb onto its back. All while the people around them were still staring in amazement. Yan called out with instructions, "Sir Anon, please bring radio with you." At that moment, Yan managed to get on the horse and hurriedly added, "I'll go on ahead." Meanwhile, Crown Prince Haydn's procession continued to move forward. In the middle of the cavalry troops was the royal carriage. Inside, Haydn sat lost in thought, gazing out the window. He recalled past events. "You summoned me, father." Emperor Terry spoke in a serious tone. "There is something I wish to tell you before you leave. I'd heard that Herb has been meeting frequently with the fifth prince." Haydn was startled to hear his father say this. He listened in silence as he continued. "Since many nobles follow the Ivory Tower, you must know how important it is whose side the master of the tower is on." At this point, Terry had already figured it out. He surmised that the master of the tower intended to side with the fifth prince. More than anyone, he knew his own children. Fifth Prince Jiang Na is a clever child. I am certain he will use Herb and try to pull influential figures under his wing. Terry paused for a moment, then looked at Haydn. At that time, he had said, "Haydn, do whatever it takes to make him your man before the Ivory Tower can get to him." As he listened to his father's long speech, Haydn remained silent, but his words echoed relentlessly in his mind. I am telling you to bring him to your side and build your foundation. Recalling the tense memory, Haydn let out a weary sigh. He ran a hand through his hair helplessly. Even if he is a mage, what good can one child possibly be? The Ivory Tower is full of mages, and yet not a single one of them is on my side. Suddenly, Haydn's gaze became incredibly serious. How dare he abandon me, the heir, and choose the fifth prince? The thought swirled in his mind. The day I ascend the throne, I will eliminate those bastards. Just then, Oliver, the captain of the Second Knight Order, approached the carriage and called out, Your Highness. He got straight to the point. I think it would be best to inform House Moglien. Without even a glance, Haydn replied directly, I believe we've already settled this matter, haven't we? But Oliver persisted, We must give him time to at least prepare for your arrival. I implore you to reconsider. Haydn rested his chin on his hand, a look of utter boredom on his face as he spoke. Now that you mention it, isn't your family part of the Moglian clan in the north? Oliver replied, Yes, Your Highness, that is correct. Haydn's voice drifted from inside the carriage. How much longer until we arrive? Oliver estimated the distance and replied, It seems it will take another 2 days. At this, Haydn's expression finally changed. He smiled and gave the order. Good. 2 days is plenty of time. Send them the message. His tone was now full of anticipation, laced with a hint of contempt. Let's see how the Guardians of the North, the so-called Shield of the Empire, prepare for a royal visit in just 2 days. Hearing this, Oliver didn't dare to speak again. He had no choice but to yield to the Crown Prince's whim. Yes, Your Highness. The scene shifts to the estate of Lord Marcus, where he was busy directing the servants. This is where His Highness, the Crown Prince, will be staying. Make sure not to miss a single speck of dust. Marcus ordered with a wave of his hand, but inwardly, he was deeply troubled. I thought they weren't coming since we received no word. But suddenly, yet, as the lord of the Moglian territory, he had to keep all his worries hidden. So he turned and continued questioning his butler. Hoga, have the other families arrived? Hoga replied, My lord, all the families have arrived except for House Marfaden and House Ut. They have sent word that they will be here shortly. A hint of weariness in his eyes, Marcus asked, And what about the mage? Still no news? Hoga replied, a bit flustered, No, my lord. Not yet. Marcus grew tense as he thought about the current situation. This is a dire situation. For now, let's just go outside. A moment later, a soldier from the outer gate shouted the announcement, His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Immediately after, the Crown Prince's procession slowly entered the lord's estate. At last, Haydn's carriage came to a halt. He stepped down slowly, exuding an unmatched aura of stern dignity. By then, Marcus and the other families were already assembled in the main hall to welcome the Crown Prince. A man turned and whispered to Marcus, My lord, where is the mage? Just as he hesitated to answer, a loud shout suddenly cut through the air. Halt! From the direction of the voice, a horse slowly approached and, following the command, came to a stop. It turned out the person on the horse was none other than Yan. He was clinging awkwardly to its back, looking like he might fall off at any moment. A few seconds later, Yan slowly raised his head, his hair completely disheveled. Then, he spoke, Sorry, I'm late. Marcus replied, flustered, You're here. That's all that matters. Please, this way. Seeing Yan's state, the people around them began to whisper to one another. That's the rumored mage, the kid who can't even ride a horse. Marcus placed a hand on Yan's shoulder and spoke. The mage was summoned by royal decree. According to imperial law, you must stand in the highest position. Once Marcus had explained the situation, the two of them went to meet the Crown Prince. The group stood there for a moment, looking at each other in silence. Haydn was the first to speak. Are you Yan Fa? Yan didn't answer. He was too busy carefully observing the Crown Prince in front of him. Thoughts swirled in his mind. A face he hadn't seen in a long time. He then glanced at the mages from the Ivory Tower standing nearby. Among them, Yan's attention was drawn to a girl with black hair. Sensing his gaze, she turned to look at Yan and smiled. Her name was Cecilia. A smile formed on Yan's face, for he knew she was a spy from the Kraut Empire. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a party inside Murray's mansion. Oliver was patiently reminding the Crown Prince, Your Highness, you shouldn't drink too much. But Haydn ignored him, retorting, What else is there to drink besides this wine? He then began to voice his frustrations. I can't believe I had to travel all this way just to mingle with these despicable nobles. This party isn't fun at all, and I don't like that brat. I want to go back and get some rest. Hearing the prince's complaints, Oliver could only listen in silence. Elsewhere, Cecilia stood in a corner with a glass of wine, separating herself from the noisy crowd. She mused to herself, What a strange coincidence. The Kraut Empire is also interested in that kid. Cecilia recalled that not long ago, the Kraut Empire had issued 2 directives. First, to eliminate the rumors surrounding Yan Fa. by personally observing him. At the thought, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. If the rumors are true, I'll have to capture both the young mage and his mother, and return to the Empire. Cecilia scanned the crowd of nobles, but Yan was nowhere to be seen. What kind of person is he to cause such a stir? I think I'll go find him. She headed alone to a nearby training ground. Spotting a familiar figure, she realized it was him. Standing behind him, Cecilia prepared to launch a surprise attack. Should I test his rumored abilities? I'll start with something light, something like a probing strike. The moment the thought crossed her mind, magic arrows shot toward him. The magic arrows struck the spot where Yan had been standing, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Cecilia's eyes remained focused, watching intently. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she saw that the mage she had looked down on had completely blocked her entire attack. It was only then that she realized, a moment too late. A shield? Yan glanced at her and demanded, "Who are you?" Cecilia replied calmly, "Can't you tell from my magic? I'm your senior from the Ivory Tower. I was just saying hello." Yan asked again, "Is that how you say hello to people?" Looking down on him, Cecilia scoffed, "Oh, listen to this kid. Your senior was just having a little fun with her junior. There's no need to embarrass me." Before she could finish, Yan cut her off by saying her name, Cecilia. She froze for a moment, wondering how he knew her name. But then Yan continued, "Cecilia C. Walker." Now, she was truly frightened. "It seems my plan has been exposed," she asked hastily. "Who are you? How do you know that name?" Yan simply replied with composure, "I know you very well." The reason Yan knew all this was due to his memories from a past life. In that life, he had wiped out the entire Walker clan that had infiltrated the kingdom. Yan gave a knowing smile. "If you want, I can name the others, too." Startled, Cecilia immediately cut him off. "Stop your nonsense." But Yan continued, undeterred, "The boy in the Morton family's stables." His footsteps drew closer to her as he continued to list familiar names. The royal secretary, Robin. Ario from the 9th Squad of the National Guard. The head palace maid's assistant. The head maid probably hasn't arrived yet. At this, Yan tilted his head and asked her, "Do you know what all these people have in common?" "I think I do." Cecilia was about to lose her composure. She glared at Yan and said, "I don't know how you know those names." At the same time, she began to conjure fire magic in her hand. "But it would be better for you to pretend you don't," she continued, immediately launching a giant fireball at Yan. The blazing flames lit up the night sky. Cecilia clenched her fists, staring at the sea of fire she had just created. She seemed to think she had defeated him, but in an instant, a figure shot out from the blazing fire as fast as the wind. Cecilia was stunned to see Yan emerge completely unscathed. Yan slowly approached, a magic orb forming in his hand. "I already knew you were one of the walkers." She tried to remain calm as she asked, "Then why did you come here alone if you already knew?" But inwardly, she was still reeling in shock. Did he really dodge my attack just now? "What is he?" Yan said, raising the orb of light higher. "I knew you would come looking for me at the training ground." Cecilia's gaze followed the movement of the orb. In the next second, for what felt like the 100th time since meeting Yan, her eyes widened in utter shock, because what appeared before her was a series of ice spikes aimed right at her. The dim, hazy moonlight made the ice spikes glitter mysteriously, shining like a divine being. Just then, he spoke with conviction, "I knew it." Then, Yan coldly pointed his hand towards her. Ice spears. At his command, a volley of sharp ice spikes shot forward. Cecilia stumbled back in a panic. Luckily for her, she managed to erect a mana barrier just before her body was pierced by the icy rain. However, Cecilia's barrier didn't last long. In just a moment, cracks began to appear on it. Horrified, she cursed, "Damn it." At that moment, Yan created a massive fireball. Its power was easily 10 times stronger than the fireball Cecilia had used earlier. Yan's icy gaze pierced right through her as he chanted, "Fire blast." The next instant, Yan hurled the enormous fireball towards Cecilia. Fear consumed her mind. "I can't move with the mana barrier up. I'm going to die." In that hair-raising moment, Cecilia was forced to make a decision. Drop the mana barrier so she could move. The moment it vanished, she immediately turned and ran for her life. However, the ice spears relentlessly pierced through her flesh. She was cut all over by the spears, but this was still better than death. Thanks to that decisive action, Cecilia narrowly escaped the terrifying explosion caused by the fireball. Covered in injuries, she looked back in horror at the shockwave right behind her. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of that moment. I'm alive." Having just barely escaped death, Cecilia collapsed to the ground. She thought to herself, that kid must have used up all his mana with that fire blast. Schemes began to form again in the spy's mind. The others will be here soon. There's no proof that I'm a spy. And they won't suspect me just because of some kid. The mages of the tower won't believe him either. She lay there, calculating. Once I recover, I'll deal with him. Meanwhile, Yan was slowly walking towards her. He said nonchalantly, I have a plan to make a name for myself. By selling you out. Yan uttered those words with absolute calm. But Cecilia, still feeling smug, replied, You think you can, kid? Yan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Of course, there's proof that even you don't know about. She started to feel uneasy. What are you talking about? Just then, the royal knights and mages from the Ivory Tower arrived. Oliver quickly spoke up. What happened here? Seeing Cecilia on the ground, the other mages rushed to help her up, asking, What happened to you? What are all these wounds? Yan admitted bluntly, I did it. Hearing that, everyone's eyes turned to him. Oliver said to Yan sternly, Please explain the situation. What happened? Yan immediately switched into acting mode, lying without batting an eye. I happened to see that woman talking to someone in a mask. Cecilia's eyes widened in shock. What? A wronged expression appeared on his face as he continued his story. And then, she suddenly tried to kill me. Hearing this, Oliver began to grasp the general idea. He surmised. So you're the one who did this to her? Yan immediately defended himself. I had to survive. Oliver asked cautiously, Can you prove it? Yan replied, I showed up while they seemed to be checking something. A mark on their bodies. Hearing this, Oliver thought doubtfully for a moment, then ordered without hesitation, Check her body. The two mages with her immediately moved to protect her. A young man named Faye spoke up first. Hey, Captain, don't you think you're going too far? Have you forgotten that we are mages of the Ivory Tower? As the captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver didn't back down from them and instantly drew his sword. The tip of the blade was pointed right at them. They fearfully took a few steps back. Oliver raised his sword sternly and said, The highest authority here is me, and this incident is precisely why. Whether the mages of the tower are involved or not, we have a duty to find the truth. Faye, losing his earlier bravado, now said cowardly, Then at least let me heal her first. Oliver replied coldly, You can do that after the full inspection. He then discreetly waved two female knights over to inspect Cecilia. A short while later, the inspection was complete. Cecilia immediately asked the female knights, Was there anything suspicious? The two women bowed their heads and replied, We found nothing. Faye started shouting again. What did I tell you? How could you suspect her? We must heal her immediately. It's urgent. At this point, even though he didn't want to, Oliver had to suspect Yan. Was it a lie? But Yan shook his head and replied, Of course not. He then confidently walked closer to Cecilia, startling her as if she was afraid her secret would be discovered. Yan moved behind her and said, Excuse me. Cecilia glanced back at him and asked, What do you think you're doing, kid? Yan didn't answer, but simply placed his hand on the back of her neck and performed some kind of spell. Suddenly, everyone stared in shock at the sight before them. It turned out that a mana seal had clearly appeared on Cecilia's neck. Even Cecilia herself was surprised by this seal. Kid, what did you do? Yan replied with a smug smile. I was wondering what you two were doing. It seems they were checking for this. Memories from his past life replayed in his head like a movie. Quacker was sent to a training school with a mark on them. They didn't know about it because only the managers did. Although he only found out after interrogating a manager for a year, it had taken him just as long to realize it in his previous life. Oliver, still unaware of Quacker's secret, turned to ask the two mages. Does anyone know what this mark means? The mage stammered. This is the first time I've ever seen it. Oliver then asked Yan. What about the kid? When asked, Yan pretended not to know. He innocently said, It's the first time for me too. Yan thought smugly. Even if no one knows what it means, it's still proof. After a moment of thought, Oliver gave the order, Heal her, then we will interrogate her. He then looked at the two mages from the Ivory Tower and requested, Please prepare a man of prison. They reluctantly agreed. Yes. After assigning the tasks, Oliver looked at Yan again. He said, If all of this is true, the Emperor will have a reward for you, kid. Yan feigned ignorance upon hearing these words, although everything had gone according to his plan. Later, Oliver immediately reported what happened at the training ground to the Crown Prince. Hyen asked in astonishment, That child took down a third-class mage from the Ivory Tower. Oliver replied, That is correct. Hyen let out a laugh and said, I didn't think he could actually do it. Then the Crown Prince asked for the opinion of the man standing before him. What do you think, Captain Oliver, about that kid? Oliver replied seriously. It seems what the dispatched mages said was true. The way the kid acts and speaks is not like a child's. Hyen crossed his arms and began to ponder. He said, I think I should meet the kid and talk to him before drawing any conclusions. Captain, bring him here. A moment later, Yan entered the room and bowed respectfully. You summoned me, Your Highness? The Crown Prince got straight to the point. Yes. According to what I've heard, one of the mages sent by the Ivory Tower was a spy from Kun, and I also heard that she was a rather talented mage. At this point, Hyen praised Yan. I think your achievement in defeating and capturing her is highly commendable. But Yan responded very humbly. You flatter me. A satisfied smile appeared on Hyen's face. He continued, and for that, I wish to reward you. Please tell me what you desire. Yan could fully understand the Crown Prince's true intention. He thought to himself, he's trying to figure out my inner desires by asking what I want. Since I've come this far, should I say it? Yan said hesitantly. Then, if you'll permit me, I would like to see the old Ivory Tower site on the way to the castle. Yan looked straight into Hyen's eyes as he said it. Hyen was surprised. The old Ivory Tower site? Why do you want to go there? There's nothing to see there. The boy pretended to be flustered, clasping his hands together and stammering. I've only heard about it in stories and have always wanted to visit at least once. Hearing this innocent answer, Hyen began to let his guard down. He assumed that visiting a historical site was what the kid wanted when he could have asked for anything. Perhaps he's just a child after all. Is that it? Hyen easily accepted Yan's request. Very well, I will take you to this place. Yan secretly bowed his head and smiled smugly. I think I'll be able to get it faster than I expected. He rejoiced internally, thinking about what was about to happen, the old Ivory Tower site and the item hidden deep beneath it. The scroll of the dragon language. The dragon language plays an important role in the study of magical beasts, and the scroll contains the essence of the language. Excitement gradually became visible on his face. In my past life, I found it a few years before I died, so I only understood a very small part of it. How much more will I understand this time? A few days later, the royal escort took Yan and his close companions to the capital. Inside the carriage carrying Yan, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Yan's mother couldn't contain her excitement as she looked out the window. This is the first time I've ever traveled this far. She turned to her son and said cheerfully, Isn't it, Yan? Yan smiled happily at his mother. Yes, it is. Raid was also with them. He sat beside them with a cheerful mood and said, Once we arrive in the capital, I will be your guide. My lady. Appearances aside, I've been working in the capital with alchemy for a long time. Vanessa replied with a radiant smile. Oh my, thank you. Yan grimaced, thinking, Look at this guy. Just then, the clatter of horse hooves right next to the carriage made Yan look outside. The second royal knight, Vi, approached to announce, Young Master Yan, we have arrived. This was the old Ivory Tower site that Yan had requested to visit. Vi said, Our plan is to stay here for 2 days. He smiled and added, And as the Crown Prince ordered, you will be free to explore this place. During that time, he said warmly to everyone, Please, follow me. I'll be your guide. He then led everyone to a small village next to the old Ivory Tower to rest for the night. The village was truly peaceful in the quiet, dark night. When the village chief heard that royalty and mages were visiting, he immediately came out to welcome them. I can't believe you're all visiting our village. It's an honor that will last for generations. Hayden laughed cheerfully and replied, It's nothing at all. Ian was a little surprised to see the Crown Prince being so friendly with the villagers. He thought to himself, perhaps he treats commoners with kindness. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. Back then, he always wore a dark and resentful expression. One of the reasons was because Jana was always by Ian's side. Looking at the radiant smile on his face now, Ian came to a quiet realization. Perhaps Hayden only showed that resentful expression to people like him who weren't nobles or royalty. He thought pensively, I can see why the current emperor prefers his eldest son. Suddenly, Douglas approached him and called out, Chief, when are you going to the old Ivory Tower? Ian asked in return, Why do you ask? Douglas confessed shyly, I want to go there too. Ian sighed, thinking to himself that he needed to go to the underground area at dawn. Then he replied to Douglas, All right then, how about tomorrow when we have some free time? The boy, obedient as a little puppy, asked with sparkling eyes, Really? Together, Ian, a little unused to the boy's adorable display, could only give a perfunctory nod. Douglas's eyes crinkled as he smiled and said, Thank you. While the two boys were chatting excitedly, Radio, standing behind them, remarked to Vanessa that Douglas seemed to really like Ian. Then he turned and whispered to her, There's something I'd like to ask. Radio was so curious that he just spoke his mind. Has Ian always been this mature? He doesn't seem like a 12-year-old at all. Vanessa looked at her son with a gentle gaze and replied, Ian. He grew up too fast. He's very kind and thoughtful, just like his father. She also confided sincerely in Radio, I know he would never say it, but I'm sure he's trying to fill his father's shoes, and I feel so guilty about it. He thought to himself, so the kid is like his father. Radio then asked, So, was your husband a mage too? Vanessa shook her head, indicating that wasn't the case, and replied, No, Fen was an ordinary person. The image of her husband was still etched in Vanessa's mind. Her voice carried a hint of sorrow as she spoke of Fen. He went missing before Ian was born, after leaving for work, just like any other day. Only his belongings were returned home 5 years later. Her gaze lowered, clouded with sadness. She thought of her husband, who had now been missing for 12 years. Vanessa's words caught in her throat. She sighed and said to radio, "Let's just drop it. It's nothing." After that, they followed the villagers' arrangements to their lodgings. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ian appeared at the old Ivory Tower. He walked slowly, pondering a similar scene from his past life. Was it a journey following the wind and the path of the stars? Then Ian remembered himself from his previous life. One of an endless journey after the Unification War, far away from the Ivory Tower and the Empire. The thoughts came flooding back. Was it just a coincidence that I entered the Ivory Tower back then? He refuted his own thought. No, it wasn't like that. Something guided me. Lost in his thoughts, Ian realized he was already standing in front of the Ivory Tower. Whether in this life or the last, this place looked exactly the same. Ian stepped into the tower, his mind inevitably recalling its history. 300 years ago, there was a war between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. At that time, the Dragonians' army of gargoyles and their black magic were powerful enough to destroy the Empire, but the Emperor and the high-ranking mage, Nissan Green River, led the other master mages. He fought back fiercely, defeated the Dragonians, and drove the gargoyles to extinction, protecting the peace of the Empire. However, that great man, Green River, who had led them to victory, refused the position of Emperor and instead became the master of the tower, founding the capital, Green Riverdium. Eventually, this place fell into ruin and was abandoned. Ian walked around the tower a few times, seemingly searching for something. "It's around here somewhere." Ian's hand lightly touched a mechanism, and immediately, the ground beneath his feet began to shift. In an instant, a staircase leading down to a tunnel appeared before him. "Here it is." Without hesitating, Ian went straight in. The space below was completely dark, so Ian cast a spell to light it up. A sphere of light, resembling a small sun, illuminated every corner. The rays of light gradually pushed back the surrounding darkness, suddenly revealing a statue in the shape of a monster. The statue was of a humanoid creature with long ears, sharp fangs, and wings, and it looked incredibly lifelike. Ian looked at it, thinking to himself how genuinely surprised he had been the first time he saw that statue. Just then, the thing suddenly began to shake violently. A second later, it began to move, becoming a flesh and blood monster that let out a ferocious roar. The reason he had been so surprised to see it before was because he never thought it was a gargoyle. The creature that went extinct 3 years ago was hidden here. In an instant, it leaped from the stone platform, disappearing from Yan's sight. But just a second later, the gargoyle appeared right in front of Yan. It charged frantically toward him. Yan remained perfectly calm as a sphere of water materialized in his hand. The sphere quickly expanded before shooting straight toward the monster. It had no time to dodge and took the terrifying blow right in the stomach. The force of the water sphere was so powerful it slammed the gargoyle hard against the wall corner before stopping. Yan silently observed the scene, feeling quite anxious himself. In his past life, it was simple to kill it, but now, it required much more effort. Just as he feared, the gargoyle was completely unharmed. Its eyes were now fixated solely on Yan. It was as if it had marked him as the target to be eliminated. The gargoyle kicked hard off the wall, launching itself at Yan once more. Seeing this, Yan quickly cast a spell. Ice Spears. At his command, sharp spears of ice shot up from the ground. Caught completely off guard, the monster was impaled through the stomach. Its pained shriek echoed through the entire space. But he wasn't done yet. Yan continued his assault. Next, glowing streams of electricity began to course around his body. Yan's eyes were fixed resolutely on the gargoyle. The next second, an incredibly powerful lightning bolt struck the monster. After a moment, it finally stopped struggling. Its entire body charred and smoldering. Yan looked at it and thought, the gargoyle is dealt with. He calmly planned his next move. Now, it was just a matter of time. Just as expected, a moment later, a secret mechanism activated beside him. A door slowly descended, revealing a path leading inside. Yan gave a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, just like last time. He then gently used the feather spell to float down. From high above, Yan landed gently without the slightest difficulty. He took his first steps into the area below. Following the memories of his past life, Yan walked forward without hesitation toward the book he was searching for. He thought happily, "We meet again sooner than I expected." The dragon language scroll lay there on the table. A thought suddenly flashed through Yan's mind. I wonder who hid this here. He tilted his head in curiosity. A dragon? Or the very first mage? Yan held the book gently in his hands. The dragon language. A mysterious language I couldn't even understand in my past life. If I can master it this time. As he had this thought, Yan froze. The scroll was completely blank. Not a single word was written on it. Yan carefully flipped through the pages, but every single one was blank. What happened? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that I already used it in my past life? As if he had figured out the reason, Yan slowly closed the scroll. He thought to himself, if only I could have read it one more time in my past life. Yan opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he froze. Only then did Yan realize. He couldn't make a sound. However, he quickly calmed himself and began to think. The dragon language isn't spoken with a voice, it's a magical language that uses mana as its foundation. Then there's only one explanation. My ability to use the dragon language is gone. Without the dragon language, I can't use time magic. I can't turn back the past. Regret was written all over his face. I thought I could keep doing it. But looking at it from another perspective, it was better for Yan to find this out now. Things could have become much worse if he hadn't. More than anyone, Yan knew that his second life had just become a whole lot heavier. The scene changes, and a prosperous city comes into view. A soldier announces, "Young Master Yan, we will be arriving at the capital city of Green Riverum shortly." The convoy carrying Yan and his companions entered through the city gates. Sitting in his carriage and looking out the window, Yan thought, finally, we're at the capital. Looking at the cage trailing behind them, Yan thought to himself, perhaps I should be more on guard, because there was a very real possibility that if Cecilia escaped and contacted another member of the Walker family, the Walker Empire would start keeping tabs on me. For that reason, Cecilia will definitely talk about me, the one who knows all about the existence of the Walker family. Things are going to get much more complicated. In many ways, Yan's train of thought was cut short by what was happening outside. Yan's convoy, led by Oliver, was being blocked. A group from the Ivory Tower had ordered them to stop. Oliver paused to get a better look at the man in front of them, only to realize it was the leader of the Ivory Tower himself. He dismounted his horse and confronted the man. What right do you have to block our way? Oliver was startled when the man said, I have received an official order. Herback calmly produced a document as he spoke. It states that all authority regarding the interrogation of Cecilia and related matters now belongs to the Ivory Tower. You seem to be in quite a hurry. Oliver didn't back down, retorting, you received this authorization letter before the agent has even arrived? But Herback insisted, shouldn't matters like this be prioritized, be handled as quickly as possible? That man told him, rest, Captain. The Ivory Tower will take it from here, so don't worry. That one sentence was nothing short of a humiliation for a knight captain like him. But Oliver could only grit his teeth and bear it. Because that man had a warrant, he was forced to order his subordinates to hand the criminal over to the Ivory Tower's leader. Hearing the word criminal, Herb uncomfortably reminded him, Captain, she's not a criminal yet. Until the truth is revealed, she is still a mage of the Ivory Tower. Please watch your words. Oliver's hand clenched into a fist. Despite his great dissatisfaction, he couldn't disobey a direct order from the Emperor. Oliver's soldiers couldn't stand it either. They began to complain to each other. We were the ones who came to arrest her. So why are they taking over like this? This isn't fair to the captain at all. Even if it's an order from the Emperor, I still can't accept it. At that moment, Yan, sitting in the carriage, had observed everything. He thought to himself, asterisk, I can see what they're trying to do. Asterisk, because he knew one thing for sure, they weren't trying to protect her. As mages of the Ivory Tower, they just don't want a common knight interrogating one of their own. Now, they'll lock her up in the deepest prison floor of the tower and try to find a way to make this whole thing go smoothly. Even if she is a spy from the Owl, she won't be able to escape. Vanessa, sitting next to Yan, didn't know what was happening outside. She asked nervously, why is it so chaotic out there? Yan reassured his mother, it's nothing, Mom, don't worry. Then he turned to the side and sighed. Asterisk, there's one more thing I need to worry about. Asterisk, Yan's attention was drawn to a voice from outside. Young Master, Yan, the prince wishes to go somewhere before we return to the castle. The scene changes to a luxurious, magnificent, and vast mansion as Yan steps out of the carriage. He immediately recognized it as the mansion he had been granted by Gianna when he reached level 5 in his previous life. Hen gently approached from behind. Do you like it, kid? He smiled and continued, this is the mansion that's been gifted to you. Yan immediately bowed respectfully and said, my gratitude is beyond compare, Your Highness. Hen chuckled in delight. What are you talking about? Yan silently compared his two lives. Asterisk, in my past life, I was 26 years old. Asterisk, asterisk. When I received this mansion, and in this life, it's 14 years earlier. It's quite beautiful. Asterisk. Hen didn't notice Yan's inner thoughts, but instead nodded cheerfully while thinking. For now, your family will stay here. You, kid, will come with me to the castle. We need to see the Emperor, after all, right? Just as Hen finished speaking, Yan seemed a little embarrassed, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. Then, he decided to speak his mind. If you'll allow it, Your Highness, may I take a look around the mansion with my mother? Hen easily agreed to the request. Of course you can. Go ahead. Only then did a rare look of excitement appear on Yan's face. He quickly thanked the crown prince. The mansion was clearly magnificent, from its exterior design to the incredibly luxurious furnishings inside. Vanessa looked around once and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my goodness." Yan followed his mother and asked, "Do you like it, Mom?" She hesitated in her reply. "How could I not?" At this, Yan told her, "This is our home from now on." Vanessa asked again in surprise. "This place?" Her young son replied nonchalantly but with certainty, "Yes." Seeing his mother so happy, Yan felt happy too. He remembered what had happened before. When I received this mansion in my past life, Mom was already gone. Meanwhile, Vanessa was still marveling. "I can't believe this is really a place to live. It's even more impressive than the Lord's castle." Yan thought to himself, "No matter how great a mage I once was, I still couldn't bring Mom back." Then he explained to his mother, "It means this place was once used by the royal family." She was astonished once again. The royal family? Seeing his mother's back, still present here with him, Yan silently made a resolve. But it's different now. The things I wanted to do for Mom. And the things I wanted to do with her are all possible now. He walked up and asked how she felt about the place. "What do you think, Mom?" At the same time, Yan's heart This time, I'll be able to see my mother's happy expression, something I couldn't see in my past life. The sound of a thumping heart and the rosy cheeks of a 12-year-old Yan, happily awaiting his mother's answer. Soon after, she replied, "It's spacious and beautiful, and very large." But it was accompanied by a worry that any mother would have. "But how are we supposed to clean all of this?" Yan froze on the spot upon hearing his mother's unimaginable answer. He barely managed to choke out, "Mom." She asked with concern, "What is it, Yan?" Yan said nothing, only thinking to himself, "I'll make sure that from now on, Mom won't have to do any housework, so she'll never have to think like this again." The scene changes to the Green River Royal Castle. Yan adjusted his sleeves while lost in thought, a little worried. I've never met the Emperor in person, not even in my past life. He had changed into a formal suit suitable for an audience with the Emperor. In my previous life, by the time I graduated from the academy and saw how the world worked, he was already on his deathbed. The ruler of this country, in his and everyone else's impression, was an emperor praised for his wisdom and sagacity. Yan followed the guide. He looked around with great curiosity, eager to learn that from the emperor if possible. From the window, Yan looked over at the castle next door and immediately recognized it as the prince's palace. A flood of memories rushed back. What was that guy doing now? The fifth son of a concubine, that fifth prince resembled the emperor the most but was born without his father's love. His name was Jiang Na, and he was both Yan's old friend and his greatest enemy. Yan couldn't help but worry about what he should do when he met him in this life. The guide finally stopped in front of a room. He said, "Young Master Yan, please come this way. The Emperor is waiting for you." Then, the door slowly opened, and Yan composed himself, ready to step inside and face the Emperor. Inside the room, the Emperor and the Crown Prince were waiting for him. Yan knelt down and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor for a lowly person like me to meet you." Terry's stern voice rang out, commanding Yan, "Raise your head." He looked at the boy and said, "Hero of the North, Yan, you've achieved a great deal in a short amount of time." Yan replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As the Emperor of the nation, Terry didn't pay much attention to minor details. He said, "Don't try too hard. You probably haven't been taught proper etiquette. That's enough for now, so stand up." Yan slowly stood up as he was commanded. In his mind, he replayed the last sentence. "You haven't been taught proper etiquette, so you don't need to try too hard." That line was very familiar to him. Even the first time he met Jiang Na, he had said the same thing. Terry spoke again. "You traveled a long way to get here. Do you like the villa? I've given you one of my royal houses." While he was talking to Yan, Hyen, who was standing beside him, also took notice of the boy. As soon as their eyes met, Hyen cheerfully waved hello. Yan didn't dare to be rude in front of the Emperor, so he had to answer him. "It's a place so grand I couldn't even have imagined it," he said, though he was complaining internally. "What is he doing in front of the Emperor?" Terry heard this and asked again, "So, do you like it or not?" With all the sincerity he could muster, Yan replied, "I do. My mother is also very happy." It seemed Terry was very satisfied with that answer. He smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then he got straight to the point. "So, are you on your guard? The reason I sent my heir to bring you here and gifted you a villa the moment you arrived." Hearing such a direct question, Yan hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should be more direct himself. He looked at the elegant man before him and couldn't help but think of the fifth prince. Jiang Na liked to speak directly, without hiding anything. Since he resembled the Emperor, perhaps His Majesty was the same. No, Not yet. Yan's hands clenched into fists. He tried to control himself because until he had everything he wanted, he was just a 12-year-old boy and needed to act accordingly. Yan figured that acting like a child would be the best approach right now. Then he replied as innocently as he could, "Isn't it because I'm more talented than the others? From what they say, it seems my magic is better, so..." Terry cut him off. "You're more talented than the others?" he asked again. "Is that what you think?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Yan still didn't know how to answer properly. Seeing his predicament, Hyen felt uneasy. He looked up and called out, "Father." Hyen forced a smile and came to Yan's rescue. He's just a child. What would he know? Terry was a bit surprised to hear his son speak up. He thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever seen the boy defend someone. It seemed this young mage would be the perfect choice to aid in Hyen's succession. With that thought, he replied, "True." Then Terry continued speaking to Yan. "Your talent. I called you here because of your talent. Even the knights and mages who witnessed it couldn't help but praise you. I heard that you were a great help in discovering that spy. There were only 3 people in the room." The Emperor's voice echoed steadily. "When a citizen accomplishes something great, it is only right that they be rewarded. Now, tell me, is there anything you want?" he asked Yan so directly. Yan rejoiced internally, for he had achieved his goal. Finally, my chance. The Emperor's authority. He had thought about it so much. He kept reminding himself that he was just a child. At that moment, Hyen spoke up for him. He once said he wanted to visit the old Ivory Tower. He's very curious. Children his age are all like that. I think you should allow it, father. Hearing Hyen say exactly what he wanted, a faint smile appeared on Yan's lips. Terry didn't give it much thought and agreed immediately. "All right, I'll give you a seal. As long as you're here, you can use that to move around." Following his order, a servant brought the seal to the boy. Unexpectedly, the item was made of gold. It sparkled endlessly in Yan's hand. Terry added, "You can also show it to someone and ask them for directions." He asked, "Is that all you want?" Yan replied softly, "Could there possibly be anything more?" At this, the Emperor said cheerfully, "Then I shall reward you myself. Come, bring it in." At his command, several maids entered one by one. They carried in a large chest overflowing with gold coins. Terry said, "This is your reward." He then turned to the dozen maids beside him and said, "These maids will clean the mansion every day. I will send them to the mansion so you can be comfortable." Seeing these maids, Yan couldn't help but remember his mother's worries. "Looks like Mom won't have to worry anymore," Yan said sincerely. "Thank you, Your Majesty." A while later, everything was finally over. Yan stood alone outside the door, thinking to himself, he's probably not like the others. Instead of being drawn to him, I feel more suspicious. He thought that the Emperor was probably like that with everyone, just like Rang Na. As he thought, he tightened his grip on the seal he had just received. Suspicion is a fundamental part of ruling and managing. Rang Na liked to say that. His thoughts raced with every step he took. First, I need to focus on what's important. I don't have much time. A moment later, Yan went alone to a garden in the royal palace. The guard there immediately noticed him. He asked, "Mage, what brings a kid like you here?" Yan replied in an innocent tone, "Where is the garden?" Then he cheerfully took out the seal. "The Emperor told me to show you this." Seeing it, the guard's attitude immediately changed. "Yes, this way, please. I'll show you." Yan thought to himself that he would try to act like he was visiting a famous landmark to get there. After a while, Yan finally did it. He had entered the Holy Land of the Empire. His eyes filled with a bit of displeasure as he recalled a certain phrase, "I like it here, Yan." In his previous life, Rang Na had told him that this place served the Emperor and Empress, and no one other than the royal family could enter. "I'm just a prince, so I can't right now, but I'll definitely be able to come here one day, right?" That's what he had asked with a smile back then. Back in the present, Yan had already gone inside, where a flickering oil lamp illuminated the surrounding space. Yan pressed himself into a corner, seemingly doing something stealthily. He saw the guard neglecting his duty, fast asleep and snoring. It turned out that while the other guards were usually vigilant, they were now dozing off because Yan had secretly cast a sleeping spell on them. After making sure no one was watching, he went inside alone to search for something. It should be near the Emperor's coffin, right? Yan searched around nonstop. It has to be around here, right? Suddenly, Yan's attention was drawn to one spot. His eyes widened in surprise. "Found it," Yan exclaimed joyfully in his mind. "Stoneheart mushrooms." He immediately used an ice spear to skillfully pick the mushrooms. He had gotten what he wanted. Yan exclaimed, "Great, this will be enough." He slowly put them into his bag. Suddenly, at that moment, a sound came from over there. "Where are you going at this late hour?" Yan froze when he heard that voice. A bad feeling flashed through his mind. Someone's here. "Don't tell me." Yan quickly deactivated the orb of light in his hand, and the space immediately plunged into darkness. The people outside were whispering about something. Yan could only catch a few phrases. What was that? But he didn't know what they had discussed. Someone replied, I understand. Yan felt a bit nervous. He stood silently in a dark corner of the room, waiting to see what would happen outside. Just then, Kelvin walked in and said, Your Highness, even so, this place is a bit. Hiding in a corner, Yan thought to himself, Her Royal Highness, the Princess. Huh? There are only 3 descendants right now. Whoever it is, it can't be Rang Na. Princess Harry Green River replied softly, Not many people visit this place, and frankly, people rarely even pass by. The sound won't escape this room. She added, Besides, as a princess, my job is to manage this sacred place, and you will check the magic seal upon it. We both have our roles. Hearing her voice, Yan immediately recognized her. It was Harry Green River, the first prince's biological sister. Kelvin asked, Your Highness, why don't you inform the Ivory Tower? When he mentioned this, Harry's attitude changed, and she shouted in protest, No way. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Don't you already know that the Ivory Tower is very dangerous? But when she thought of her father and older brother, Harry's expression became cheerful as she said, I'm sure our ancestors will understand, because I'm doing this for His Majesty and my brother. Seeing the princess's determination, Kelvin knew he couldn't persuade her. He had no choice but to go along with it, saying, I understand. In that case, I will do my best to assist you until then. He turned and asked, Have you memorized the basic spells I taught you last time? She replied enthusiastically, Of course. Kelvin praised her. Very good, then made a request. Then please show me the light spell first. Harry also carried it out very seriously. Then let the mana flow like this. And just as expected, a second later, the princess was able to create a small orb of light. Yan, watching from the dark corner, was astonished by the sight. The princess is using magic. Seeing her light, Harry complained, Why is mine so small? Kelvin patiently explained to her, Because you've only recently started practicing magic. Yan once again thought back to the Harry Green River from his previous life. She lived her whole life like a bird in a cage. And when Jiang Na ascended the throne and the crown prince was executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended her own life. It wasn't until this life that Yan realized something. He never expected a woman like that to be a mage. Why would she be hiding something? Yan was a little curious about her reasons. Because in the Green River Empire, hiding one's potential to become a mage was a crime. The same went for private magic education outside the Ivory Tower and the Academy. And I'm sure that Mage knows this too. I don't know what Harry's intentions are, but she made a request. Sir Kevin, next time, please teach me attack magic, too. Like a volcano, for example. Kevin replied to the princess helplessly. Even I can't use that spell, Your Highness. Hearing this, Harry quickly made an excuse. I was just kidding. Suddenly, Harry seemed to sense something behind her. She immediately turned her head to look. Kevin followed her gaze and asked, What is it, Your Highness? Harry said, I thought I heard a sound just now. This news was like a lightning strike to Kevin. He was afraid they would be discovered. Do you think someone saw us? That would be terrible, Kevin said worriedly. Let's end it for today. Harry reassured him. Don't worry, Sir Kevin, because only royalty is allowed to enter here. By now, it was already late afternoon. At some point, Yan had already gone outside. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself that he had discovered many surprising things today. To think that Harry Green River was a mage, something he had never known, even in his past life. Yan recalled the princess's intense reaction earlier. Could he guess the reason she was risking committing a crime by hiding it from the Ivory Tower? It's probably because she's wary of the tower that supports Jiang Na, Yan thought to himself as he walked away. Although I wasted quite a bit of time in there. As he was passing through the gate, a guard spoke up. Sir Mage, did you have a good tour? A bright smile was on the guard's face. Yan looked at the guard with innocent eyes, thinking to himself, this was more than enough, before replying, Yes, I'm satisfied. A while later, at Yan's mansion, Radio ran out to greet him as soon as he walked through the door. Master Yan, you're back. He also approached and asked, Yes, where are my mother and the others? He replied, Lady Fa is speaking with the servants sent from the royal palace, and Doug Glass is currently touring the mansion. According to Radio, his son was behaving like an excited puppy, eagerly exploring the new house. The boy couldn't stop exclaiming about the place. It's so big. After hearing this, Yan said, Good. In that case, Radio, may I speak with you for a moment? So, the two of them went into a room to talk. Yan, now feeling at ease, spoke, I want you to create a secret potion for me. Radio asked, puzzled, What kind of secret potion are you talking about? Then, Yan took out a bag of mushrooms he had just picked. He then explained more about these mushrooms. This is the stone heart mushroom. It's poisonous. It paralyzes the body and causes the heart to stop. Hesitation was clear on Radio's face. You're asking me to create a potion with such a dangerous mushroom? A poison can also be a secret potion. Just then, Yan mentioned, "Have you ever heard of interrogation magic?" He hesitated for a few seconds but replied, "I have." Yan stated his intention clearly. "I need a potion that helps evade that kind of magic. Can you do it?" As soon as Yan finished, Radio agreed, saying, "I'll have to run some experiments. Is it urgent?" "Urgent. The sooner, the better." Yan insisted, making his request with such urgency. While Radio was lost in thought, Yan's attention was drawn to a knock on the door. A voice announced from outside, "Master Yan, a letter has arrived for you from the Ivory Tower." After a moment, a maid respectfully brought the letter in. Yan slowly took out the paper to read. Every word was written with great care. "Dear Mage Yan Fa, much like the royal family, the Ivory Tower is also very eager to meet you. Therefore, although we should have waited until the official registration day at the academy to meet, teaching a talented mage alongside other new mages shouldn't be too difficult, would it?" Yan read every line of the letter intently. "For that reason, I would like to propose that we meet in 1 week, and I hope you will accept the Ivory Tower's request, as a mage whose name is on the Ivory Tower's list." As soon as he finished reading the letter, Yan immediately spoke to Radio. "You have 1 week?" he asked in surprise. 1 week? It was the first time Yan had used such a tone with Radio. "Is that too difficult?" He knew for sure that there was no room for negotiation, so he reluctantly replied, "Of course not. 1 week isn't a problem. It just means I'll have to give up sleep," Radio said, dejected. Hearing this, Yan still couldn't change his decision. "Then I apologize for the trouble, but I'm counting on you." That luxurious blue carriage belonged to Yan. He was on his way to the Ivory Tower. Yan sat alone in the carriage, his hand fumbling for something in his pocket. A vial of dark black liquid was in his hand. "So this is the medicine Reddy made from the stoneheart mushroom. Drinking it will keep my heart stable for 2 hours. A worried look appeared on his face. "Only 2 hours?" From the small window of the carriage, Yan gazed outside. He saw the imposing Ivory Tower up ahead. This was the place he had abandoned everything and left in his past life. Now, Yan had returned to this place. After a moment, an attendant informed him, "Sir Yan, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower." Just as Yan stepped out of the carriage, a soft voice caught his attention. "You've arrived, Sir Yanfa." A girl emerged from the Ivory Tower. She introduced herself as Maris and greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome to the Ivory Tower." Maris said enthusiastically, "This way, please. I will guide you to the Tower Master." She then led Yan inside. "This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall," Maris explained. Yan looked up, taking in the scene. Seeing this familiar sight made him think that back then and now, no, in both the present and the future, this place would remain the same. Maris pointed ahead and said, "Do you see that golden disc?" Yan replied, "I do." She then explained its function. "It helps you move to the different floors of the tower. It's a device called a mana lift." According to Maris, the golden ones are for high-ranking mages, so they can go directly to the top floor. "Would you please step onto the disc?" Yan slowly stepped onto the golden disc. She continued to instruct him. "The high-ranking mages are waiting for you in the Tower Master's room on the top floor. Well then, farewell." As soon as Yan was in position, the golden disc beneath his feet immediately lit up, revealing a magic circle shaped like clocks. In the very next moment, a blinding flash of light illuminated the entire entrance hall. Yan, however, stood calmly within it, perhaps because he was all too familiar with this from his past life. At that moment, Yan tightened his grip on the vial of potion. A second later, he downed its contents. In an instant, the golden disc arrived and came to a stop. Yan was now fully prepared, ready to face whatever was about to happen. He walked up to a large black door, which then opened automatically. Yan stepped inside accordingly. Upon seeing him appear, the master of the Ivory Tower, HB, spoke in greeting. "Welcome, Yan Fa." He sat arrogantly on his chair and said in a condescending tone, "Thank you for accepting the invitation to our tower." Seeing that Yan showed no reaction, he continued, "Don't just stand there, have a seat." Inside the room, there were many others besides Yan. HB said, "You must be quite surprised, But there's no need to be afraid." He said this as everyone in the room stared intently at him. According to him, this was just a small requirement that every mage joining the tower had to go through. Yan slowly sat down in the prepared chair. Looking at their reactions, he understood the situation perfectly. The atmosphere made it clear they wanted to ensure his obedience. HB spoke as he opened some kind of information panel in his hand. "I know about your talents, but even without them, you are quite remarkable. To be honest, I'm still a bit suspicious." He spoke without even glancing at him. "But aren't we mana brothers, with a bond stronger than blood? If we can clear up any doubts, we should do so now." Yan replied in an innocent voice, "Do you mean you're going to torture me?" HB crossed his arms and denied it. "Goodness, why would we do something like that? There is no place for such barbaric acts in this tower." Suddenly, his gaze changed completely, becoming incredibly sharp and cold. We're just going to ask a few questions, and you just need to answer them. In the tense atmosphere, he announced, "Now then, let's begin." From Yan's personal information panel, HB read out each line precisely. Yan Fa, born in the year 488, zodiac sign of the Red Ram. Your father, Fen, is a wandering adventurer, and your mother, Vanessa Fa, was a— Is any of that information incorrect? Yan answered honestly, "No, it's all true." The bald man beside him asked further, "I want to know more about your relationship with the alchemist, Ratty." From this point on, aided by the potion, Yan began his performance, answering with perfect composure, "My mother is very weak. I need an alchemist who could provide medicine regularly, and the Lord introduced him to me." Another person questioned Yan, "Why did you visit the old Ivory Tower?" He replied, "I've seen it in many books, and I've always wanted to go there." Next, the man in blue, named Ronald, spoke up. "Do you remember the mage Cecilia?" Yan answered nonchalantly, "Of course, I remember." The man's serious tone continued, "You saw her talking to a masked person, and Cecilia was caught trying to kill you. Can you swear that this information is true?" Because she is still remaining silent, Yan feigned fear as he recalled the scene and said, "I swear. I really thought I was going to die." The white-haired woman followed up, "Can you swear that no one taught you magic?" Yan answered firmly, "Yes, never." Still full of suspicion, she continued to question him relentlessly. "Fireball, then. Summon spirit and ice crystal as well. How do you know so many spells? I want a reasonable answer. You're not going to tell me you just did it, are you?" Yan replied, "I just thought about them." Then he explained further. "For example, I imagined fire in the palm of my hand." He said it so matter-of-factly, I just had to imagine it, and one day, it became real. Hearing this answer, the crowd immediately shouted, "Impossible! That's absurd." For a long while after, they continued to gossip endlessly about Yan. Only Herb remained calm, lost in thought. His expression grew serious. Even the most powerful detection spell of the Ivory Tower was indicating that the boy was telling the truth. His eyes never left Yan for a second. A thought flashed through his mind. The legendary first mage. Could it be that this boy is his reincarnation? But then, a series of other possibilities also appeared in his mind. Or perhaps the boy is a mage of such a high level that even a high-ranking mage's detection spell has no effect. It's absurd for that child to have so much mana. Herb's brow furrowed even deeper. What could it be? Just as things were getting chaotic, Helen, a fourth-class mage, stood up in annoyance and shouted, "That's enough." Her attitude was one of clear dissatisfaction as she said, "Why do you all keep asking such useless questions? Stop wasting time and ask the real questions." Yan didn't know what to do in this situation. The people around them constantly tried to calm her down. "Helen, calm down. The Tower Master is still here. We all came here to question him, right?" But Helen continued, arrogantly striding in front of Yan to confront him. "You. What are you?" She spoke in a crude tone. "Use that mouth of yours and tell us what you are. Why don't you say anything besides nonsense?" Hearing Helen's harsh words, Yan thought to himself, "Right. She's that kind of person." Looking at the red-haired woman before him, Yan remembered, Helen. She was the youngest fourth-class mage before I arrived, and just like her nickname, the Fire Lady, she's very aggressive. But he had no intention of backing down to her. "Don't you already know?" Helen was stunned by the question thrown back at her. "What?" Yan pointed towards his information board and said, "It's written right over there." His voice rang out as he read the lines. Yanfa, born in the year 488, zodiac of the Red Ram. Haven't you read it? Hearing this, Helen was instantly provoked. She clenched her fists tightly. Her face was now a mask of pure fury. "How dare you speak like that?" While the two were still in conflict, Herb finally cut in with a loud voice, "That's enough." His gaze seemed like it could pierce right through the boy. Herb said in a stern voice, "Yanfa, let me ask you one last question. Do you remember? Before you took the mana reaction test, I heard there was a small incident. A soldier looked down on you and your mother. You remember that soldier, Jonathan, don't you?" Yan listened silently as he continued. Herb's tone carried a hint of suspicion. The next day, that soldier was found dead. When he was discovered, it said there were traces of mana on his body. Then, he got straight to the point and asked if he had anything to do with the soldier's death. Yan remained silent. He thought to himself, the Tower Master really lives up to his reputation. He observed the man's stern face and made his assessment. This man isn't overconfident in his magic. He always considers a third possibility. In a situation like this, a normal person would lose their composure and become frightened, being suspected of murder. But right now, Yan was completely calm. Detailed calculations raced through his mind. If my heart rate stays steady, I'll be even more suspicious. Yan was now wondering, since the man had said this was the last question, should I remove the effects of the potion now? Yan's determined gaze said it all. He had decided to give them the answer they wanted to hear. At that very moment, Yan skillfully negated the potion's effect, and his heartbeat became erratic as he gave his next answer. I don't know anything. The people in the room immediately noticed this change. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment, because they all had the same thought. Is the boy lying? Only then did the muscles on Herb's face relax slightly. He said, So, you had nothing to do with it? Yan replied nonchalantly, That's right. It seemed Herb was very pleased with this answer. He said, Of course. There's no way you could have killed him. Thank you for your honest answer to this difficult question. After that, the Tower Master justified himself with another statement. When I said there were traces of mana on his body, I was just making it up. He slipped off a bridge and died. That statement was delivered as if he believed his test of Yan had been a complete success. Yan remained silent, because only he knew that his own performance had been more successful than expected. But it wasn't over yet. Herb added, I'd like to end the meeting here and get something to eat, but I still have things to do, so I hope you'll understand. Once again, his monotonous voice echoed through the room. As you may already know, your talent is unprecedented, even within the tower. It's a mysterious power with no known information, so we must be extra cautious. He explained this and then continued, speaking about your current limits and how far you could go. A glass sphere was placed right where Yan was sitting. According to HB, the device in front of him was called a mana orb. You can consider it a crucial component that operates most of the tower. The Tower Master had already explained its function to Yan. Right now, it doesn't contain much mana, which is why it's this color. But when it holds more mana, it will turn blue. HB ordered him to try pouring his mana into it. Yan asked, All of it? He replied, Of course. We want to see your limits. After all, Yan walked up to the mana orb, silently calculating in his head that the vessel could withstand the mana of a third-class mage. Pouring in an amount of mana equivalent to a second-class mage would be the wisest decision. With that thought, he immediately placed his hand on it. Yan told himself, If I show them the amount of mana they're expecting, I can minimize their suspicion and get placed in a good class. Suddenly, he paused for a moment as his thoughts began to flow. But why? I'm just an 8th class mage. I'm not some great sorcerer or a legendary leader from history. I've always had to read the room and live a calculated life. While he was lost in thought, the orb had already turned blue. Recalling his past life, he had been able to give up everything: power, authority, glory. He could abandon everything he ever had. Mana continuously flowed from Yan's body into the orb, but he remained lost in his thoughts. But when it comes to magic, there's nothing I understand better. The powerful mana was surging more and more. One thing was certain. When it came to magic alone, no one stood above Yan. The mana orb received a massive amount of energy, turning a deeper and deeper shade of blue. Just a second later, it could no longer contain the power and began to crack. Then, in the next moment, the orb completely exploded, causing everyone around to gasp in astonishment. Streams of mana released from the orb were still flying throughout the room. It seemed Yan had truly poured all of his magical power into it. His breathing became labored. He tried to regulate his breathing, and even HB was speechless at the sight. The people beside them were still frozen in shock. Only Helen spoke up. How is this possible? She picked up a fragment of the orb. This orb could contain the mana of a third-class mage. A thought flashed through her mind. Does that mean this kid is even more powerful than a third-class mage? By this time, Yan had regained his composure. Sometime after Yan left, as the sky turned yellow, back in that same room, an angry hand slammed the table as someone shouted, Ian Page. The rumors about that kid are true. Ronald couldn't keep his composure and stood up, shouting, He's a 4th-class mage. That means he's on the same level as all of us, except for the Tower Master. His anger surged even more as he remembered Yan's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death. That was clearly the reaction of someone who was lying. He pressed his advantage, continuing, What do you all think this means? Before Ian Page becomes a dangerous threat to us, we have to put a leash on him. Everyone in the meeting fell silent, contemplating something after hearing him say that. Ronald argued, attending and graduating from the academy, then serving for 5 years. Don't you all think we should just scrap all that and tame him right away? HB finally spoke up. That would be a bit difficult, but you're not wrong. He said, Ian Page spending time at the academy would just be a waste. Instead, he'd be a threat to the other students. Even high-ranking mages like us are already feeling uneasy, so how would the rookies and young mages feel? As soon as he finished, the expressions on the other mages' faces grew even darker. Then, HB dismissed all of that, saying, whether Ian Page killed a soldier or prevented a death doesn't matter. He reasoned that what's important is this: even though the probing spell was flawless, we'll never know if he's telling a lie. That could affect us. HB seriously brought up an important point. As you all probably know, our highest priority is the value of this tower. To him, the more powerful mages this place has, the higher the tower's status. Suddenly, someone asked, Then why not just accept Ian Page as the 12th high-ranking mage and officially announce the arrival of a 4th-class mage? Of course, I'm well aware of that, HB said. But given his talent and age, I think it would be best to have a specific high-ranking mage teach him. What do you all think? All the mages present voiced their agreement. Sounds good. I agree. I was hoping for that. Hearing their consensus, HB said with satisfaction, excellent. Afterward, just as he was about to assign someone to be in charge of Ian Page's education, a hand suddenly shot up and said, I'll do it. A few days later, Yan returned to the Ivory Tower. However, upon his return this time, Yan was still a bit stunned. He hadn't expected to be recognized as a high-ranking mage so quickly. He stood dazedly in front of the tower for a moment, lost in thought. I had a feeling this would happen, but it's all moving so fast. Just then, the familiar figure of Maris appeared. The moment she saw him, she called out, Sir Yan. Seeing her, Yan was a bit surprised and said, We meet again. Maris hesitated before replying, Well, I heard the news that you're a fourth circle mage. Yan felt a little awkward hearing her say that. Yes, that's right. Maris's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's amazing. A high-ranking mage at just 12 years old. That incredible rumor was true. Yan gave a non-committal reply. What kind of rumors are spreading? Then she looked at him cheerfully and said, You've probably heard, but I've been assigned as your support mage for 1 year. She maintained her friendly demeanor, saying, But who is really helping whom? Yan also replied with a bright smile. You can speak comfortably. You're my senior, after all. Senior? The word immediately startled Maris. She seemed to have been energized, her enthusiasm surging. Well then, since I'm your senior, I'll give you a tour of the Ivory Tower. Yan replied politely, Thank you. And so, the two of them went on a tour of the Ivory Tower together. Maris pointed to a building ahead. That is the Ivory Tower's Magic Academy, she explained. You were supposed to enroll there today, but you'll be receiving special training from the high-ranking mages instead. Yan just followed silently without saying anything, because in his mind, he was thinking. Special training, is that what they call it? It's just a plan to turn me into their loyal dog. That's Herb for you. At that moment, Yan's gaze suddenly paused, because he had seen his academy friends from his past life. He remembered that he had once stood there, too, but in his previous life, they were all assassinated by his youngest uncle's spies during the First Unification War, so I never thought I would see them again. A sense of anticipation grew inside Yan. It might be difficult to become close friends, but I should go and greet them soon. A moment later, Maris brightly announced to him, This is your private laboratory. She also added thoughtfully, I heard you would be using it, so I already cleaned it with a cleaning spell. The laboratory door slowly opened. Yan was surprised when he saw the room inside. His eyes widened in shock because this was also his room from his past life. Seeing Yan's reaction, Maris immediately spoke up. When this tower was created 300 years ago, there were 24 high-ranking mages, but now there are less than half, so there are many spare rooms. She said, The Tower Master wants you to use this room for your personal matters. Then, she left him alone in the room. Please wait here. I'll go get the mage in charge of you. The door closed abruptly, and the atmosphere inside became silent as Yan was left standing there alone. He walked around, touching each familiar object. It's been a while since I last set foot in this room. Yan reminisced about the old memories he had here. Unlike last time, he had obtained this room 7 years earlier in this life. He now had the authority of a high-ranking mage. A thought appeared in his mind. There's one thing I have to do, and that is to create a new faction within the Ivory Tower. Yan silently calculated the time frame within 6 years from now. He figured this was the period when Jiang Na would begin to make her move under the tower's protection. I have to create it before then, a faction that can stand against Jiang Na, the one protected by Herb. However, Yan himself knew this would be very difficult to achieve because power here was based on loyalty to the Tower Master, fear of his overwhelming strength, and high rank. There was only one way Yan could possibly do it. If he reached the same level as the Tower Master, or even higher, the time would come for him to take full control of this tower. Thinking this, Yan sighed to himself. It's best to act like a polite child for now. Until then, even I can't surpass the 5th circle with this small body. Suddenly, the sound of the door being roughly thrown open startled Yan. From outside, someone's footsteps entered without even asking for his permission. Hello. Yan curiously turned to look, a forced smile appearing on his face. Looks like more trouble is coming my way. Of all people, did they have to send her? It turned out to be Helen. She stood there brazenly and said, Long time no see. Then she gave a smile as if provoking Yan. You insolent brat. Yan looked at her and thought to himself, Helen, they just had to send her. At that moment, Yan's lips parted as if to say something. He innocently mentioned that she was the one who cleaned up the broken vase. However, she wasn't angry anymore and just remarked, Looks like you're more than just insolent. Helen calmly walked forward. All right, I'm sure you've heard the news. She then continued, Proper etiquette. The history of the tower, magical theory. These are the things you would have learned at the academy, but the Tower Master wants to teach you within the tower. He recalled Herb's words. What was it he said about how the other children would lose confidence if a monster like me studied with them? As Helen spoke, she began casting some sort of spell, but the issue was that a book on the shelf fell down under Helen's influence. She arrogantly held a book in her hand and said, "What's the point of doing this?" Meanwhile, a series of other books flew out as well. The next second, the books all fell to the floor at once. She waved her hand, tossing the thing in her hand aside and said, "Boring things like this aren't my specialty, and those old hags are much better at teaching it than I am." Suddenly, Helen leaned in close to Yen's face and said, "Cecilia, you defeated that girl, didn't you?" She rambled on that she had high hopes for Cecilia. That girl was quite skilled in combat magic. Perhaps if Cecilia hadn't been discovered by Yan, she could have continued and followed in Helen's footsteps. "I never expected that girl to be a spy." Her gaze fell upon Yan as she said, "But you were able to defeat Cecilia." Yan silently listened to the red-haired woman ramble on. Helen added, "Since I've become your teacher, I'll teach you something." She then listed off a series of mage types, explaining there were many different kinds. There are mages trained for combat, mages trained to support others, and mages who dedicate their lives to studying alchemy. As for the rest, Helen showed a contemptuous attitude, calling them just useless extras. Then she turned and asked, "Which type do you think I am?" Yan sighed and replied, "The first type, exactly." She said, beaming with pride, "I bet no one can defeat me in that field." Helen believed she was different from other mages, who only cared about the elegant appearance of a high-class mage. "I will teach you my way." She then turned on her heel to leave, looked at Yan, and said, "Follow me." Seeing Yan's silence, she insisted, "Of course, you have no right to refuse." A while later, the two of them arrived at the training ground. Helen looked scornful. "Now, do you understand what you have to do here?" Her voice rang out, full of challenge. "Attack me. Make me want to teach you." Yan looked at the rude woman before him and thought to himself, "She's no different from my past life. Even back then, she annoyed me by challenging me, but this time, I won't let her be the one to start things." A clear determination could be seen in the depths of Yan's eyes. "I'll shatter that arrogance of hers." The surrounding mages were immediately intrigued by the two of them. The sound of non-stop chatter filled the air. "What kind of challenge is this for that kid? I mean, Yan. Isn't it a bit dangerous to have him fight her?" Helen maintained her look of sky-high confidence. "Looks like we have enough of an audience. Shall we begin?" While Yan was warming up, she spoke again. "You go first. I'm the teacher, so I'll give you the first move." Yan took off his cloak and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" That one question successfully provoked her. Helen replied, annoyed, "Who should be worried about whom here?" He immediately got into position and answered, "Then I won't hold back." As he spoke, Yan held out his hand to cast a spell. His eyes closed gently, and he mumbled an incantation, as streams of energy could be seen radiating from around him. Helen just stood there watching, without a hint of being on guard. "So, you've seen a thing or two. Are you planning to put up a barrier first?" Her eyes were filled with contempt. "Whatever barrier it is, I can break it instantly." The moment she finished speaking, giant fireballs appeared right behind Helen, as if ready to attack at any moment. At that exact moment, Yan cast the ice block spell. Blocks of ice began to freeze upwards from Yan's feet. In just a moment, the cold ice had reached his neck. Then, Yan completely froze himself solid. Helen's eyes widened in astonishment at his action. "Are you kidding me, kid?" She tapped the block of ice a few times and said, "The best you could come up with is a block of ice? Are you planning to sleep in there until you run out of mana? Hello? Can you hear me?" The reason Helen reacted this way was because Ice Block is the strongest defensive spell that protects the user, but upon activation, the user falls asleep and cannot cast other spells. She continued to grumble, "My God, I have no idea what you're thinking. I was a fool to hope that." Suddenly, the words Helen was about to say got stuck in her throat because she heard a sound from behind her. The crowd around them also heard the strange sound. What's that noise? Only Helen could sense that the sound was coming from Yen's block of ice. She immediately spun around to look. Helen's blazing red eyes now became rigid. A thought beyond imagination flashed through her mind. "No way. That's impossible." Helen kept denying it to herself while still staring intently at Yan. At that moment, Yan's eyes, which were supposed to be deep in sleep, suddenly opened. Helen couldn't believe it and thought to herself, "He can still move inside the ice block." That thought made her unconsciously take a few steps back. Suddenly, a series of tree roots appeared around Helen, surrounding her. She ground her teeth in frustration and cursed, "Damn it." At that moment, the roots began to grow relentlessly and attack Helen. Each one moved with incredible speed. If she let her guard down for even a second and failed to dodge, she could be impaled. She had no choice but to do her best, dodging the attacks while using fire magic to counter. Helen looked at the roots chasing her and said in frustration, "Damn it. Even if I try to burn them all, they just keep coming. If this keeps up, I'll be the one who ends up cornered. Then its attention would shift to Yan. Before that happens, I have to get to the kid in the ice block, she thought to herself, trying to figure out how to get him out. But right now, Helen still couldn't think of a way. But how? How could he move and cast spells from inside an ice block? While she was lost in thought, a tree root shot towards her from behind. Helen couldn't react in time and could only stare at it with wide, terrified eyes. Then, her piercing scream echoed through the area. In the end, the red-haired woman was restrained by the roots. After everything was over, he released himself from his own ice block and stepped out. Only now did she finally admit it. I guess the rumors that you have the same talent as the first mage are true, Helen said casually. All right, I lost. So can you get these filthy vines off of me now, kid? But Yan replied, no, not yet. Ending it this quickly would be very disappointing. As if not believing her own ears, she asked again. What? A flash of fear crossed Helen's face. What more do you want? I already said I lost. He didn't stop. His arms slowly rose to prepare for the next attack. Sparks of electricity crackled from Yan's hand, and even the dark clouds in the sky began to rumble and gather. Seeing the terrifying scene before her, Helen screamed in fear. Wait, kid. Yan. The lightning in Yan's hand grew more intense, despite her unceasing screams. This is just a practice match. Helen screamed desperately. Yan, stop it. Stop. But Yan showed no signs of stopping. The very next second, he unleashed a full lightning spell. A huge part of the sky behind him flashed brightly as bolt after bolt of lightning struck down. Much to Helen's astonishment, the onlookers were now dead silent, not saying a single word. To her amazement, all the surrounding vines and roots were burned to a crisp. It was only then that Helen realized she hadn't been hit. Yan's last attack had precisely targeted the roots that were binding her. I'm alive. To think that someone as arrogant as Helen would end up having such a thought when facing a 12-year-old kid. That fear grew even greater when she saw Yan approaching her. Even though Yan hadn't done anything yet, she quickly screamed, "Stay away." Only then did Yan speak softly, "Lady Helen." Just hearing her name called made her freeze in terror. Her whole body trembled as she listened to Yan speak. "Can you still?" Yan said with a mysterious smile. "Teach me anything else." This made her so scared she didn't dare say another word, only shaking her head frantically. Yan smiled, satisfied that he had achieved his goal. He said, "Well then, I'll be leaving for now." With that, Yan turned and walked away. He walked away with light footsteps. Looking at the crowd of onlookers, Yan spoke up, "Sorry to ask, but could you please make way? I'm quite tired." After he said that, they all parted to either side, clearing a path for Yan. Perhaps what they had just witnessed made it impossible for them to look down on this young mage anymore. One afternoon at the Ivory Tower, the Ivory Tower's mages were walking hurriedly. Tower Master Urge turned to ask his subordinate about Helen's current condition. He bowed his head and replied, "She's quite haggard. She's been skipping meals for the past few days." His face darkened. To think she would pick a fight with a 12-year-old boy and ruin her own elegance. How foolish. He was so wrong to think that he could break Yan Fa's pride by having her teach him. He never thought Helen would be defeated by that brat. Only now did Hirsch belatedly realize it. From the very beginning, this was never about whether he could be controlled or not. He isn't a dog we can leash and control. He's a wild wolf. Herbs rationalized his mistake by reassuring himself. It seems we'll need more time than expected to turn him into a useful tool. He hurried to a room, and the door opened as he approached. It turned out the person waiting for Urch was the fifth prince, Jiang Na. He spoke up, "You've arrived?" Urch replied respectfully, "My apologies. It seems I am late, Your Highness." Jiang Na closed the book in his hand and replied, "It's fine." Then he requested of the Tower Master, "Could you tell me the details from before?" Jiang Na's face now showed a keen interest in the story. He stated his desire. The incident concerning that mage, Yan Fa. On a beautiful morning at Yan's villa, Douglas Glad stepped out, skipping cheerfully. He was now wearing a new uniform with exquisite tailoring, completely different from his previous simple clothes. His face was filled with excitement as he said, "Dad, I'm ready to go. Let's go." Radio was the same. He had put on a new suit and replied happily, "All right, let's head out." He turned to Yan, who was sitting inside reading a book. "Yan, I'm taking Douglas to the academy." Douglas chirped like a little bird. "I'll be back, leader." After saying that, the father and son gently closed the door and left. Once they left, everything became quiet again. Since only Yan was there, he found himself thinking about how today was Douglas's first day of school. The reason the father and son were so happy was that Douglas had been accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy as the top applicant right after applying. His talent was certainly outstanding. Yan also felt quite reassured, thinking he had a good grasp of the Ivory Tower's one-on-one curriculum, so it should be relatively easy. He closed the book in his hands and leaned back on the sofa. "Looks like I'll be free for a while." But he hadn't been resting for long before he stood up, thinking to himself again. Ever since I turned back time, I've been running nonstop. Ram hasn't made any obvious moves yet, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit around and do nothing. With that thought, Yan started walking somewhere. To regain my full power, my body needs to develop more. Yan's thoughtful gaze drifted past the window frame, his small hand resting on the glass, trembling slightly. It seemed he was still very worried. But can I really just rest like this? Just then, a maid entered the room. Master Yan, she said, handing him an invitation that had been sent from the palace. Yan looked at the card and asked, an invitation? Even after taking it, he still wondered. There aren't any special events happening, are there? Yan looked closely at the seal. It was only then that he realized the invitation was from the Crown Prince. That evening, Yan went to the location where the party was being held. It was an incredibly magnificent castle. Even though he had arrived, Yan still couldn't believe that the prince had actually invited him to a place like this, because there was always an unwritten rule that mages who weren't of noble birth were not to be invited to such parties. He put a hand on his hip, hesitating as he thought, what is this guy thinking? Looking at the enormous castle, Yan thought again, and I never expected the party to be hosted by the Crown Prince himself. Perhaps it was because, in Yan's memory, the prince from his past life was very reclusive when it came to interacting with other nobles and never hosted any friendly events with any of them. His attitude had cost him the opportunity to make a debut in the political world. As a result, all the nobles turned their backs on him. Clearly, the Haydn from his past life was nothing like the Crown Prince, who was actively building trustworthy relationships with other nobles. In the end, that guy managed to seize most of the Crown Prince's political power. Yan let out a sigh. It was understandable, as the Crown Prince often ignored the Emperor's advice due to his impulsive and lazy nature. But he couldn't help but wonder what was making him so proactive. Still, this will probably benefit me. However, thinking back, he had never even gotten close to places like this in his past life. It seemed Yan would just have to sit quietly in a corner. Finally, Yan mustered up the courage to go inside. He handed the invitation to his servant. Welcome, Master Yan. Then, the door slowly creaked open, and who knows what was waiting for him inside. Inside the castle, everything was decorated lavishly, yet with an undeniable elegance, a style truly befitting the royal family. The moment Yan stepped inside, all eyes turned to him. Everyone glanced at Yan and then began whispering amongst themselves. Yan forced a polite smile. As expected, this was not comfortable at all. Just then, the servant's voice rang out. His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Everyone in the hall stopped and bowed respectfully before the Crown Prince. Haydn entered with elegant steps. He appeared with neatly styled hair and a very eye-catching blue formal suit. Haydn spoke softly. I would like to extend my thanks to all the esteemed guests who have come to my party today. He stood on a high landing, his voice echoing clearly throughout the room. As you all know, I will be hosting this evening's festivities on behalf of His Majesty, the Emperor. Haydn continued. Normally, we would begin the party with a speech, but today, I wish to introduce someone to you all. After speaking, Haydn smiled and turned his head to look at Yan, making Yan instantly understand his intention. Is he planning to introduce me? Just then, Haydn announced in a loud, dramatic voice. Our special guest for tonight, the youngest fourth-class mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. My precious guest from Mowgli. As he finished his sentence, he pointed towards where Yan was standing. The name Yan being shouted out loud made him freeze for a few seconds. The entire party fell silent for a moment, but Haydn shattered the atmosphere with a radiant face. Welcome, Yan. He continued to ramble on. I'm sure you've guessed that I organized this party to introduce you. Yan had no choice but to reply. Thank you very much. Haydn, thinking Yan was genuinely pleased, replied, It's nothing. It was only then that Yan realized he had walked into a trap. He thought to himself, damn it, this is a scheme to show the nobles that I'm on the Crown Prince's side. Knowing Haydn's personality, Yan was certain that this plan was definitely orchestrated by the Emperor, not the Prince. Then Haydn added, I've been hearing about your performance in the tower, he said with great pride. You were classified as a high-class mage the moment you arrived. I can just imagine the look on those arrogant old men's faces. You know, when I first met you in Mogryan, I wondered why I had to go all that way for some scrawny little brat. Yan retorted in dissatisfaction, scrawny. But I never expected you to be so amazing. Haydn's face was beaming with delight. Then, from the bottom of his heart, he spoke very sincerely to Yan again. Although I'm holding this party for my father, I truly think that meeting you there was an excellent choice. After saying that, he even gave Yan a wink. But things were just getting started, because Haydn said, I also want to introduce you to someone. He pointed to the opposite side and said, This way. Yan, who was still reeling from the first surprise, was now hit with another. In the direction Haydn pointed, there was a girl with shimmering golden hair, wearing a formal dress designed very similarly to the Crown Prince's. It was no surprise when he introduced her to Yan, saying, This is my younger sister, Harry. She spoke softly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yan. I am Harry Green River. Harry's voice rang in his ear. Your name has become quite famous, even within the palace, so I've heard about you as well. Her radiant energy overwhelmed Yan. I am deeply honored, Harry said shyly. Unfortunately, I can only come to say hello today, but please accept my invitation to have lunch with me. So, you can tell me about your achievements in Mogrian. Yan replied, I can only tell you a few stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you'll be bored. But she still answered enthusiastically. That's fine. I'm not only interested in magic, but also in how this world works, Harry said sincerely, with a radiant smile. So I would very much like to have a conversation with you, Yan. She added, in that case, I will contact you by letter soon. I hope you enjoy the party today as well. Yan replied politely, thank you for your kindness, princess. Then, Harry and Haydn left, leaving Yan standing there alone. He silently watched the princesses retreating back. Seeing her chatting happily with the other ladies made Yan think to himself, Princess Harry, she looks completely different from what I saw in the palace. Then he glanced over at Haydn. The crown prince looked worried, but he was doing a good job fulfilling his duty as the party's host. After thinking it over, Yan decided, well then, I should get going. Before things could get complicated, Yan quickly pushed the door open to go outside. His eyes immediately landed on a young man there. Looking at the person before him, Yan called out softly, Sir Oliver. He turned to look, asking with a hint of recognition. Yan. As Yan approached, he complimented Oliver. Sir Oliver, you look very dashing in this formal attire. The knight's cheeks immediately flushed red. He said shyly, it was an order from His Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Perhaps because there was nothing left to say, the atmosphere around them suddenly became strange. Yan thought awkwardly, maybe I shouldn't have stepped out onto the balcony. Just then, Oliver spoke first. I've heard the rumors. Hearing this, Yan asked curiously, rumors? Oliver explained, Helen, the high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. I heard you defeated that woman. Yan heard this line once again, as the prince had said something similar earlier. I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower. Yan then replied, so a rumor like that is spreading around outside. For some reason, I thought most of what happens in the Ivory Tower was kept secret. For Oliver, this was probably business as usual, so he said nonchalantly, what could knights even do in this day and age without that much information? Hearing the words this day and age, Yan was once again lost in thought. He thought about how the Green River Empire currently had several mages at the peak of the energy spectrum. Only the knights were significantly weaker, considered nothing more than decorations or ornaments. Meanwhile, Oliver spoke again. I'm very surprised. Not only are you the youngest fourth-class mage, but you also defeated Helen, the one they call the Lady of Flames. Sometimes I even wonder if you're really as young as you look. The moment his age was mentioned, Yan felt a pang of guilt and said, you give me too much credit. Suddenly, Oliver spoke in a serious tone. Now, no one can doubt that you have the Crown Prince's trust. The prince, who usually avoids interacting with other nobles, personally organized this party just for you. But because of that, there is one thing I need to verify. The captain of the Knight Order was now kneeling before him. Just to confirm one thing, whose side will you be on? Yan was stunned for a moment, seeing how serious he was. To me, it doesn't matter who you are or that you've reached that rank at such a young age. Because what I'm worried about is the fact that the Ivory Tower's mages are openly supporting the Fifth Prince. So I'm asking you now, will you side with the Ivory Tower? Yan calmly replied, that's a meaningless question. Who could possibly give an honest answer in a situation like this? Yet, Oliver persisted with his question. As a knight who serves the prince, I must have your answer. His sharp gaze fixed on Yan as he said in a grave voice, are you a friend or an enemy? To stand by the first prince's side until the very end. But he still answered vaguely, I'm not sure yet. An idea sparked in his mind. Maybe he could give Sir Oliver a hint. He then continued, however, I will never side with the fifth prince. Yan stated this firmly. Oliver was clearly surprised by that answer. He glanced around, afraid someone might have heard. But Yan had already planned for this. He reassured Oliver, I've used magic so only you can hear me, so don't worry. He asked Oliver, is that answer good enough? He smiled and replied, for now, that's a perfect answer. Oliver, now more relaxed, began. May I make a request? Yan wondered what kind of request he meant. With all seriousness, Oliver said, until you give me a definite answer to my question, please be my sparring partner. I need to get stronger. Hearing the request, Yan immediately figured it out. A sparring partner? You want me to teach you how to fight against mages? Could that sword eventually be pointed at me? But Oliver didn't confirm it, instead mimicking Yan's evasive way of speaking. I can't completely rule out that possibility, Yan said, half joking, half serious. Sir Oliver, you're quite shameless. He looked straight at him and said, obviously, I'm going to refuse this request. There's nothing in it for me. Suddenly, Oliver took something off from around his neck. He held it carefully in his hand. This necklace was given to me by the queen herself, on the day I was appointed as the first prince's personal guard. He said this with sincerity. Oliver explained that it was a necklace enchanted to purify the mind. Yan seemed to recognize this item. It's one of the royal treasures that I couldn't find any information on in my past life, other than the fact that its last owner was the queen. Oliver handed the precious necklace to Yan. I will pay with this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to a mage like you than to a knight like me. Yan asked again, wasn't this given to you by the queen herself? Oliver didn't hesitate to reply. She gave it to me so I could better serve my master. My proposal is to fulfill that duty. I'm sure she would understand. Yan hesitated for a moment without answering, but finally decided, if you're willing to go that far, then I accept. I'll take this necklace. As he said this, he took it in his hand. A look of complete satisfaction was now clear on Oliver's face. Just then, a huge explosion suddenly erupted from inside the banquet hall. Startled, they both looked inside at the same time. The explosion was so powerful that its force blew the tightly shut doors to pieces, and fire and smoke billowed out. Oliver's eyes immediately lost their usual calm composure. Realizing the first prince and the princess were still inside, he screamed in desperation, Your Highness! Yan and Oliver quickly headed inside. Oliver's urgent voice called out, Where are you, Your Highness? Immediately after, Hayden's voice replied, Over here, Captain. Fortunately, both the first prince and the princess were unharmed. Hayden frowned and said, How could something like this happen in the palace? Oliver rushed over. Prince, Princess, are you both all right? Hayden replied, We're fine. The knight squad was indeed quick to act, as Vice Captain Paul and the other knights ran right after. Your Highness, are you all right? Then he turned to Oliver and asked, Captain, are you injured? Oliver immediately asked, I'm perfectly fine. What's the situation outside? Paul quickly reported the current situation. A series of unidentified explosions are occurring inside the palace. We've activated the emergency communication orb, and we are mobilizing all forces to find the source of these explosions. Yan looked worried when he heard emergency communication orb, because the royal palace's emergency communication orb was a network connected to the Knight Squad's command center, the army barracks, and even the Ivory Tower. It allowed for the concentration of all mobilizable forces at the palace, and that meant that with the emergency communication orb activated, every knight and mage would gather at the palace. An unsettling thought crossed Yan's mind. What if this explosion was a diversion for that very purpose? He was terrified that his fear would come true. Could it be? Yan decisively cast a mana barrier. A mana barrier enveloped everyone present in the banquet hall. Remembering that Harry could also use magic, Yan turned to her and asked, Princess, do you know how to channel mana into a barrier? The surprised Harry said, What? Yan's tone was extremely serious. This is an emergency, so I need an answer. Harry replied hesitantly, I've learned. But before she could finish, Yan cut her off. Then can you maintain it? Then he turned and walked away decisively. Yan approached a group of maids nearby. I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel been here? They were all trembling as Yan questioned them. One maid spoke up in fear. Why, yes, sir. She was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to see the party. Hearing her answer, Yan understood everything. Just as he thought, their real target was Cecilia. By drawing forces to the palace with the explosion, they would infiltrate the Ivory Tower while surveillance was lax. Yan calmly analyzed the current situation. It doesn't matter what happens to Cecilia, but I have to make sure the information she has on me doesn't get back to the House of Kal-Wur. Meanwhile, in the Ivory Tower's prison, someone was stealthily infiltrating the area. The footsteps stopped in front of Cecilia's cell, and a voice spoke out. It's been a while, Cecilia. I'm surprised you're still alive. Because the person was carefully concealed, she couldn't recognize who it was at first. He slowly lowered his hood. It's me, Daniel. Then, the first thing he said to Cecilia was a word of scorn. I'm very disappointed in you. I thought you were a competent spy. Seeing him, Cecilia immediately grew frantic and shouted, Daniel, get me out of here. He calmly replied, Of course, but I need to check something first. She immediately answered, I haven't said anything. That brat, Yan Fa, he knew everything from the very beginning about the existence of the House of Kal-Wur and its members. Daniel asked suspiciously, Is that true? She touched the back of her neck and added, He even knows about the mana seal that neither you nor I knew about. Hearing this, he said, Cecilia, that's something most walkers don't know. Our superiors only told us after you were captured. Then Daniel asked, So, is there anything else you have to say? Cecilia replied, That's it. We don't have much time, right? Let's get out of here. But now, his attitude became hesitant. Is that so? Right after, the cell door slowly opened. Cecilia's face lit up with joy, thinking she had been saved. Just then, Daniel called her name, Cecilia. The moment she turned to ask what was wrong, he stabbed her directly in the neck. Her eyes went wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Daniel, however, just coldly watched her as she writhed in agony. He finally spoke. When you were imprisoned in the Ivory Tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. Blood poured from Cecilia's wound, leaving her to do nothing but wait for death as he continued to speak. You're a rather rare third-class mage, so we considered rescuing you. And this is the conclusion we came to. As he finished his sentence, Cecilia collapsed onto the cold floor. Despite just having killed someone, he let out a smirk and said, "Well then, fare thee well. I mean, goodbye." Suddenly, a voice rang out in response, "You too." This made Daniel instantly whip around, on guard, and swiftly throw the dagger toward the source of the voice. The dagger sped towards its target. However, Yan easily dodged it with a simple tilt of his head, though it still grazed his cheek. Seeing him standing there so calmly, Daniel shouted, "Who are you?" Yan didn't answer him, instead glancing down at the floor. Seeing Cecilia's body, he spoke, "So you got rid of Cecilia? That's good. One less thing for me to worry about, thanks to you." Unbeknownst to Daniel, Yan had already frozen his feet to the ground. Yan then slowly walked forward. "Daniel, it's a real shame we had to meet today." Yan's gaze was ice cold as he said flatly, "I swore I would kill you with my own two hands." Seeing he couldn't resist, Daniel pleaded, "Wait, wouldn't it be better for you if you let me live?" Of course, Yan had no intention of sparing him. "Finally, I can avenge the suffering of my friends." Daniel frantically tried to defend himself. "What are you talking about? I never killed your friends." Yan replied, "Of course you haven't, because he was the only one who knew. That won't happen for another 10 years. The ice continued to creep up, freezing his entire body. Yan then continued, "I made a promise to myself that when I returned, I would set everything right." Then, he gently touched the block of ice. In the blink of an eye, it instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yan stared at the murderer before him with a chilling gaze, then walked over to the corpse. Sure enough, there was also a mana seal on the back of his neck. "I've confirmed the mana seal on his neck. That's enough." Just then, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed from outside. It turned out to be Ronald and the mages of the Ivory Tower, who were approaching. His eyes widened in astonishment as he yelled, "Yanfa, what the hell happened here?" Ronald stammered, seeing the two corpses at Yan's feet. Elsewhere, in the Emperor's palace, Terry angrily slammed his fist on his throne and roared, "Two people have already gone missing inside the palace." He shouted reproachfully, from a maid, to the royal scribe, "What is the Ivory Tower doing while criminals are running rampant in the palace? Tower Master, answer me. Didn't you promise to uproot all the cancerous elements within the kingdom, and in return demand full authority for the Ivory Tower to hunt for spies?" Terry's every word made all the nobles present tremble in fear. Then, he made his decision. "I can no longer trust the Ivory Tower. I am hereby revoking all of its related authority. From now on, the Tower Master must share any information obtained from the search thus far with the knights and soldiers. Do you understand?" Hotch heard this and bowed in response. "I will obey your command, your majesty." Terry rubbed his forehead and said, "You may leave. From now on, there will be much to do." Hotch followed the order and quietly stepped outside. Just then, the Emperor's attendant announced, "Mage Yan, please step forward and greet his majesty." Yan slowly entered. Terry looked at him and said, "So, we meet again." As a special guest from the north, Yan also carefully paid his respects to the Emperor. Terry quickly got to the point. "Thanks to your ingenuity, we were able to protect the Empire this time." Yan remained silent, listening as he continued. "Without you, we would have been helpless and lost a great deal of important information into the hands of unidentified enemies, which would have made the Empire and the royal family a laughingstock to the world. For all these reasons, I will never forget your achievements in this incident. Therefore, I wish to personally show my appreciation and give you the reward you deserve." As soon as he finished speaking, a servant brought the reward before Yan. It was an eye-catching blue cloak. Terry said, "This cloak is the only item left behind by Melgreen River, my ancestor and the only mage of the royal family." He explained, "According to their will, I cannot bestow it upon anyone outside the royal family, so I should say that I am only lending it to you. Of course, I will lend it to you until your last breath, or until you no longer wish to keep it." Yan was a little surprised to see this item. He thought to himself, Missile Green River, the first and last mage of the Green River Empire's royal family. He was the hero who saved the Empire and rose to the position of Tower Master with his magical abilities. His cloak is an item that was difficult to see, even in my past life. Then, Terry made a suggestion. "Since it's just a cloak, I don't think you need to change. Would you like to try it on now?" Following the order, Yan took out the cloak and clumsily put it on. Seeing Yan's disheveled appearance, Terry let out a cheerful laugh. a bit big on you, isn't it? I wonder when it will start to fit." As soon as he put it on, Yan realized it was an enchanted cloak. He immediately looked up and said to the emperor, "Then I will make it fit me right now." Immediately after, the cloak slowly began to shrink until it perfectly fit Yan's small body. Seeing this, the people around them were immediately amazed. "How did he do that?" Terry also watched him intently and complimented. "It suits you well. The blue matches your eyes." It seemed Yan really liked this gift. He then knelt before the emperor. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." A moment later, outside the palace grounds, Harry saw Yan and hurried over. "Excuse me, Sir Yan." Yan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness, the princess." But she waved her hand and said, "Please, don't be so formal with me." At that moment, Harry clasped her hands together, and they trembled slightly. "Sir Yan," Harry began hesitantly. "Actually, I have something to say to you about what happened earlier." Yan quickly spoke up. "I was very busy then and was extremely rude to you. Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me." Harry immediately refuted him. "No, that's not it at all." As if understanding the princess's intentions, Yan reassured her. "Also, what you're worried about will not happen. So please, rest assured." Harry felt relieved hearing that answer. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps echoed from behind them. Yan immediately recognized the voice. "You have truly achieved something wonderful, Sir Yan," he said sarcastically. "Thanks to you, the safety of both the Empire and the royal family has been preserved." Without waiting for Yan's reply, he continued, "And as His Majesty told you, your achievement in this incident was immense." Yan's eyes showed clear astonishment as he saw the person before him. The man suddenly said, "Forgive me for my late introduction. You may already know who I am, but I want to introduce myself formally. My name is Jiang Na Green River, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor." Several knights followed behind him. A flood of memories from his past life rushed back into Yan's mind. It turned out that man was an old acquaintance of Yan's. Back then, Yan had desperately knelt at his feet and begged, "Please." But when he looked up at that person, he saw only a bone-chilling indifference. In this life, he never expected to see that face again. But Yan was still bewildered, thinking about the name Jiang Na. The man spoke again. "Though I am late, I want to congratulate you on obtaining the position of high-ranking mage in the Ivory Tower." Meanwhile, Yan stood frozen in thought. It's too soon to meet him. Jiang Na added, "I want to express my gratitude to you for protecting the Empire's security from the spies in the Mowgli territory. And today, I would also like to invite you to lunch to show my gratitude." Jiang Na paid no mind to Yan's current expression and continued, "Are you free to accept my invitation?" He clenched his fists and was about to speak softly. Just as Yan was in that difficult situation, Harry spoke up to save him. "I'm sorry, Jiang Na, but he has an appointment today, with me." He pretended not to understand and replied, "Is that so? Then tomorrow." At this point, Yan calmly spoke up. "I am terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible, Your Highness." A flicker of annoyance crossed Rangna's eyes. He glanced at Harry as if to warn her, but he still tried to reply in a soft voice, "I understand." Rangna looked directly at Yan and said, "It's a shame, but I'll look forward to next time." "It was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Yan." Yan answered him with silence. He added one last thing before leaving. "Well then, farewell for now." With that, Rangna and his two knights left together. Only the two of them remained, watching the fifth prince walk away. After confirming they were no longer being disturbed, Harry hesitantly spoke. "Sir Yan," she said shyly, "I spoke without thinking. I'm sorry." Yan replied, "It's all right." After that, Yan still glanced back at Rangna's familiar figure. Then, thoughts began to flow through his mind again. "I met him 2 years earlier, and right now, he's just a prince who has to hide his true ambitions." Now, Yan had made up his mind. "I will stop you at all costs, Rangna, before you have the chance to expand your power, so that you can't advance even a single step. Yan will not stop until he is driven to despair and meets a tragic end. I will be your opponent in this life." Scene changed to the royal palace. Right now, in the first prince's study, Haydn was grumbling as he read, "I don't understand a word of this. Can't they write in a way everyone can understand? Who writes a book in such a confusing and complicated way?" Professor Laurent, standing beside him, began to explain, "Your Highness, that book was written by the first king of Green River. It details how to become a good ruler, explaining methods and measures. As the first prince and heir to the throne, you should be learning these things." Haydn looked at the thick books piled high on the table and sighed to himself, "I have to read all of this?" In just a few minutes, the pile of books on the table grew even higher as Laurent brought more. He said, "Furthermore, you must also study history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette." He only stopped when the stack of books was nearly taller than Haydn. "These are all the books you need to read." The more Haydn looked, the less he wanted to study them. "I don't care anymore." He came up with a random excuse to get out of it. The stars aren't aligned for studying today, Professor. Laurent, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. Your Highness, if you don't read now, your father will scold. Haydn then changed the subject. He asked Vi, the vice-captain. Today is the last day the captain is sparring with Sir Yan, right? Vi answered without hesitation. Yes. Haydn's mind drifted to them. They must be sparring right now, he thought, completely forgetting about his reading. Then he immediately stood up. Let's go. It's been a while since I've watched them spar. At the same time, at the main training ground of the Royal Knights, Oliver was slowly steadying his breathing, then carefully lowered his center of gravity. In that moment, Oliver thought that he would swear it until the very end. Both of his hands gripped the sword tightly, and a second later, he snapped his eyes open, as if sensing imminent danger. Just as he expected, before Oliver's eyes was a rain of ice spears hurtling straight down. With his determination, Oliver didn't falter and instead charged forward decisively. With an agile body honed by thousands of training sessions, Oliver easily dodged all of the ice spears. Oliver's feet skidded against the ground to bring him to a sudden stop. Thanks to his decisiveness, Oliver had avoided another fatal blow. Immediately after, a series of sharp earth pillars erupted in succession from the ground, attacking him. Oliver quickly jumped high into the air to dodge. He used the tall earth pillars as springboards to launch himself upward. Oliver's movements were so fast that he was just a blur of light, and before anyone knew it, he had successfully escaped the attack. Oliver didn't let his guard down. He immediately focused all his attention, waiting for the next attack. This time, what attacked him was a giant fireball. As the fireball drew closer, Oliver seemed as small as a pea in comparison. Yet, there was no room for fear in his eyes. Oliver raised his sword high, ready to fight. Each swing of his sword was tearing through the flames before him. Because right then, the captain's mind held one firm belief. I can reach him. He widened his eyes, peering through the red curtain of fire, and thought about the limits of a mage. Oliver faintly saw Yan standing behind it, so he immediately took action, lunging forward like an arrow. A moment later, the tip of his sword successfully pierced through Yan's chest. That glorious moment seemed to play out in slow motion. But then, Oliver realized something was strange. Yan's hand was touching his back as he said, "Well done." It turned out that what Oliver had just stabbed was merely a decoy of Yan. The real Yan was now standing right behind him. Oliver was silent for a moment, looking slightly disappointed, then slowly turned around and said, "So I couldn't even manage to scratch you." Yan just smiled at him, then replied softly, "You talk about a scratch, when you were aiming for my heart. If I'd gotten hurt, I would have been a goner." The two of them shook hands cheerfully. Oliver then spoke up. "Thank you for helping me these past few years." Yan replied politely, "Just consider it the fee for the necklace." Oliver himself knew that he had received help far exceeding its value, and his efforts had been acknowledged by Yan as well. "You've definitely improved compared to 5 years ago. You just sliced that fire elemental in half with one sharp sword," Oliver said. "Yan, can I ask you something?" He immediately agreed, "Of course." "How strong are you now?" Oliver asked bluntly. Yan seemed to dodge the question. "Not as strong as you might think." Yan was currently a 5th level mage, even though in his past life he only reached level 5 at 26, which was already considered quite fast. But he had hoped to at least reach level 6. Yan looked into his palm, sensing, "But I can't seem to get any stronger. With the development of my body and mana heart, level 5 is my limit." Then he clenched his fist again in anticipation. "I hope my body stops growing as soon as possible." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, as expected of the Empire's greatest mage. Yan turned to see it was His Highness. Haydn said cheerfully, "I heard today was the last sparring match for you two." Every word he spoke was filled with care. "All right, let's go have breakfast together, shall we? To strengthen my right and left arms, I'll treat you to the most magnificent meal." Despite such a tempting offer, Yan refused. "My apologies, but today marks the completion of my studies at the Ivory Tower, and as a more powerful mage, I've been assigned new duties, so I must go see the Tower Master right away." Haydn replied reluctantly, "I see. Well, it can't be helped." Though he was disappointed, he still said, "Go on, then. We can eat together next time." Yan replied, "I will arrange a time as soon as I can." Then, Yan cast wind magic, enveloping his body. He then bowed respectfully to the Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer on the ground, but soaring high into the sky. Yan smiled and said, "I will return." And with that, he vanished into thin air. The three people below watched Yan until he was completely out of sight. Haydn sighed in admiration. "Does that cloak my father gave him have a flight enchantment? I don't know about anything else, but I'm truly jealous of that." Suddenly, Haydn turned to the captain. Oliver immediately responded, "Your orders, Your Highness." Haydn then spoke up. "I saw you fight on par with Yan. What do you think?" Are you able to fight against mages now? Oliver answered him. My answer has two parts, Oliver admitted. First, I couldn't even put a scratch on Yan. The gap between us will only continue to widen. However, as for other mages, hearing this, Haydn could already guess the rest of the answer. The smile on Oliver's lips showed he was completely confident in his abilities. He said with absolute certainty, as long as it's not Yan, I can handle them. That same morning, at the Ivory Tower, the door to the Tower Master's office opened. As soon as Yan stepped inside, he heard Herbrick's voice. You've arrived. The old man stood up with some difficulty, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. It feels like only yesterday that I heard news of a special boy from the north, and now, that boy has become a young man. His voice was now hoarse, his face seemingly etched with more wrinkles than before. Herbrick continued, I suppose that just means I've grown old. Yan replied, You will remain healthy for at least a few more decades, sir. Herbrick was holding some papers. After reading them, he said, Excellent. I have nothing to say but praise. He stated that Yan was truly great fortune for both the Empire and the Ivory Tower. Every lady wants to meet you. Aren't you the very role model every mage strives to be? Hearing this, Yan immediately denied it. You're too kind, sir. But Herbrick stood by his statement. We will soon find out whether I am exaggerating or not. He then changed the subject. You know, today is your last day. If you were a normal academy student, you would be dispatched to the neighboring regions. But you are a special case. Your last day is just a chat with this old man. Yan replied, Not at all, sir. In fact, it is an honor. Thank you. Even if those are just pleasantries, he said while searching for something on his desk, before handing Yan a card. Congratulations on becoming an official mage. Herbrick explained that this was a symbol of his new status. It will allow you to mobilize the Empire's soldiers and citizens at will. You will have plenty of opportunities to use it. Yan asked, puzzled. Are there many places that require a high-ranking mage? Herbrick's voice rang out again. It's not just a matter of need. His brow furrowed slightly. There are very few high-ranking mages at the moment, especially since Helen has settled down. What else can you expect? I don't want to pressure you, but your help is absolutely crucial. Yan replied, So there's a lot of work waiting for me. Herbrick affirmed once more, You are the Ivory Tower's strongest and most important asset, so you will soon be tied down by many responsibilities. He opened up an information panel in his hand. But, since this is your first time, so I'll let you choose. The information board clearly displayed 3 places. Ian looked up at it as well. The first place was Rodmia, the city with the largest seaport in the Empire. Next was Benson, the city that produced the most iron in the Empire. Ian then turned to the last one, and there it was. Ferric, the northeastern region, the place he was assigned to in his previous life. The reason Ian was assigned there back then was because the previous mage had died in an accident, so he had to go and replace him. Ian walked up to the third board and made his decision. I'm interested in Ferric. Herbrick was also pleased with that choice. That's a place in dire need of help. He explained that they had already dispatched 2 third-class mages and a few soldiers from the army, but it still wasn't enough. The monsters from the Great Plains seemed to be causing trouble. Then, Herbrick handed Ian a piece of paper. The details are all written in here. Read it. Do you think you can give them an answer today? If you refuse, I'll have to find someone else. Ian cut him off. No, I'll go there. He affirmed with conviction, I will go to Ferric. That afternoon, at Ian's villa, the meat skewer in Douglas's hand hadn't even reached his mouth when he exclaimed in surprise, You're going to Ferric for your first trip? That place is famous for being crawling with monsters. Before Douglas could finish his sentence, he was cut short by Ian's sharp gaze. Ian's mother, who was sitting beside him, also put down her fork upon hearing this. She said worriedly, Ian, isn't that a dangerous place? He reassured his mother. No, it's not that dangerous. It's only temporary, so I'll be back in a few months. Vanessa respected her son's wishes, but a hint of sadness still flickered in her eyes. I understand. You said you're leaving next week, right? This large mansion will feel so empty. Seeing his mother so worried, Ian promised, I'll finish my work as soon as possible and come back, mother. Sensing the somber mood, Douglas eagerly said, Leader, can you check out the potions I made in the lab before you go? I've created some pretty good stuff. They might help you on your mission. Ridio reminded his son. Douglas, you're a big boy now. Shouldn't you change how you address Ian? Douglas's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. What's wrong with calling him leader? Then he glanced over at Ian. Ian didn't understand what he was getting at by staring at him. Douglas said innocently, How about calling you brother? That sentence made Ian, who had just taken a sip of water, spit it out. The word brother sent a shock through Ridio's entire being. At this point, Ian and his mother were also speechless. However, Douglas seemed to really like this new title. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile as he called out again, Brother Ian. Ian froze for 5 seconds. Are you really the Douglas I knew in my past life? In contrast to Ian, Vanessa was overjoyed. It's wonderful that you have a cute little brother now, and I get another son. Ian called out helplessly, Mother. Beside them, Ridio's heart suddenly started pounding. He stammered, Miss Vanessa, what? What do you mean? Ian thought to himself, why is he suddenly blushing? After that, the father and son duo descended into chaos. Ridio reminded his son that he should call him Sir Ian. But Douglas replied, Are we a family now? Sir sounds so distant. Ridio said bluntly, You're living under his roof and you're being picky? Douglas retorted, What do you mean by that? My genius brain is a great asset to this family, you know. At this, Ridio had to concede. A genius? Huh? Fine. Whatever, you're a genius. Vanessa chuckled softly as she watched the father and son's close interaction. To the side, Ian quietly watched his mother, who looked very happy right now. That made him feel happy too. A thought popped into his head. This isn't so bad. But then he changed his mind. You are not to call me brother. Hearing that, Douglas's eyes welled up with tears. A week passed by quickly, and Ian was now standing in front of his villa. Ridio's voice rang out beside him. Are you all prepared? He asked. Are you heading straight to Ferric? Ian replied. First, I have to say goodbye to the Ivory Tower's master. Then I'll plan my trip there. But Ian still asked Ridio worriedly, What about the mana traps I set up in the mansion? He laughed and replied, You already explained it yesterday. Don't worry. I will protect Miss Vanessa with my life. Ian replied, I hope you won't have to. Just then, Douglas casually called out, Brother. Both Ian and Ridio immediately looked annoyed, forcing Douglas to quickly change his address. I mean, leader. He was holding a potion bottle in his hand and offered it to Ian. Please take this. It's a potion I tried making myself. Douglas glanced at Ridio, then hesitated. Then, he secretly leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered, It's probably better than my dad's. Douglas wore a confident smile as he said that. Ian smiled back in response. Thank you. He thought to himself that Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Academy of Pharmacy, but he had already been promised a position as a royal alchemist due to his abilities. Unfortunately for Douglas, his father had overheard him. He gave his son a big bonk on the head. In your dreams, kid. Looking at the potion in his hand, Ian was completely confident that it would definitely be effective. After a moment, Douglas asked an innocent question. Leader, are you going to fly to Ferric with your cloak? Ian replied bluntly, No. I'll take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to attract too much attention. At that moment, Vanessa rushed over, calling out loudly, Ian. She was carrying a very large box. Seeing his mother, Ian called out to her. She carefully handed him the box. Eat this on the way. I packed a lot. Vanessa had thoughtfully prepared everything. The first box has the food you'll need for today. The other boxes have beef jerky and dried fruit for later. Her gaze was filled with affection as she looked at her son. I also baked the red bean buns you like, Ian replied. Thank you, Mom. I'll eat well. Suddenly, she stepped closer and wrapped Ian in a hug. Be careful not to get hurt. Don't skip your meals, okay? Ian was a little surprised by his mother's hug, but he quickly accepted it. He wrapped his arms around his mother's waist, returning her hug tightly. I will. He looked at his mother and said, I'll be back soon, so please don't worry too much. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ian finally spoke. Well, I'm off. The carriage wheels began to turn, starting Ian on his new journey. His loved ones stood there, but they grew smaller and smaller in the distance. For a young man who had lived through 2 lives, it seemed as though nothing could sway him anymore. Yet, at this moment, as he parted from them, he still felt a sense of emptiness. Ian reassured himself, saying, Just believe. Looking at the mother he loved, he told himself, I have to believe that she will still be safe even when I'm not there. Because this is a mansion protected by the palace, and the crime rate in this part of the city is very low. And there's also the secret that only Mother, Rito, and Douglas can activate, the mana trap. Ian clenched his fist, thinking, with that, I can eliminate most threats. Just then, Ian mumbled a name, Ferric territory. He recalled everything. It had been 25 years. Elsewhere, in a canyon near Ferric, a battle was raging. Callian Pyrrhic roared an order to his soldiers, kill them 100 times over and bring me their heads. Don't you dare die before then. Hearing this, the entire army seemed to gain a surge of strength and continue to fight the monsters. Just at that critical moment, a cavalryman rushed over. Sir, Callian asked, what is it? The man stammered in reply, the supply forces. In the rear. Then he immediately shouted, our rear supply forces are being attacked by a horde of orcs that came over the mountain. Callian froze upon hearing the bad news. What? Looking at the monsters that were still relentlessly charging at them, he thought in frustration. Damn it, how could they have broken through the rear lines? However, as a general, he had to make a quick decision. Squads 2 and 3, hold your position with the mages. Squad 1, with me. They all responded in unison. Yes, sir. He quickly mounted his horse, pointed to the rear, and said, "We're going to deal with the orcs behind us." Immediately after, Callian rode straight for them with Squad 1. On the way there, he silently calculated, their individual intelligence is low, but they move like an army. Well-trained soldiers can handle them, but they're more than enough to wipe out the supply team, who have no combat experience. Worry was written all over Callian's face. At this point, he could only pray that he wouldn't be too late. Suddenly, snow began to fall. Callian was stunned for a moment. Is this snow? With his knowledge, he immediately realized that it never snowed in the north. But the white snow before his eyes continued to fall relentlessly. Even the canopies of the trees were covered in a thick layer of it. Some trees were even frozen solid. As Callian's group went deeper, they came across a massive block of ice in the middle of the path. Inside the blocks of ice were the orc monsters. All of them were frozen solid. Callian still couldn't believe his eyes. What is going on? In the distance, on top of a tree, he saw the silhouette of someone standing there. But in the blink of an eye, the figure blurred, as if it had vanished from that spot. The corpses of the orcs lay scattered on the ground. Every single one of them had been impaled by an ice spear. Others had been turned into frozen orc sickles. In a mountain region where it never snowed, a massive block of ice had now appeared, accompanied by snowfall everywhere. From the top of that ice block, Ian landed lightly. As he appeared, Callian called out, "Show yourself." Only then did he reply, "I heard you were in need of assistance." Meanwhile, Callian was still stunned in amazement. Then he introduced himself to them. "My name is Ian Page, a high-ranking mage dispatched by the Ivory Tower." Ian Page? Callian repeated the name unconsciously. It was then that he realized with a start, "You mean the noble from the northern Mowgli?" "Ah, that Ian Page," Callian then said cheerfully. "I never expected someone so young to come to our aid. I've heard of your achievements in annihilating the goblin army in the Morin Mountains when you were very young." He stepped forward, extending his hand for a handshake. "It is an honor to meet you," Ian replied in kind. "It's also an honor for me to meet General Callian Pyrrhic, the greatest warrior of the East." Callian's hand suddenly tightened its grip. "You must be exhausted after your long journey." His eyes grew serious as he said, "But could you spare a moment? Because we have a great deal to discuss." That afternoon, at the army's encampment, a weary Khan spoke up. "I didn't know they would show up in such large numbers." Then he added, "No, I had expected it. But not to this extent. They've seemed quite determined lately." Yan stood to one side listening to his report. It seemed there was trouble on the Great Plains. Then, Sen's serious voice rang out steadily. "You see, Your Excellency Yan, we've sent requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. They were extremely urgent requests. The first was a request for supplies and reinforcements to continue the fight. The second was a request for a high-ranking mage, a mage skilled enough to overcome our current situation." At this, Yan remained silent. Recalling the incredible sight from this morning, Sen said, "I was utterly astonished by your ability to annihilate the monster army in an instant, and to so quickly erect that ice wall. The canyon is now barricaded, so we will have more time. However, that is only a temporary solution. The main reason is that we are on the verge of a war with the monsters on the Great Plains. The army has grown weary from years of constant monster incursions, and our food supplies have nearly run out." A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. If only reinforcements and supplies had arrived, we could have continued to fight the monsters. At this, Sen frowned slightly. "But it seems the Empire has delayed that request, and since you seem to have come in place of reinforcements, I believe we should devise a more long-term solution to this problem." After hearing the situation, Yan replied, "I understand. This is all within my expectations," he said slowly. "The ice wall can last for up to 10 days. If we monitor the movements of the monsters invading from the mountain range, we should be safe for the time being. Within these 10 days, we can go to the Great Plains." Sen asked in surprise, "Your Excellency Yan, are you going yourself?" Yan replied with certainty, "We must find the cause of this, and perhaps a permanent solution as well." However, it seemed Sen still wasn't convinced of his abilities. "I'm glad you seem so confident," he continued, "but I've sent countless troops to the Great Plains over the past few months, and it yielded no results whatsoever." Helplessness was evident in his voice. "The only thing we discovered was that monsters of different species have stopped attacking each other. It's as if they've joined forces to attack only humans. Those terrifying monsters seem to have weakened Sen's resolve." He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "The monsters aren't just attacking the Green River Empire. They're also attacking the northern border of the Great Plains, the Karen Empire, and the Duchy of Roll. They are invading those borders all at the same time." He added, "Some nations have fewer access routes to them, so they've suffered fewer losses." He then pointed to another area that included the Great Gorge, which has led the monsters to concentrate their attacks on the Pure Estate. After careful analysis, Sen realized something, But the strange thing is here, on the southern border of the Great Plains, the native tribes are not being invaded by monsters at all, he said as he moved his finger to that location. Yan listened as he continued. It's as if something is preventing them from approaching this area. At this, Sen came to a conclusion. We suspect that something is related to the trouble in the southern Great Plains, but we can't break through the assault of the monsters in the canyon to send a force to the southern native tribes for a more thorough investigation. After listening, Yan fell into thought for a moment. Trouble on the Great Plains. This is something I didn't know about from my past life, he thought to himself. There have been many attacks from the Great Plains, but this is the first time it's been on such a large scale. He then spoke aloud. I should go to the southern border to see the native tribes. Kallian agreed. Yes, if it's the leader of the native tribes, the king of mages, I'm sure he would know something about this matter. But Sen was a bit apprehensive. Do you think we can actually meet and talk with him? Yan, however, said confidently, Of course we can. Quickly, time passed and night fell. Amidst the vast forested mountains, the sky seemed to become more mystical. Yan stood alone atop a high tower, lost in thought. The Great Plains. He looked up at the sky, letting his thoughts swirl. Come to think of it, that thing is probably still there. What Yan remembered was an artifact passed down to the king of mages, the leader of the native tribes. The scepter of the Great Plains. Remembering it, Yan nodded to himself, thinking, I was rather fond of that scepter. A scepter made from birch wood is rare, too. Then, a more practical line of thought pulled him from his daydreams. 3 years from now, the Green River Empire, the Owl Empire, and the Duchy of Roll, these 3 nations will form an alliance to fight against the monsters on the Great Plains and completely annihilate them. In the end, most of the monsters on the Great Plains will be wiped out, and the 3 nations will divide the resource-rich Great Plains among themselves. Yan clenched his fists as he thought about it, because during that time, the King of Mages disappears, and the native tribes of the Great Plains are turned into slaves. His thoughts drifted on. In his mind, an event that hadn't occurred in his previous life had just happened. Yan presumed this change was likely because he had come back. A fear began to rise in his heart, a problem in the Great Plains that he was completely unaware of. Recalling their conversation that day, Yan had told Ken that the ice would melt and break in 10 days. By then, they would surely find the cause and a solution for the situation. In case I don't return within 10 days. Before he could finish, Ken had cut him off. I believe you will return in 10 days. Good luck, Sir Yan. Back in the present, before Yan was a remote, mountainous region where the land was so barren that all the trees had withered. As previously arranged with Sen, Yan came to this land alone. Looking at the scene before him, Yan thought to himself, this is the area bordering the lands of the native tribes. The surroundings were so quiet, it made Yan suspicious. It was strangely silent. Every path Yan walked showed no signs of life. Compared to the hordes of monsters in the north, I haven't seen a single one since I started heading south. I wonder if this place is the cause of the change Sir Sen mentioned. Nevertheless, he calmly proceeded deeper. The sound of his footsteps was heard by the men of the tribe. They asked warily, Who are you? Yan calmly stated, I am not an enemy. I am a mage from the Green River Empire. One of them shouted, How do you know our language? Yan didn't answer his question and instead made a direct request. I don't have time to explain. I've come to see the Shaman King. Hearing this, they were stunned for a moment. What did you just say? The Shaman King is the master of the native tribe's tower. The natives are also people born with a mana heart and a mana brain. Their method of controlling mana is quite basic, but they are raised to be mages who specialize in rituals rather than ordinary mages. Among them, the Shaman King is their ruler, standing at the highest position. At this moment, Yan paid no mind to their attitude and continued to state his purpose. I've come to discuss the problem that the monsters in the north are causing. The Shaman King must already know about it, so please. But before Yan could finish his sentence, a sharp spear was pointed directly at his neck. The man barked aggressively. How dare people from the Empire be so arrogant? You think the Shaman King would meet with someone like you? None of them welcomed him. They even loudly threatened him to get lost, adding that if he kept spouting nonsense, they would offer him as a sacrifice to the spirits of the Great Plains. Faced with such malicious words, Yan nonchalantly said, Do I look like someone who would just scram because you told me to? Yan's expression now showed that his patience was wearing thin, but the man, still unafraid, charged forward with his spear. It seems you'll have to die before you can grasp your own situation. That tribesman recklessly attacked Yan, not knowing that he himself was the one about to face danger. From thin air, Yan materialized an ice spear, then decisively shattered the man's spear. The spearhead fell to the ground before he even realized what had happened. Yan then issued a warning, Your head will be next. His words were as light as a feather, but carried immense killing intent. Don't cause a scene here. Take me to the Shaman King. In the midst of the chaos, an old voice rang out. What business does someone from the Empire have here? All of them, including Yan, turned to look. Seeing the familiar staff in the old man's hand, Yan vaguely recognized it. He asked directly, "Are you the Shaman King?" The old man nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that is what I am called." Yan said, "I'm surprised to see you all the way out here." Without waiting for the old man's reply, he got straight to the matter at hand. The monsters of the Great Plains are invading the borders of the three nations. However, as I moved south, I didn't see a single monster. Do you happen to know why the monsters are only invading the north? The old man replied, "It's common for monsters to invade the borders. We don't know the reason why this is happening." However, Yan immediately realized that what he had just said was a lie. The Shaman King froze, not expecting his lie to be discovered. That very dishonesty annoyed Yan, who said, "Your lies don't work on me." Yan's tone turned serious as he asked again, "Please tell me the truth. What is going on?" One of the tribesmen saw this and shouted, "How dare that bastard act so arrogant in front of him?" But the Shaman King stopped him in time. The old man said calmly, "I've heard that the mages of the Empire have devised a lie-detecting spell, but seeing it with my own eyes is still quite astonishing." Looking straight into Yan's eyes, the Shaman King had no choice but to tell the truth. "Yes, it's useless to lie to you. I will tell you the truth." He began to recount gravely. Many years ago, there was a prophecy that the once beautiful Great Plains would turn into a sea of fire, and a golden light would stain the land red. Our people, who have lived on this land for thousands of years, will be scattered and enslaved. This news stunned Yan. Then the old man slowly explained the root of the story. There was nothing we could do. We knew that our tribe would be wiped out if a war has begun, but even so, we cannot just sit here waiting and praying that the prophecy won't come to pass. The truth continued to be revealed through the Sorcerer King's tale. One day, a lady found us. That lady cast a few spells on this staff, shared her power with us, and then disappeared. So said the Sorcerer King. Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. A lady? Then the old man added, "She also said that if another outsider came here." Just as he said that, the space behind Yan erupted in fierce flames. And in front of him, the Sorcerer King had now summoned a series of skeletons, rising from the ground. His voice deepened menacingly as he spoke. "If an outsider comes here, they must not be allowed to leave this place alive." An entire army of skeletons was continuously rising, and their target, of course, was Yan. The Sorcerer King said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, but you must die here." After speaking, his face grew stern, as if ready to attack him at any moment. Yan looked at the scene. "I see. So it's dark magic, is it?" He thought to himself, "I thought it ceased to exist 3 years ago when it was banned, but I never expected the future to deviate this much." Yet, Yan didn't flinch. In fact, he became even more excited because he knew they were underestimating him. Yan then told them, "I'm sorry, but I don't plan on dying without a fight," he stated with certainty. "Even if I have to use force, I will take that staff enchanted with dark magic." The old man stubbornly replied, "If you think you can, then try." Magic began to form in the palm of Yan's hand. "You won't be able to take back what you just said." He said this with an incredibly sharp gaze. The wall of ice that Yan had erected 10 days ago was now gradually melting. The sound of wind whistling through the mountain pass shrieked violently. At that moment, Sen thought to himself, "Is something wrong?" He looked towards the ice wall, unable to shake his worry. The sorcerer had departed for the Great Plains 10 days ago, and the ice wall blocking the gorge was melting fast. His growing anxiety forced Sen to consider the worst-case scenario. He didn't dare to dwell on that terrible thought, but in his heart, he seemed to be preparing for something bad to happen. He then called his subordinate, Adol. "Yes, sir," Adol replied. Sen then gave the order, "Prepare for battle at the gorge." As planned. Move all soldiers and catapults into the territory, and order the soldiers ambushing around the mountain to assemble. After hearing the orders, he bowed his head respectfully and obeyed. Now, Sen could only rely on himself. We can stop them. He tried to delude himself with the thought, "My soldiers will protect our territory and our people." Sen's gaze became more determined, as if he was ready to sacrifice everything for that one thought. "We must become the Empire's strongest shield." The whistling of the wind grew louder, as fierce as the roar of monsters. Through the hazy mist of the ice, Sen couldn't see what was on the other side of the wall, so he could only assume it was the sound of monsters and ordered his soldiers to prepare the catapults. The next second, he shouted the command to fire, but his words caught in his throat. His heart began to pound as he saw the figure of a person emerging from the gorge. It turned out to be none other than Yan. He was walking while panting heavily. Sen stood frozen for a moment before the shocked realization hit him. He called out loudly, "Sir Yan." The staff in Yan's hand was enveloped by a dark aura. He called out a warning, "This scepter." He struggled to continue, "Never, never touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan could no longer stand and collapsed straight onto the ground. Sen's frantic voice rang out, "Yan." An unknown amount of time passed before he finally woke up. He groggily looked up at the ceiling, then glanced around the room before his mind cleared. Yan was lying in a sickbed, his whole body treated and carefully bandaged. He asked wonderingly, "Where is this?" Looking at the room's decor, Yan guessed, "Is this Yan Duan?" Then, Yan quickly sat up and rubbed his head. "Looks like I'm in the right place." The effects of the previous battle had left Yan exhausted, but he was still deep in thought. "But first, I have to deal with the scepter." Just then, Sen's voice cut through his thoughts. "Sir Yan, you're finally awake." Seeing Sen, Yan called out, "General." He asked gently, "How long was I asleep?" Sen replied, "You've been unconscious for 3 days." Sen then asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" He reminded Yan. The royal physician said you shouldn't move too much, but even though Yan wasn't fully recovered, he forced himself to reply, "I'm fine." He asked anxiously, "Where is the scepter I brought back?" Sen pointed to a chest nearby. "The mages have stored it in that chest. It's called a storage chest, which works on a principle similar to that of a mana prison." Yan walked towards the chest and praised Sen. "You handled the situation well." He didn't reply, only moving his lips as if he wanted to say something. Finally, Sen hesitantly expressed, "Sir Yan, when you returned to the gorge, the doctor said your mana was completely depleted. If you had been even a second later, your life would have been in danger." Kallian's voice was clearly laced with worry. He then added, "I know it's impolite to ask this of someone who has just recovered, but I have no other choice. I need to know exactly what put you in such a dangerous situation." Kallian truly wanted to know what had happened on those plains. Yan didn't hide anything and began to explain. "This staff is the cause of the unusual changes in the plains." He gripped it tightly in his hand, as if afraid it would harm everyone. Yan continued, "The staff uses black magic. The Sorcerer King controlled the horde of monsters with black magic and illusions from this very staff." Hearing this, Kallian was utterly astonished. "Wait, what do you mean? Hasn't black magic been gone for the last 300 years? Yan replied as he cast some kind of spell on the staff. Afterward, the Sorcerer King was taught the secrets of black magic by someone. Although we don't know who that person was, magic flowed from Yan's fingertips into the staff. He spoke again. "Ever since the king passed away, the arts of black magic and illusion were lost, and the monsters began to rise up and attack the new master of this staff. All of this made Yan suspect that it was as if a curse on the staff was destroying all the evidence." After hearing the whole story, Kallian understood. "So, you had to face numerous obstacles on your way back here because of this staff. If this staff is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and thrown away?" However, Yan explained nonchalantly, "I've grown quite fond of this staff." Much to Kallian's surprise, "Is that the only reason?" After being purified by Yan, the staff began to sparkle beautifully, completely different from its initial gloomy appearance. Yan said, "That's all. I've erased all the black magic spells engraved on the staff." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan's heart suddenly clenched. The pounding in the left side of his chest grew more and more intense. "Huh." Yan's whole body began to tremble, and even the staff he was holding fell from his grasp. The pain continued to torment him. His chest. Yan's vision began to blur. He just managed to see Kallian call out in alarm, "Yan, are you all right?" After that, Yan's heart kept pounding relentlessly with no sign of stopping. The worst possible thought flashed through his mind. "Don't tell me it's my mana heart." At that very moment, fresh blood gushed from Yan's mouth. It soaked the gauze wrapped around his chest. He still couldn't figure out what was happening to him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. It wasn't over yet. He continued to cough up mouthfuls of fresh blood. The floor beneath him was now covered in Yan's blood. Standing beside him, Kallian shouted in panic, "Are you all right?" Seeing the situation worsening, he immediately turned and said, "Otto, call a doctor right now." Otto replied, "Yes, sir." Yan was covered in blood, but he still said, "I'm fine, General. I just need to get rid of some impurities." He asked hesitantly. "Impurities?" Yan then explained, "This happens to an incomplete mana heart when it reaches a new level. It's nothing to worry about." But Kallian confirmed again, "Are you really okay?" Yan replied, "I am." He looked at his hands and thought to himself, "If my guess is correct, I've mastered level 5 and just entered level 6. The hands that were covered in blood just moments ago were now clean again. I can feel mana on a completely different level than before." Yan smiled at the thought of leveling up. In the end, Kallian was still not at ease. He said, "In any case, it's a relief, but to be safe, we should still have a doctor take a look at you." Yan replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." Then, Kallian added, "I have many things to thank you for, but I must tell you this first. 4 days after you left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent a letter. The mailbox opened, and inside was a blue crystal orb. A look of guilt appeared on his face. I promised to deliver it as soon as you returned, but I'm only able to do so now because you were unconscious." Then Kallian asked him to please take a look. Yan took the orb, thinking to himself, "A message from the Ivory Tower?" Just then, he spoke up again. Wait a moment. Callian searched for something in his pocket. There's one more thing. Callian searched for something in his jacket pocket. There's one more thing. From his pocket, he took out a letter. Today, we just received a letter sent directly by His Majesty the Emperor via messenger. I was ordered to deliver it personally. This place is rarely visited. Callian said casually. It seems so. Hearing that answer, Yan fell into deep thought. So, the king didn't use the Ivory Tower's delivery orb, but chose to send a paper letter via a rider. But using this method to send a message runs the risk of the letter being delayed or encountering problems. What could be so important that he has to keep it a secret from the Ivory Tower? In that case, I'll check the Ivory Tower's message first. He then activated the orb. An information panel immediately appeared before him, the contents of which read, "To High Mage Ianfa, we requested to delay the delivery of this message, as its contents could have hindered the execution of your current mission. I hope you understand that this was an unavoidable choice. Your family is in some trouble. An unidentified suspect broke into your residence, but thanks to the guards, your family and property are safe." Ian's eyes widened in shock. A suspect? But he forced himself to stay calm and continued reading. "The safety of your family is now guaranteed under the absolute protection of the royal family and the Ivory Tower, so we are sending this message to inform you that you need not worry." Reading this, Ian's whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his hands clenched into tight fists. His eyes were now filled with rage, because he knew this message was sent specifically to make him worry. "What are you plotting, Tower Master Herbeck?" Still, he tried his best to remain calm. He took a deep breath and decided to read the Emperor's letter first and think later. The letter began with a very sincere greeting. "Dear Mage Ian." Every word in the letter was written with care. "If you are receiving this letter, it means luck is still on my and my son's side. I silently thank the goddess of luck and wish to make a request of you." Ian slowly read every single word. "As a high-ranking mage on a mission, you certainly haven't heard the news yet. But a treaty between the three nations regarding the subjugation of monsters in the western Great Plains will soon be signed in the free city of Demydra." Reading this, he was stunned. They're about to sign the monster subjugation treaty already? It's supposed to happen 3 years from now, isn't it? In the letter, Terry said, it had been decided that Crown Prince Haydn Green River, the 5th Prince Jiang Na Green River, Tower Master Herbeck Leon, and General Duncan Kenos of the Royal Army. By the time you read this letter, the conference will likely already be underway in Demydra. He thought of Haydn, then added, "Right now, the Crown Prince has no one to be his eyes and ears." After a long preamble, Terry cautiously made his request. "That is why I want to ask you, his best friend." Then he asked Ian to go to Demydra and become the boy's strength. At the end of the letter, he made one more promise. "I vow to bring your beloved family into the palace and give them the Empire's finest protection." After finishing the letter, Ian fell into a thoughtful silence. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind to recall his past life. Back then, the Demydra negotiation conference was when Jiang Na began to make his serious moves, and it was the first place he openly joined the war for the throne. And it was also the decisive moment that led to the Crown Prince's downfall. Jiang Na used his outstanding diplomatic skills in this treaty to negotiate terms favorable to the Green River Empire. As a result, the nobles and the public acknowledged Jiang Na's competence, while the Crown Prince's ignorance and incompetence were exposed for all to see. Ian silently compared the memories of his past life with the current situation. He frowned slightly as he wondered, was this all planned by the Tower Master? Ian started connecting the recent series of events. I don't know when it started or when it will end, but the disturbance in the western Great Plains, the Sorcerer King learning dark magic from a mysterious woman, and now the Three Kingdoms Treaty happening earlier than in my past life. All of these things made Ian suspicious. I can't help but think that all of this is connected to the Tower Master, the suspect who broke into my residence. It was most likely a move to tie my hands. At this thought, Ian felt a bit of panic, although this is still just an assumption. He seems to have seen right through me, but he quickly regained his composure to think things through. He's put me in a situation where I have to ignore the Emperor's request and immediately return to the capital. His train of thought continued, but then, something no one expected happened. A type of mage that not even the Tower Master could have imagined. A type of mage unrecorded in any text. A category that can only be perceived by oneself. That is sixth circle magic. After understanding everything, he turned and called out to the general. The man immediately replied, "Please, speak, Sir Ian." A faint smile appeared on Ian's lips. He said, "Could you do something for me?" At that very moment, in a city famous for its freedom, equality, trade, and its port, a city known for many things. Its name was Demydra. The place was always crowded, and the atmosphere was constantly bustling with noise. Prince Haydn was there. He muttered to himself in frustration. "Why can't we get in touch with Ian right now?" Oliver, standing beside him, spoke up. "Please be patient, Your Highness. He is on his way as your representative." Not even you can do anything to make him arrive any faster. But Haydn was still worried. I know, but I still can't rest easy. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Haydn. He continued, you know it too. Most of the envoys are gathered at the Ivory Tower. It's made up of nobles who support that fool, Jiang Na. His brows furrowed slightly. I have a bad feeling about this. I wish Ian were here at times like these. Oliver moved his lips as if to say something, but then stopped. Elsewhere, Herbeck was plotting. The moment has finally come. He thought, we have prepared so much for this day. I'm sure that young man will rush to the palace. Then, he recalled Jiang Na's words. He once said, I have found Yan's whereabouts. The fifth prince was certain that he prioritized his family's safety, and if anything involved them, he would wipe everything out. Once the negotiations were over, the prince would. Just then, Hen and Oliver were distracted by a commotion nearby. The people around them started pointing at the sky, everyone asking curiously, what is that? Is something flying? A bird? He also turned his head to look in that direction. His eyes immediately widened in astonishment. It turned out that the thing flying in the sky was none other than Yan. His cape fluttered in the wind. In the next second, Yan was seen landing gently where Haydn was, saying respectfully, I'm a little late. He smiled and addressed the crown prince. The onlookers, including Gianna, were all stunned by the sight. Haydn, however, was in utter shock. He thought to himself, could he have abandoned his family? At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Green River Empire, Douglas was sighing in boredom. Captain, please come back soon. His voice was choked with sobs. I can't go to the academy and see my friends, just because I'm stuck in the palace because of some assassins. I'm really bored. Rito, standing beside him, spoke up. You're only staying here for a little while longer, so you should be grateful you get to be in the imperial palace like this. Then he added, I would be very happy if the assassin was caught by the guards, since Sir Yan set a mana trap in the manor. Rito kept saying that if he activated a dangerous spell, the assassin wouldn't be able to move his body right away. Seeing Vanessa looking so downcast, Rito reassured her. Madam, please don't worry so much, he said gently. Isn't this the king's palace? It's safer than anywhere else in the world. Yet, even after hearing that, she couldn't cheer up. Seeing that his words had no effect, Rito became flustered. He didn't know what to do next to help her feel better. He added nervously, didn't they report that they sent a letter from the Ivory Tower? The news will reach Sir Yan soon, and then he'll be here before we can even say tada. Just then, Yan's voice suddenly rang out, tada, causing Rito to freeze for a moment, thinking he'd misheard. But it was really Yan. He joyfully opened the door to the room and said, sorry, I'm home late. Douglas, who had been lying there bored just a moment ago, shot up when he saw Yan. The two adults were also completely astonished, turning to look toward the door. Seeing a loved one they hadn't met in a long time, everyone hurriedly called his name. Yan. He walked over and took his mother's hand. You all must have been so worried. Vanessa's face finally brightened up. She looked at her son with loving eyes as he said, everyone can rest easy now. He smiled at his beloved family and declared, I will protect all of you. As for why Yan was able to be here right now, we probably have to go back to the previous night at the Payson estate. At that time, he had said to Sion, General, I have a favor to ask of you. He enthusiastically replied, you helped me save this entire capital. You can ask me for anything. Please, tell me. After that, Yan made a request. Then, during this time, I want you to protect me. As he spoke, he placed a hand over his left chest. It showed that he was making this request with all his sincerity. Sion was a little surprised by the request. Protect you, sir. Yan began to explain his reasoning. The magic I'm about to use. I might lose myself while performing it. In the worst-case scenario, if something like that happens, call the Payson mages and have them inject some mana into my mind. That should wake me up. The reason he had to be so cautious was because he knew very well. Because there weren't many official mages who had reached level 6 or higher, there were very few records of them on the continent. Even in his past life, the spells he used after reaching level 6 were either ones he discovered himself or learned a little about from ancient books. Yan held his hand forward, preparing to cast the spell. Let's begin. In a flash, a magic circle appeared in front of Yan. His body also began to transform violently, as if every single cell was trying to escape. Immediately after, he successfully split his body into two entities. Because this spell consumed too much mana, Yan's original body immediately became unstable. He then staggered and fainted into Sion's arms. He looked at the unbelievable scene before him. How is this possible? Yan's two duplicates were absolutely perfect, so identical they were indistinguishable, leaving Sion stunned by this magic. At that moment, his two duplicates spoke up to explain the puppet show, along with spells from level 6 and above. The original body becomes the puppeteer and falls into a comatose state. Not only can they move freely, the two puppets can use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. The The two of them looked at him and continued. So, we're counting on you. After that, both of them walked toward the door one by one. Back with Prince Haydn, he was currently overjoyed by Yan's presence. You came for me. Hen walked over, took his hand, and said emotionally, we must be telepathically connected. I missed you so much, Yan. Ah. Perhaps because he understood the prince's personality too well before his over-the-top actions. Yan didn't say anything and just let out a soft sigh. Just then, HB approached him and spoke up. I was wondering who had arrived. He asked, is that you, Yan? HB said gently, I heard from Lord Pyrrhic that you've completed your mission. I was told the mission was so difficult that you fainted, and he couldn't stop praising you. You've achieved something great for the Empire. Yan simply replied politely, I only did what was required of me as a high-ranking mage. After a bit of small talk, he finally got to the point. But why are you here? I'm certain I told you to return to the Ivory Tower and rest. Haven't you heard what happened to your family? Yan cut him off. I received a letter from the Ivory Tower. He placed a hand on his chest. But after completing my mission, I received an order from the royal family. The letter in his hand served as solid proof of his presence. Yan continued, as soon as I received the royal order, I immediately joined the delegation, and to assist the crown prince. Seeing this, HB suggested, may I read the letter for a moment? Yan handed it to him. Without hesitation, HB immediately opened it and read. The letter bore the emperor's name and the royal seal, proving that what Yan said was true. But this also astonished HB. Asterisk, I thought they would try every trick in the book, but I never expected Yan Fa to abandon his family and run here. Asterisk. At this thought, he suddenly smirked. HB said, I recognize this as a royal order from the emperor, but you cannot join the delegation. Haydn, who was standing nearby, heard this and shouted, cannot? You are mocking the emperor's command. It was as if he had anticipated this. HB justified his position. Your Highness, this is a matter of trust between the three nations. He argued that the number of people and guards in the delegation had already been fixed, and no changes whatsoever can be made. That is what was agreed upon during the last negotiation. According to him, the diplomats all trust one another, so how could they possibly add another person, a high-ranking mage, no less to the delegation? Haydn was extremely annoyed when he heard HB say, I trust the emperor will understand why we cannot allow him to join the delegation. Yan thought to himself, asterisk, the Tower Master isn't wrong. Although we are not at war, the nations have had conflicts in the past. Asterisk, asterisk. Moreover, this is a treaty between three nations that have been wary of each other for a long time. Asterisk, asterisk. Only when a certain level of security is guaranteed can the heir of each nation, the delegation, and the guards assemble. Asterisk. Yan also understood one thing clearly. There were a total of 3 high-ranking mages in the delegation, including the Tower Master. If another deadly weapon like a high-ranking mage were added, the treaty would be thrown into disarray. With this in mind, he spoke up. The foundation of diplomacy is trust. That is a very reasonable explanation. I understand what the Tower Master is worried about. Hearing the answer he wanted, HB's attitude immediately changed. He turned to leave and said, if you understand, then you should return. Your presence in this city could cause diplomatic trouble. HB said to him, I regret having to do this to you. You've gone through so much trouble to get here after completing your mission, but I hope you understand that there is nothing else we can do. Suddenly, in this disadvantageous situation, a smile appeared on Yan's lips. He said, I will explain what happened to the Emperor privately. But what if a high-ranking mage in the delegation were to give up their spot? In a sincere tone, Yan presented an idea. Could I take that person's place? He added, this is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should be flexible on this matter. HB, who hadn't even taken a single step, quickly turned back and said, of course, that's possible, but who would? Just as he said that, someone spoke up in agreement, I will. As he volunteered his spot, the man took a step forward. It turned out to be Ronal. He raised his hand and declared, I will give up my spot in the delegation. Everyone around them immediately fell silent. No one dared to voice an opinion, fearing that saying the wrong thing would get them into trouble. Even Haydn and Oliver were stunned for a moment, not expecting that someone would actually be willing to give their spot to Yan. This also made HB exclaim in astonishment, what are you saying, Ronal? But Ronal was very firm in his decision. Ronal then began to explain, as I just said, are we not all citizens of the Empire? No citizen disobeys a royal command. Hearing Ronal's words, a hint of a smile flashed in Yan's eyes. He added, even if it causes diplomatic trouble, the delegation's duty is to represent the Empire as its citizens. It is an honorable duty. But while carrying out that duty, if I can help execute a royal command and solve a diplomatic issue by giving up my position, then I will gladly do so. Those words were so reasonable that HB could no longer refute them. Ronal looked respectfully toward Haydn and said, I will now entrust the sacred duty of being part of the delegation to Yan Fa. I humbly ask that your highness permit this change. Hayden immediately replied, I approve. I am deeply impressed by your sincerity and unwavering loyalty to the Empire demonstrated by all you have done for it. I order you to prepare thoroughly and return safely to the capital. Ronal replied, Thank you for your grace, your highness. He then turned to Yan, as if wanting to say something more. Ronal softly entrusted his duties. I am entrusting you with the task of being part of the delegation. Please ensure you complete your duties without fail. Yan replied cheerfully, Thank you, senior. But the man said, There's no need to thank me. Thoughts about this man surfaced in Yan's mind again. The high-ranking mage, Ronal. Based on his past life's memories, he was one of the few kind-hearted mages. Although he was unyielding on all matters, his beliefs weren't founded on loyalty to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. Because Ronal was that kind of person, Yan knew he could easily get him under his thumb. He thought smugly that Ronal was only interested in his own magical abilities, in exchange for being taught a few spells that even Tower Master Herb didn't know. He easily came over to my side. Then, Ronal said his goodbyes. Well then, I shall take my leave now. He repeated the words Herb had just said. For a high-ranking mage who wasn't part of the delegation to remain in this city would complicate diplomatic efforts. Those were the Tower Master's words. Herb was trembling with anger but could do nothing. He only now realized something. I thought he was just an ignorant brat, but has he already put down roots in my Ivory Tower? Herb's gaze was fixed on Yan, his mind repeating that name over and over. Yan Fa. He frowned, seemingly having made up his mind. I will not allow a brat like him to ruin my plans, to turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower's empire, as I have long planned. He thought this while staring intently at Yan. It was as if he had identified Yan as the obstacle in his path. Right behind Yan, Ragnar was also observing the situation. Ragnar remained silent, but it was clear from his eyes that he, too, had begun to be wary of him. The smile on Ragnar's lips was now gone. Magnificent castles and eye-catching architecture filled the view. This was Demi-Draz, a neutral city that didn't belong to any particular country. For this reason, all three nations recognize the importance of Demi-Draz, and it has been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. Upon entering the gate, the 19th mayor of Demi-Draz, Angelo Naval, gave them a warm welcome. This way, please. Hayden immediately asked, Where are the others? He replied softly, We have guided them to their quarters. Then Angelo pointed to the building next to them and said, Those from Green River may use this building. He also made thoughtful arrangements for Hayden. I believe your highness can use that separate building. It is the residence prepared for our most important guests. Hayden glanced at the stately buildings and remarked, Not bad. He then turned to Herb and asked, Tower Master, Do you have any plans for now? He replied, There are no special arrangements before the appointed day. It was unclear what Hayden's intentions were, but he just smiled faintly and said, I understand. Next, he gave an order to the high-ranking mages. Very well, everyone may rest. Yan will come with me. Follow me. Hearing this, Yan bowed in obedience. Once the arrangements were made, he left with Hayden. But Ragnar remained standing there, watching their retreating backs. A short while later, in his room, the door was being pushed open by someone. It turned out to be Herb. Before he could speak, Ragnar spoke first. I will not hold you responsible for this. Then he mentioned Yan, that mage standing next to you. He's a nuisance. His gaze was incredibly cold. I don't have a good feeling about this either. Herb replied, I understand. He added, but please, do not worry too much. It is true that Yan Fei's magical abilities are outstanding, but the core of diplomacy lies in this very moment. Magic has very little to do with this matter. Even I have no right to speak. No, even if I did speak up, there would be nothing to say. Herb found another reason to justify himself. It's customary for a young mage to be present during diplomatic talks between nations. Who else would you suggest? He believed that a high-ranking mage at the diplomatic table was merely for show. Then Herb reminded Ragnar, Your Highness, as you have prepared, you must become the center of this treaty. He let out a sigh and replied, I understand, but I still find this troublesome. Because he was afraid of one thing. I have tried to win Yan Fei over countless times, inviting him to become our ally, but he has always refused. If we just leave him be, he will become a major obstacle. With that, Ragnar glanced at the Tower Master. I expect you to resolve this matter as soon as possible. He replied respectfully, Please leave it to me. Herb assured him, Everything will come to pass as your highness desires. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on the fifth prince's side, the mood in Prince Hayden's room was completely relaxed. He sat down cheerfully on the sofa and said, What a wonderful blessing. Seems very excited about the things here. He adds that, now that he thinks of it, the nightly street performances in Demi-Draz are supposed to be amazing. There must be a lot of fun things to see. Hayden eagerly gets ready to go out. Should we sneak out? Or maybe buy some different clothes to change into? He says nonchalantly, Captain, let's hire some servants for the chores now. Just then, Yan suddenly interrupts. Your Highness. Hearing his name, Haydn freezes for a moment. He seems to realize that he's been too carried away and might have angered Yan. Haydn hesitantly asks, what is it, Yan? As expected, he was extremely annoyed by Haydn's carefree attitude. Although he doesn't say a word, his expression is enough for Haydn to recognize that terrifying look. But given his position, Yan can only nag Haydn. Do you have any idea what position you're in, Your Highness? He patiently explains the current situation to him. You are here as the representative of the Green River Empire and the heir to the throne. You are also the one in charge of the three-nation negotiations. What I mean is, you didn't come here on vacation. At this point, the anger in Yan's heart is boiling over. He bluntly yells at Haydn, please get rid of the idea of going out to have fun. But he still asks naively, why? We still have plenty of time. Haydn's naivety makes Yan explode. You must start preparing right now. Seeing Yan get angry with him, he immediately turns to Oliver with a pleading look. Oliver notices but ignores him, immediately turning his head away. Yan adds, you are the one with the most authority in this matter. If you say nothing, that opportunity will be handed over to the fifth prince. He still stubbornly says, I heard my father, the king, mention it. But he immediately says with certainty, I guarantee that if that happens, the negotiations will focus on the fifth prince. Would you be all right with that? However, Haydn is still very hesitant. I would hate that, but he sighs and says, to be honest, I don't know anything about the military, trade goods, land distribution, or anything related to slaves. There's no one by my side to debate politics with, and no one to help me. Yan listens silently as the prince vents. He thinks, compared to being humiliated if I say something, isn't it better to just keep quiet and do nothing? Hearing Haydn's inner thoughts, he understands. It seems he's used to giving up and running away from reality. That simply won't do. Yan is sure of it, because the only person with the potential to help him right now is Haydn. The prince could be the one car to have to deal Ragna a crushing disappointment. Then, he persistently tries to convince the prince again. You should be the center of the negotiations, Your Highness. He still tries to find an excuse to get out of it, but how can I? Yan snaps his fingers and says, I'm only giving you one chance. Instantly, quills begin to write something on blank sheets of paper floating in midair. He explains clearly, His Majesty the Emperor has ordered me to become the Crown Prince's strength. This is an opportunity for the Crown Prince to take matters into his own hands. Yan recounts that under the Emperor's orders, so the Crown Prince doesn't lose the initiative to the fifth prince, I will list all the issues to be discussed at the negotiations, along with their corresponding solution. He snaps his fingers again and says, Therefore, Your Highness. At Yan's words, the door to the room immediately locks tight. From now until the appointed day, all of this. He looks fearfully at the multitude of documents flying chaotically around the room. Yan tells him seriously, You must memorize everything. A week later in Demadras, the day of the three-nation treaty negotiation takes place at a castle. Ragna is making his way inside. He says to his companions, Oh, and another thing. I heard that after my brother entered that mansion, he didn't come out for an entire week. A curious look appears in Ragna's eyes. I wonder what's going on with him. Herbie Leon immediately replies, I was worried too, so I placed surveillance all around the mansion where the Crown Prince is staying, but nothing at all has happened. He continues, I heard he only occasionally goes out into the garden and looks very tired. He calmly replies, I see. At that moment, Haydn Green River also arrives. He puts on a cheerful appearance. Ragna speaks up, Good morning. My dear older brother, did you sleep well last night? Haydn gives a friendly reply, I did. He smiles and says, I'm very glad to hear that. Ragna continues, Well then, I'll head to the conference room with the delegation first. I'll see you later, brother. He walks past him. As Ragna brushes past Yan turns his head to look back at him. Haydn looks anxious now, clenching his fists. Yan also notices Haydn's state. He calls out, Your Highness. He is startled. Yan immediately reassures and encourages Haydn. Please don't worry. You've done everything you could over the past week to prepare. He emphasizes, You will be the one leading these three-nation treaty negotiations. He hesitates for a moment, then smiles confidently and replies, Right. The negotiations begin. Angolo stands to introduce himself. I am the one entrusted with arbitrating these treaty negotiations, the 19th mayor of Demadres, Angolo Nevo. At the negotiation table, all parties are present. He announces, From this point forward, every detail of these treaty negotiations will be recorded, and I will be monitoring these proceedings. I hope all of you will remember what I've just said. Now, let us begin the treaty negotiations. Angolo is also making sure to announce the regulations. Maxon and the others are also very eager. Ragna, meanwhile, is looking very confident. Meanwhile, Haydn is still troubled, even though Yan did his best to encourage him before the negotiations. Maxon then raises his hand to share his opinion. I am Maxen Benat, he says. As all of you already know, the route leading to our duchy is very narrow and dangerous. It is difficult for us to gather soldiers and supplies. We hope to receive elite mages and knights in place of infantry, and money instead of goods. In fact, we've already come to an agreement with the Crowd Empire on this matter. The magnificent mansion makes the negotiations feel even more formal. Maxen continues, please don't misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a legitimate reason to object, we are prepared to renegotiate. He says this while glancing over at Haydn. Yan immediately looks at Haydn, his eyes filled with trust. He thinks to himself, the opening topic is about the expeditionary force. Go on, say it just like you practiced. Haydn remains silent. Meanwhile, Ragna, who has been observing him, speaks up. I will speak on the Crown Prince's behalf. Just then, Haydn speaks up as well. Regarding the matter of the army, the one who will be speaking is the great general and undefeated commander of our empire, Sir Dan Mistos. I will entrust this matter to him. He introduces and invites Danks to speak. Maxen looks puzzled and wonders to himself, isn't the fifth prince the one in charge? Haydn stresses, we already have an expert on this matter, so there's no need for me to speak, is there? He turns and gestures to Danks. Sir Danks. The man obeys. Yes, I will speak. Danks begins to speak. In my opinion, regarding the duchy's request, we can simply proceed as discussed. Yan listens with a smile. He observes the situation, everything in the negotiations is going smoothly. Haydn confidently voices his opinions, and Maxen's side engages in an open discussion. Ragna appears very surprised and confused. The negotiations continue into the late afternoon. It's almost over. Yan thinks to himself, from the Kraut Empire, Crown Prince Hector Kraut now clasps his hands and says, let's be frank with one another. He argues that simply dividing the territory into 3 parts with no plan. That's why we can't ensure a fair division. The quality of the natural resources and land differs across that vast area. Getting a good portion would be like winning the lottery. However, won't the entire region be worthless if there's nothing beneath the surface? Outside, it was gradually getting dark. Some nations will suffer a loss, leaving them with no choice but to feel displeased. And displeased is putting it mildly, but that's the kind of thing that could spark a war, isn't it? Yan's expression turns serious as he thinks. The most important topic of the treaty negotiations, dividing the territory and natural resources after the punitive expedition. Hector puts forth a proposal, expressing his wish. Our empire doesn't want any trouble at all. It would be wonderful if we could maintain peace for 1,000 or 10,000 years. That is why, if any of you have a good proposal, please speak up. Let's enjoy what we can achieve together without any discord. Maxen's side is busy in a heated discussion with its members. Ragna turns to Herb Leon and says, Tower Master. The man smiles while Ragna looks worried. Ragna raises his hand to speak. This is merely my humble opinion, but I would like to share it. Suddenly, Haydn slams both hands hard on the table and exclaims, I know a way to ensure nothing goes wrong. Everyone is stunned. Maxen has to abruptly stop his discussion to turn and look at Haydn. Haydn's expression is full of confidence, as he had prepared for this. Ragna, on the other hand, is completely stunned. Ingolo then prompts Haydn, Crown Prince of the Green River Empire, please tell everyone here the solution you've thought of. He begins, all right. First, the Ivory Tower of our empire the magic tower has developed a new type of spell. We can detect and determine with relative accuracy the amount of minerals located beneath a specific area. Ragna is flabbergasted. Herbie is utterly shocked. He thinks to himself, how does he know about that? Maxen immediately asks, is that true? Haydn answers confidently, of course, it's true. You all must have heard rumors about this mage one way or another. He then introduces Yan. He is the youngest high-ranking mage in our empire, Yan Fa. He is the one who created that spell. Maxen is completely taken aback and says, I can't believe a spell like that could be used. Hector thinks in bewilderment. Is he thinking the same thing I am? That a mineral detection spell would be essential for these treaty negotiations? He looks over at Yan with suspicion. How could this brat possibly have grasped the crux of these negotiations? Haydn stands up and says, we are thinking of using that spell to create what we'll call a resource map, because we have to see just how valuable that land is. He continues, explaining that with a complete map, they would be able to divide the Great Plains into different sections among the nations based on certain requirements. But we'll have to farm and develop this land for the next few decades anyway, won't we? At that, Jiang Na simply remained silent. He was boiling with rage. Jiang Na glanced at Yan, who turned to look back at him with an incredibly confident expression. Yan smiled, the smile of a victor. Meanwhile, Haydn was still arguing. I'm certain there's no better way than this. That's my opinion. Outside, the sunset enveloping the castle was a beautiful sight. Oliver was waiting for good news. Seeing Haydn come rushing out, Oliver was surprised. Haydn called out, Captain. He ran over, looking ecstatic. Oliver immediately greeted him. "Your Highness." Overjoyed, Haydn explained excitedly as he ran, "Captain, you should have seen it. I managed to turn that whole meeting upside down today." The looks on Jiang Na's and the Tower Master's faces were so sour. "It's a real shame you couldn't see it." Hearing this, Oliver smiled. Haydn invited the group to celebrate. "I'll tell you the details when we get out of here. For now, let's go for a drink and a walk around the city." He turned to invite Yan. "Yan, you'll come with us, won't you? There won't be another chance to celebrate like today." Yan immediately nodded in agreement. Haydn was overjoyed. He firmly grasped Yan's shoulders and said in a delighted tone, "Yes, that's the spirit. Yan, you'll be an adult soon, so you should drink the wine I bestow upon you, right? Excellent. I'll teach you how to drink." Suddenly, someone cut in, calling, "Your Highness." It was Jiang Na. He approached, wanting to discuss something with Haydn. Jiang Na appeared very friendly, but Haydn asked in a stern voice, "What is it?" He feigned admiration and praised Haydn. "You were truly impressive today. I've learned a great deal from you." Jiang Na placed a hand on his chest in a show of respect. Haydn gave a forced smile and said, "Of course, little brother. I'm so glad you could learn from me. I think you'll be able to learn a lot from these treaty negotiations as well. Keep striving and improving yourself." He put on a pleasant face, but his heart wasn't in it. Meanwhile, Haydn was lecturing Jiang Na like a wise elder. He said that if Jiang Na ever needed advice, he should feel free to ask him anytime. Jiang Na hesitated before replying, "Thank you, brother." Then Jiang Na turned to leave. Haydn's group watched him go. After walking a short distance, he turned and called out to Yan, "Captain Yan." Haydn looked at him with gratitude. Today was truly the best day of my life. His heart was blooming with joy. Yan and Oliver were both swept up in the jubilant atmosphere. Haydn put his hands on both their shoulders and said, "Let's go, let's go. We've been holding back all week, let's cut loose today." He instructed Oliver, "Captain, you should relax and act normally today, too. Don't be so stiff." And Haydn turned to Yan and said, "You'll be an adult soon, so you should drink the wine I bestow upon you, shouldn't you?" "Ah, I think I just said that." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. "Huh. Yan, what's wrong? Your hands?" At that moment, both of Yan's hands began to glow, and Jiang Na's group turned back to look. Haydn and Oliver looked bewildered. Yan then spoke up. "It seems this is my limit." Haydn asked in confusion, "Your limit? Explain it so I can understand." As Yan began to fade, he said softly, "My apologies. But I believe I will drink the wine you offer me in the royal palace." A panicked Haydn asked, "What do you mean?" Yan replied softly, "I will explain everything to you at the royal palace." Then he vanished, leaving Haydn completely clueless as to what was happening. Everyone watched as Yan disappeared completely. Herbie thought to himself, "A clone? Was he using a clone this entire time? A clone couldn't have survived that." Jiang Na was utterly astonished. Yan was gone. He was furious. He growled, "He did all of that with a clone. Were we just played?" Back at the base, evening had begun to fall. Adam was bringing in food and said gently, "Sir, I brought your meal." By the bed, Callie was taking care of Yan. He told him to just leave it there. Adam then asked, "Hasn't Yan woken up yet?" Callie replied with a worried expression, "No, not yet. It's been many days." Although this technique minimizes energy consumption and physiological signs, you can see with your own eyes that his body is getting weaker. He looked over at the boy lying unconscious on the bed. He remembered the instructions Yan gave him before he fell into his deep sleep. "If anything happens, please wake me up by channeling mana into my head." He stood up and said, "I'll call for a mage, and we'll forcibly wake him." Just then, Yan's voice cut in, "I'm already awake." Callie looked back in surprise. Yan said, "I don't think that's necessary. It's all the same either way." He said cheerfully, "Oh, Yan, you're awake?" Yan replied, "As you can see." Callie immediately asked Yan, "Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" He looked exhausted and spoke slowly. "It seems I'll be having some trouble for a while. My head hurts, and I can't move. Also, my stomach is hungry." Callie asked again, "Your stomach?" Callie asked in a panic, "Your stomach hurts? I'll call a doctor." Yan continued, "No, my stomach is hungry right now." Callie suddenly went silent. The two paused for about 2 seconds. Yan emphasized, "Very hungry." The next morning, on a beautiful sunny day, Yan was preparing to depart. Callie suggested that he stay one more night. "No matter how busy we are, we must prepare a feast for our savior, even if we're a little short on time." Yan was being polite. "Your assistance last time was sufficient. Besides, isn't that the duty of a high-ranking mage such as myself? Don't call me a savior. If it wasn't me, another mage would have come to help." "The sunrise here is quite beautiful," Sen replied. "I don't think so. If it had been any other mage besides you, Sir Yan, I would have just blocked the horde and returned. He looked grateful. Sen continued, to be honest, the first time I saw you, I was skeptical. This young man standing before the horde at Daping. I wondered if he could really do anything. But I was wrong. For years, I haven't been able to do anything myself. And yet, you, Sir Yan, solved the problem at its root in just 10 days. Hearing this, Yan smiled. He continued to ask, it seems you possess a special power that no one else has. Yan was suddenly perplexed. Sen invited. Well then, Sir Yan, before you leave, let's do that thing. Yan asked. That thing? What do you mean? He said in an open tone. What I mean is, I heard that last year you formed the pledge of the honored guest with a Morgan family in the north. I would like to propose that you form a similar pledge with us. He asked in surprise. Huh? Is it really that simple? Sen laughed and replied, don't misunderstand. It is only because it is you, Sir Yan, that I say this. He assured him, pledging to you is no issue at all. I, Pyrrhic, am willing to serve you. This isn't just a simple courtesy for a savior. I am doing this for a reason, Sir Yan Kali said, showing favor. If the Empire's only 6th Circle Mage agrees to let the East serve you, there could be no greater honor. Yan listened and contemplated. Sen emphasized, this is entirely my own judgment, but I believe no one will regret this, neither you, Sir Yan, nor I. He hesitated and said, I'm not sure if I can so easily accept what is known as the Empire's 1,000-year pledge, and this is all rather sudden. Yan smiled and said softly, but I have no intention of refusing. Sen immediately turned to take the sword that Adon brought out. He declared, I have been waiting for that answer. Sen presented the sword and said, we should probably follow protocol, shouldn't we? This is the 1,000-year oath, after all. He smiled brightly and explained, this might seem a bit strange, but please bear with me. It will be over in a moment. Sen drove the tip of his sword into the ground. He spoke slowly. This house will always welcome the High Mage Yan whenever he visits. Should he ever need the power of the East, his voice echoed under the blue sky. We promise to stand by his side at any time. This vow will be passed down from one generation to the next. In the name of the eastern flow of the Green River, I so swear. Yan smiled. Sen and Adam bowed their heads to Yan. Afterward, they both laughed and said, no matter how many times we say it, something feels off. It would be nice if we could just make this a personal oath between us. He smiled and replied, I'll be in your care the next time I visit. Sen immediately said, please, let us know before you arrive. We will show you what a true Eastern feast looks like. You can look forward to it, he said expectantly. Yan spoke in a modest tone. I will do that. Well then, I'll be going. A breeze blew past as Adon and Sen watched him leave. Yan began a new journey. He stood for a moment, gazing at the landscape, and thought to himself, so much has happened in such a short time, and I even gained an unexpected reward. Yan smiled with satisfaction. He raised his staff and said, you are known as the King of Mages. You carved this magic into the staff, the revival of black magic that vanished 300 years ago. He looked determined, thinking, when I return to the capital, I'll have a lot to investigate. Hearing that Yan was home, Vanessa rushed down the stairs. She called out, Yan. He looked over and saw his mother approaching. Yan happily called back in a gentle voice, Mom. Vanessa's eyes welled up with tears as she walked over, asking, how could you just disappear into thin air like that? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was truly shocked. She looked worried, covering her mouth with her hands. Oh my goodness, you're so thin. Vanessa pinched Yan's cheek and said, you must have had a hard time. Your face is half its usual size. You went there to work, and Lord Pyrrhic didn't even feed you. She said, bewildered. How infuriating. He quickly explained, something happened there, Mom. I just need to eat a little more, that's all. Yan took something out of his pocket and said, oh, right, Mom. Here, take this. He opened his hand, showing Vanessa a transparent blue orb. This is a mana communication orb, made from a mana crystal orb. On my way back to the capital, I had a workshop make this for us. In the future, you can use this to talk to me whenever I'm in the capital, Yan said, pointing to his staff. I've already set mine up on this staff. I'm sorry for making you worry. Vanessa hesitantly called Yan. He said, from now on, I'll always be by your side. Just then, Douglas Ham came forward and called out to Yan. Leader Douglas asked, what was that magic? I've read about many spells at the academy, but I've never seen one like that. Behind him, Radio was also smiling. Yan looked tired. Douglas continued to ask, how were you able to appear at Demidras and the royal palace at the same time? Was it a mirror clone or something similar? Yan replied softly, you're asking too many questions at once. Can you ask them one by one? Yan explained, to put it simply, I can do it because I'm already level 6. After hearing this, everyone was astonished. Da asked in confusion, "Is that even possible? Does that mean you're now the highest-ranking mage in our empire?" Radio then spoke up. "I knew you weren't ordinary when I first met you, but I never thought you'd be this exceptional." Yan acted humbly. He said, "Nothing has changed, so please treat me the same as always." Douglas said, "Oh, in that case, I was planning on testing a new potion I made in the lab this afternoon. Want to join me?" Douglas cheerfully invited Yan. He politely declined. "Sorry, but we'll have to do that together some other time." Douglas asked, "Why?" Yan replied in a tired voice, "Because I've been invited somewhere else." He then headed to the appointment he just mentioned. The place was hosting a simple, casual drinking party. "This is it," Yan thought to himself. When Helen saw him arrive, he welcomed Yan warmly. He said, "You've probably guessed by now, but today's party is a celebration prepared just for you." Yan thought in confusion. "Why does this feel like déjà vu?" Yan wondered. "He asked me to wear casual clothes, so I was wondering what kind of party it would be. So this is it, huh?" Vi spoke up. "Ah, Sir Yan, welcome." Oliver was also there to greet him. The two of them then pulled Yan to the party table. "All right, please have a seat. Here, Sir Yan, take these snacks to the table." Heian immediately placed a very large glass of wine on the table. He said excitedly, "Drink up, Yan. Congratulations on reaching level 6. I specifically brought a few barrels of the finest wine to the palace for this party. You won't find such a rare wine like this easily outside." Everyone enthusiastically enjoyed the delicious wine. Heian shouted, "All right, drink up." Yan thought to himself in confusion, "Come to think of it, I don't think I drank much in my past life." Because Jiang Na didn't drink at all. He said wine makes people dull and lowers their guard. He gently lifted the full glass of wine. Yan swallowed, took a breath, and downed the entire glass in one go. Heian smiled and asked, "How is it, Yan?" He put the glass down on the table. Wiping his mouth, Yan looked refreshed and said, "It's actually pretty good." He beamed, "Is that so? I'm glad you like it." The people around them turned to ask, "Your Highness, please tell us what happened in Demi-Drust." Heian replied with delight, All right. And so, he passionately began telling them the story. Leaving Yan sitting in a corner, Oliver approached to talk to him. "Sir Yan, let me fill your cup." Yan turned to look at him and called out, "Sir Oliver." As he poured the wine, Oliver continued, "If this is your first time drinking, you shouldn't overdo it." Oliver said, "If you get drunk and something happens, you might end up launching fireballs at the knights." Yan laughed and said, "Haha, you're always so worried, Sir Oliver." He glanced over at Heian and said, "Actually, I'm quite surprised to see His Highness being so close with the knights, and even having fun with them. Is it all right for him to do that?" Oliver explained, "All of the knights have sworn their loyalty to him. They can be trusted." Yan pondered, "Loyalty and trust, huh?" Oliver looked at Yan for a moment. He continued, "I think I know why you don't have any friends, Sir Yan." Yan replied in surprise, "What? Why would you suddenly say that?" Oliver said, "Actually, I've known since I met you." He began to recount. "Do you remember our first conversation 5 years ago in the Mojin territory? Cecilia turned out to be a spy whom you captured alive." Oliver recalled the image of a younger Yan and continued, "Even though you had just caught a level 3 mage who was a spy, to you, it was as if nothing had happened. You were very emotionless back then. You're really good at controlling your facial expressions. A child that aged normally can't hide their face or their true feelings." He placed his wine glass on the table. Oliver analyzed. "But back then, I couldn't read any expression on your face at all. It was as if you were a soldier who had been trained for many years not to reveal your true emotions." Yan thought, "Back then, I couldn't pretend to be young." Oliver continued, "That's when I felt that you were too withdrawn, despite being so young. You probably don't have any friends you can share your feelings with." Oliver asserted, "I'm quite good at noticing things like that." Yan rested his chin on his hand and said, "Ah, yes, I admit it, but I'm not sure how I should feel after hearing you say it so directly." He thought about Jiang Na and said, "Nonsense. Actually, I did have a friend once, but we didn't have a good ending." Oliver smiled and said, "A friend of yours, Sir Yan. I'm very curious about what kind of person they were." He suddenly added, "After training with you for 5 years, I've realized something else." Yan said in alarm, "What is it?" "I'm a little scared to hear what you might say." Oliver then spoke, "I don't know why, but sometimes when I talk to you, Sir Yan, I feel like I'm talking to a world-weary old man. I wonder why that is." "What?" Yan asked, startled. He then laughed and replied, "Ha, you're really good at judging people, sir," he said. "Actually, I'm almost 48. I've always used magic to maintain my youth." Upon hearing this, Oliver stared at Yan, stunned. "I'm just kidding," he said. Yan quickly explained, "You know, I'm the type of person who doesn't share his feelings and doesn't have friends. Sometimes my jokes sound like the truth, so please understand that." After hearing this, Oliver's expression returned to calm. Sir Oliver said in a forgiving, elderly tone, "I'll let you off this time." Yan laughed and replied, "Well, I truly appreciate that." It was dark outside, but the party was still in full swing. After having a bit too much to drink, Yan managed to sneak out the door. He rubbed his head and said, I've had way too much. I've never drunk this much, even in my past life." Suddenly, someone from outside called Yan's name. Mr. Yan." He looked over in surprise and saw Vi sitting outside the door. Yan called out, "Vice Captain." He asked him, "What are you doing out here?" Vi laughed and replied, "Ha, actually, I'm not much of a drinker. I start feeling tipsy after just a cup or two." He asked Yan, "I'm hiding out here to get some fresh air. What about you, Mr. Yan?" He replied, "I also came out for some air. I'm still not used to that place." Yan secretly observed Vi and pondered. The vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division, Vi Paul Lenz. In my past life, he was the second best swordsman, right after Sir Oliver. He analyzed that Vi was a commoner, but his sword skills and loyalty to the royal family had earned him the trust of the Crown Prince and Sir Oliver, and then he was promoted to the position of vice captain. Vi suddenly spoke up. "Now that I think about it, Mr. Yan, you said this was your first time drinking, right? How was it, drinking for the first time?" Yan smiled and replied, "Not too bad. A little bit is fine." Vi chuckled and said, "That's a relief. Let's go for a drink sometime. The others want to thank you, Mr. Yan. Even the reserve Captain Oliver has started talking to you, right? And it's been a long time since I've seen His Highness look so radiant. It's all thanks to your strength, Mr. Yan." He hesitated before replying, "Thank you for saying that, but I simply gave him a little push forward." Yan thought of the spreading dark aura and continued, "But on the bright side," he smirked and said, "I think I've grown quite attached to this whole thing." Vi looked surprised. Seeing this, Yan asked, "What's wrong?" He replied to Yan, his voice hurried, No, I was just surprised. I didn't expect you to make a face like that, Mr. Yan." He was confused, not knowing what Vi was describing. Just then, Vi came out and called to him, "Vice Captain, there you are." He said, "The Crown Prince is looking for you. If you don't go back in and keep drinking, they said they'll strip you of your Vice Captain title." Vi asked in shock, "Huh, for real?" He stood up and said goodbye to Yan. "Mr. Yan, I'll be going now." He laughed and said that Vi should have just taken it slow from the start. Vi replied, "I would have if I could." The night sky was full of stars. Yan wandered off on his own. He stood there, gazing at the stars, and thought about the memories of his past life. Old images resurfaced. Yan thought that he would no longer rely on them as his weapons. The changes brought about by his choices will gradually influence each other, creating situations completely different from his previous life. No one could predict what this would lead to. Inside, Vi was struggling with the dark aura. He was smiling brightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Na was standing and plotting. He was calculating something, and Terry Green River was reading a book. He is a wise emperor. Yan thought of his mother, his family. Vanessa's smile was so bright. Yan thought, "I can only protect the ones I love. I can only move forward." He smiled, speaking silently to his enemies. This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Jiang Na was asking HB, "What's your plan now?" Jiang Na's face was full of cunning and malice. He stressed, "What did I tell you? I told you to get rid of him before he becomes an obstacle. Haven't I constantly reminded you?" He replied softly, "Yes, you did, Your Highness." Jiang Na continued, "And what did you say every time I reminded you that if I waited a little longer, you would turn him into a useful weapon and present him to me? You always said that and brushed the matter aside, didn't you?" He said, "So what about him now? He's blocking our way at every turn." HB looked remorseful. He said, "I made a misjudgment. I should have dealt with the problem quickly, but I just kept procrastinating." HB frowned and said, "No one could have expected a young man to pull something like that." He repeatedly asserted, "I will make no more excuses. However, this will be the last time you have to wait." Upon hearing this, Jiang Na asked sternly, "The last time?" HB emphasized, "This will be the last time. I only ask that you wait a little longer." He appeared confident and said that all preparations were complete. With that, HB called for someone. "Helen, greet His Highness." Jiang Na asked in surprise, "Helen? You mean the high-level mage who disappeared a few years ago?" He seemed utterly astonished. Helen slowly took off her hood and said softly, "It is an honor to meet Your Highness." Her face looked very dangerous, with bright red eyes. Jiang Na stammered, looking bewildered. HB quickly interjected to reassure him, "Please, don't be too surprised, Your Highness. She is a human girl, a loyal subordinate of a manager who takes orders from me. You could also consider her a long-term subordinate of mine. She will give her life for you, Your Highness." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and then asked, Tower Master. Could it be that she knows that forbidden art? HB immediately said, yes, it's forbidden magic. His expression turned serious. HB mentioned Yan. This dark magic user, aimed at the thorn in our side, will become a long-term pawn who will devote her life to you. Please do not worry. Jiang Na was still restless. He continued, Your Highness, the plan to help you ascend to the throne will proceed. At the tower, as for Herbeck, he was still seething with fury just thinking about Yan. Herbeck growled, level 6. He slammed both hands on the table and repeated with force, Level 6, you say? A murderous aura radiated from Herbeck, his body practically burning with rage. In his fury, he hurled a glass object against the wall. Herbeck's hatred for Yan was palpable. He silently cursed that little brat. Suddenly, the clicking sound of footsteps echoed as someone entered. In the doorway, Marco stood with his head bowed. He said to the Tower Master, You summoned me, sir. He suddenly paused and looked up. Before him, Herbeck's expression was serious, a stark contrast to the terrifying aura from moments before. He spoke calmly, You've come, Marco. Marco then asked, Is something wrong, sir? Herbeck replied, his voice wavering, No, it's nothing. He explained himself. I was just suddenly reminded that it's been 20 years since I first met you. You were just a newborn back then, Marco, so you wouldn't remember it. But for me, that moment is still so vivid. Hearing this, Marco smiled brightly. Herbeck continued, You were an abandoned child wrapped in a blanket, and you smiled at me. He kept reminiscing about Marco's childhood. You learned to roll over and stand on your own 2 feet. I loved watching you so much I'd sometimes forget about my work. Herbeck looked incredibly proud. He said, But then one day, that child not only gained the powers of a mage, but also grew up to become a fully fledged one. Who could have ever imagined it? I am truly so proud of you. Marco immediately expressed his gratitude. It's all thanks to the kindness you've shown me, sir. He continued, If there is ever a chance for me to repay your kindness, I, Marco, will do anything in my power. Herbeck raised a hand, his tone affectionate. You're like a son to me. It would be absurd for you to have to repay me, he then continued. However, the reason I summoned you is because I have an important favor to ask. If you're free this evening, could you come to my mansion? Marco immediately bowed in compliance. Of course. You need only give the order, sir. Herbeck gave a faint smile, but there was a calculating glint hidden within it. He said, Thank you. I shall see you later, then. The scene shifts to a quiet market at night, where the door of a small tavern creaks open, and the owner, Garrett, calls out a welcome. His eyes suddenly widened as he recognized the person. Looking at the figure before him, Garrett exclaimed, Well, who do we have here? If it isn't the Ivory Tower's youngest high-ranking mage, Master Yan himself. Yan then asked him, You know me? Garrett replied nonchalantly, Of course. There isn't a soul in this district who doesn't know you. He bowed to Yan and said, I never expected someone as important as you to visit a humble place like. Garrett's expression suddenly shifted, and he asked curiously, But may I ask what brings you here? Yan answered calmly, You don't need to be so on guard. He placed a pouch of money on the table and said, I'm just here as a customer looking to buy some information. Looking completely baffled, he asked, I've heard that the high-ranking mages of the Ivory Tower receive quite the research fund. It seems the rumors are true. Garrett then asked hesitantly, All right. What kind? Yan stated seriously, I want to buy all information related to black magic. Garrett stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh ho, black magic? Wouldn't you know more about that than we do? Yan replied, Theoretically, that may be true, but that's not the kind of information I'm looking for. His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke softly. The information could be trivial or even completely baseless. I want to know the information that's behind the scenes, not the things the public knows. Garrett waved a hand, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, I understand what you mean. He added, As it happens, we were just looking into something related. You've come at the perfect time. Garrett asked seriously, Master Yan, have you heard of the Order of the Dragon? Yan mused quietly. The Order of the Dragon. He began to explain. Among the many religions in the Empire, they are a group that worships dragons as gods. Though they aren't famous, the Order of the Dragon is the oldest religious group, having existed for hundreds of years. As the scene blurs into a flashback, he continues, The Order of the Dragon originally started as a small religious group in a remote village. A figure gradually appears. It's said a grave robber claimed he saw the last descendant of the dragons, and he came to spread its teachings, backed by the transcendent power of the cult leader. At least, that's the story people whisper to each other. He then came to a populated area. Although at first, people saw him as a fraud and didn't believe him, gradually, the Order of the Dragon began to attract followers, growing stronger by the day. A figure is shown from behind. Who is the cult leader? How many followers do they have, and what is their goal? There is no information about them whatsoever. It's as if they're shrouded in a veil. There are many speculations and rumors. Among them are some truly wild ones, like that they can resurrect the dead and brainwash people. Garrett crossed his arms. Now, I don't know for sure if this descendant of dragons actually exists, but if you piece together all the rumors and circumstances, a certain possibility emerges. As he took in this information, Yan's eyes widened, and he froze in shock. Garrett said with confidence, "We are certain that the Order of the Dragon is connected to black magic." He looked at Yan and continued to explain. "Recently, various powers within the Empire have been coming to us for information on the Order of the Dragon." His voice carried on. "Black magic requires ingredients that are far more inhumane than mana, which means that there are factions out there with the ability to procure such things." He said cheerfully, "They're quite secretive, so I hear that only chosen individuals are allowed to join. But it's not easy to find out who's in that religion. If they can brainwash and control people, couldn't they just bewitch those with high status and authority in the Empire?" He laughed and explained. Garrett added, "That's all we know for now. We'll continue to investigate them, so if we get more information, I'll send it to you by letter." Yan pulled up his hood, preparing to leave. He turned back and said, "All right, please continue the investigation." The man waved at his retreating back. "Thank you, Yan. We hope you'll continue to support us in the future." As night completely cloaked the sky at Yan's house, he rested his chin on his hand, troubled by what he had just been told. The Order of the Dragon. Yan's gaze grew distant as he fell deep in thought. He had never heard of it in his past life. If they were a cult that had existed for over 100 years, he should have at least heard of them once. Yan looked at the staff placed by the window, thinking to himself, "The Sorcerer King I met on the Great Plains used black magic through the dark enchantments embedded in this staff." The staff, with its gently glowing orb of active substance, brought back memories of the desolate landscape. He silently speculated that the necessary ingredient, besides the active mana energy, was probably... Yan suddenly fell silent, his thoughts racing. His mind drifted to Herbsch. Although it was just his own speculation, he believed Tower Master Herbsch knew exactly how much the changes on the Great Plains were related to black magic. Perhaps Yan placed a hand on his forehead and leaned back, momentarily tense. Too many things had changed in this life. He held his hand, suspended in midair, telling himself, "It's highly likely the future began changing bit by bit even before I returned to the past." Yan's gaze drifted to the ceiling. The gap between his past life and this one was gradually widening. Was it because he used the language of dragons, or was it a side effect of turning back time? It felt as if Yan had opened a box he never should have opened. Yan sat up, slowly taking off his glasses. He had been too complacent lately, all because he possessed the memories of his past life. His hand reached for a desk drawer as he told himself, "From now on, I won't know what's going to happen." Yan fell silent, calculating, then took out a box. Opening it, he revealed a metal necklace that emitted a soft light. He thought to himself that he had to be prepared for any possibility. Outside the house, a gentle voice spoke, "Mo, I'm sorry to make you come all this way so late at night." He smiled and replied, "It's no problem, Tower Master." Mo then asked, "May I know what you need my help with?" The man snapped his fingers, letting out a long, resonant sound. "Ah, that." The guards immediately withdrew outside, which made Mo extremely confused. Herbsch said in a cautious tone, "This is something no one else must know." He stood up, staff in hand, and looked at the young man, saying, "Could you follow me for a moment?" Marco wondered, "Where are we going, sir?" Herbsch took a book from the shelf and said, "This book will guide us." As the page was turned, it emitted a gentle light. The soft light from before suddenly swirled in a mystical way. Instantly, the energy from the book flowed out, forming a teleportation gate. Staring at the scene before him, a stunned Marco asked, "Tower Master, what is this?" The man asked, "What's wrong?" Then he turned to the young man, his tone urgent. "Hurry, step into this gate." Although he was utterly bewildered, he still obeyed and stepped inside. Mo slowly entered the teleportation gate, cautiously following after Herbsch in the pitch-black space. Suddenly, a dazzling speck of light appeared, and Marco reached out to catch it. As he looked at the light, it grew larger and larger, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly and shield his face with his hand. Marco's eyes shot open in pure horror. Before Marco was a prison area. Inside were figures. It was unclear if they were dead or alive, all locked away. Some were slumped against the walls, others lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing the horrific scene, he quickly asked, "Tower Master, who are these people?" The man replied, "Don't be so surprised. These people are just materials." Mo was stunned, his eyes widening as he raised his voice. "What do you mean by that? Materials? But aren't they all human?" He looked over at the next cell and froze. Inside was a young man missing an arm. Mo recognized him as Chris. He said, his voice faltering, "You were supposed to be." Herbsch cut in. He was on the verge of death. An accident occurred while he was practicing magic. Then he pointed to another young man with a dazed expression, weakly leaning against the wall. The mages here are all in similar situations. They nearly died on missions, in accidents, or from illness. Occasionally, we also get mages from other countries. As for non-mage materials, we can find them in the back alleys. He continued, speaking calmly. Since they are all just crawling on the ground to survive, their lives are nothing more than trash anyway. Seeing Marco's shocked expression, the man remained perfectly calm. The mages here are no different. They couldn't surpass level 1, so they were scorned by others and filled with a sense of shame. I simply saved them from that deep pit. Mo, aghast, stammered. What are you talking about? The man's calm expression suddenly twisted into something terrifying. They are materials to be offered to the Empire of the Ivory Tower. As soon as Urch finished speaking, he raised the staff in his hand. Its magical power suddenly spread throughout the prison cells. Seeing Marco's terrified expression, he just said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't turn you into one of them. I promise." He glared, his face dark and grim. He growled, "You're just like a son to me, aren't you?" A sinister, dark magical aura suddenly erupted. It unexpectedly wrapped around Marco, giving him no time to react. The area around Marco's eyes suddenly turned black, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Finally, Marco collapsed onto the tiled floor. He hung his head, motionless. Herbeck then ordered him, "Marco, get up." As soon as the command was given, Marco stood up without hesitation. He then said, "Look at me." He silently looked up. The man asked, "Who am I?" Marco immediately replied, "The master of the Ivory Tower of the Green River Empire, Master Herbeck Leon." Herbeck asked again, "And who are you?" He answered, "My name is Marco, a second-class mage of the Ivory Tower and currently the assistant mage to the Tower Master." At that moment, he tossed a small knife to him. The knife fell to the ground in front of Marco. Herbeck asked, "Can you cut off your little finger with that knife?" Without hesitating, he bent down and picked up the knife. Marco mechanically brought the sharp blade to his little finger, right in front of Herbeck. Red blood began to pour down. Herbeck laughed sinisterly and said, "Now, you are truly my son." The next morning, inside the tower, everyone was still buzzing with discussion. The Tower Master requested an indefinite leave of absence. A nearby group was talking. "It seems like a lot has been happening to him lately. He's getting on in years, too." The man added, "Plus, there's the matter with Yan, right? Besides being the youngest high-level mage, he also reached level 6. He must be under a lot of pressure." A woman asked, "But what's going to happen now?" The other guy replied, "What do you mean?" The woman explained, "The Tower Master supports the 5th Prince, and he supports the Crown Prince. The 2 pillars of the Ivory Tower are serving 2 different masters. Whose side are we supposed to be on?" The guy replied, "How should I know? We just do what our superiors tell us." Meanwhile, Marco walked past, carrying a stack of documents. Marco was now standing in front of a room. Hearing a knock on the door, Yan turned and said, "Yes, come in." Seeing him, Yan greeted him cheerfully. "Marco, you're here." He replied, "Yes, Master Yan." With a serious expression, Marco added, "I've brought what you requested." Yan said, "Thank you. I've been looking for these for a while. You saved me a lot of time." His expression turned puzzled. Yan asked, "By the way, is the Tower Master seriously ill?" Marco simply replied flatly, "You don't need to worry." The observant Yan then noticed his injured hand. He immediately asked, "How did you injure your hand?" Marco replied sternly, "I was practicing a spell and had a small accident. You don't need to concern yourself with it." Yan gave a faint smile and said, "I see. I hope you recover soon." He seemed to sense the change in him. Yan thought to himself, "Something's very strange about Marco. There's a distance between us. It's like he's become a completely different person. Whenever Marco was with me before, he never spoke so formally and was always relaxed. Even though it's the same voice and face, he's definitely more distant than before." After the Tower Master requested leave, Yan pondered for a moment, and his expression hardened. He then brought up something from the past. "Ah, that's right. I remember now." His memory drifted back to a time when he was much younger. 6 years ago, when I first met you, you were the one sent to Magrian. When the Lord went on a goblin subjugation and ran into danger, if you hadn't helped, something terrible would have certainly happened. Marco showed no emotion, replying blankly, "Yes, that did happen." Yan fell silent, his suspicions growing. He bowed his head and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Hearing this, Yan quickly called out, "Marco." He shot up from his seat, approached him, and said, "Please wait a moment." Yan said, "You weren't there during the goblin subjugation." Looking at the Marco in front of him, he continued, "You actually helped me when I was doing the mana reagent reaction test." Yan took another step closer to him. "If my memory serves me correctly, you'll have to forgive me for this." He raised his staff. Marco asked, "What are you talking about?" Yan reached for his staff. Yan looked at Marco, his expression determined as he gripped his staff firmly. The orb within it began to glow. Yan softly chanted, "Grand." His voice enunciated each word slowly. "Dispel." He created a magic circle in front of him. Marco was dazzled by the circle of light. A reaction occurred. His eyes suddenly shot wide open, and his body once again involuntarily collapsed. Marco choked and sputtered as a stream of dark magic poured out of him. His eyes remained wide open, and then a glimmer of light appeared within them. The dark magic in Marco's body gradually dissipated. Yan knelt down and asked, "Are you back with us?" He opened his eyes wide, asking in a panic, "Why? Why am I here?" Yan looked at him calmly and explained, "I cast a universal dispel charm on you. You were being controlled by dark magic." Marco recalled what had happened before and stammered, "Stop." Marco suddenly shouted in terror, repeating, "We have to stop him. We have to stop him. Master Yan, we have to stop the Tower Master." Yan furrowed his brow and said, "Please, tell me everything that happened." As evening fell, the scene shifts to another tower, to Herbeck's location. Announcement, "Tower Master, young Master Yan is here to visit you." He asked, "Is he here alone?" The butler replied, "Yes, at least, we didn't see anyone else around." Herbert signaled, "All right, bring him in." He smirked, thinking to himself, "So, you took the bait?" He recalled an old memory. "The reason I used dark magic on Marco was simply to give you an excuse to come find me. After all, a mage like you would be able to detect the dark magic I used on Marco. Everything is going according to plan. Although I can't use some of the ingredients, it's a worthy investment to tame a 6th-level dog. I can always find more ingredients." Herbert calmly took a sip of his hot tea, waiting for Yan to enter. The anticipated footsteps gradually approached the door. He asked, "You came all this way here today. I never expected the great 6th-level mage to visit just because I'm sick. What an honor." Yan replied respectfully, bowing his head. "The eldest elder of the Ivory Tower is ill, so it is my duty to visit. I hope you recover as soon as possible." Herbert remained composed and said, "Thank you for your kind words. Have a seat, the tea is excellent." The two of them sat facing each other, neither saying a word. Finally, Yan spoke, "Marco doesn't seem to be well." Herbert feigned ignorance and replied, "Oh dear, I hope I didn't get him sick." Yan continued, "I've already examined him, but that doesn't seem to be the case." Herbert laughed and said, "Ha ha, what a relief. That boy Marco has always been so hard-working. I was always worried he would overexert himself." Yan put his teacup down and said, "And I heard something unbelievable from Marco." Herbert began to look serious, his expression darkening. Yan continued, saying that there's a gate in your mansion that leads to a secret laboratory, and that you are conducting inhumane dark magic research there. He gave an innocent, dismissive laugh and said, "How could that be? Marco must have been mistaken, since he's not feeling well." Yan's tone remained firm as he said, "He was being controlled by dark magic." He narrowed his eyes, "And the one who cast that dark magic on him was you. You were like a father to him," Yan said in a low, tense voice. "He asked me to stop you." Herbert played dumb, replying, "I have no idea what you're talking about." He put his teacup down and said, "A gate leading to a laboratory. Such a thing does exist. It's the power of an artifact I happen to acquire. It's quite convenient for this old body of mine." Herbert just smirked. "But dark magic experiments, that's taking the joke a bit too far." He stood up and said, "Since we're on the topic, would you like to see my laboratory?" Herbert's eyes were fixed on Yan, full of calculation and revealing his sinister nature. He said, "Rather than just suspecting me, it's better for you to see it with your own eyes." Yan listened calmly. Yan smiled and replied, "Only if you'll allow me." Herbert started walking, not forgetting to look back at him and say, "Follow me." Herbert added, "I'll show you the laboratory right now. The Tower Master is supposed to be a good example. To be subjected to rumors about researching dark magic, isn't that an insult to me?" He walked towards a curtain. Yan followed silently behind him. Herbert calmly drew the curtain open. He then took out a book and said, "This is the gate." Herbert looked up at him, calmly explaining, "Created by the power of this artifact, if a person infuses mana into the book, anyone can use this magic portal, which is on par with an 8th-level spell." Yan remained silent, cautiously observing him. Herbert created the portal and urged him, "All right, let's go inside." Just like Marco, Yan followed him through a pitch-black corridor. As he walked, he thought, "The Herbert Leon of my past life was recorded as one of the greatest tower masters in the history of the tower." His memory flashed back to an image of him, the great mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent. He was simple and righteous, an Ivory Tower master more dedicated than anyone. He was the one who saw Jiang Na as his master, and by helping him ascend to the throne, he led the Ivory Tower to the highest level of power and status in human history. Yan pondered, his expression growing distant. As a fellow servant to the same master, I also respected the Tower Master. Suddenly, Herbert's footsteps stopped. Herbert called out to him softly, "Yan." Herbert asked in a solemn tone. Did you know? Herbert looked at the staff floating in front of him and continued. There was a time when I wanted to be a hero, to become a mage strong enough to protect the Empire, and to save the suffering common folk. Herbert held out his trembling hands, staring at them as he spoke. However, I gradually came to realize. He suddenly clenched his fists and emphasized, I can't change anything with my strength alone. He slowly lifted his head, his tone distant. Herbert walked forward, reaching out to take the staff, and said, there is a special power in this world. He glanced back at Yan and added, a power that can make me a hero. Ominous auras of dark magic suddenly erupted from around him. They began to wrap around Yan. He was so shocked he couldn't react in time. Under the pressure of that sinister aura, he involuntarily gritted his teeth, crying out in pain. Herbert held out a hand with a small spark of light floating above it. He said, a power that allows me to command countless talented mages. With this power, I will truly be able to protect the peace of the Empire and its people, Herbert declared. Model, his eyes widened with ambition. That kind of power is what people call authority. He began the ritual, and the room lit up with a creeping light. Please. He stared intently at the boy and said calmly, become a part of the tower. Across from him, Ian's body trembled uncontrollably, while Herb called out Ian's name. His staff glowed brightly in his hand as he watched the boy, who had now collapsed to his knees. Herb lectured, if you obey my command, you'll be able to protect the Empire far better than you can now. You could also save countless civilians. His eyes glared as he added, for a talented young man like you and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we truly desire. Ian remained silent and motionless on the tile floor, while Herb stood there, quietly observing him. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice filled with authority. Now, stand up. Hearing this, Ian immediately complied. He stood up straight, calmly looking at the man as if awaiting an order. Seeing his obedience, Herb's body shook as if he were suppressing a laugh. Then, a smile spread across his face. Herb declared triumphantly, too easy. It was nothing at all. He looked at the boy, eager to test him. All right, let's see how you answer this. Who am I? Ian lowered his head and calmly recited the answer. You are the master of the Empire's Ivory Tower, Sir Herbac Leon. With an ambitious look, the man watched him expectantly as Ian paused, toying with his anticipation. Ian tilted his head slightly, a scornful smirk on his face as he replied, a madman. Herb froze, his eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? As soon as he finished speaking, Ian threw a punch right into the man's face, sending him flying backward. His body slammed into the wall with a painful cry. Herb clutched his face, his eyes wide with panic as he stared at Ian. He stammered, how did you? Ian stood tall before him and let out a sigh of relief. While Herb was still reeling from the shock, impossible, it can't be. The boy looked at him, his expression calm, yet it sent a chill down one's spine as he spoke. Tower Master. He spoke slowly, causing the old man to recoil in fear, his mind in turmoil. Didn't you say you don't study dark magic? Ian explained, perhaps you don't know this, since you could never surpass the limits of a 5th-class mage. The difference in our abilities plays a crucial role. He slowly walked closer and added, a 5th-class mage who uses dark magic is still just a 5th-class mage. Ian knelt in front of Herb and said, besides, did you really think I'd come here without preparing any countermeasures? He smirked slightly, continuing to provoke the old man. You're usually not one to let something like this slip past you. It seems you're in quite a hurry. Herb wanted to scream in anger, but his face was covered in a cold sweat of fear. Before the man could finish speaking, Ian reached out his hand as if to grab his head. He formed a magic circle and yelled, mana drain. The old man's eyes shot wide open in astonishment. Herb's body began to tremble, his strength failing him. After a moment, Ian removed his hand from the man's head, leaving behind a lingering blue light. He stood up slowly and said, get some rest. Having that much mana drained from you, you'll probably have a hard time moving. He turned away but didn't forget to add a taunt. And since you're quite old, it'll probably take a while for your mana to recover. Ian turned and walked away, while Herb, now completely exhausted, weakly cursed the bastard. Ian reached out his hand to catch the small, hovering speck of light, a light. He then used this light to guide his way deeper inside. He arrived at a room full of treasure chests. Gold, silver, and precious gems sparkled and shone brilliantly. There were also countless precious pearls hidden here. Ian burst out laughing and then criticized. Ha ha, the simple and upright master of the Ivory Tower? What a load of nonsense, he remarked, standing at the threshold and looking inside. You don't have any relatives, so I was wondering what you plan to do with all the wealth you've accumulated. You probably weren't planning on returning any of this to the Empire and were thinking of hiding it from everyone in this mansion, weren't you? Ian scoffed. Were you planning to take it with you to the next life? Herb was still trembling in the corner of the room, yet to regain his strength. Then, he glanced over at the prison cells. Inside, Emaciated people were still huddled and imprisoned. Ian approached them gently, his expression softening as he thought, although their condition is quite bad, some of them are still breathing. These people all share the same condition. They were lifeless, struggling, and in agony. He frowned, his voice full of determination as he spoke to them. Please, just wait a little longer. I'll get you all out of here and make sure you receive treatment. Suddenly, Herb spoke up from behind him. Marco. You think he was the only one? Ian turned back to look at him. Herb struggled to laugh, despite the pain racking his body. He looked up at Ian and revealed, I still have plenty of subordinates. Out there, compared to someone like Marco, they are far more useful. Ian showed no reaction to this revelation, casually asking, so what? Hearing this, Herb became agitated, as if he wanted to lunge forward. He growled threateningly, don't play dumb, you brat. I'm sure they've already started to move. They won't stop, unless I give them the signal. I programmed them to behave this way from the very beginning. All I need to do is, you're aiming for two things. Ian listened quietly, then said calmly, my family and the crown prince, right? He tried to maintain his threatening tone as he offered a deal. What do you say? Why don't you make a deal with me? HB spoke up. My offer is simple. We'll pretend today never happened. He gestured around him and said, if I don't reveal the existence of this gate, then there's no evidence. You won't be able to expose me with your word alone. HB continued to threaten Ian. I don't know what you're plotting, but messing with me won't do you any good. In the end, you'll beg and regret this. Ian wasn't worried at all by the threat. He replied nonchalantly, no, thanks. The man's eyes widened in confusion, staring at him in astonishment. He screamed, trying to threaten and warn him. Your mother and the crown prince will really die. However, Ian didn't flinch and even challenged him. He told him to do it if he could. Not believing his ears, the man stammered, what? Ian tilted his head up and repeated it mockingly. I said, go ahead and try. Later that night at Ian's home, the elegant Vanessa was sitting on the balcony when a gentle voice called out, my lady. Before her stood Rio. He approached and reminded her, the wind is strong today. With a gentle and calm expression, he told her to go inside. Vanessa's expression suddenly hardened with worry. She said, Ian isn't back yet, and I can't reach him through the crystal ball. Her gaze drifted into the distance, unable to hide her anxiety. Vanessa said repeatedly, he would definitely let me know if he was going to be late. Rio smiled gently and tried to reassure her. My lady, Master Ian is the only 6th level mage in the Empire. Even a group of bandits would bow before him, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Vanessa raised her voice, agitated. To me, he's still my little boy. Startled by her outburst, he fell silent. Rio hesitated, feeling embarrassed for a moment. I apologize for being so rude, my lady. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed his head slightly to show his sincerity. Rio said gently, I have a young son myself, yet I was inconsiderate of your feelings. Please forgive me. Vanessa accepted his sincerity, and her expression softened as she smiled, saying, it's all right. She looked down at the empty road below and began to confide in him. I've always thought that Ian carries too many burdens. Vanessa's memories drifted back to an image of Ian. He doesn't rely on anyone and always tries to solve problems on his own. It breaks my heart. Vanessa fretted, her hands fidgeting uncomfortably in her lap. She blamed herself. As his family, I want to lessen his burden and be someone he can lean on. But I'm so angry with myself that I can't do anything but wait for him like this. Rio comforted her. Please don't blame yourself, my lady. He chuckled softly, suggesting that the reason Master Ian is so strong is because he has a family waiting for him. Rio's mind drifted to an image of himself as a young man. He shared, there was a time when I was poisoned by active mana energy, but I found the strength to live on because my son was always by my side. Isn't that what family is for? Vanessa listened intently to his story, falling silent for a moment. Rio explained that even though they might think they're not helping, they hope they can give other family members a sense of stability. He continued, explaining that's why waiting, so that Master Ian can return at any time, is also a way of helping him. Rio took the opportunity to make a request. So, may I stay here with you and wait for Master Ian to return? She stared at him for a moment. Then, Vanessa smiled and nodded gently in agreement. Beneath a sky painted completely black, their voices continued to echo. Tonight's sky is so clear and quiet. You're right, she replied. Usually the patrol guards would be making their rounds in this area. It's quite peaceful tonight. But then, Rio's eyes suddenly widened as he realized something was wrong. He shot up from his chair and turned to warn Vanessa. My lady, please go inside. Something's not right. Rio's body suddenly froze when he heard a noise from below. He called out cautiously in a loud voice, who's there? From a dark corner, two figures silently stepped out of their hiding place. In front of them were two strangers, controlled by some dark energy. Realizing this, Rio tensed up and shouted, stop right there, immediately. He gritted his teeth and frowned, saying worriedly, Damn it, they're not listening to me. Rio watched their footsteps as they slowly approached the boundary line, thinking to himself, if they cross that line. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Rio turned towards Vanessa, instinctively reaching out his hand while screaming, "My lady." He used his entire body to shield her, shouting, "Get down." Before Vanessa could even react, the boundary activated. A fierce bolt of fiery lightning struck down violently. Not far away, Haydn and Oliver were turning back to observe. "That was startling," Haydn exclaimed. With a bewildered look on his face, he said, "That scared me to death. Why was there a sudden bolt of lightning?" The other man also spoke up. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Oliver said in a firm tone, "I have a bad feeling. We should return to the palace." Haydn immediately refused, looking displeased. "Go back already? Come on, we haven't even done anything yet." He looked towards the residential area, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke. "I mustered all my courage to ask my father for permission, and now I'm secretly traveling to see where our people live. I can't just go back like this." Haydn turned to look at him and asked quietly, "More importantly, Captain, I have a question." Oliver bowed and replied, "Please, ask away, Your Highness." Haydn scratched his face with a puzzled expression and then asked, "Well, you know, I was wondering if I could learn a little swordsmanship." Hearing this, Oliver asked in surprise, "Swordsmanship, Your Highness?" As Haydn turned away shyly, he felt embarrassed and quickly explained, "It's nothing serious, just for self-defense. Would that be too difficult? If not, just learning the stances would be enough." Suddenly, Oliver sensed they were being followed. Haydn was still oblivious. He continued, "You know, like, how to draw a sword really coolly." Just then, Oliver also drew his sword. Seeing this, Haydn misunderstood and became awkward. "Wait, I wasn't asking you to teach me right now," Oliver said. "Your Highness, please stand behind me." While Haydn was still trying to understand what was happening, Oliver held his sword firmly and gave a command. "Second, Knight Division, protect His Highness." Immediately, a squad of knights rushed over, all of them surrounding and protecting the Crown Prince, Crown Prince Haydn Greenriver. He shouted, "Show yourself." A figure slowly approached. Oliver stood his ground, watching the black cloaked figure, his eyebrows furrowed in recognition. He muttered, "It's you." Before them stood Helen, a high-ranking mage from the Ivory Tower. Oliver said warily, "I heard you disappeared a few years ago. What are you doing here?" She didn't say a word and just kept walking forward. Seeing her indifference, he became agitated and said, "Wait a minute. Tell me what you're here for, now." Their eyes met, and they stood facing each other. Finally, Helen slowly said, "Haydn Greenriver." Oliver felt the tension and broke into a sweat. She suddenly glared and said, "I must kill the one who stands in our way." His eyes widened in shock. Oliver suddenly lunged forward, swinging his sword at Helen, but she managed to block it with her staff. Helen's eyes suddenly changed color. Oliver immediately flung her back, forcing her away. Helen landed and quickly took a few steps back. Her eyes suddenly glowed brightly as she murmured, "Fire blast." Flames erupted around Helen's body, forming into orbs. The dangerous, burning orbs immediately flew towards him. Oliver took a defensive stance, but a strange smirk played on his lips. Suddenly, he swung his sword, cleaving the fireball in front of him in two. It split into two blazing trails of fire. Staring at the unbelievable sight before her, her eyes widened in shock. Without giving Helen time to react, he leaped forward. Oliver charged, his sword ready to strike her. The two of them immediately fell into battle. Helen was agile, easily dodging his attacks. Oliver leaped up, raising his sword to bring it down on her from above. Helen quickly activated a mana shield, blocking his fatal blow. Oliver's sword struck it and was immediately repelled, rendered useless. He temporarily retreated, watching as she calmly withdrew the shield. Oliver smiled slightly and remarked, "A mana shield. Looks like I can finally give it a try." He quietly stood up straight and said, "I wanted to show Yan first." Oliver pulled off his glove with his teeth, then ran his bare hand lightly along the blade of his sword. He said, "But it seems trying it out now isn't a bad idea either." Suddenly, he made a small cut on his hand, letting the blood flow onto the sword. He said, "I don't have the ability to release mana, because I only have half a mana heart, but the mana is dissolved in my blood." Helen observed him. Oliver readied his sword and added, "I can only release it for a short period of time." He swung the mana-infused sword and declared, "I'll show you." Oliver raised his sword, his expression resolute. The greatest effort of someone with only half a mana heart. He immediately charged forward with great speed. Oliver struck the shield with immense force. It shattered into pieces before her eyes, leaving Helen utterly astonished. He swung his sword, continuing his assault. Oliver then thrust it straight into Helen's shoulder, causing her to freeze up. Helen raised a hand to grip the sword in pain. Oliver looked at her with an unforgiving gaze and said, "I'm not going to kill you. because I need to find out who ordered you to harm His Highness. Don't expect an easy death." Meanwhile, the situation with Herb was just as dramatic. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "What?" Yan stood confidently before him, while Herb was rambling. "What do you mean?" "I didn't do it." Yan tilted his head up arrogantly and spoke in a mocking tone. "Unlike a certain someone, I have faith in the people I've met over the past year." Herb retorted, "Even so, you still can't win." Hearing this, Yan burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Tower Master," he said calmly. "Did you really think I've just been sitting idly by all this time? Didn't you send some suspicious individuals to my house during the negotiations in Demidra? That's a trick that won't work a second time." As soon as he said that, Herb's face grew so tense he was drenched in sweat. Yan said, "Those intruders. As we speak. Model, trapped by a mana barrier? Huh. Maybe they're not even in this world anymore." Finally, he tilted his head and shrugged nonchalantly. "Negotiations have failed. There's nothing more for me to gain from this discussion." He sent a message. "You will stand trial, but a death sentence would be more fitting for what you've done." He smiled, but his words carried a strange, menacing power, "because I will make it happen. The Ivory Tower, the one you poured decades of blood and tears into building, I will take good care of it." Ian stepped in front of Herb and said, "The Ivory Tower, the one you've poured decades of blood and tears into building, I will take good care of it." He stopped right in front of him and spoke up. "And, to be honest, I didn't really intend to do this." With that, Ian leaned down and extended his hand toward him. He placed his hand on Herb's head. To the older man's complete astonishment, a sudden surge of electricity shot out from his hand. Ian said softly, "Increasing the power of the Ivory Tower is what its master should do." As Herb trembled from the electric current, Ian continued, "I understand why you supported the Fifth Prince and not the Crown Prince, because there was a time when I, too, thought Gianna was an ideal candidate to become the ruler." Ian continued, ignoring the man's agonized screams. "Secretly hoarding wealth? That's not really surprising for a human." He emphasized his point, and the electric current surged even stronger. "But dragging my family into this, that was the worst mistake you could have ever made," Ian said. "However, the king's wrath can fall upon anyone. Isn't that right?" The next morning, in a luxurious hall elsewhere in the castle, an authoritative voice rang out. "The heinous crimes of Tower Master Herb Leon have been exposed." Emperor Terry Green River announced from his throne, addressing his entire court. That criminal forgot his duty as the Tower Master and immersed himself in the black magic tower. He added, "Furthermore, that man used human souls as sacrifices and ruthlessly exploited the lives of innocent people and his fellow mages." Terry slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne in a fit of rage. Then he roared, "This is a grievous crime for which even death is not sufficient payment," he declared, his face filled with fury. "His actions are unforgivable. I have no intention of showing mercy." Everyone present grew anxious in the face of his fury. "Therefore, from this moment on, all of Herb Leon's titles and authority shall be stripped from him. I hereby sentence him to death, and it shall be, of course, a public execution." Terry declared that his name would forever be recorded in the Empire's history as the most heinous criminal of all time if he was found to be hiding any relatives or accomplices. Terry's eyes narrowed with fierce resolve. He stressed, "I declare that we will find them and pull them out, root and stem." Terry's voice was grim. "We will also investigate anyone involved in this incident and find out if any other mages are studying black magic. I will personally oversee the investigation and all related matters." He looked down upon the assembled nobles and said, "Throughout this investigation, there will be no exceptions, regardless of status. I command all nobility to cooperate to the fullest extent." Terry offered an immediate solution, decreeing softly, "I presume there were some who supported the Tower Master's conspiracy without knowing what was truly going on. I will allow them to be purified of the black magic and return to their original state." He declared with stern finality, "But the punishment for the high-ranking mage, Helen, the one who targeted the life of the Crown Prince, will be different from the others." Terry glanced toward Helen and added, "Although she may have been acting under the Tower Master's command, unable to control her own mind, the act of attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince is a grave offense." He made his decision, announcing loudly for all to hear, "Therefore, I sentence the high-ranking mage Helen to life in prison." Then, Terry gestured with his hand and said in a tone of praise, "Finally, we come to the two heroes who helped prevent this disaster. We must not let such outstanding deeds go unrecognized." He calmly pointed out that Ian had thwarted Herb Leon's conspiracy, and that the knight, Oliver Vood, had brilliantly stopped the high-ranking mage Helen. "Step forward." As he spoke, the sound of slow, powerful footsteps approached. As Ian is still investigating the black magic incident, the ceremony recognizing his contributions will be held after this matter is completely resolved. A figure with a solid build stepped forward confidently. Terry introduced him, and now, here before us, is the knight who protected the Crown Prince from a fourth-class mage. He looked at the figure before him and announced loudly in praise, "Sir Oliver." Terry looked at him and said, "Come closer." Before him, the noble and chivalrous Oliver bowed deeply. Terry continued, "Captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, Oliver Vood." He proclaimed, "You are truly a blessing to the Empire and deserve to be praised, not only because you protected the Crown Prince, but also because you were able to overcome the limits of your birth. I am certain you will become an ideal role model for the entire Empire and for knights all over the world." Terry slowly rose to his feet as he spoke. "I will not allow the efforts and achievements of a man like you to go unrewarded." He stood upon the raised platform. He declared before everyone present, "At this moment, the captain of the Second Royal Knights, Oliver Roos, will be granted control over all knights in the Empire, and he shall be bestowed the highest title, the Sword of the Empire." Everyone who heard was in awe, and the crowd immediately erupted in excited chatter. Terry stated that the title had been vacant for a very long time. He explained that the reason the title of Sword of the Empire had not been granted to anyone for hundreds of years was because the sword had to hide in the shadow of magic. Below was an image of him, as Terry's words continued. However, Oliver Roos has overcome that shadow and surpassed the limits of the sword. He has also demonstrated his loyalty as a royal knight, and he will continue to do so. Elsewhere, Hen stood watching Oliver, smiling to himself, and he will continue to do so. Until the final introduction, Hen continued to watch Oliver with a gentle gaze. Terry took out the national treasure sword and said, "Therefore, I have decided that bestowing upon him the title of Sword of the Empire is most fitting." He commanded the royal knight, Oliver, to kneel. He immediately knelt to receive the royal decree. Oliver bowed his head while Terry held the sword firmly in his hand, full of authority. Terry spoke, his voice resolute, in the name of the main branch of the Lv.8 lineage. He lowered the sword to hover above his head and continued, "I bestow the title of Sword of the Empire upon the knight Oliverus with all due respect." Terry looked straight at him and asked, "Are you willing to hold the position that has been vacant for hundreds of years as the Sword of the Empire?" Oliver immediately responded, "In the name of the Sword of the Empire." He raised his head and confidently vowed to lay down his life to protect this empire. Elsewhere in the castle, a sharp, resounding voice cried out, "Father!" Before him stood Ragnar with a scowl, raising his voice in protest. "No matter how I think about it, this is unreasonable." Ragnar asked, "How could you execute the master of our nation's Ivory Tower? Please, reconsider. Don't you realize what a great loss this will be for our nation?" He analyzed, presenting countless arguments. The Tower Master is a great 5th-level mage. Executing him would be equivalent to executing tens of thousands of mages. Ragnar found every possible reason and said, "And that's not all." He painted a picture of the Empire's future, that when the Tower Master is executed, other nations will hear the news, including the Gao's Empire, which has long been eyeing our borders. Even the Duchy of Vaux will make its move after it finishes dealing with the Great Plains. He was still extremely agitated, arguing that our nation's strongest mage is about to die. The Empire's internal affairs will fall into chaos. If they have even the slightest malicious intent, this will be the perfect opportunity for them. They will see this as their chance. After a moment, Terry finally spoke. He turned to Ragnar and said, "The strongest mage is no longer Herbert Leon." He emphasized this with an indifferent tone. "The strongest mage in the tower now is Yanfa, the first mage in human history to reach the 6th level. Isn't that right?" Terry said, "He will soon shoulder the Tower Master's responsibilities. Therefore, there will be no problem. In fact, I see this as an opportunity to take the Ivory Tower to a new level, as there will be a generational change." Hearing this, Ragnar wore a displeased expression. He mumbled, "Am I wrong? Answer me." He frowned and replied, "You are correct. From now on, Yanfa will certainly usher in a new era for the tower." Ragnar tried again to persuade him, analyzing. "However, the Tower Master is his equal, and he is a mage with decades of experience. If he were to lead the Ivory Tower alongside Yanfa, our empire could become the head of the entire continent in the shortest amount of time." An image of the stability he described appeared once more. Furthermore, if a talented young mage and an experienced mage were to jointly manage the Ivory Tower, they would be able to keep each other in check, Ragnar said. "That means the royal family's responsibility of controlling the Ivory Tower would be handled by the Ivory Tower itself. Isn't this the most ideal situation?" Terry considered it, then slowly said, "You are right." Ragnar hesitated, his eyes widening with a glimmer of hope, but then he was cut off. But he interrupted sternly, "The Tower Master researched forbidden black magic." No, it was more than just research. As the master of the Ivory Tower, he used countless mages and innocent civilians, whom he was responsible for protecting, as materials for his black magic. He sacrificed them without a second thought. Ragnar froze, stammering, at a loss for words. Terry believed the Tower Master's actions had crossed the line. He must have gone mad. He waved his hand, flatly rejecting Ragnar's plea. The only thing he sought by sacrificing countless lives was power. Did he not try to eliminate Yanfa, the threat to his authority, by using black magic, and was he not exposed while doing so? Rangna shut his eyes tightly, trembling slightly as if holding back his anger. He clenched his fists and managed to say, "But the Tower Master is the second most powerful person in our empire, is he not? Although his methods were wrong, the black magic he researched could become a very powerful weapon. It could bring immense benefits to our empire." Rangna offered his opinion, his face earnest, "And stop acting so naive. As for the materials for dark magic, we can just use dangerous criminals instead." Hearing this, Terry's voice grew strict and loud. "Making sacrifices like that for the greater good, that is precisely your problem." Rangna froze and asked, "What do you mean?" His father explained, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "That is why I cannot choose you as my heir. Dark magic is an absolute evil that corrupts the soul and shatters the world's order. Our founder, Missile Green River, worked tirelessly to ban dark magic and make it disappear completely from this land." Terry's voice was stern as he asked seriously, "You know that perfectly well, don't you?" He continued, "Rangna, I know your thoughts, your character, and your ambitions. You are very intelligent and brilliant," Terry reminded him. "However, you lack one very important thing, and I'm sure you know what that is," he warned. "Perhaps you've always hidden that flaw until now, but you won't be able to hide it when it's something so essential." Terry walked past Rangna, then turned back to speak. "Just like what you're doing right now," he explained. "The ultimate goal of politics is to enact justice in this world. The quality of an emperor who can reign and enact that justice is a heart that fights for the good of the common people," he declared. "Someone like you, who sees others as tools, does not possess that quality." Rangna's expression suddenly darkened, but he remained silent. Then, he suddenly let out a bizarre laugh. "Ha ha ha," Rangna said. "No, that's not it." Terry frowned at him and asked, "What did you say?" Rangna slowly turned around, his tone certain. "The real reason I cannot become the heir. Do you think I don't know?" His mind drifted to the image of Hayden, his older brother, born from your mistress, the one you love. His thoughts then shifted to himself. He lamented, "And what about me? On the other hand, I am the son born so that you could control the power of the nobles. Correct?" Rangna stressed. "That is the difference between us." His father immediately frowned and shouted, "Rangna." Ignoring the shout, he continued, "To be acknowledged by you. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked?" His memory flashed back to his childhood. "Have you ever?" Unlike his brother who played with their royal father, Rangna could only stand silently in a corner. Rangna asked, "I mean, have you ever treated me the way you treat my older brother?" He asserted, "I'm sure if he were the one who requested the Tower Master's release, you would have accepted." In his uncontrollable rage, Terry suddenly raised his hand. Rangna didn't resist, simply closing his eyes and bracing himself. But Terry froze, his arms suspended in mid-air, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Terry let out a long sigh. Then he turned to leave, muttering, "Foolish boy." Rangna remained standing without a reaction. Reaching the door, Terry turned to the person beside him and said, "Demian, I want you to personally keep an eye on Rangna's residence." He instructed carefully. "Ensure that he cannot leave, and that no one is allowed to contact him. Do you understand me?" The man immediately replied, "As you command." By now, the sun was beginning to set. Early one morning, as sunlight streamed in through the door, the sound of slow footsteps approached. Hearing them, Rangna called out, "Who is it?" From outside, a guard replied, "Your Highness, High Mage Yanfa requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Rangna turned in surprise. His expression quickly turned to a frown of disgust. Rangna turned away and said irritably, "I don't wish to see him. Tell him to go away." Despite his words, the door suddenly creaked open. He immediately turned with an angry expression and snapped, "You." Yan entered and calmly cut him off. "This is an urgent matter, Your Highness." The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Rangna frowned, his expression full of disgust. "Urgent, you say," he replied. "By His Majesty's order, we are to conduct a test to see if you have been influenced by dark magic. Since you were the one closest to the prisoner, Herb Leon, I must ask for your cooperation." He became agitated and yelled, "But today is the day of the Tower Master's execution, and you're telling me you're here to confirm whether I've been manipulated by his dark magic? How much longer do you intend to humiliate me?" Yan replied. "All court officials, including members of the royal family, will be undergoing the same test. Please rest assured." Rangna fell silent, his displeasure obvious. Finally, he briefly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Rangna sat in a chair, turning his face away as he said coldly and irritably, "Just get this over with and leave." Standing before Rangna, Yan calmly said, "It won't take long." He lightly tapped his staff against his palm as he explained, "You might feel a little dizzy or nauseous, but that's a sign that you haven't been affected by dark magic, so there's no need to worry." He formed a magic circle and chanted, "Greater Dispel." Ragna flinched slightly in discomfort. Noticing him trembling, Yan voiced his concern. "Are you all right?" Lowering his head, he replied, "I feel horrible." After a moment, Yan then asked, "They found no traces of dark magic. You'll feel better after some rest, so you don't need to worry, Your Highness." Ian bowed, placing a hand on his chest in a salute to Ragna. "Then, I shall take my leave." He turned to go, but after just a few steps, the other man called out to him. "Wait," Ragna said from behind him. "I have something to ask you." Ian stood perfectly still, waiting for him to continue. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why do you serve my brother?" Ian turned to face him as Ragna continued speaking. "Surely you're smart enough to understand what I'm implying, that my brother is unfit to be emperor. Are you aware that many nobles and attendants have already turned their backs on him?" Ian didn't rush his response, answering calmly, I do not serve the crown prince," he stated flatly. A look of astonishment crossed Ragna's face. He stammered as he asked again, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Without waiting to answer, Ian simply said, "I'll be going now. Please get some rest, Your Highness." The moment the words left his mouth, he strode decisively out the door. But then, Ian stopped abruptly, lost in thought. The hands gripping his staff began to tremble. He slowly raised a hand to look at it, thinking to himself that he once did not serve Hyden Green River. Ian recalled a moment from his past life, kneeling before Ragna and declaring his loyalty, saying there was only one person for him. Before him was Ragna, his face filled with arrogance. As the stream of memories continued, he had sworn his loyalty. Ian clenched his hands into fists. He slowly lifted his head and thought to himself, "What I'm about to do is revenge, and it is also treason." Before Ian stretched a long corridor, like the path that lay ahead of him. The scene shifts to after sunset. Later, in the residence, a knock echoed through the room. The door opened slowly to reveal a figure. It was Demfin. He stepped inside and saw Ragna sitting lost in thought. "Your Highness," Demfin called. Ragna didn't reply at once, instead asking slowly, "Has the Tower Master been executed?" "Yes," he replied softly. A flashback to that afternoon. Herbeck's terrified face appeared. Demfin continued, "He was beheaded at the execution site in Green Riverum Square." Ragna answered slowly, "Is that so?" He added, his voice tinged with melancholy, "I understand. You may go." Demfin, ever perceptive, gently consoled him. "Please do not be saddened, Your Highness." Ragna let out a faint, weak laugh. "Ha ha. Sad." Then, Demfin suddenly stepped forward and placed a letter on the table, calmly sliding it toward him. Seeing it, Ragna asked, "What's this?" Demfin simply said, "This humble guard will take his leave now, Your Highness." Ragna stared silently at the letter before reaching out for it. With the letter in hand, he quietly read its contents. After he finished reading, a smile spread across Ragna's face. He whispered, "There's still a chance." The scene shifts to another location, the chambers of Emperor Terry Green River. Ian and the Emperor sat facing each other. Ian reported, "The survivors from the Herbalian spatial gate are all being treated in a secure location. Testimonies from those who were conscious within the Ivory Tower are being collected and investigated." He continued calmly, "As for the assets he concealed, they are currently being recovered for the Imperial Treasury." Ian went on, "Furthermore, the dark magic investigation into his close associates has revealed no unusual reactions to the tests." Terry lifted his teacup, praising him. "You've accomplished a great deal, Ian." He set the cup down and said, "I never imagined that man, Herbeck, was so deranged." Terry rubbed his chin thoughtfully, blaming himself. "I bear much of the responsibility for failing to suspect his actions sooner," Ian replied. "I was also oblivious. After all, he was known for being frugal and righteous." Ian added with a serious expression, "I never expected he had such a side to him." Hidden behind that kind and virtuous facade, Ian looked at the Emperor and continued, "From this point on, I will continue to report on the Ivory Tower investigation and the progress of the dark magic screenings." "Very well," Terry replied. He added, "Now that things have come to this, I'd like to ask you one more question, if I may." Without a moment's hesitation, Ian answered, "Please, ask what you will, Your Majesty." Terry crossed his arms and asked seriously, "What are your intentions regarding the Crown Prince?" Ian's eyes widened in surprise. He was at a loss for words. Finally, he stammered, I don't understand the question, Your Majesty." The Emperor immediately cut him off. "No," Terry said, his brow furrowed. "You do understand." The two of them stared at each other in silence for a moment. Finally, Ian spoke, stammering at first before stating bluntly, I cannot swear my loyalty to the Crown Prince." Terry was taken aback. "You cannot swear loyalty?" the Emperor asked, but Ian continued. "However, I will cooperate to ensure the Crown Prince can safely ascend the throne," he declared earnestly, "and to ensure he becomes a wise king in the future." I will do everything in my power to assist him. The Emperor rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. So, you cannot swear loyalty to the Crown Prince, but you will aid him. Terry considered this for another moment, then said, all right, that will be enough. Terry picked up his teacup and took a light sip before telling the guards, bring it in. The guards carried in a long, peculiar box. He looked at Ian and said, accept this. It is the staff that was recovered when Herbeck was arrested. The box was opened, revealing the item within. Terry added, I'm sure you understand, but the process of choosing the new master of the Ivory Tower isn't that simple. Even with a clear successor, there is much to be done. At those words, Ian simply listened in silence. He began to explain, although the proper procedure to take over the Ivory Tower requires royal approval, he continued, but at a time like this, we cannot afford to leave the position of Tower Master vacant for long. I've decided it would be better to simplify the process. That is why I am entrusting this staff to you. Terry put down his teacup and said, also, Ian, there is something I'd like to ask of you. Ian immediately replied, I await your command, Your Majesty. He narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think Jiang Na will give up, even though all of his supporters have fallen. An image of him came to mind as the king added, I know his ambition and temperament better than anyone. If Jiang Na takes the throne, there will surely be bloodshed and many people will have to be sacrificed. Hearing those words, Ian fell into silent contemplation. He stood up calmly and said, however, as his father, I have inflicted upon him a wound that cannot be healed. Terry silently blamed himself, thinking, he will surely hate me until the day I die. He turned away and made a request. You can do it in my stead. Terry turned to look at Ian, trustingly asking, can you stop him? Ian slowly raised his hand to take the staff. He knelt as a sign of respect to the king and replied, as you command, Your Majesty. The king said, then I shall entrust it to you, Ian Fa, Master of the Ivory Tower. The scene shifts to the Ivory Tower in the afternoon. The door slowly opened, and he calmly stepped inside. Everyone inside immediately cheered. Welcome, Ian Fa. He stared intently at the new chair. Ian's mind suddenly recalled HB's words. Ian, you know what? I once wanted to be a hero. He looked out the window and continued to ponder. To protect the Empire alone. To become a mage who saves those who are weeping. Drifting to an image of him in a strangely remote place, he thought, with my decision, I will have the power to command countless people. The power to truly protect the prosperity of the Empire and its people. They call that power, authority. Ian's gaze grew distant as he thought, authority. Then he remembered his cruel past life. The thing you wanted to protect, even if it meant killing me. Ian looked out the window and told himself, I don't want to be a hero. His expression turned grim. What I want is simply, his face suddenly tensed. To kill the man named Jiang Na Green River. Ian thought further. A death worse than death itself. A shameful death. That is my reason for living, and it is what I will grant you, my revenge. The scene shifts to Jiang Na. He was sitting alone, contemplating and plotting something, his expression pensive as if preparing for his next plan. Seeing Ian, Haydn said cheerfully, Greetings, Lord Tower Master. Ian looked weary of the Crown Prince. Ian said to him, This hasn't been officially announced yet. Please refrain from calling me that. Haydn replied, Who cares? It's just us here. He recounted, I can't believe the child who begged to come to the old Ivory Tower 5 years ago is now the esteemed Tower Master. Haydn seemed extremely impressed. He looked proud and said, Just watching you grow up has been so fulfilling for me. Ian thought to himself, When did I ever beg you? He said quietly, Your Highness, as you can see, I am busy checking for dark magic. Ian said, You were already checked the day before yesterday. Unless you've noticed something unusual with your body, please leave. He replied, disappointed. Come on, don't be such a spoiled sport. I had to come see you myself because you've been so busy. Haydn continued, By the way, are you sure I'm okay? I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day. Ian replied, Yes, everything is fine, and you are very healthy. However, in his mind, he thought, It's not that I don't have my suspicions. I did consider the possibility that he's acting this foolish because he's been affected by dark magic. For HB, who wants to put Jiang Na on the throne. The Crown Prince is clearly an obstacle in his path. Getting rid of him by making him embarrass and ruin himself would be very easy. But Ian looked at Haydn, who was laughing and joking with him without a care. Ian showed his dissatisfaction and told himself, He's just a natural-born idiot. Haydn spoke up, saying to him, That reminds me, my sister Harry is next, right? Ian immediately replied, Yes, that's correct. The prince said, But Ian, before I go, I have to tell you this. That girl has been asking me a lot about you lately. Seems like she's interested in you. Ian asked in surprise, Her Highness, the princess? Haydn replied, Yeah. She asked things like, What do you do in your free time? What have you been into lately? What's your favorite food? Stuff like that. Ian thought, bewildered. What good would it do her to know that information? Haydn continued. But the problem is, even though I'm close to you, I couldn't answer those questions, because I don't know the answers. He started to leave, then turned back and said, tell Harry the answers when you see her, okay? They're just small details, but she'll like it. After saying that, Haydn walked out and closed the door. Ian stood thinking for a moment. He thought, matured? Huh. The Crown Prince has also matured a lot. His personality has become much brighter. He's gradually improving, and he's diligent, too. Ian watched Haydn go and thought, if only he were guided properly. Wise, he could become a wise reigning emperor. Someone knocked on the door. He said, yes, please come in. A girl entered. It was Harry Green River. She said, it's been a while, Sir Yan. He immediately greeted her. Your Highness, are you well? Harry replied in an affectionate tone. Thanks to you, I am well. Yan invited her to sit. That's a relief. Please, have a seat. Suddenly, Harry stood there, hesitating awkwardly. She made the space around them fall silent. He realized Harry was using magic. Yan said, this is a level 2 spell that blocks out surrounding sound. You've already reached level 2, she replied shyly. Actually. Harry held up 3 fingers. Surprised, he asked, level 3? Harry answered, yes. That's what my teacher said. Yan immediately congratulated her. Congratulations. I never expected you to reach level 3. He smiled. Yan pressed. So, what did you want to tell me after casting the silencing spell? She said hesitantly, Sir Yan. Harry wondered, what should I do from now on? He asked again, please explain further. She said, I don't know where to start. Seeing this, Yan's tone became serious. Then let me ask you one thing first. Why did you hide the fact that you're a mage? Harry remained silent. She stammered in reply. That is. Harry seemed hesitant to answer. She said, it was my father's will. Harry recounted, when I turned 12, the one who tested my mana sensitivity was the mage, Kevin. Sir Kevin discovered I had the aptitude of a mage. He didn't report it to the Ivory Tower immediately, but to my father. As you know, becoming a mage of the Empire means giving up one's status and becoming a part of the Ivory Tower, even if that person is royalty. Father didn't want me to become a member of the Ivory Tower. He wanted me to remain a member of the royal family. From then on, Sir Kevin was ordered to keep my mage aptitude a secret, and I have spent my life fulfilling my duties as a princess. But one day, I realized I have a yearning for magic that I can't erase. Yan then asked, so you secretly learned magic and are now telling me? He thought to himself, Kevin was one of the few who supported the Crown Prince in my past life. The princess is lucky, Harry said. At first, I just wanted to help my brother. Back then, no one was on his side, she added. But now it's different. He has you and Sword Master Oliver. Most importantly, he's on the right path now. Yan got to the point. In short, you no longer have a goal, is that right? She answered him. Something like that. A person learning magic illegally, and wondering if I'm getting in my brother's way. Yan smiled, walked closer to Harry and said, this problem is quite simple. She asked in surprise, what? Yan slowly told Harry, live your own life. That's all you need to do. He emphasized, not the life of a royal family member, but your own life, your highness. She looked troubled and said, I'm not sure about that. Yan continued, one's background doesn't decide how anyone should live. If you only do what others tell you, your life will fall into someone else's hands. Harry fell silent, contemplating. He explained, and gradually, you will forget who you are, wandering aimlessly with regret and emptiness. As Yan spoke, he thought of himself. Yan suggested, therefore, I propose that you choose for yourself, your highness. From now on, I hope you will make your own decisions to move forward. He suggested respectfully, I am certain you will find your own way to live. Harry replied softly, Sir Yan? She asked him in return, have you found the life you desire? Upon hearing this, Yan froze. He struggled to find a suitable answer, finally replying, I don't know. He blamed himself. It seems I've made a rude remark. Harry quickly reassured him, her voice hurried, not at all. She said, actually, Yan, you're the first person to ever say that to me. Because I was always forced to fulfill my duties as a princess, I couldn't even imagine any other kind of life. Harry looked grateful and said, thank you for your encouragement, Sir Yan. He looked at her and smiled. Yan stood up and said, if your highness continues to learn magic, it will help you on the path you choose in the future. You've improved so quickly, so you'll develop even more in the future. Harry looked shy and said softly, that's why I wanted to ask you for a favor, Sir Yan. He was surprised. She hesitated. Sir Yan, could you teach me magic? Startled, he asked back. Huh, wasn't it already decided that Kevin would be the one to teach you? Harry replied, her voice helpless. About that. Kevin said he has nothing left to teach me. He's only a level 2 mage. Suddenly, she clasped her hands and pleaded, "Please, Sir Yan, please become my master." He contemplated in confusion as Yan began to calculate. He thought to himself, the princess is clearly very talented. Reaching level 3 is all due to natural aptitude, something that can't be achieved with just the help of others. Her potential could rival that of the former level 5 royal mage, Miss in Green River. Yan analyzed silently. Only a few people would be able to recognize the princess's talent, a mage's aptitude. If she becomes a high-level mage, she could be useful later on. He replied, "I agree." Harry looked delighted and asked, "Really?" Yan added, "But I have one condition. Whenever I need help, your highness must also help me." She smiled and replied, "Of course. Even if it's a difficult request, I will do everything I can to help you, Sir Yan." He asked, "Aren't you going to ask what my request is?" Harry showed complete trust and replied, "Because I trust you, Sir Yan." Hearing this, he felt overjoyed. Yan acted flustered, but replied in a casual tone, "Very well." He said that they would discuss magic lessons later, and for now, they should perform a check. She immediately replied, "All right." After a quick check, he diagnosed, "It seems there are no signs of black magic. You can stand up now." Harry looked tired and was unsteady on her feet. Yan said she might feel a little dizzy and asked her to take it slow. She replied in a weak voice, "Okay, thank you." Suddenly, Harry lost her balance and fell into him. Yan immediately asked, "Are you all right? Should I call someone else to help?" Harry replied shyly, "No, I'm fine." They were silent for a moment, then he asked, "Ah, your highness." Yan answered the questions that Hayden had told him to answer when he met Harry. "Oh, normally, when I'm done with my work at the Ivory Tower, I spend most of my time reading books and researching spells in my lab. Because of that, I'm also interested in potion making." Yan continued, "I'm not a picky eater, but I don't really like spicy food." She asked shyly, "Sir Yan, what are you suddenly talking about?" He replied frankly, "The Crown Prince mentioned your curiosity." Harry, flustered, said loudly, "It's nothing important." "But, my brother told you?" Yan looked bewildered and replied softly, "Yes." She became extremely shy. Harry bolted away, saying, "Well, take care, Sir Yan." She ran straight out and slammed the door behind her. He stood there thinking, did I do something wrong? News of the incident with Tower Master Lv.8, a 5th-level mage, spread throughout the Empire, sending shockwaves through the populace. In response, Emperor Terry Green River of the Empire personally commanded the entire investigation into black magic and raised the Empire's alert level. Yan Alpha, the young high-level mage chosen as the next master of the Ivory Tower, conducted a thorough investigation into all matters related to black magic and calmed the people's anger. The name of the beheaded Lv.8 was recorded as the most wicked criminal in the Empire's history, and several nobles who had supported Lv.8 turned their backs on the 5th prince, Jiang Na, and began paying close attention to the actions of the new Ivory Tower master. At Yan's house, he was enjoying his morning tea when he noticed something on the table. Yan asked, "What's this?" On the table were numerous letters. Radio told him they were all party invitations sent to him. Yan looked weary and said, "The black magic incident isn't even resolved yet. These people are so carefree." The man asked if he was planning on reading them. Yan replied, "I'm not planning on going anyway," Radio said. "But I think you better read them." Yan asked, "What is it?" He told him they were marriage proposals. Hearing this, Yan spat out the tea in his mouth. Radio said, "One of them, a Count Jair, wants you to get engaged to his eldest daughter, who just turned 12, and hold the wedding ceremony when she comes of age in 5 years. Yan thought helplessly, "She's only 12 years old? What kind of lunatic is he?" The man laughed and said, "Ha, you're an adult now. It's not strange for people to discuss marriage with you." Radio continued that he was the youngest high-level mage and the next master of the Ivory Tower. "I'm sure there will be many more matters related to your marriage." Yan scratched his head and said, "These nobles probably just want to use me to gain political power." He said with dissatisfaction, "I can't believe he'd use his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must be out of his mind." Radio smiled and replied, "I agree with that. After all, finding a wonderful partner is a natural part of life." He gathered the letters and said, "Well then, I'll help you decline these letters." Yan expressed his thanks. "All right, please do. Thank you." Radio said, "Not at all. I'm sure you're busy with the black magic investigation, so I have to help you with these things to earn my keep here." Yan was silent for a moment, then he put his teacup down and said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I've properly thanked you yet." The man stared at Yan in surprise. He continued with a sincere attitude, "Thank you for protecting my mother, Radio." The man sat quietly for a moment. Radio cracked a smile. He said, "Ha, it's nothing. Actually, if you think about it, the mana reagent trap you set up in the mansion was what dealt with those suspicious people, and besides, I promised to protect Lady Alpha with my life, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yen felt relieved. He said, in that case, there's something I want to help you with. Yen asked again, which mage-infused mana reagent into your body, causing you to suffer from mana reagent poisoning. Please tell me his name, or anything you remember about his appearance. Radio was bewildered. Yen emphasized, I will hunt him down and make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. He hesitated and said, about that. Rio scratched his face and said, I don't remember. The young man asked in surprise, what? He explained, it happened late at night and a lot of mages hated me. When I was younger, I made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so I have no idea who it was. Actually, there was a time when I truly hated mages. Every time I thought about how I could suddenly die and leave Douglas all alone. Funnily enough, I was almost killed by bandits before I even got mana poisoning. But now I've met you, and I won't die from mana poisoning anymore. My and Douglas's future is more important, so I've forgotten all about that hatred. But of course, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. After hearing this, Yan fell silent. He suddenly said, Rio, I've never seen my father's face. Yan continued as he walked, he went missing before I was even born. No one knows if he's still alive or not. He smiled and said, but after meeting and living with you, I finally understand. Yan looked at him and said, this is what it would feel like to have a father. He said, I think I understand why Douglas is always so optimistic and cheerful, and why my mother has gotten healthier. It's all thanks to the medicine you've made. Yan looked concerned. He said, in the future, the time I spend away from my mother is going to increase. Yan urged him, I hope you will always keep your promise to protect my mother. Rio immediately agreed. Of course, I will. Young Yan looked at the clock and said, it's almost time, isn't it? Suddenly, Douglas burst through the door, calling for his leader. He was holding a potion and said, I did it, the cure for mana poisoning, made from a landier flower. Douglas said he had to hurry and give it to his dad. Huh? Dad? He saw Rio sitting right there. Douglas asked, Dad, what are you doing here? I wanted this to be a surprise. He asked in shock, You created a cure for mana poisoning. Young Yan, what is going on? Yan explained. I searched in the library that only the Tower Master is allowed to enter and tested a method for harvesting the landier flower. It's a high-level spell that allows you to freeze an object's time. Luckily, it works on plants. Rio walked over to Douglas and stared at him. He burst into tears and sobbed, Thank you, my son. And thank you, Yan. And with that, the father and son hugged each other, looking incredibly happy. Douglas said to Yan, Leader, I'm going to become an alchemist who can create cures for incurable diseases so that no one has to suffer like my dad did. Yan smiled. Douglas, full of gratitude, said to Yan, Thank you so much, Leader. Someone entered and said, You are the last one remaining. The dragonkin Avantis stood and listened in silence. Michelle Green River said to him, The barrier separating the human world and the dragon tribe is about to close. He stated that the dragon tribe had brought chaos and ruin to this world, and the price for that sin would be immense. Michel declared, Until the day you die, you must bear the sins that your race has committed. He used his own blood to seal the dragonkin Avantis, saying, You are forbidden from ever setting foot outside this land. The seal was set. Michel stood watching. Back in the present, at Ragna's house, he was expressing his surprise, saying, The resemblance is uncanny. In front of Ragna was a man with his exact same appearance. Ragna said, The note said I was to wait for someone to come here, but I never imagined it would be like this. He asked the other man. But how do I get out of here? Ragna said. Infa has covered this place with the Ivory Tower's magic to monitor me, so I don't think I can fool them just by disguising myself as, well, myself. The other man immediately said, You need not worry about that. The head bishop holds more power than the current master of the Ivory Tower. Ragna was surprised. The head bishop, the man said, You will learn more details when you have a private audience with the head bishop. He then took out a grimoire, and a teleportation gate opened up. A bewildered Ragna asked, What is that? The man replied, Please, step through. It's a gate that will take you out of the capital. He asked. A gate. From within the portal, a hand reached out. It was Demfin. He called out, Your Highness, please take my hand. Ragna called out in surprise, Sir Demfin. He was sweating as he took the man's hand and stepped through. They both emerged outside. He asked, How were you able to cast that spell? Not even Herbeck Leon is capable of it. Demfin said, It's not surprising at all. He said, Your Highness, did you really think Herbeck Leon could climb to the position of the Ivory Tower's master with his own strength alone? Demfin continued, Despite possessing immense power, he was only ever focused on advancing his own position. He was the kind of man who would have been eliminated sooner or later anyway. Our work has become easier now that he has destroyed himself. Ragna thought for a moment. He believed the world to be incredibly vast. You might think this world is a place dominated by a chosen few, and that you are among them, but not even the Emperor is chosen. He asked vaguely. Chosen? Demfin immediately said. That's right. The head bishop believes you are the perfect candidate for the position of ruler. He said the perfect ruler is one who will eliminate the ignorant and bring progressive ideas to the world. Demfin stated with conviction. He affirmed that you, too, are an heir to the bloodline, paving the way for a new world. The head priest has also been waiting for this day for a long time. Ragnar was bewildered, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? He pondered. Is there someone with magic even more powerful than Herbeck and Yan Fa? How could such a person exist? I'd heard of a cult that didn't follow the country's common faith, but I never thought the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower would also be involved. Are they plotting to change the nation's faith? They also intend to use someone from the royal family, like me, as a tool to execute their plan. Ragnar saw this as an opportunity in his current situation. I need to seize every chance to consolidate my power there, even if it's not exactly a good thing. He thought of the king's throne. To achieve that, I need to use everything I can for the purpose of reclaiming my rightful place. The two of them stopped, and Damien announced, We've arrived, Your Highness. Ahead is the ancient castle. He said, Please, follow me. The place was hazy and mystical. The only sound in the quiet space was the howling wind. Ragnar immediately asked, Where is this place? Damien replied, This is the castle where the Dragonkin once lived. He explained that 300 years ago, this place was wiped from the face of the earth because it was sealed by the Ivory Tower's separation magic. Not long after the separation magic gradually weakened, humans discovered this place. Ragnar felt a sense of unease. He asked, Why did you bring me here? Damien continued walking in silence as another group of people appeared and greeted them. You have arrived. They showed their respect in unison. We offer our deepest respects to Your Highness. Ragnar observed these people. He was silent for a moment. Ragnar asked them, Are you all nobles? I see quite a few familiar faces here. Damien explained, Because this is a crucial moment when the world's progressive ideals are beginning, I could only gather the most prestigious members from within the capital. Ragnar then said, However, I think you've missed the most important parts, the purpose for which you've gathered here, and who you serve. Since I'm in the same boat as all of you, shouldn't I be informed as well? He immediately replied, You will know soon enough. Damien looked towards the gate and said, The head priest is waiting for you inside. The gate opened, and Ragnar stepped in. He was astonished by what existed inside. Within, the Dragonkin Eventus was waiting for Ragnar. He had a rugged and majestic appearance. The others immediately knelt in reverence, chanting, The only remaining descendant of the last dragon. Ragnar was startled upon hearing this, thinking, So, that's their commander. The Dragonkin Eventus spoke, his voice filled with authority. You must have many questions about who I am and why I invited you here. He introduced himself, I am the Dragonkin Eventus, the last Dragonkin in this land. Hearing this, Ragnar was shocked, thinking, Weren't they all annihilated 300 years ago? The creature capable of casting the most powerful spells. His appearance is quite similar to the records of the Dragonkin. Is this really the sole descendant of the dragons? He smirked. You look very confused. It's true that in the war, 300 years ago, my kind was defeated and exterminated by humans. Except for me. That is the truth. Your ancestor, Mel Green River, cast a powerful sealing spell with his own blood, preventing me from taking even a single step outside. I have been waiting for this moment. The Dragonkin Eventus stared intently at Ragnar and said, His bloodline. The mystic seal of Mel Green River. To break the seal, I need the blood of his descendant. Ragnar wondered, Wouldn't it be easier to kill me than to use my blood to break the seal? Why do you have to make this offer? He chuckled in response, How savage of you, Prince. I simply think I'd benefit from making you the Emperor. He continued, I will eliminate the old ways and begin a new era of the Absolute. This deal could be the root of a grand plan. The Dragonkin Eventus looked cunning and said, The foundation for a peaceful world where Dragonkin and humans can coexist. Ragnar asked, So you're saying you'll use me as a tool? He continued, And if I refuse, you'll kill me right now while the imposter is in my room. He immediately answered, I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I will simply erase your memories and send you back. He looked down at the seal's lines and continued, But the reason I chose you is because I am certain you will not refuse this opportunity. Ragnar fell silent. He clenched his fist and said, Promise me. Ragnar's expression was serious. He continued, After you make me emperor, you will not betray me. He smiled. I promise. Ragnar then took the knife that Damien had brought and said, Very well. Ragnar immediately slashed his arm with the knife and dripped his blood onto the floor. Ragnar said, I accept your offer. Ragnar's blood immediately spread across the area with the sealing lines. The entire area lit up as the seal was gradually broken. The Dragonkin Eventus and Ragnar looked at each other. The Dragonkin Eventus flashed a sinister smile. Ha ha. He laughed out loud. Thank you, Prince. He put on his cloak. Dragonoid Avantis slowly emerged and said, perhaps I should blend in with the humans. He stared intently at Prince Jian and spoke. Your face is filled with fear, Dragonoid Avantis said. There's nothing to be afraid of, Prince. I will not harm you. He mused. I have a feeling we're going to become good friends. He then walked over and picked up a cloak. Dragonoid Avantis draped the cloak over himself and said, now, after all this time, I finally get to experience the outside world. The scene shifts to Harry. Our beautiful princess was also feeling uneasy and worried. What was on her mind was truly very important to her. Tisk. A sound of frustration escaped her lips. She couldn't help but ask aloud, why hasn't he come to see me yet? Harry clasped her hands together and sighed again. She cried out, has he forgotten about me? The maid standing behind her looked a bit flustered. She hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, that's not it, princess. He's likely just busy with the recent investigation into dark magic. Hearing her personal maid's words, Harry quickly regained her spirits. A brighter smile bloomed on her face. That's true, he is quite busy after all. Harry thought to herself, yes, that must be it. But after just a few moments, she couldn't lie to herself any longer. Her thoughts became a tangled mess once more. The maid stood behind her but didn't dare to say a word. The silence was heavy, filling the entire room. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the heavy atmosphere. Two other maids appeared, their faces filled with panic. Princess. Seeing their frantic state, Harry looked at them and asked, what is it? What's happened? The two maids clenched their fists. In unison, they announced, the time has come. He is here. The maid on the left spoke first. He has finally arrived. Then, the maid on the right added, please, princess, just wear a formal dress. And no cloak, they added, once again in perfect, loud unison. Lord Yanfa has arrived. Though she wasn't sure if it was true, the moment she heard his name, Harry's face flushed red. She asked again slowly, as if needing confirmation. He's here. She clasped her hands together, looking flustered, and cried out, oh, heavens. A moment later, she was rushing into the magnificent main palace of the castle. Her delicate, bow-adorned heels clicked quickly and unevenly on the floor. Harry hurried, unable to wait a single second longer. When she reached the main doors, she hurriedly asked the maids, how's my hair? Is it messy? Harry let out a deep breath. Asterisk. Phew asterisk. The maids raised their hands to cheer her on. The one in the black dress reassured her. Please don't worry, princess. You look absolutely radiant today. The other two maids chimed in with their agreement. She's right. Harry turned to look at them. Well then, I'll see you all later, she said. They replied in unison. You can do it, princess. Then, the doors opened to reveal the dashingly handsome Yen inside. He placed a hand over his chest, bowing to her. He'd offered a classic greeting. It's been a while, princess. She shyly clasped her hands together. Harry's face grew increasingly red, and she couldn't bring herself to look directly at Yan. Her embarrassed eyes eventually settled on the floor. She spoke slowly, I thought you had forgotten about me. Yan smiled gently in response. Please forgive me, I have been rather busy lately. Harry rushed to reply, it's all right. Thank you for coming. She gave a goofy smile and said, you look amazing in your formal wear. He replied, my thanks. A hint of bashfulness crossed Yan's face. First, I think we should go to a more suitable place for our training. He elaborated, there are too many prying eyes in the palace. If anyone saw me meeting with you, princess, it would start unpleasant rumors. Yan was worried it would reflect poorly on the princess. He continued, you know how people love to gossip. Harry was a little touched. Of course, she said. Let's do that. He then continued, then allow me to take you elsewhere. He held out his hand to the princess and asked shyly, may I hold your hand for a moment? Harry replied, looking crestfallen, I beg your pardon. Harry asked again, hold my hand. Yan explained sheepishly, I'm going to transport us with teleportation magic. The awkward expression on Harry's face was quite funny. She asked him, is that the teleportation magic I've heard so much about? Harry's awkward expression was comical. It turned out she was the one who had gotten the wrong idea. So that's the teleportation magic I've heard about. She slowly placed her hand in his. He gently instructed her. You might feel a little dizzy, princess. Yan took her delicate hand and said affectionately, please, try to focus. A bright light flashed, and a picturesque scene appeared before them. Majestic mountain ranges stretched out, one after another. Harry gasped in surprise. This place. Yan replied, these are the hills on the outskirts of the capital. He further explained that because the range of his 6th level teleportation spell isn't very wide, he decided to teleport here. This place is spacious and open, making it the perfect place to practice magic. Seeing her dazed look, Yan finished his thought. Your Highness. Harry, still trying to process everything, began to marvel aloud. I've never been outside the palace before. As she said this, Harry's eyes sparkled more than ever. This must be a dream. Watching the flock of birds flying freely across the vast sky, she spoke with a sense of gratitude. But after I took your hand, that dream instantly became reality. Harry beamed with a truly happy smile. She said loudly, "Magic is truly a wonderful thing." Then, Harry turned back to look at Yan's handsome face. At her words, an image of a beautiful woman sitting quietly in a chair before a large window flashed through his mind. But then the image vanished. Yan replied to Harry, "You're right, princess." A gentle smile formed on his lips. "Magic really is wonderful." Harry's sparkling eyes glanced shyly at Yan. She asked, "Then you must have seen me practicing magic in the royal sanctuary." His gaze remained fixed on Harry's face. "Yes, I was exploring the royal palace and wandered in there. I hid in a corner when your highness and the royal mage entered. That's when I saw it." She suddenly turned to face him, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asked, "But why were you in there? There are supposed to be guards in that area." Yan's voice faltered. "I was just young and curious." She couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if childhood memories were flooding back. Her smile made her eyes crinkle. "I understand. When I was little, my brother and I used to explore the restricted areas of the palace and got scolded a few times." Harry looked at Yan with a vibrant expression, her eyes both mischievous and warm. She proposed a deal with him. "I'll turn a blind eye to you entering the royal sanctuary, since you also ignored the fact that I was practicing magic." Harry continued to tease him. "I guess we're partners in crime now, aren't we?" Yan's face showed his helplessness at Harry's playfulness as he quietly said, "Yes." Suddenly, her tone became serious. "Speaking of which, my brother is throwing a birthday party. You'll be attending, right?" Yan quietly closed his eyes, as if concentrating on something, then spoke decisively. "I received an invitation, but I don't intend to go." Harry's voice was filled with surprise and confusion. "Why?" "My brother will surely be very disappointed." Yan had his own insecurities about his background and didn't want to listen to gossip, so he decided not to attend. Yan was pensive, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness. "The Crown Prince's birthday party is only for those of noble status. Although I've been promoted to Tower Master, my background is that of a commoner, so the nobles will surely cause a fuss if I attend." Yan told himself that he had to be responsible for the mission he carried. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The powerful faction that the previous Tower Master built over decades won't collapse so easily. They'll be watching me." He paused for a moment. Everything the previous Tower Master had painstakingly built would be at risk. Yan continued cautiously. "Until the Crown Prince has solidified his position in politics and high society and can safely inherit the throne on his own strength, I believe I should focus on fulfilling my role as the Tower Master." After hearing this, Harry lowered her head, no longer looking at Yan. The air between them suddenly fell silent. In a quiet, thoughtful voice, she said, "I see." Suddenly, Harry's eyes filled with determination, startling him slightly. Every word she uttered came from an inner will of steel. "Then I must also be determined to fulfill my role as a princess. I'll stop the nobles who oppose my brother in high society from making a move." Harry turned, her sparkling eyes on Yan as her voice faltered slightly. Expressing her newfound resolve, she said, "I'll also study magic diligently." She smiled brightly at Yan, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. "But you have to help me, Master. Can I call you that, just between us?" Yan smiled gently, his gaze warm and affectionate as he looked at her. "Of course. Call me whatever you like." Elsewhere, as dusk fell over the fifth prince's palace, Jiang Na's voice rang out, "That is my plan." Avantis leaned back in his chair leisurely, his calm expression unchanging as he spoke. "In short, before we deal with that mage named Yanfa, we must eliminate the Crown Prince first." Jiang Na's eyes were sharp as she said coldly, "That's right. Currently, some nobles and commoners are paying close attention to what the new Tower Master, Yanfa, is doing." The large room was eerily silent. Although Yanfa has outstanding magical talent, he's still just a young mage who has recently come of age. He lacks experience and was born a commoner, so he doesn't have much political influence. Many nobles and vassals are unhappy that Yan has become the master, the Ivory Tower. Gianna's eyes were firm, secretly pleased with her own calculations as she continued. "If the Crown Prince he supports falls, he'll be at a disadvantage, and we will naturally be able to eliminate him." Demphi said with a solemn expression, his voice firm, "We will need a puppet to carry out this plan." Gianna nodded in agreement, but her gaze was hesitant and thoughtful as she replied, "That's right. I still haven't decided on a suitable person." His eyes full of confidence, he looked at Gianna, placing a hand on his chest in a formal, earnest gesture. "Will you entrust that task to me? I know a very suitable person for this plan," Demphi declared with absolute certainty. "I should place my complete trust in you for this important task." "Very well, I'll leave it to you, Lord Demphi." With the discussion concluded, he and his group departed swiftly. Now, only Gianna and Avantis were left in the large room. The room fell silent, with nothing left to discuss. He spoke up. Well then, I shall take my leave as well. Evantis, Gianna suddenly called out. She took a quick step towards him, stopping him. I have a question for you. Seeing the quizzical look on Evantis' face, Gianna didn't keep him waiting and got straight to the point. With your power, you could seize control of the Empire even without using me. If your goal is to spread your doctrine and establish order, there are many other ways for you to achieve that. Gianna didn't stop there, pouring out all her questions as she demanded to know the real reason. Why did you ask me to work with you? He answered slowly and calmly. I need to find someone. At his words, Gianna's eyes filled with questions. Who, she asked, her expression still cold and unreadable. The last ancestor remaining in this land. The time-controlling gold dragon. All the dragonkin search for him, aspiring to be like him. A cold sweat broke out on Gianna's brow, her voice filled with confusion. But, isn't that just a creature from myth and legend? Seeing the undisguised shock on Gianna's face, Evantis remained perfectly calm. His gaze was steady as he replied nonchalantly. Most humans in this age believe so. But dragons have always existed. We cannot find him because he lives in places beyond our reach. However, if a great calamity were to strike this land, the gold dragon would undoubtedly appear. At that, Gianna began to understand his hidden meaning. Her voice hitched slightly. You mean chaos? Evantis didn't waste words. He uttered a single one. War. Gianna was shocked to hear that word, but she managed to keep her composure. She quickly asked Evantis. Don't tell me. The war started by the dragon tribe 3 years ago. That was to lure out the gold dragon, wasn't it? He gave a short, definitive answer. Precisely. Evantis' usual calm expression faltered slightly as he said this. His voice was laced with resentment. Just as that person said, we are not true descendants of dragons, so he helped the humans instead. You must agree. Isn't it absurd that someone like Missile Green River could annihilate dragonkin, who are far more powerful than any human? Gianna was still reeling. With all this new information, her every word was laced with disbelief. But there are no records of dragons anywhere in world history. The records say Missile Green River was able to destroy the dragonkin thanks to magic he developed alone in the Ivory Tower. Evantis took a deep breath, a hint of frustration in his expression, and said, he always erases all traces of himself from the world and disappears, as if he never existed in the first place. Suddenly, Evantis' eyes began to shine, his voice filled with both conviction and deep emotion. But as a dragonkin, one who carries the blood of dragons, I can feel him. I can sense his presence. Gianna turned slightly away from him and asked boldly, so your plan is to make me the emperor, and then declare war? Evantis' expression changed completely into a smug smile. Yes, that's my intention. But it's not a bad deal for you, either, he added with grave emphasis. The unification of the continent. Evantis was stressing the importance of this potential threat, urging Gianna to recognize both the danger and her responsibility. He said earnestly, isn't that what your ancestors desired? If a war breaks out, he will appear to resolve the chaos plaguing this land. I must find him. Across from him, Gianna's eyes filled with suspicion as she asked, and what will you do once you've found the gold dragon? Evantis didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he replied with a weary look, I feel we've talked long enough. Then, as he stood up, he said, rest assured, I intend to follow your plan. The peaceful morning at the Royal Knight's Tower was shattered by Pau's panicked voice. What, is that true? Just then, a knight with a calm, refined face replied, it is. Vice Captain, you're ordered to report to the captain's quarters immediately. The Royal Knights. Paul was confused, looking down as he tried to figure out what was going on, and he muttered to himself, why would the terrifying Lord Demfin summon me? I haven't gotten into any trouble recently. Quickly composing himself, he smiled and said, I'll go right away. Thank you for the message. Paul left quickly and soon stood before Lord Demfin's door. He paused for a moment, trying to calm himself before going in. A voice commanded from within, enter. Paul appeared before him and asked formally, you summoned me, sir. Vice Captain Paul Lance, Demfin said grimly as he stood up, over here. He didn't hesitate. The atmosphere grew tense as Demfin got straight to the point. In a deep and firm voice, he said, I heard that the reason the High Mage Helen attacked the Crown Prince was because she was afflicted by dark magic. Maintaining his solemn expression, Demfin continued, I've received reports that security has been tightened, but has everything been stable so far? Paul answered immediately, yes, sir. There have been no issues so far. The knights have heightened their alert level, and the Crown Prince's protection is more stringent. Good. The Crown Prince is our future king. His safety is our top priority. He continued, I've had many opportunities to speak directly with Captain Oliver, but I believe this is the first time you and I have spoken like this. Demfin asked, serious yet sincere, you've been the vice captain for some time now. Have I done anything to make you uncomfortable? Paul's voice was a bit rushed but genuine. "I am deeply honored that you summoned me, sir." Demfin smiled, showing his satisfaction, and said, "That's good then." He slowly approached Paul, his voice deep and full of authority, asking about what he heard, that Paul's swordsmanship was second only to Captain Oliver, the one who holds the title of Sword Master. Demfin said, "You are truly gifted, with a talent recognized by His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Captain Oliver." He became a little flustered, his cheeks turning red at the praise. He replied humbly, "I still have a long way to go." He looked at Paul, seeming to instantly understand his shyness and humility, and said, "There's no need to be modest. It is that recognized talent that made you the vice-captain." Demfin moved closer to Paul and thoughtfully recounted the time Captain Oliver proposed him, an orphan and a commoner from the northern border, to be the vice-captain of the Royal Knights. Demfin stopped and said bluntly, "I thought he was insane." He looked Paul straight in the face, frankly revealing the doubt he'd previously held about him. In a contemplative tone, he said, "I was skeptical of his reasons for choosing someone without a proper background to become a member of the Royal Knights who protect the Emperor." Demfin's face was now filled with displeasure. He said frankly, "I couldn't believe that he would just let some random guy into the prestigious Royal Knights. I simply couldn't bear to watch." Just as Demfin was about to say more, Avantis suddenly appeared right behind him. Paul was startled, his hand immediately moving to his hip, ready to draw his weapon. His voice rang out, full of tension, "Who are you? How long have you been there?" But Paul was restrained by Avantis's magic. He realized he couldn't move. He issued a command to Paul. "You must become the foundation of a great empire." The scene changes to a lush forest. The air is fresh, and the sound of birdsong mixes with the clash of swords as Hayden and Oliver said, "Yes, very good. Please maintain your balance in that stance." When Oliver realized Hayden was about to lose his footing, he quickly advised, "Your Highness, just a moment." The sword fell from Hayden's hand. Oliver smiled at him and said, "Your Highness, let's stop here for today." "Thank you, Captain." Hayden plopped down on the grass, exhausted. He said, panting, "I don't think I'm cut out for swordsmanship." Oliver gave a gentle smile, his gaze warm and encouraging. His voice filled with conviction as he said, "That's not true. You're certainly better with a sword than most other people." Oliver continued, "You're progressing faster than Tower Master Yan." Hearing this, Hayden's eyes shot open in surprise. "What? I'm improving faster than Yan?" Oliver nodded, gently admitting, "Yes. I spent 5 years teaching Master Yan as his sparring partner." Suddenly, Hayden got angry like a pouting child, his face flushing red as he pointed his sword toward Oliver. While no one can match his magic, Oliver calmly soothed him, smiling, "To be honest, he has no talent for the sword." Oliver's eyes lit up mischievously, looking like a child who was both chiding and teasing Hayden. He said with a bright smile, "Please keep it a secret that he learned swordsmanship from me." Hayden burst out laughing, delighted and surprised. "I can't believe the perfect Yan actually has something he's not good at." As his laughter faded, Hayden's cheeks flushed with pleasure at the thought that he finally had something he was better at than Yan. He said softly, "I see. There's something I'm better at than Yan." Overjoyed and motivated, Hayden declared loudly to Oliver, "All right. From now on, I'll work even harder until I surpass you, Sword Master." Suddenly, Hayden's gaze shifted to something in the distance. Looking in that direction, he asked curiously, "Captain, is something wrong with the vice-captain?" Oliver realized he was talking about Paul. With a sad look in his eyes, he explained Paul's situation to Hayden. "He's been much quieter and seems depressed. I noticed and asked him about it, but he insisted everything was fine." Hayden sighed and told Oliver, "Please continue to keep an eye on him," he instructed, "and don't be too hard on him. Part of a commander's duty is to listen to the worries of his subordinates and take care of their mental state." Oliver cheerfully agreed, "I will keep that in mind, Your Highness." Meanwhile, at the royal palace, preparations for Prince Hayden's birthday party were in full swing. In the banquet hall, servants were bustling about, preparing for the royal celebration. As the time drew near, Oliver rushed in to remind him, "Your Highness, the party is about to start." Hayden, who had just finished preparing, replied, "All right, I'm coming, Captain." Yet, as always, a gloomy expression was on Hayden's face. He sighed, "I always get so nervous at these parties." Remembering all the times Yan had lashed out at him, he knew he had to strengthen his own position. Hayden let out a sigh and said, "And Yan isn't coming either. That heartless jerk." Seeing the prince was in low spirits, Oliver offered some encouragement. "You are the main character of today's party, Your Highness. You must stand tall with pride and confidence. It's the nobles who should be feeling nervous." Hearing the captain's words seemed to snap Hayden out of it. The corners of his lips lifted into a slight smile as he replied, "You're right." Hayden's spirits lifted instantly. He laughed, patting Oliver on the back. "And besides, I have the very reliable Sword Master Oliver with me." Just as the two were sharing a light-hearted moment, Harry walked up, calling out, "Brother." Seeing his sister, Haydn replied, "Harry?" She had appeared wearing a beautiful blue dress. Everything from its design to the fabric enhanced her royal grace. Struck by her elegance, Haydn didn't hesitate to praise her. "You look very beautiful today," Harry replied cheerfully. "Thank you. I made sure to dress up since it's your birthday party." Then, Haydn added jokingly, "It's too bad Yan isn't here today. He really should see how lovely you look." Hearing Yan's name, Harry got flustered. "Brother, what are you saying?" Harry then pressed him. "How could you tell Sir Yan what I asked you?" I was so embarrassed. But she stopped herself, remembering it was his special day. Harry took a deep breath, her eyes softening with affection. In a gentle voice, she told her brother, "Happy birthday. I'm always proud of my diligent older brother." She didn't stop there. Stomping her foot with determination, she declared loudly, "I will crush any of those high society nobles who dare to speak ill of you, so don't worry about them." Her adorable display made Haydn break into a hearty laugh. "Thank you, Harry." Finally, it was time. The two of them headed inside together. "Shall we go in?" Haydn said. "Yes," Harry replied, immediately taking her brother's arm. After a while, as the party officially began, an attendant announced loudly, introducing His Highness, Crown Prince Haydn Green River, and Her Highness, Princess Harry Green River. The nobles in attendance immediately bowed in reverence. Following the announcement, the two siblings made their entrance. Haydn and Harry entered with dignified expressions. At that moment, the orchestra conductor waved his baton. The musicians, who had been waiting for the signal, began to play a soothing melody that filled the hall. The nobles quickly gathered around Haydn and Harry. They all chimed in at once, "Happy birthday, Your Highness. Happy birthday, Your Highness." Haydn replied courteously, "Thank you. I hope everyone enjoys the party." Standing off to the side, Oliver watched the prince confidently mingling with the other nobles, a look of immense pride for Haydn clear in his eyes. At that same moment, Emperor Terry made an appearance at the party. The attendant, taken aback by the unexpected arrival, froze for a moment. It was only when he heard Terry's voice, "What are you doing? Make the announcement," that he snapped out of it. The attendant snapped back to reality, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Terry then proceeded to walk into the hall. As he appeared, a clear voice rang out, announcing, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." The crowd of nobles was collectively stunned by the Emperor's presence. Even Haydn was taken aback. "Father." He rushed over to him and said, "I didn't think you would be able to make it." He replied, "It's your birthday. As your father, of course, I had to come and celebrate the day you were born and are now a year older." Terry looked Haydn directly in the eyes and praised him. "I'm proud of you, son." Hearing those words from his father filled Haydn with immense happiness. Then, Terry began to walk forward. Haydn followed him toward the banquet table. Terry then spoke, "It appears many people have come to wish the prince a happy birthday." His voice carried across the room. "Hardship is often the start of something wonderful. I am delighted to see all of you gathered here today." He then turned to Haydn and said, "For any parent, every moment of their child's growth. Children are like miracles, full of surprises. I'm both proud and amazed to see such a small child grow into an adult." Terry reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. "I remember when the boy was about 5 years old. One day he was walking and following behind me. I asked him then why he was following me. Haydn just smiled brightly and said, 'I'm following you because you're leading the way for me.'" At that moment, Terry bent down and stroked the head of his 5-year-old son, Haydn. He recalled that although it was just a meadow, it gave the child the strength to walk. "So I continued to lead the way, and the boy trusted me and followed." Saying this, Terry couldn't help but feel a little emotional. So much time has passed. He looked at his son again and continued, "After that day, you have always followed in my footsteps, right up until now. You followed my path very well. As your father, I've always believed you could do it." Haydn was a little embarrassed by his father's grand words. As soon as he finished speaking, Terry picked up the wine glass in his hand. "Everyone, raise your glasses." He announced loudly, "May the future of the Empire and the Prince be blessed." The nobles also raised their glasses and echoed the Emperor, "Many blessings." Finally, as he drank his wine, he didn't forget to say, "Happy birthday." His son Haydn replied softly, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, just as Terry took his first sip of wine, he began to cough violently, fresh blood pouring from his mouth onto the floor. Haydn was stunned for a moment, still not understanding what had happened. The entire group of nobles immediately froze, no one daring to say a word. Haydn's face was now filled with horror. Only Oliver, with his swift knight's reflexes, reacted instantly. It seemed he was about to rush forward. The next second, the entire banquet hall descended into chaos, and piercing screams echoed endlessly, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" But Haydn remained frozen in place, watching his father continuously cough up fresh blood from his mouth. Even the wine glass he was holding fell from his hand. As Haydn's glass hit the floor, the cold liquid spilled out. It was then that he realized the horrific truth before him. Haydn cried out in despair, "Your Majesty." The sky was now incredibly gloomy, with rain pouring down relentlessly. By the window, Haydn sat alone, dazed. He just sat there unconsciously. It was unclear what he was thinking. His lips kept moving as if to say something, but no words came out. Just as Haydn was worrying endlessly, a voice called from outside the door. "Your Highness, Captain Oliver Zeus of the Royal Knights requests an audience." Haydn immediately jumped to his feet in alarm. The captain? Let him in quickly. Immediately after, before Oliver could even step inside, Haydn had already rushed to open the door, calling out urgently, "Captain." Oliver replied, "Your Highness." Haydn's voice was filled with anxiety as he said, "My father, how is he?" He quickly explained the situation. "He is out of critical danger thanks to timely treatment, but he is still in a perilous condition. All the doctors and alchemists are doing their best to treat him. He should be fine soon." Hearing this, Haydn could no longer remain calm and cut Oliver off loudly. "What happened to the one who tried to assassinate him?" A flicker of sadness crossed Oliver's eyes, and he paused for a moment after being yelled at directly. However, he understood the prince's anxiety and answered calmly, "We immediately arrested the culprit who poisoned His Majesty's cup. The criminal has confessed to his crime." Haydn drew a sharp breath, gritting his teeth with an anger he couldn't hide in his eyes. Haydn shook Oliver, shouting his question, "Who was the culprit?" His eyes had lost all their light now. He answered the prince hesitantly, "The culprit is." Oliver's voice grew quieter and quieter until it was just a whisper, low enough for only the two of them to hear the culprit's name. The space around them suddenly fell silent. Haydn's hand, which was on his shoulder, immediately began to tremble uncontrollably upon hearing that name. Haydn was stunned for a long moment, as if he still couldn't believe what the captain had just told him. What? Meanwhile, elsewhere, an emergency meeting among the noble officials was taking place regarding the Emperor's recent incident. The angry voice of a man in red echoed throughout the room. Why would the vice-captain of the Royal Knights want to assassinate His Majesty? He stood up in frustration, slammed the table, and shouted, "Isn't he the knight who has been closest to the crown prince in recent years? Keeping a traitor like him right by his side, what have His Highness and Captain Oliver Zeus been doing all this time?" The young man in black beside him added, "The culprit did not act alone. We must expose the one behind this at all costs." A gentleman in blue also spoke in a serious tone. "I heard that Paul Lance bit his own tongue during interrogation. It seems he had no intention of talking." At that moment, the hand of the white-haired nobleman pointed to a spot on the document, saying, "I heard he is an orphan from the northern border. That's next to the call on Empire, isn't it?" He added, "Everyone, think about it. 6 years ago, there was a series of explosions inside the royal palace. Then he brought up the old incident involving Yan. It was a shocking event. A mage from the Ivory Tower, a maid, and his secretary in the royal palace were all discovered to be spies from Kowloon. And then he," and said doubtfully, "although he possesses outstanding talent at such a young age, he doesn't have a proper background. If you think about it, he's very suspicious. It's possible he's a highly trained spy from Goud." The person sitting opposite immediately retorted, "But Paul Lance shows no signs of a Mana-Seal." Hearing this, the man said loudly, "Does that even matter now? He tried to poison His Majesty, and he's staying silent about the vile enemy and his reasons for doing so." He insisted adamantly. Just as everyone was noisily discussing the matter, a man in gray spoke up calmly. "Problems like this only arise because we decided to use him without considering his status and background. We must strip him of his title as vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad, and Paul must be executed for assassinating His Majesty." Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. "That's right, we agree." Amidst the ceaseless chatter of the meeting, Yan remained silent, saying nothing more. A while later, after the meeting had ended, the sky outside remained just as gloomy. As Yan was walking alone to the meeting point, a voice called out from behind, "Yan!" Although he was completely covered by a cloak, Yan still recognized his captain. He walked over, pulled down his hood, and asked urgently, "What happened?" Yan replied, "Everyone thinks he's a spy from Goat." Hearing this answer, Oliver couldn't remain calm and shouted, "Ridiculous. He's not a spy." Yan agreed, saying, "I agree. The vice-captain would willingly sacrifice his life for the crown prince." Recalling what Paul had done before, regardless of where he came from, he was an honorable knight who had sworn loyalty to his master. He affirmed with certainty, "I know that's the kind of person Paul is. But after this incident, his death sentence has been decided, and there's no reason that can explain his actions." Oliver froze upon hearing this terrible news. He added, "He's remaining silent about who gave the order, as well as the reason he tried to assassinate His Majesty." Then, he tried to keep his voice calm as he told him, "We have to find out why he did it first." At this point, Yan hesitated for a few seconds. Then he asked, "How is the crown prince?" He recounted the situation. "His Highness isn't eating or drinking anything and is preventing anyone from entering his room. I think he's blaming himself for His Majesty being poisoned. Hearing that, Yan replied, I see. Then Oliver continued, you know, everyone in the second squad has been confined to quarters. We'll be interrogated soon. His hands clenched so tightly they trembled violently. As the one in charge of the squad, I can't do anything reckless. You could see the helplessness on his face, unable to do anything. He kept blaming himself. I know I'm asking too much, but I have no one else to turn to but you. With all his sincerity, Oliver immediately bowed before Yan and pleaded, please, uncover the truth behind all this. However, Yan replied calmly, I didn't detect any lies in the vice captain's confession. There was also no reaction from the interrogation magic of the Ivory Tower. Hearing this, he froze. Perhaps even he didn't expect things to be this bad. Then Yan added, tonight, the vice captain will be sent to prison. I will go see him myself. Then he looked directly at the captain and said seriously, after that, I will come find you at your house. Oliver knew that he was also trying his best to help him and Paul, so he tried to remain calm and replied, I understand. More dark clouds gathered in the sky above the Ivory Tower. It was as if even the heavens understood his anxiety. Currently, outside the solitary confinement block, the sky looked like it was about to collapse from the torrential rain. Relying on the weather and the sturdiness of the prison guard had long since fallen asleep with his head down. Yan's footsteps were gentle yet resolute as he entered. The sound was swallowed by the rain. Yan was filled with doubt. He headed straight for the solitary confinement area, where the Empire's most dangerous criminals were held. Now, at Paul's cell, Yan stood looking at him, his heart twisting in pain. Paul was bound in chains. The once imposing vice captain's strong body was now covered in crisscrossing, bleeding wounds. Yan called out in a choked voice, Vice Captain. Paul slowly opened his eyes to look at him, his gaze cloudy and lifeless, like a dry well. Yan quickly asked, do you recognize me? Paul didn't answer him. He lowered his head, his eyes dazed. That silence was like a knife twisting in Yan's heart, causing him sharp pain. Yan said, I don't believe you're someone who would want to assassinate the Emperor. There are no spies from an enemy nation or anyone plotting against the Emperor. I know that better than anyone, he affirmed. But behind him stood another figure, the last descendant of the dragonkin, Avantis. But Yan didn't yet know his identity. This Avantis was using dark magic to carry out his sinister plans. He realized then that it was the dragonkin Avantis who had used dark magic to control Paul. He was horrified to see the dense, dark magic enveloping his mind. Yan watched as Paul suffered under the influence of this wicked spell. He was gradually losing consciousness. Yan thought, he's not acting of his own free will. In shock, he realized, he's being controlled by dark magic. Diving deeper into those memories, he reached the subconscious, where Paul's true self was curled up in a corner. This was the real him, the place where Paul resided. He said, I was so foolish. Paul said, I knew full well the palace had the most enemies. Yan called out, Vice Captain. Paul smiled weakly and said, I've been waiting for you. Yan, it wasn't a waste to wait for you. Panicked, Yan said in a rush, please, just wait. I'll free you from the dark magic first. Paul suddenly grabbed Yan's hand and asked, how is the Crown Prince? Yan shouted, trying to persuade him. Based on your memories, the truth about this incident is clear. If we find the one who cast the dark magic on you, we can prove your innocence. Paul shook his head, his voice heavy with despair and self-blame. It's not good, is it? This is all my fault. He continued, even if you find the real culprit, it won't change what I've done. I'm the one who poisoned His Majesty's wine. Yan quickly pleaded, you can't give up. If you stop here, you'll forever be remembered as the traitor who assassinated the Emperor. But Paul became strangely resolute, shaking his head. I don't care about the sins they pin on me. The humiliation I'll endure is nothing compared to the pain I've caused the one I swore my life to protect. He urged, Yan, no matter who the enemy is, if they're targeting His Majesty, they'll surely come for the Crown Prince next. I might just be the beginning, so please, let me be the end of it. I don't want to stand in the Crown Prince's way any longer. Yan was bewildered. Paul, what are you talking about? Vice Captain Paul then made a request of Yan. Please, give a message to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver for me. He instructed, tell them that I'm sorry, and that I'm grateful. This is probably the last thing I can do as the sword that protects His Highness. Yan cried out in panic. As Vice Captain Paul approached him, he pleaded, Yan, please take care of His Highness for me. He then pushed Yan out of his consciousness. Yan was thrown back, utterly shocked and devastated. Paul smiled, his form slowly dissolving into the mists of memory. With a hopeful expression, he closed his eyes and whispered a silent prayer. May he shine brightly from the highest point of the Empire. Thinking of the Crown Prince, Paul smiled one last time, a strangely peaceful smile. Outside, Yan was violently thrown from Paul's subconscious, returning to the reality of the cold prison cell. He gasped for air, his forehead drenched in sweat. His face was etched with pure panic. Yan looked at Paul, breathing heavily, and quickly used magic to dispel the dark curse. Great dispel, but it was completely useless. Yan thought in a panic. Great dispel isn't working? He shouted, Vice Captain, please hold on. I'll disable the dark magic right now. Yan declared, I won't let you die a meaningless death like this. Suddenly, his expression froze in horror. Paul was no longer breathing. He had chosen to depart forever. Yan was speechless. The vice captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, Paul Benz, had drawn his final breath. He was gone. The rain outside seemed to scream in place of his own anguished heart, growing louder by the moment. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the Crown Prince's residence. Oliver sat huddled in a dark corner, his sunken eyes staring blankly into the void. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound from outside. A warrior's reflex kicked in, and he sprang to his feet, instantly drawing the sword at his hip. Jan called out, Oliver. Captain. Recognizing the familiar voice, Oliver lowered his sword. He flung the door open and rushed out, calling, Yan! Yan! Stood there silently, soaked to the bone by the rain. Rain streamed down his face, making it impossible to tell if it was rain or tears. Oliver asked, Did you see Paul? How is he? Did you find anything? Yan remained silent for a long moment, a bitter lump forming in his throat. He hesitated before answering, Sir Paul. He lifted his red-rimmed eyes to the captain, who was trembling with anxiety. Each word felt as heavy as lead. He passed away in his cell today. Oliver froze, his entire body trembling. He stammered. What? Oliver braced himself against the wall, trying to stay strong. But he couldn't hold it back any longer. He buried his face in his hands and broke down, sobbing. The heartbroken sobs of a grown man echoed in the quiet room. Through his tears, Oliver began to speak, his voice choked with emotion. The memories are flooding back. Like a film in slow motion. I first met Paul at a church-funded orphanage on the northern border. He was a kid who was always smiling, always radiant. He cared more about everyone around him than he did about himself. He looked up, tears streaming down his face. My father discovered Paul's talent with a sword and decided to sponsor him. After that, we trained together, sparring with our swords like we were blood brothers. He could no longer contain his emotions. Oliver continued, his voice cracking with grief and resentment. He was more diligent than anyone and always stood for what was right. To think he would die so senselessly. Jan waited quietly for Oliver's emotions to settle a bit before speaking. Before Sir Pao took his last breath, I read his memories. Oliver froze, looking up at Yan in surprise. Oliver then asked, Did you find anything? Yan's eyes darkened as he recounted the fragmented but horrifying images he had seen. A few days ago, the vice captain went to see the captain of the 1st Night Division, Sir Dem Fin. The person with Sir Dem Fin used dark magic to brainwash the vice captain. Oliver asked in shock, You're saying Pao went to see Sir Dem Fin? He was stunned, but then he realized the more serious issue. Wait, he said, more importantly. Dark magic? It still exists? Who was that person? Yan replied, I've never met him. He has a pale face and long, silver hair. Deep down, Yan searched through all the memories from his past life, but came up completely blank. He thought to himself, someone I've never met in my previous life, either Yan stated firmly, I'm certain this is related to Sir Dem Fin, the captain of and the anonymous high-ranking mage who aided him. Oliver asked worriedly, You said a high-ranking mage? How strong is he? Yan said, I tried using Greater Dispel after realizing the vice captain was under the influence of dark magic, but it had no effect. Are you suggesting he's someone capable of using magic more advanced than mine? Yan analyzed the situation. I think I might know who he is, but I have no concrete evidence. I'm not sure if he's acting alone or if other dark mages are involved. I need to investigate this further. Oliver looked at Yan, his eyes filled with fear. He asked in alarm, But he's so strong he can cast spells that you can't. Won't that be incredibly dangerous for you? If they use dark magic on you, the entire empire will be drowned in a sea of blood. Yan didn't answer right away. He reached into his pocket. Yan took something out. He handed Oliver a stone necklace. Looking at it for a moment, Oliver realized it was the necklace he had given Yan during their sparring match 6 years ago. Yan explained, It's the necklace the queen bestowed upon you, sir. Although you said it had magic to calm the mind, it's not such a simple spell. This pendant has a very precious stone made from a dragon's tear, and the necklace itself contains a magic resistance charm that can absorb dark magic. Yan believed its power had to be level 8 or higher. He replied, I see. That's a relief, then. If you have that necklace, you won't be affected by dark magic. But contrary to his expectation, Yan shook his head. Oliver looked puzzled. Yan analyzed. The details about the magic resistance charm have not been made public. Right now, only you and I know. People just think this necklace is one of the royal family's ordinary treasures. Yan's voice slowed, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute. "Captain," he said, his tone tensed as he made a request. "Can you promise not to tell anyone what I'm about to tell you?" Sensing the gravity of the situation, Oliver nodded decisively. "All right, I promise you." Yan began to lay out his detailed plan. Oliver listened in silence. He spoke of something. And with every word Yan said, Oliver's eyes widened in astonishment. Outside the window, the rain began to pour down more intensely, and lightning streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of a great storm. At the lavish mansion of the Ragna family, the atmosphere was just as gloomy as the dark, swirling clouds outside. Dem Fin reported to him, "Paulins died in the prison." Ragna, sitting in his armchair, looked at him silently for a moment before turning away. He replied coolly, "I know." Dem Fin continued, "A rat snuck into the prison. It seems that person realized Paulins was under the influence of dark magic." He answered calmly, "Of course, but he couldn't do anything about it." Ragna nonchalantly took a sip of his tea. His tone was completely unworried, assuming that Yanfa still knew nothing about the existence of the dragonoids. He said that as long as things remained unclear, Yanfa would probably try to avoid being hit by dark magic. Higgs level 5 dark magic cannot affect a level 6 Yanfa, but the dragonoid Avantis is a mage stronger than Yanfa. By human standards, he is a level 8 master. A cunning glint appeared in Ragna's eyes as he said, "Although he claims he hasn't fully recovered his power because of the seal, he is still stronger than Yanfa. There's a mage stronger than me." That's probably what Yanfa has realized. Dem Fin immediately asked, "Won't he just give up everything and run away?" He burst out laughing, "Ha ha, he won't do that. If he were that foolish, I wouldn't have had to struggle so much." Ragna smiled and said, "To be honest, I don't know what Yanfa is thinking. 6 years ago, when he first entered the palace, he was one of the Crown Prince's aides, but he once said, 'I do not serve the Crown Prince.'" Ragna looked at his own reflection in the rippling tea and said, "I thought I had hidden myself so well, but there are times I feel like he sees right through me, as if he's known me for a very long time." He set his teacup down. Ragna pondered for a moment, then said, "I think it's best we just observe his actions for now." Setting down his teacup, Ragna pondered for a moment, then said, "I think it's best we observe his actions for the time being." Early in the morning at Yan's residence, the air in the room was thick with tension. He held a carefully sealed letter, instructing Hoga, his loyal, elderly butler, in a voice that was low yet full of authority, "Send this letter to Sir Pyrrhic in the east as soon as possible." "What about the letter I sent to the Moglian estate in the north?" The butler placed a hand on his left chest and bowed respectfully in response. "The report says it will arrive soon." Yan nodded slightly. "I see." He then handed another important letter to Hoga, who looked surprised. Yan said, "Take this." The letter was carefully sealed with a fingerprint. He instructed, "This is a letter of authorization under the name of the Merchants Guild. Disguise yourself as a merchant and leave the capital." Yan said, "I'm sure you understand what I mean." Hoga took the letter, his hand tightening around it as he nodded resolutely. As the dawn light streamed through the window, Yan continued, his voice leaving no room for hesitation. "Once you've finished packing and the sun begins to set, gather all the servants in the mansion and take them to Moglian with my mother. If you head north, Sir Moglian, having received my letter, will help you." "Understood, Master Yan," he replied confidently. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard as Vanessa rushed in. "Yan," she called out. He was surprised. "Mother?" Vanessa looked worried, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with extreme anxiety. Without waiting for an explanation, she immediately asked, "What's going on? Why do I suddenly have to leave?" Yan stepped forward, trying to remain calm to reassure her. "I can't explain everything, but the capital is very dangerous right now. I've already sent a letter ahead to Sir Moglian. He will keep all of you safe." Deeply distressed, Vanessa asked in an anxious voice, "How can I possibly leave you here all alone? If you're staying, then I'm staying too." He gently took her trembling hands. His gaze was gentle yet resolute as he said softly, "You don't have to worry about me, Mother. I'm all grown up now." Yan smiled brightly and said confidently to his mother, "Besides, I'm a renowned 6th level mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. I'm more than capable of protecting myself, so please don't worry." She became agitated and shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "You're only 18 years old. You're my only son," Vanessa lamented. "Why do you always put yourself in such dangerous situations? I can't just watch you face danger alone anymore. We should go together." Yan lowered his gaze, then looked up, his voice becoming unusually stern. "Mother," she stopped talking, staring in stunned silence at her son, who suddenly seemed so unfamiliar and mature. A moment of silence passed between them. Yan softened his tone. "Mother, I'm begging you. Please, just listen to me this one time." He gripped her shoulders tightly, his own body trembling as he stammered, "If something were to happen, I might end up hurting you." Vanessa looked utterly bewildered. Yan slowly lowered his hands. He turned to Ridio and said, "Ridio, please take care of my mother for me." He entrusted her to him, adding, "Even if I try to find her, you must never, ever tell me where she is. When the time is right, I will send a letter to Sir Moglian." Ridio looked tense. "I understand, Master Yan," he replied, his voice faltering. Douglas spoke up. "Leader, I'll stay here. I don't know what's going on, but I can be of use, right? After all, I'm your #1 subordinate." Yan shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. "Thank you, Douglas, but this is more dangerous than you think. You should go with the others." Yan pictured the adult Douglas from his past life and thought to himself, "And you're the one person I can't let fall into that bastard's hands." Yan took a few steps and announced to everyone, "Once you have all left the mansion, I will erase a part of my own memory. Then, even I won't know where you've gone." He instructed them carefully. "Please remember the situations we discussed and act accordingly. I'm counting on all of you." Hoga, along with all the servants and guards, shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mansion. "Yes, Master." Ridio helped Vanessa out. She kept looking back at Yan, her face fraught with worry. Everyone was now outside, preparing to depart. As the last figure disappeared through the doorway, the mansion suddenly felt vast and eerily empty, leaving Yan standing all alone. He let out a long sigh, as if setting down a heavy burden, only to pick up another, lonelier one. Yan looked down at the box on the table and thought, "Now, only this necklace remains." Yan pulled something else from his pocket, a small vial containing a strange, shimmering, dark purple liquid, an antidote for black magic. He whispered, "And this." The scene shifts to Rangna's residence, where one of his dragonoid underlings rushes in to report the crown prince refuses to leave his room. According to the palace maids, he's very weak. The man continued to report on the situation at the royal palace. Although the emperor has been treated and is past the critical stage, he remains in a coma. Even if he wakes up, his internal organs are damaged, and he will likely suffer from lasting complications. Rangna stroked his chin thoughtfully. "He's holding on longer than I thought, more than we thought. He seems anxious and worried." Rangna said that if our father's condition improves, it won't be good for us. Dem Phim immediately spoke up. "I will bribe one of the royal alchemists first." He said it's best we act soon to prevent any surprises. The nobles don't care about Prince Hayden at all. They are doubting his ability to rule because he can't solve the country's problems at such a critical time. Rangna, along with Avantis and their minions, listened intently. Dem Phim announced that the 2nd Royal Knight Division has been confined and is under investigation. The council is discussing stripping Captain Oliver D. Wood of his title. Avantis laughed. "Everything is going smoothly, according to plan." "Very good. Now, we just have to wait, and you will naturally ascend the throne." Rangna wasn't so optimistic. He looked worried and suspicious, saying, "It's strange that Ian hasn't made a move yet. It's not like him to just stand by and wait for the situation to resolve itself. I'm sure he's plotting something." Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with speculation, another subordinate suddenly burst in, looking distraught. He called out, "Your Highness." Dem Phim angrily scolded him. "What is it?" "I told you not to disturb us." The subordinate trembled, kneeling as he said, "Please forgive me." He looked terrified and reported, "But Ian is coming to the royal palace." Both Rangna and Dem Phim looked surprised. He lowered his head, closing his eyes in thought, and said, "Let's end our meeting here for today." Rangna turned to Avantis and suggested, "Mr. Avantis, please conceal your presence and remain in this room." Avantis calmly replied, "Understood." Outside, the sound of steady, confident footsteps grew closer and closer. Ian was approaching. Ian arrived at the door to Rangna's room. The heavy wooden door leading to the 5th prince's chamber appeared before him. Without a hint of hesitation, his cold voice cut through the thick door. "Your Highness, the master of the Ivory Tower, Ian, requests an audience." He told an attendant to let him in. Ian entered, his sharp eyes sweeping across the opulent yet suffocating room. Rangna Greenriver stood there, his expression terrifyingly calm. He looked up and offered a perfect, sociable smile, but his eyes held no trace of it. "It's been a long time, Tower Master Ian." He stood there, staring blankly at him, not bothering to return the greeting. Hatred churned in his chest, but his face remained an icy mask. Rangna sighed, his voice dropping into a dramatic tone. "This is our first meeting since Hebron was executed." He rambled on. "I heard many unfortunate things have happened during that time." Rangna's shoulders trembled as if suppressing emotion. He looked anguished and said, "I still can't believe something like this happened to Father, and I can't even see him while he's in this condition. This is causing me great pain." He turned back, his sorrowful expression suddenly shifting to a serious one as he asked sternly, "So, at a time like this, why have you come to see me?" Ian remained silent, his eyes trying to see through the dark soul of the man, putting on an act before him. He took a deep breath, his low but weighty voice ringing out as he slowly questioned, "What are you scheming? Ragnar raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence as he asked, "What are you talking about?" Tower Master Ian didn't let him evade. He took a step forward, pressing on. Knight Paul was affected by black magic. The reason was his meeting with Knight Lv.8, the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Division. He mentioned the Dragonkin realm. "I am certain the Order of the Dragon is involved in this, as are those involved in teaching black magic who have always been close to the Crown Prince." Ragnar remained silent, listening with an unnaturally calm expression, but his body trembled slightly. Ian stated with a steely voice, "Fifth Prince, this was all your plan." He let out a soft laugh, shaking his head dismissively. "What are you talking about? That's just slander." Ragnar analyzed. "If Paul was affected by black magic and wanted to kill Father, wouldn't you be the one held responsible, since you're in charge of investigating black magic?" He spread his hands wide, feigning innocence, and said naively, "And what is this Order of the Dragon? I've never heard of it before. How could I collude with a group whose existence I'm not even aware of? Besides, all my actions are monitored by the Ivory Tower. I'm under confinement, so I can't even set foot outside this palace. It was the Ivory Tower that called itself the palace's watchdog, so you should know better than I do." Ian was silent, then warned, "Your Highness, I can use a lie detection spell." Ian stepped forward and said, "I know everything you just said is a lie. You are involved with the Order of the Dragon and have made a pact with a black magic user." He stood opposite Ragnar and asserted that it was the leader of this group. Ragnar nonchalantly replied, "Is that your conclusion?" Ian looked at Ragnar with a hateful expression. He lowered his head, not to cry, but to laugh. "You're more foolish than I thought." He wore a contemptuous expression, brought his face close to Ian's, and whispered in a venomous tone, "So, what are you going to do? Do you think I'll admit that I made that story up because I'm scared of your words?" Ragnar threatened Ian. "If what you're saying is true, then do you have any proof?" He was referring to the death of the vice-captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Squad. Ben, the culprit, is already dead for poisoning the Emperor. Even that great interrogation spell couldn't detect any lies in his confession. Ragnar sneered, his malicious expression like a knife twisting in one's gut, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Ben had bitten his tongue and remained silent. Hearing this, Yan's heart filled with hatred. He continued, "But even so, you still came all this way by yourself. How foolish." He was incredibly confident and declared, "Yifa, you have lost, and I have been chosen." Ragnar then called out for Avantis. He instantly appeared behind Yan as a cold, dark, and malevolent aura erupted. He began to cast level 8 black magic. Startled, he spun around to look, a terrifying pressure weighing down on his shoulders. Yan looked at Avantis and thought in bewilderment, "This is the guy I saw in Bong's memories." He gave a sinister smile and asked him, "What an interesting young man. You're Yanfa, aren't you?" Avantis said, "You've deduced the entire truth." He used black magic to restrain Yan. Avantis looked at him and said, "That cloak looks very familiar." He walked over, took the hem of Yan's cloak, and added, "It seems I can't forget it. I never expected to see it here." Yan tried to observe his enemy as a thought quickly flashed through his mind. His appearance. A descendant of dragons, a dragonoid. Avantis turned to Ragnar and asked, "Prince, you requested that I turn this fellow into one of my pawns, correct?" Ragnar replied, "Yes, I still need him." Avantis immediately cast level 8 black magic and said, "Very well." Yan writhed and screamed in agony. Gah, his eyes turned a fiery red. Yan dropped his arms, surrendering to the spell. He stood with his head bowed, his body motionless. Ragnar asked, "Is it done?" Avantis replied, "Yes." Ragnar looked suspicious and asked again, "But he doesn't look any different." Avantis showed his displeasure and said, "You doubt me too much." Avantis then commanded, "Yanfa, harm yourself." Ragnar looked at Avantis in alarm and stammered, "Huh, what did you just say?" Without a word, Yan moved to obey. Yan formed a dagger of ice and prepared to harm himself. Ragnar, horrified, yelled urgently, "Wait." He gripped the dagger tightly. Ragnar screamed, "Wait, stop." Yan immediately froze. The three of them stood in silence. Yan remained in the same position, the sharp dagger already drawing blood from his hand. Still stunned in disbelief, Ragnar said, "That's enough." Avantis said, "From now on, proceed with your plan." He turned away and said, "I'm going to rest." Avantis vanished, leaving only Ragnar and Yan in the vast room. He stared intently at his new puppet. Ragnar's face was still tense from the ordeal. He needed one final confirmation. Ragnar continued to stare at him, his expression growing more and more tense. He called out to Yanfa and asked seriously, "Who is the master you truly serve?" Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to one knee in a sign of reverence. Yan bowed his head, showing absolute submission. He replied in a reverent tone, "You will rise to the pinnacle of this empire, your highness, 5th Prince Ragnar Green River." He smiled, his expression finally easing of some of its tension and doubt. There was a knock on Haydn's door. It was his butler, who had come to inform Haydn Crown Prince, please prepare to attend the conference this afternoon. He replied calmly, Ah, that's right. It's today, isn't it? I heard this conference was convened by Yan, using his authority as the master of the tower. Haydn covered his face and continued. It's been a while since I've seen Yan, so I can't meet him in my current state. He asked the butler, Could you help me dress up a little more today? I'm counting on you. Yes, Your Highness, he replied respectfully. The conference was about to begin. All the nobles, the powerful and influential, had gathered here. A young man asked, This is the first conference called by the master of the Ivory Tower, isn't it? A young woman replied, That's right. It seems he has summoned both the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince to attend. A man commented, They've always kept a low profile until now, but I guess they're trying to address that matter. Another person asked in surprise, That matter? The man explained, You don't know? The matter of which of the two will inherit the throne. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Wouldn't Master Yan support the Crown Prince? Hasn't he always supported him until now? A young man shook his head and said, But recently, rumor has it that Master Yan met with the Fifth Prince at his palace. Another voice asked, Master Yan met the Fifth Prince? The young man analyzed, A lot of unsettling things have happened lately, haven't they? And since the Crown Prince has taken some rather disappointing actions, it's possible Master Yan has changed his mind. Haydn walked in, looking surprised. When he saw Yan, he called out happily, Yan. He eagerly ran over to Yan and said, It's been a while, Yan. How have you been? Haydn said, Just seeing you makes me feel better. I've really missed you. Yan remained silent. Haydn reached out to put a hand on Yan's shoulder and said, Hey, if you don't mind, could we meet for a bit after the conference? Without a word, he immediately knocked Haydn's hand away. He was stunned. Haydn looked completely bewildered. He stared at Yan, who appeared as impassive as a stranger. Haydn called out to Yan, his voice choked with emotion. He bowed his head in apology. Forgive me, but I have other matters to attend to. He scratched his head and replied, Ah, I see. All right, then. Perhaps we can meet after you're finished. The attendants came to call for the master of the Ivory Tower. They told Yan to please enter the conference hall. He left silently. Haydn watched him go, his heart troubled. Haydn's expression was a mix of pensiveness and confusion. The conference officially began. Yan spoke before the entire council and the nobles attending the conference. To all the esteemed members of the Council of Elders and the nobility, thank you for attending this conference, he said. Our empire has just suffered a horrific tragedy. Due to Pollen's assassination attempt, the emperor has not regained consciousness, even after 15 days have passed. Haydn listened, his expression sorrowful. Yan continued, Even if he does truly regain consciousness, there is no guarantee that he will be able to carry out his duties as he once did. The time has come to make a choice, and I am certain all of you know this as well. The nobles looked particularly interested. I must emphasize, our pillar has collapsed. The empire is currently in a state of alarm, and our enemies on the border are looking down on us. The fear that has engulfed our lands has now devolved into chaos, plaguing those very territories. When the future of the empire is so unstable, it is more important than ever that we calmly face reality. Ragnar sat listening, his expression full of confidence. Yan brought up the matter of the throne, of choosing who would become the rightful ruler. He stated that simply putting on a good face is not what will save our empire. I must insist, he emphasized. What we need now is a leader who will guide us out of this current crisis, restabilize the empire, and steady the political situation between the three nations. He argued that the one who should be crowned is a person with the ability to make the Green River Empire the greatest nation in history. Yan spoke with a grave expression. And that is precisely why. I, Yan Fa, master of the Ivory Tower. He placed both hands on the table, a show of serious consideration, and said, In this conference, I, Yan Fa, have decided to declare. I hereby announce my support for the blood of our great emperor, the Fifth Prince, Ragnar. The entire council and all in attendance were astonished. They began to look at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Haydn was speechless. Ragnar, on the other hand, already knew the outcome. He smirked. He stepped forward and called out loudly to Yan. Haydn reached his hand out toward him. Haydn grabbed Yan's clothes, his face filled with rage. The attendants tried to intervene. Crown Prince, Your Highness. He confronted Yan. How? How could you? Yan appeared calm. Haydn punched Yan in the face. The attendants frantically tried to stop him. Please stop. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, he screamed. Let go of me. Get lost. Yan sat up, rubbing his face, looked at Haydn, and then gave an order. Someone escort His Highness out of the Great Hall. He stumbled away, his mind in turmoil. As he went, Haydn cried, looking at Yan and screaming his name, Yan. The scene shifts to the window of Haydn's room at night. He was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. It was Captain Oliver. A voice called out, Your Highness, "It is I, Oliver." Surprised, Hayden stammered out the two words, "The captain." Hayden opened the door and saw it was indeed Oliver. He immediately asked, "It's so late. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at home by now?" "Your Highness, the situation is urgent, and there's no time to explain. Please dress warmly. We must leave at once." He asked doubtfully, "What on earth is going on? Why the sudden rush? Where are we going?" The wardrobe doors opened. Oliver ran his hand over the cloaks, paused slightly, and then said, "There is a shortcut behind the rear of the palace. We won't be discovered if we go that way." Holding a cloak in his hand, Oliver moved close to Hayden. Though his mind was clearly racing, his voice remained steady. "It's a secret passage, meant only for emergencies." Oliver stepped closer, but his eyes were glancing outside as he spoke. "All of the second prince's soldiers are standing guard outside the doors, Your Highness." Hayden froze. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he'd just heard. He blurted out the question, just to confirm he hadn't misheard. "All of the second prince's soldiers." Suddenly, Oliver knelt on one knee, holding out his hand to support him, knowing that Hayden must be extremely worried at that moment. "Your Highness, we must leave now." A slight tremor ran through Hayden's body. He hesitated but ultimately chose to trust Oliver, placing his hand on the captain's. After some time, the two of them arrived at a place in the forest. Suddenly, they heard the sound of many people shouting in unison, "Hayden! Your Highness!" A young man, holding tightly to the reins of a horse, looked toward Hayden and gave a slight smile, his voice ringing out clearly. "You've arrived." Hayden was at a loss for words. Everyone. Hayden's appearance made them all rejoice at once. "We missed you so much, Your Highness. Your Highness, you look much thinner than the last time we saw you. So, we finally meet." Meanwhile, Hayden's eyes widened, unable to hide his confusion as he had no idea what was happening. Hayden turned to Oliver and said, "Can someone please explain what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" Just then, Oliver suddenly said to His Highness, "The royal palace and the capital are no longer safe." Oliver continued, "That is why from now on, we, the Second Royal Guard, will protect you. We will take you to the Pyrrhic estate." After hearing Oliver's explanation, a surprised Hayden wanted to confirm it once more. The Pyrrhic estate. Isn't that in Yan's territory? Why there of all places? Wanting Hayden to depart quickly, Oliver offered, "I will explain in more detail on the way. Please, allow us to escort you." Hayden was beginning to understand the situation, but he still wanted to warn them first. "Wait, never mind that this could cost you all your titles, you could even be beheaded for treason." Hayden's face showed clear concern as he continued, "And you? Your title could be stripped, or worse, you could be executed for treason." Oliver asked boldly, "By whose command?" A stunned Hayden asked, "What?" Oliver replied firmly, "We are your sword and shield. The only one who can command us is you. To us, you are the one and only Prince Hayden. Who could possibly replace you? We have received no such orders. The kind of order that would have us stand by while our sovereign is in danger. No matter how powerful the enemy, protecting you from them is our duty." Suddenly, everyone knelt and said in unison, "We will continue to fight and continue to protect you." Their eyes were filled with hope, wanting to fight alongside Hayden to the very end as they boldly made their request. "Therefore, please allow us to continue to fulfill the oath we once swore." Hayden was choked up by their unwavering spirit, muttering emotionally, "You people." Hayden covered his face with one hand as if in resignation and realized, "I understand." He then commanded Oliver, "Captain, you will explain everything to me clearly on the way." The scene shifts to Jiang Na, as Demfin hurriedly approaches him with a report. "Your Highness, we have a problem." Jiang Na asked, "What is it?" He began to report that Hayden had disappeared at dawn. Furthermore, the Second Royal Guard, who have been keeping a low profile lately, have also left with their weapons. His expression changed, revealing his concern. "Have you found out where they went?" Demfin, having already investigated before arriving, quickly replied, "According to witness testimony, they headed east. We acted immediately upon learning this. Then, after reporting to the Fifth Prince early this morning, we dispatched troops to pursue them and will continue to send more." But Jiang Na said calmly, "There's no need. They're heading to the Pyrrhic estate." The reason he was so calm was because he knew the road to the Pyrrhic estate was treacherous and teeming with monsters. However, they have Oliver Russ, and they're all elite cavalry, so of course they won't have any problems. So a reckless move on our part would only result in us losing forces. Demfin, still unsure what to do, asked hesitantly, "So?" Understanding his reaction, Jiang Na gave an order. "Let them go. Tracking down Vanessa's whereabouts is more important than chasing that Hayden fellow. That cunning mage." He even prepared for the possibility of dark magic being used to find his mother when he hit her. He still won't open his mouth about her. Then he thought to himself, there's no way Avantis hasn't been brainwashed yet. Moreover, it seems he also erased his own memories. Hearing this, Demphin asked Jiang Na with confusion. With all due respect, may I ask, why are we still trying to find the mother of the Ivory Tower's master? She is also a very powerful person. Jiang Na answered bluntly without hesitation. Yan's weakness is his mother. For such a cunning man to suddenly show up here and agree to become my puppet. Isn't that strange? Even if it's because of dark magic, he's definitely plotting something. We must find Vanessa to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Demphin placed a hand on his chest and bowed, showing his understanding. Yes, I understand. Only after he left the room did Jiang Na let out a sigh. He thought worriedly, everything is going too smoothly. It's making me nervous. What in the world are you plotting, Yan? At that moment, in a magnificent castle, bathed in brilliant sunlight, Hayden and Oliver were standing in a hallway, discussing something. In the middle of their conversation, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "So there you are." The voice made them both turn around at the same time. It was Pierrick. He spoke as he walked, his eyes on Hayden. "Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Hayden smiled and replied, "No, thank you for your hospitality, despite my sudden arrival. I will remember this." Pierrick's face lit up as he replied, "It's nothing, Your Highness. This is the honor of a lifetime." Suddenly, his eyes drooped with regret as he spoke. He said, "To be honest, I was quite surprised to receive Yen's letter. I am deeply sorry, and I hope Your Majesty remains in good health." Pierrick and Cian bowed, placing their hands on their chests. Their voices were calm yet solemn, as if affirming their duty to protect His Highness, the Crown Prince. At Yan's request, the Pierrick family from the east will join the Crown Prince. "Please rest, Your Highness. We will ensure your safety." After the two of them left, the tension in Hayden's face slowly eased into a faint smile. Impressed by Pierrick's sincerity, he said, "The head of the Pierrick family is truly a good man. He's strong and open-minded. Come to think of it, Sir Cien and the other commanders are here as well." Oliver's eyes suddenly sparkled, agreeing with Hayden. His voice was a mix of pride and approval. "That's right, he is my cousin. He taught me swordsmanship when I was young." Hayden's expression darkened as he said, "I see. Yan has calculated everything." He continued in a low voice, "Was Captain Yan really affected by dark magic?" Oliver froze in response. "What?" Hayden turned away and said, "It's nothing. Yan must have chosen the fifth prince. Rangna has been better than me in every way since we were children. It's frustrating, but it's the truth. Perhaps Yan thinks so too, just as all the nobles believe he will become an outstanding king." Oliver, understanding Hayden's mood as he spoke, reassured him. "That's impossible, Your Highness." Oliver's gaze was fixed on Hayden. He repeated the words Yan had spoken years ago, both as a reminder and a reassurance. 6 years ago, Yan promised to fight. "I will never support the fifth prince." That's what he said. Oliver's eyes now shone brightly, his smile radiant, and his voice full of energy. "Please, believe in Yan, Your Highness. He definitely has a plan." Flashing back to a few days earlier, rain poured down outside, splashing against the glass. Wind whistled through the cracks in the door, and the steady rhythm of the rain, like a heartbeat, made the Oliver, seemingly unable to believe what he was hearing, wanted Yan to say it again clearly. "Yan, can you repeat that?" Yan's gaze was calm, his voice deep and clear. Every word he uttered was distinct, without a hint of hesitation. "I will go to Rangna and allow him to perform his dark magic on me. If the Crown Prince finds out, I'm certain he would stop me. You must not tell him about this." In that moment, Oliver understood Yan's plan. He didn't want Yan to face such danger alone and couldn't hold back. Oliver shouted, "That's too dangerous. You can't do that." Yan remained perfectly calm, as if he had been considering this for a very long time and was mentally prepared to face any danger that lay ahead. He maintained his deep, quiet tone, saying, "Rangna will kill me immediately. He wants me alive more than dead because I am useful to him." Yan's eyes turned as cold and resolute as a blade. He placed a hand on his chest, a powerful gesture as if engraving a vow upon himself. His voice rang out, "I am a sixth circle mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. The position I hold has great influence over the kingdom's politics and diplomacy. Rangna will use this to seize the throne." Yan enunciated each word, his voice strained with emphasis. "I refuse to be used by him again." But Oliver was trying to grasp the deeper meaning hidden in Yan's sharp words. He was a bit confused and surprised, thinking to himself, again. It seemed Yan had already mapped out every step and wanted to see this plan through himself. He said pensively, "If I do this, I'll be able to find out Rangna's plan and who he's been associating with." Yan's deep eyes looked toward Oliver, his brows furrowing slightly as if he had internally accepted that he was walking a dangerous path that only he could bear. The words he was about to speak carried the weight of a command. "If I publicly announce my support for him to ensure my safety, you are to go east to the Pierrick family and His Highness, the Crown Prince. I will send a letter to the Lord of that land." Even though he now understood Yan's plan, Oliver couldn't hide his anxiety. Sweat dripped down his worried face as he said, But Sir Yan, we'll need someone to break that dark magic for you. There's no one in the royal family or anywhere else we can trust anymore." Yan's eyes, which had been serious until now, suddenly lit up with a strange glint. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips, as if he held a secret only he knew. "No, there is one person. Someone Ragna would never expect. A friend we can trust." The scene shifts to a large, silent room. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, her sorrowful gaze fixed on the king's bed, where he lay unconscious and motionless. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, her voice heavy as she called out, "Father." Even though she knew the king couldn't answer now, she still spoke softly. It was partly an update, but also the weary plea of a heart that desperately wanted him to hear. "Sir Yan has announced his support for the fifth prince, and brother has also left. Ragna is preparing to seize the throne." With things having come to this, Harry could no longer pretend to be strong. She broke down in sobs, not knowing how to handle everything. Each word was torn from a heart that ached so much she could barely breathe. Her voice choked as she said, What should I do? Who should I trust?" Right now, all the beautiful memories of the past are suddenly flooding Harry's mind. Once again, I can't believe that all those gentle gestures were fake. The hazy shadow of memory clouded Harry's mind, making it impossible for her to believe that what was happening was real. In that heavy silence, Harry trembled and spoke in a choked voice. "Even now, my heart desperately wants to trust him," she whispered, as if begging, as if pleading. Her voice choked with fear. "Father, please wake up." Suddenly, a voice echoed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Your Highness, it is I, Kelvin." Harry quickly wiped away her tears and said, "Come in, Kelvin." She walked over to Kelvin and stood before him, her soft voice carrying both composure and curiosity. "Is something wrong?" Kelvin's expression was serious, and his tone was cautious, as if he were gauging Harry's reaction. "Your Highness, may we speak?" A look of confusion was clear on her face. Kelvin held out a box to her, his gaze remaining serious, his voice steady. "Princess, please take this." Harry's eyes fixed on the box before her as she asked Kelvin curiously, "What is this?" Kelvin looked directly at Harry, his hand still carefully holding the box as if it were a precious treasure. His voice was slow, carrying the weight of a heavy responsibility as he explained. "A few days ago, the master of the Ivory Tower asked me to protect this. He told me to give it to you." Harry's eyes widened, her confusion and bewilderment clear. She suddenly blurted out, her voice echoing throughout the room. Startled, Kelvin gently raised a finger to his lips to shush Harry and whispered, "He instructed me to give it to you in secret." Kelvin bowed, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful gesture of farewell to Harry. "It is time for me to leave, Your Highness." Her hand gripped the box tightly, but her eyes, filled with questions and curiosity, followed Kelvin as he left. Without hesitation, she sat down at the table and gently opened the box. The sparkling light from the necklace showed that this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. Beneath it was a small vial, and under the vial was a hidden letter from the box's owner. Harry picked up the letter and began to read. "Dear Princess, I'm sure you must be very surprised. By the time this letter reaches you, I may have become a completely different person due to dark magic. The reason I am writing this letter is because I need your help. The Emperor's poisoning was not the work of the second in command of the Imperial Knights, but the result of dark magic and an unknown high-level mage. The fifth prince is working with them to poison the Emperor and seize the throne. To uncover the truth and the real culprit behind this, I will become the fifth prince's puppet." The necklace in the box was left behind by the late queen. It carries a counter-curse spell from a level 8 or higher mage, capable of destroying dark magic. If you are reading this letter, please put it on me. The spell on the necklace will destroy the dark magic that has been cast on me. Every line in the letter became heavier and more dangerous, filling Harry with worry and fear. That solution is a poison made from the flower of the landier, a special herb. It neutralizes the mana in one's body and is also a fatal poison that can kill a mage if this necklace fails to destroy the dark magic. In her hand, she held the vial, a beautifully colored liquid, trembling so much she almost dropped it. "Please, use it to kill me." The sound of footsteps grew closer. It was Ragna and Yan approaching. Harry calmly greeted him. "It's been a while, Ragna." She then asked, "Have you seen father yet?" Ragna found this amusing and said arrogantly, "He is my father too. Since I am no longer in prison, I must fulfill my duties." Harry replied calmly, "I see." She turned to observe the expression on Yan's face, maintaining her usual composure. "It's been a long time, Master of the Tower. Have you been well?" Yan did not respond to Harry. This confirmed that the suspicions in the letter were true. "Ragna, may I speak with Sir Yan?" he said dismissively. "Fine." The fifth prince didn't forget to remind Yan. "Sir Yan, come to me as soon as you're finished talking." After the fifth prince left, she spoke up. "Sir Yan, this way. Please." Once they were alone, she thought for a moment before speaking. "I've missed you, Sir Yan, but I'm sure you're not happy to see me." Do you remember what you asked me to do? I'm here to return what you gave me. Could you lower your head, please? After he bowed his head, Harry placed the necklace from the box around Yan's neck. A few seconds later, the necklace took effect, causing Yan immense pain. He collapsed, coughing up blood, and she cried out in fear, Sir Yan, are you all right? Indeed, the power of a level 8 mage's counter curse was incredibly strong. After a few seconds, the dark magic on Yan was completely eliminated. He slowly recognized the worried person in front of him as Her Highness, the princess. Harry knew the dark magic was gone. Overjoyed, she hugged Yan. Sir Yan. He was quite surprised when Harry suddenly hugged him and confusedly called out, Princess. Overcome with fear, she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. How could you do that? How could I possibly kill you? Yan remembered the beautifully colored potion. Ah, that, he answered Harry honestly. I thought I had to risk my life for you to believe my words, but I'm glad the dark magic was destroyed smoothly. I was quite worried the spell on that necklace wouldn't have any effect. Hearing this, she became quite angry that Yan would take such a risk. What? You weren't sure if the spell would work, but you still did something so dangerous. Recalling the countless dangers he had faced before, Yan now felt incredibly lucky. Sometimes, taking a risk can create a miracle. That's why I'm still here. Seeing the worried Harry sitting across from him, he felt a bit guilty and tried to console her. Thank you for trusting me, Princess. She was overjoyed at having saved Yan from the dark magic. No, I'm just so glad you've returned. Harry helped Yan to his feet and said, There are many things I want to ask you. First, did you happen to discover anything? Yan knew this was the right time to tell the princess about this crucial matter. Princess, the power of the dragon cult is far greater than I imagined. The leader of the Dragon Order is the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon. The high-ranking members, there are also powerful and influential nobles. Even Dipin Morris, who has served His Majesty for decades as the captain of the royal family's Knight Order, is a conspirator. She couldn't believe her ears, hearing what he had just revealed. I can't believe that someone the entire royal family trusted would do this behind His Majesty's back. What, Sir Dipin? Yan continued. The head of the Dragon Order is a person nicknamed the Dragonoid. The one everyone was certain had vanished 300 years ago. He can take human form and easily use level 8 magic like a high-level mage. He recounted with great anger. The 5th prince freed the last Dragonoid, the one sealed by Missile Green River, and conspired with him. She found it hard to believe and was terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god, how could the 5th prince be so foolish? He quietly voiced his own speculation. It seems this is something he has been planning for a very long time. The dragon cult's goal isn't to succeed the royal line, but to start a war to conquer territory. The royal castle has now fallen into the 5th prince's hands, so the poison is no longer the only thing threatening your life. Princess, please, princess, do not trust anyone and always stay by His Majesty's side. Harry was extremely worried for his safety. And what about you, Sir Yan? To reassure her, Yan decided to tell her the plan he had already devised to deal with the 5th prince. I will continue to pretend that I'm being manipulated by dark magic while staying close to the 5th prince. Although she was well aware of Yan's strength, she was still extremely worried for him. Why would you do that? He had no choice but to find a way on his own. I need to find out how Missile Green River defeated the Dragonoid. There are no records of this in the Ivory Tower's library. But if I search the royal castle, who knows? Harry thought of a diary her father, the king, had given her. Sir Yan, I want to show you something. Please, follow me. Yan was extremely curious when he saw the diary she handed him. Harry explained, hoping the diary could help him. This is an heirloom my father, the king, gave me. It's a first-class artifact from the royal mage, Missile Green River. Perhaps this is a diary recorded by his ancestors over many generations? Yan asked, doubtfully. Perhaps, Harry said sadly. I'm only guessing, because no one has ever been able to open this seal. According to the remaining documents, Sir Missile Green River was a level 5 mage, but the seal on this diary is a much higher level of magic than that. Harry handed the diary to Yan. Can you break this seal? He replied to Harry, I'll try. Yan figured the best thing he could do was to channel his mana into the diary. He tried to read it, and to his great relief, he could make out what was on it. This is the Draconic language. Harry was overjoyed. The seal is broken, Sir Yan. Please, try to read it. He began to open the diary, reading its contents and explaining to her. This is indeed a record left by his ancestors, starting from after the Dragonoid War. The main content commemorates the mages and knights who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom, as well as outlining a plan to leave the destroyed lands to rebuild the magic tower. It also contained research on how to cast spells. One word in the text caught his attention, a word he knew, Ven. Yan wondered why his father's name was in there. He continued reading the contents. That night, Ven came to find me. I had a premonition that I would never be able to see him again. I will definitely keep that promise until I die. I have written his final words in this diary using the language of dragons. Suddenly, everything around him became silence. Everything lost its vibrant color. Now, everything, including Her Highness the Princess and the objects around him, was just a bleak black, white, and gray. Yan called out worriedly, "Princess." He suspected that time had stopped. He noticed a dazzling light coming from behind a door. Yan walked over and opened the door. Before him was a vast grassland, a land he had never set foot on before. He spotted someone sitting on a rock in the distance and couldn't help but feel curious. "Who's there?" he asked as he approached. After he called out, a man in a black cloak turned his head to look at him. Yan drew closer and asked, "I have a question. What is this place? And who are you?" A deep, steady voice came from the mysterious cloaked man. "This place is the record of time, a place that exists outside all dimensions." Yan repeated his words skeptically. "The record of time?" the man added. "It's difficult to explain in human terms. So, to put it simply, Yan, this place preserves all of time from your dimension." His eyes widened, showing more astonishment than ever before. After just a few seconds, Yan composed himself, his gaze firm as if trying to scrutinize the other person. "You know who I am? Who are you? How do you know my name?" With the same mysterious expression, he said, "As for my identity, humans call me the First Mage, or the Yellow Dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan seemed to freeze for a moment. His eyes flew open in surprise because he recalled that the Yellow Dragon was a being from legends, a being who controlled time. The First Mage, recorded in history as the one who developed magic. Yan thought to himself, are they one and the same? Before he could dwell on it for more than a few seconds, he heard the other man's voice again. "You found this place, which means you know of Missile." He made a grave mistake. "I didn't think he would let that dragonkin live." He recalled the past and continued, "I don't understand why he allowed that creature to live in this dimension. Back then, he had wondered, was it sympathy or a form of revenge? Human emotions are incredibly complex, yet so vivid." Yan's face was full of confusion. "Wait, what are you talking about? What the hell is your relationship with Missile Green River?" The mysterious man replied softly, "We were very close. After all, I was the one who granted him the power to destroy the dragonkin." Yan's usually steady legs faltered for a second, but he remained remarkably calm and said, "If what you're saying is true, let me ask you something." Yan's fists clenched tighter. He asked, "Why didn't you do it yourself? Why did you have to give the power to Missile Green River?" The man in the black cloak remained where he was. He answered slowly, "Long ago, humanity suffered because of dark magic." He went on to explain that power conquers all, the power of dragons. Out of a craving for it, an evil power was created, dark magic. According to him, the dark magic created by the dragonkin was as greedy as its source. It twisted human souls and destroyed the balance of the world. The result was one disaster after another. As he said this, his tone became more helpless. "Because even after countless people suffered, I could not interfere. Dragons do not meddle in the world of humans. That has been the rule since this world was created," the mysterious man said. "But that doesn't mean we could simply stand by and do nothing. The source of that suffering originated from the power of dragons." Suddenly, he unconsciously turned in another direction. "I broke the rules and interfered with human history." Yan seemed to understand everything now. He replied slowly, "The First Mage. So to fight against dark magic, you passed magic down to humans." The man quickly added, "That's right, but even that wasn't enough. When a great calamity struck, humanity fell. They needed a hero to help them stand up again. Therefore, I shared my power with a human." Half believing, half doubting, he voiced his suspicion. "And that was the hero, Missile Green River?" The man added, "He was an intelligent and compassionate child. Even though he was royalty, he always valued people more than power." Reminiscing about Missile, his voice filled with regret. Missile dedicated his entire life to trying to destroy dark magic. However, a single mistake rendered all his efforts meaningless. He continued to explain, "Humans are imperfect creatures, and I, having lost my memories as the price for interfering in the human world, could not solve this problem. Hoping that I would one day remember my duty again." The man was recalling what was left of his memories. "I sealed all of time's remnants within the body of a human, with no memory of anything. I wandered the world, going wherever my feet took me. Compared to the time that has passed, it was but a fleeting moment. However, every second, every minute, was glorious and full of life." As he said this, he unconsciously lowered the hood of his cloak. He continued, "And it was the same when I met that girl." Yan's face was filled with surprise when he heard him utter a name, Vanessa. It was as if he was reliving those precious old memories all over again. She was such an honest and lovely person. "The time I spent with her was the most beautiful time I've had in my long, long life. And I was given another gift." Every word he spoke hammered into Yan's ears. "I've missed you so much." His gaze, full of affection, locked onto Yan as he spoke. My son. It turned out this man was Fen Fa, Yan's father. But Yan was stunned, his body trembling as he said, Please, don't say such meaningless things. My father died a long, long time ago. Hearing this, Fen admitted, That's right. Fen Fa is dead. The only thing left here is a soul that has lost its body and no longer exists. I have been waiting to see you. Yan clenched his fists and replied sternly, What you've done is more than just waiting. At that moment, all his pent-up resentment burst forth as he yelled in Fen's face, Why did you leave? Because of you, Mom. He patiently told Yan that some goals must be pursued for a lifetime. Fen further explained, As time passed, the seal weakened and my memories began to return. I realized what I had to do. That is to completely eliminate black magic, the plague of this world, and protect the world where you and Vanessa live. But the time I had was too short. He said that leaving his family was unavoidable. Now, face to face with Yan, Fen said, It seems you are going through a difficult time in this life. I hope that you can find the life and happiness you desire. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but Yan still decided to state his purpose for coming here. I didn't come here to talk about that. Although Yan hadn't yet stated his purpose, the man quickly understood. You're looking for the power to eliminate the dragonoids, aren't you? Fen continued. The power you're seeking is already inside you. That's because I left my power to you when I left Vanessa. Yan hesitated, but still spoke up. Power? Fen replied. That's right. He spoke with a confident expression, the dragon tone you're using and able to understand. Do you really think it's simply because you're a high-level mage? Yan fell silent, thinking to himself, Now that he mentioned it, since when? Since when have I been able to use the dragon tone? Fen suddenly stepped beside Yan. Now, I will awaken the power sleeping within you. But before that, he added, I'd better take a look at it first. Yan's face was still dazed from the overwhelming amount of information he had just received. With that said, Fen's hands slowly emerged from his cloak, getting closer and closer to Yan. Then he spoke, I will awaken your latent power. Fen paused for a moment, but we should look at this first. Yan's eyes widened in surprise at those words. His father continued, easing the tension. The life that you truly desire, but have yet to realize. A sudden surprise struck. In an instant, Fen had sent Yan's consciousness somewhere into the future. Yan forced his eyes open as a cool breeze brushed past his body. In that very moment, Yan realized he was sitting under a very large tree. After a few seconds of composing himself, he blurted out instinctively, Where am I? Yan slowly got to his feet, his steps unsteady, still thinking to himself, I was just with Fen, I'm sure of it. Just then, a girl with familiar blonde hair appeared. Yan took a closer look and saw a very cute little girl beside her. Before he could even recognize who it was, the woman turned to look at Yan affectionately. It turned out to be Princess Harry. All his thoughts vanished when she spoke, You're awake. Seeing Yan just standing there, Harry gently placed a hand on his hair and continued to chide him playfully. Really, we rarely get to spend time out together as a family, and yet you go and fall asleep. Seeing him still standing there with an innocent look on his face, she continued, You said you've been very busy lately. Have you been overworking yourself? I'm going to give my brother a piece of my mind and tell him to lighten your workload. Hearing this, he seemed to calm down a bit. Sweat trickled down his face as a word escaped his lips. Princess. Hearing that, Harry chuckled and replied, Why are you calling me that? Are you still half asleep? She kept smiling, then her voice caught as she replied, Princess, it's been a long time since I've heard that word. Yen's face was filled with panic as he thought, A long time. Before he could get an answer, Harry turned around and called out loudly, Johanna, your father's awake. Her voice grew louder, Come give your daddy a hug. As if on cue from her mother, Johanna quickly stood up and turned around. The little girl's clear voice rang out, full of happiness. Daddy. Johanna ran as fast as she could toward the two of them. The little girl shouted as she ran. Johanna quickly reached them, hugged Yan's leg tightly, and snuggled her head against him playfully. Yan looked down, dazed, and replied gently, Is something wrong? Harry suddenly looked at Yan with a puzzled expression. Then she asked, Why are you just standing there, spacing out? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to their daughter, as if signaling to Yan, Go on, hold Johanna. His hand was now resting lightly on Johanna's shoulder. The little girl slowly lifted her head to look at Yan. Then she buried her face in his embrace, as if searching for love. The little girl held Yan tightly, softly calling out, Daddy. Yan's eyes began to sting as tears welled up. He reached out and gently patted her small back as if reassuring her. At that moment, Harry, standing beside the father and daughter, smiled with contentment. A simple, happy family, full of love. But then, his heart skipped a beat. In an instant, the warm embrace vanished into an empty void. A look of profound loss was etched on Yan's face. He slowly looked down at his own hands. As he was lost in his swirling thoughts, his father's voice cut through. "What did you see, my son?" Still in that dazed state, Yan's eyes remained fixed on his hands. He replied, "A child. There was a child with eyes and hair color just like mine." Yan trembled slightly, finally uttering a name. "Johanna," he continued. "When I held her, her scent, her voice, and her weight, it all felt so warm." The memory of that embrace still lingered in Yan's mind. He asked, full of doubt, "What was that, really?" Before Yan could even process the question, his father answered readily, "That was love." He looked directly into his son's eyes, patiently explaining it to him. "It's a powerful magic that helps people grow, but it's also a very ordinary word." Yan felt a powerful emotion surging in his heart. He listened intently as Fen shared his heartfelt wisdom. People will do anything for the ones they love, and they will fight to protect them. It gives them the courage to keep on living. What you want, my son, is the greatest thing of all. And it is the connection found in an ordinary life. A confused expression crossed Yan's face once more. He asked, "An ordinary life." But then, that beautiful, dreamlike image reappeared in his mind. A tight embrace for his precious little girl. The peaceful, happy smile of his wife. A happy family of 3 gathered together. Yan exclaimed to himself, "It's too peaceful. Too beautiful to be my dream." At this, his hands clenched into tight fists. Filled with doubt, Yan asked Fen, "Did I just see my own future?" Fen immediately replied, "Perhaps, or perhaps not. Everything depends on the choices you make," he said. Glancing up at the vast sky, Fen grew quiet for a few moments. Finally, he said, "It seems the time has come for you to leave, my son." Taking a few steps closer to Yan, Fen declared firmly, "I will awaken the dragon's might within you." After saying this, he slowly placed his hand on his son's hair. Fen hesitated for a moment before saying, "With this, my final authority, I hope you will complete the things I never could." Finally, his hand touched Yan's head. A surge of power flowed into his body. Yan's eyes flew open, as if he had just realized something. He thought to himself, "Fen's memories are being transferred to me." Yan cried out as a majestic scene unfolded before him. The ancient divine beast appeared once more, seeming to envelop his father's form. But this time, it wasn't amidst a sea of twinkling stars, but within a light of infinite intensity. The light was so brilliant it could easily obscure anyone's vision. Fen looked at Yan with affectionate eyes and said, "I will always walk beside you, my son." When he finished, like a child who had finally confessed all his secrets, he said, "I love you, my son." At that, Yan felt his emotions overflow. He looked toward his father, the word forever still echoing in his ears. A bright light flashed, obscuring Yan's vision. An image of his mother gently stroking his father's hair appeared before him. Before he could get a clear look, Yan was jolted awake by a loud voice. It was Harry's familiar voice, calling out, "Sir Yan, are you all right?" He silently asked himself, "What is this feeling?" He immediately rubbed his eyes, trying to tell if he was dreaming, and then answered, "It's nothing. I just got something in my eye." Suddenly, Yan's eyes widened in shock. A look of panic spread across his face as he saw the blank page of the book on the table. He thought to himself, "The dragon language, it's gone." He quickly turned to Harry and asked with his skeptical voice, "Princess, do you remember the contents of this page?" Harry replied, "What? I don't remember." By now, she seemed to realize something was off. That page has always been blank. After a moment of thought, it seemed Yan understood everything. He said, "I understand now." Noticing his strange expression, Harry immediately asked, "What is it? Have you figured out how to defeat the dragonoids?" Yan answered right away, "I believe I have. There is one way." Harry suddenly grabbed his hands. Her sparkling eyes locked on his as she exclaimed in surprise, "Really? That's wonderful." Yan's expression suddenly changed. His face was no longer pale, but was now flushed pink with embarrassment. With that, he pushed down his embarrassment, turned back to the princess and said, "It seems I need to speak with Jiang Na. Please, stay by his side." The longing on the princess's face said it all. Her voice was full of regret. "Is there nothing I can do to help?" Yan replied gently with an affectionate smile, "Please, take care of yourself. I'll be fine. I will return after everything is finished." Harry gripped his hand tightly with both of his. His head bowed as he urged, "You must come back." Yan's gentle presence filled the room. He replied tenderly, "I promise." The scene changes. The sound of someone's footsteps echoed down the hallway. A man's hurried voice suddenly called out from behind Yan. "Yan, you have to reconsider." The voice, growing closer and louder, belonged to Ronald. His brows furrowed as he began to reason with him. Even though the war is over and the continent is unified, minor disputes are still breaking out all the time. Our empire needs an 8th level hero mage. Ronald reached out toward Yan's back as he continued to speak. "There's still so much for you to do in the Ivory Tower. Do you really want to throw all of that away? As both a reminder and a warning, Ronald declared, there's no way His Majesty will ever allow you to leave. At that moment, Yan's hands clenched resolutely. He gritted his teeth, turned to face him, and replied, whether he allows it or not, I am leaving this capital. I have already completed the necessary procedures for you, Ronald, to become the next master of the Ivory Tower. A look of helplessness washed over Ronald's face. He cried out in frustration, Yan. He turned away coldly and stated bluntly, the person standing before you isn't some 8th level hero mage. I'm just a monster. Yan stated this with finality, then turned and walked away. A short while later, Yan arrived at a room and slowly opened the door to enter. As soon as Yan stepped inside, Jiang Ga's gruff voice called out, enter. He lowered his head and clasped his hands, showing his respect. Then, he heard Jiang Nga sigh and say, I've read the letter you sent. With a look of suspicion, he asked Yan, why? Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Yan kept his head bowed, listening to Jiang Ga's subsequent questions. Do you need a rest? If that's the case, you can take a few months, or even a few years. It doesn't matter. He sighed and continued, I know how much you suffered to unify the Empire to what it is today. I know this better than anyone. I will grant any request you have, give you time to rest. A series of privileges were then brought up in an attempt to make him stay. He closed his eyes tightly, continuing as if trying to compromise. How about I entrust your title as Master of the Ivory Tower to someone else, while you're away? Since you've recommended Ronald, I will make him the acting Master of the Ivory Tower. Only then did Yan reply softly, Then I thank you, Your Majesty. I will humbly accept. Jiang Nga then tore the letter in half right in front of Yan. I will also recruit new people and adjust our strategies so you won't feel lost when you return. So, after you've rested enough, you must return to this empire. Yan called out, Your Majesty. He dropped to his knees. Yan tried to suppress the suffocating feeling in his chest and pleaded, I will not be coming back. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. Yan spoke slowly, but with conviction. My existence no longer offers any benefit to the future of this continent. Instead, it will only become a source of conflict and incite division within the empire. He declared loudly, That is why I wish to renounce all of my current positions and return to my homeland. I will no longer use magic. Instead, I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my sins. So please. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ye roared, I will not allow it. With that, he shot to his feet, his face contorted with anger as he said, Mistakes. I won't have you belittle yourself like that. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed as he declared loudly, In this entire empire, your contributions are the greatest. You should be proud of yourself. Jiang Nga said as he walked towards Yan, Who would dare to question your service to this empire? Not a single citizen of this empire would dare to entertain such a thought. Standing before him now, his voice slowed, and the earlier anger on his face was replaced by a hint of confusion. So just forget about such meaningless, trivial things. Still kneeling on the floor, he slowly replied to Jiang Nga, Even if you order me to forget, Your Majesty, how can I forget when my hands are already stained with blood? Seeing the helpless look on Yan's face, Jiang Nga's tone softened. Yan, those were just unavoidable sacrifices. Yan bowed his head, silently acknowledging the painful truth. That's right, all those unavoidable sacrifices were made at my hand. Yan's hands clenched on his legs as he recalled everything that had happened. He choked out, With these very hands, I killed them. I really can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Na fell silent and did not reply. Seeing his chance, Yan added, As your friend, I beg you, please allow me to atone for my mistakes. Rangana replied, Is something like this really enough to make you think of leaving me behind after you made me emperor? With that, he took a step and glided behind him. We've been together for so long, and we're such close friends. Yet you'd ask this of me? Yan lowered his head, not daring to answer. Rangna continued, Yan, I never imagined we would have to part ways like this. As he spoke, he walked further and further away, leaving only the sight of his back against the magnificent hall. Yan remained in his respectful bow to the young man. He slowly said aloud, I am sorry, my lord. Your Majesty, I am truly sorry. Before the echo of his voice could fade, a very loud voice boomed from the other side. A man with a ferocious, murderous expression spoke up hastily. Your Majesty, are you just going to let Yan leave like that? He continued his verbal assault. The remnants of the enemy and the rebels of the Alliance are still eyeing our borders. If news of Yan's departure leaks out during this unstable time, our position will be shaken. Another man chimed in, We also have to consider the possibility that he might join those rebels. If he changes his mind, it's only a matter of time before he seizes the throne. Slanderous rumors have already started to spread. A group of commoners worships him as a war hero and even says he should be the one on the throne. His very existence is too dangerous. If Yan is not our ally, then we must kill him. Scene change. Ragnar was sleeping in his room when he suddenly jolted awake. He clutched his chest, panting heavily, then raised a hand to his splitting headache. Ragnar called out, "Is anyone out there?" A servant quickly opened the door a crack and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Ragnar immediately ordered the royal alchemist, Douglas Hammond, to be summoned. Soon after, Douglas arrived at Ragnar's bedside. "How effective was the medicine this time?" he asked, then continued, "You still can't sleep?" Ragnar, holding the medicine bowl, answered listlessly, "Nothing has changed. In fact, I feel like it's getting worse. I hope you can give me something stronger." Douglas looked at Ragnar with a slightly displeased expression. "Your Majesty, that medicine contains herbs that are potentially addictive. If we increase the dosage any more, it will affect your health," he explained. "And the medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. What's important is that you address the root of the problem." Hearing this, Ragnar looked blank and repeated the words. "The root of the problem?" While he was still thinking, Douglas quickly answered, "He is the reason you can't fall asleep." At this, Ragnar suddenly burst out laughing. "That's not something I can solve on my own." Holding the medicine bowl, he confessed, "I'm so scared. Because of the old friend who left me. I'm afraid he might betray me and take this empire." So it turned out the thing Ragnar feared was Jan. That earlier scene was the darkest shadow in his heart. He was afraid of him. Then Ragnar continued, "When he was by my side, I could trust him. But after he left, I realized what a monster he can be." As he said this, he imagined Jan holding the Archmage's staff. That was what he feared most. Douglas's face suddenly hardened. "If that's the case, then you have no choice but to kill that monster." Ragnar glared sternly at the alchemist. "Are you suggesting I kill my own friend?" Douglas spoke in a doubtful tone. "I have to question if he's truly your friend, if he causes you this much anxiety." Ragnar said in frustration, "He's an 8th Circle mage. There's no way to kill him. Even if all the mages of the Ivory Tower attacked him together, they wouldn't be able to kill him." After thinking for a moment, he turned and asked, "What should I do?" As if on cue, Douglas said, "There is still a way to kill him." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Ragnar's face, but Douglas said confidently, "I can create a poison that can kill him." Scene changed to a simple wooden house covered in white snow. In contrast to its bleak exterior, the inside of the house was very warm. Jan was leaning back in a chair, reading a book, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. He took off his glasses and wondered to himself, who could that be? It's so late. With that, he went to open the door, muttering, "Who is it?" Jan's eyes suddenly widened. A drop of sweat trickled down Jan's cheek as he stammered, "My lord." Across from him stood a familiar face. It was him. Ragnar spoke first. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Jan, may I come in?" Jan's face was filled with anxiety. He asked, as if searching for an answer, "Why have you come here?" Ragnar smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Even though you've resigned and gone into seclusion, we can still see each other like this from time to time, can't we?" He held a bottle of wine in his hand, clutching it tightly as he spoke, not as master and servant, but as friends. It seemed Jan was gradually letting his guard down. He gestured towards the house with one hand, as if inviting Ragnar inside. Jan said cheerfully, "You are always welcome, sir." With that, the two of them slowly walked into the house. He quickly picked up a glass and walked over to Ragnar. Jan asked, half joking, half serious, as if wanting to probe further, "You don't like to drink wine, so why did you bring it here?" Ragnar replied calmly, "Drinking a little now and then isn't so bad. I was suddenly curious about my friend, wondering what he was up to." He then handed Jan the glass of wine he had just poured. "Take it." Jan hesitated for a moment, but finally took the glass and said politely, "Thank you, sir." Ragnar also picked up his glass and immediately asked Jan, "How have you been lately? You look much more refreshed than when you were in the capital." Jan looked down at the floor and slowly replied, "I traveled to the unified lands of the Empire." Ragnar brought the cup to his lips but paused, listening to Jan's next words. "I met people from all different classes and observed their lives. It was a meaningful time for me." Ragnar remained silent, listening quietly as Jan spoke. "I also learned many things after returning to my homeland. When I think about it, magic was the only thing I ever knew. When the snow melts and winter passes, I'm thinking of starting a small garden." As he said this, Jan's face was filled with joy and happiness. Jan took a sip of wine from his glass and listened for Ragnar's reply. "You must be living a much simpler life now for a hero who fought for the unification of the land." A flicker of sadness crossed Ragnar's face, but Jan remained silent, listening. I'm glad you're satisfied with what you're doing." Ragnar placed a hand on his thigh and continued to ramble on. "A lot has happened since you left. After we successfully stopped the forces of the good in the north, this unified empire is finally at peace." Jan suddenly clutched his chest, feeling a very strange sensation in his body. Jan thought to himself, "What's wrong with my body?" Ragnar paid no mind to his strange behavior. His expression was unnaturally calm. It was as if he already knew Jan would react this way. He closed his eyes, ignoring Yan's abnormality. Ragnar's tone grew stronger. The daughter of Duke Bennett, the ruler of the Duchy of Ron, is about to announce her marriage to the Crown Prince. With this marriage, we can establish a peaceful relationship with the people of the Duchy of Ron. A mysterious smile appeared on Ragnar's lips. It's wonderful to see the Crown Prince, who was just a child not long ago, getting married now. He mused, I think I finally understand how my father used to feel. By now, Yan's head was bowed, his limbs felt powerless, and he had to lean on the chair with one hand just to keep himself upright. Ragnar still ignored Yan, continuing to speak in a defiant tone. The lands are stabilizing as they balance their value and influence with the royal family. In just a moment, Yan collapsed to the ground, pain spreading throughout his entire body. But Ragnar sat perfectly still, because this was all part of his plan. He continued speaking quickly. The restoration of what was destroyed is progressing rapidly. Yan's voice was weak. Ragnar. Ragnar flashed a cruel smile and then roared in a booming voice. Everything is being settled nicely, and the Empire is entering its greatest days. He slammed his wine glass down on the table. He shouted, if you disappear. Blood suddenly poured uncontrollably from Yan's mouth. He tried to cover it with his hand, but he couldn't stop the flow. Ragnar said coldly, this poison will neutralize the mana flowing through your veins. His face was as cold as ice, without a flicker of emotion. It will only last for a short time. For you, I mean. He shot to his feet and declared, that's why I had to mix in another poison. With his weakening breath, Yan managed to force out 2 words. Why? Ragnar glanced down at him. He was perfectly calm as he retorted, you don't understand. The wine glass in his hand fell to the floor as he answered slowly. It's because your power is a threat to the growing, unified empire. Yan looked up at the familiar face that now felt like a complete stranger. He watched Ragnar's lips carefully for every word he was about to say. During the war, that power was useful, but now, it's no longer needed. That's why you returned to your hometown to atone for what you've done for the rest of your life. Yan was stunned into silence for a few seconds as Ragnar continued. Those were your words. Ragnar looked at Yan and confessed. But Yan, you know what? A flicker of fear crossed his face. He said very slowly, I'm afraid of you. He quickly turned his back so he wouldn't have to look at Yan anymore. He spoke louder, I'm going crazy with fear for this old friend of mine. The fear in Ragnar's heart was laid bare. An 8th class mage. If he wanted to, he could snatch the empire right out of my hands. My hand. Yan was still listening intently to his heart, still clinging to a sliver of foolish hope. Perhaps what Yan was waiting for was an explanation from Ragnar's own lips. But no. He crushed even that last remaining bit of hope. How could I let that monster live freely? Instantly, a chill ran from Yan's heart, and the cruel reality hit him like a slap, extinguishing that tiny spark of hope. He snarled, my old friend. At that moment, Yan's tears truly began to fall. He wasn't crying from the pain he was enduring, but for his shattered faith, for the betrayal from the one he trusted most. Ragnar looked at Yan and said, please, don't you ever forgive me. With that, he turned sharply and left the house, leaving Yan behind with all his emotions buried within those walls. As soon as he was outside, Ragnar said to Dan, who was waiting, burn it all down. In the next second, flames erupted and spread, engulfing the entire house amidst the misty, snowy night. Ragnar walked away coldly, leaving Yan's home to be consumed by the fire. After walking a short distance from the blaze, Ragnar suddenly turned his head to look back, a flicker of sadness in his eyes, as if he had just lost something incredibly important. Then Dan spoke up, Sir, we will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage. Dan stood stunned for a moment at the sight before him, because he saw a single tear tracing a path down Ragnar's face. He thought to himself, so this is how we part ways? He deceived himself with a phrase he believed was sincere, I truly hate this outcome. Back in the present, on a peaceful morning at the royal palace, Yan was walking somewhere. It turned out to be Ragnar's office. He greeted him softly, Yan, you're here. What did the princess say? Yan replied, the princess asked me why I betrayed you. A smug look filled Ragnar's face. And how did you answer? Yan answered calmly, I told her I have no obligation to answer her. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. That's right. The poor girl seems to really like you. As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest, showing his clear satisfaction. Any suitor who proposed a marriage pact with my father was immediately found unsatisfactory and rejected. A hint of confusion showed on his face. It's so strange. I don't know why my father hated those guys so much. For people like us, marriage is basically just a transaction for the benefit of our family and our power. Yan listened in silence, never expecting that the king would hide her away just because he didn't want that to happen. Ragnar gave a sarcastic little laugh. It's ridiculous. He's exactly the type of person who would exploit those kinds of transactions, he said as he rose from his chair. When the time is right, I will help you get engaged to a lady from a worthy family. He walked closer to Yan as he spoke. It won't be long now. Ragnar spread his arms wide as if to savor the words he was about to say. I'm about to inherit the throne and become a king even stronger than my father. I will be the first to unite these three nations and lead the Green River Empire to its golden age. At this point, endless greed was written all over his face. Ragnar stood right next to him and said, "That is my intention." Then he clapped Yan on the shoulder. "Please, be by my side at such a momentous time." His conceited voice echoed throughout the room. "You belong to me now. You won't regret swearing your loyalty to me." Yan finally responded, "Your Highness, the fifth prince." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his arm and said clearly, "I have already witnessed it." A vision appeared before Yan's eyes. In the scene, he imagined, he stood beside Ragnar, surrounded by roaring cheers. Yan emphasized every word he was about to say. The solemn moment of seeing the Green River Empire become a unified empire. Then, with intense conviction, Yan shouted beside the great king. Ragnar frowned, a look of confusion on his face as if he didn't understand. He asked Yan again, "What do you mean?" Yan replied slowly, "I gave up everything I had for the king and for this empire, because those two things were my life." A look of slight anticipation appeared on Yan's face, he told him. "But this time, I found it. The life I truly desire." Hearing this, Ragnar froze. He immediately asked a question to confirm his suspicion. "Don't tell me you've broken the dark magic. How could you?" With a calm expression, Yan replied softly, "I regret to inform you of this." Yan revealed more, as if he were the only one who existed in the past, present, and future. He gritted his teeth, listening to the rest of what he was about to say. Just then, Yan suddenly dropped to one knee, as a final show of respect for a friend and master, the one who trusted him most, who showed him absolute respect. The image of himself kneeling before him appeared in Yan's mind. He continued, "And who also drove me to despair." Yan declared, "Ragnar, come and find me." Placing a hand over his chest in salute, he said, "I will be waiting for you at the magic tower." In the next instant, Yan vanished from before Ragnar, leaving him with a heart full of turmoil. Ragnar's hands clenched into fists in fury, his teeth grinding. It seemed he could no longer hold himself back. Hurriedly pushing open the door to another room, a man inside asked in surprise, "Fifth Prince, what's wrong?" Ragnar screamed like a madman, "Bring the commander of the First Royal Knight Order here immediately. Gather the knights and prepare the fastest horse for me. Also, find Avantis." Meanwhile, at the Ivory Tower, a snowstorm was raging outside, and only Infa sat dazedly on the steps. He thought to himself, "My coming here in a past life was no coincidence." He mumbled to himself, "You were watching me. Always watching a wanderer like me all this time. My life was filled with regret and hatred." An image appeared in his mind of a person who looked quite similar to Ianfa, holding a scepter, wandering everywhere and finally stopping at the Ivory Tower. "It was you who brought me to this place to give me another chance." Ianfa's mind reeled as he understood everything his father had told him. "The last memento you left behind was the dragon's word of regression. I think I know now why I can understand the dragon's word." His eyes filled with a touch of sorrow. "And how to use the authority you passed down to me." Then, a noise caught his attention. It turned out to be the fifth prince's group. They had arrived. Ragnar glared at him, but in response, Inefa stood up and greeted him politely. "Welcome, Ragnar." Ragnar turned to Avantis and said, "Sir Avantis, this time, you must kill him. Can you do it?" Avantis' scowl was unpleasant. He closed his eyes and spoke in a condescending tone. "We should have killed him from the very beginning instead of getting ourselves into this mess. He's just a sixth circle mage. I'll deal with him in the blink of an eye." At that moment, Avantis' cold, sharp gaze was fixed straight ahead. Then he added, "But it seems there's another problem." Hearing this, Ragnar turned and asked irritably, "What problem?" The apprehension in Avantis' eyes was clear. "I can feel the aura of the golden dragon. That being is nearby." Seeing Avantis and Ragnar, Ianfa slowly walked down to greet them. "It's a pleasure to see you, Ragnar." But Ragnar replied furiously, "Are we close enough to be on a first-name basis?" Anger and jealousy had consumed his reason. "Ianfa, you are mistaken." His tone was incredibly twisted. "Do you think the crown prince can rule this empire? What this empire needs is a rational and strong emperor. That fool has no right to bear such a responsibility." The jealousy and hatred in Ragnar's eyes were stronger than ever. If he knew his place, he should have given up sooner. What right does he have to rely on our father's love and act so arrogant everywhere? A lowly insect like him. Witnessing this insane outburst from his close friend, Inefa could do nothing other than try to remain calm and listen as Ragnar continued. "And now he's enjoying what should have been mine as if it were his by right." His reason, consumed by dark magic, left only dark thoughts, which were expressed through his every crazed word. He shouted, "I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who is worthy. I am the one who will become emperor." After listening, Inefa calmly explained, "Dark magic is always waiting to seize a person's soul, and you are no exception. You've lost the strong judgment you once possessed. and those words have completely revealed your true nature." He knew he could no longer save his close friend. Ianfa then said to him, "Ragna, you can never go back to the way you were." Ragna found it ridiculous that Ianfa could calmly say such meaningless words. He replied with a sarcastic tone, "Keep denying it. This is the last chance you'll get to spout such empty nonsense." He then turned and signaled for Avantis to proceed with the plan. Perhaps there was nothing left for them to say. Ragna called out, "Sir Avantis." Upon receiving Ragna's order, he knew it was time to act. He began unleashing attacks aimed at taking Ianfa's life. Feeling the powerful attacks coming from Avantis, Ianfa knew the situation was beyond saving. He had no choice but to strike back at him. At this moment, Avantis was still very confident, saying as he attacked, "I heard he was one of the more intelligent humans, but rumors aren't always true, are they?" So eager to rush to his own death. Suddenly, Avantis's pupils widened in sheer astonishment. How was this possible? He could feel that Ianfa's power had become incredibly strong. He never expected him to be able to neutralize his attacks. He wondered, Ianfa. His skill level is nothing compared to mine. No matter how special he is, he's still just a human. He can't possibly outmatch a dragonkin who has lived for over 5 centuries. Avantis wrestled with these thoughts, considering many possibilities. Then how were all of my attacks neutralized? Not only that, he couldn't help but recall the energy he felt upon entering the Ivory Tower. The energy Avantis felt when he first arrived was the oppressive aura of the Golden Dragon. Avantis couldn't believe his eyes as he watched him strike with such incredible gentleness, yet with immense power. Powerful. I can feel that energy coming from him. Avantis was immediately frightened by his own judgment and hastily asked Yan, "Who are you?" He looked at him and replied, "You despicable dragonkin. You craved the dragon's strength and power so much that you harmed your own ancestors. But now, your people are gone. You are the last remaining dragonkin. Missile Green River gave you the most painful punishment possible." Yan softly spoke of the punishment Missile Green River had dealt him. Worthlessness, hatred, anger, and suffering. Ultimate helplessness from being unable to do anything. To live with that humiliation until now. You've done very well. These were the hateful words he never wanted to hear in his entire life. He roared, "Shut up." The only thought left in Avantis's mind was to destroy the one who knew the filthy past he was trying to hide. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs and long claws, and declared, "I will kill you." In contrast to that fury, Yan spoke softly to Avantis. "Finally, I will send you to your people using the very power you've sought your entire life." He could feel an immense power, far beyond what he could withstand. Using the power of the Dragon Clan, Yan gave a quiet command. "Avantis, last descendant of the Dragonkin, die." His eyes flew wide open. "What did you say?" Avantis couldn't believe it as he faced Yan's power. He truly couldn't control his own body. His hand no longer obeyed his commands and began to harm his own body. The long sword pierced through his warm chest. With his last breath, he managed to ask him, "Why? Do you have that power?" The pages of Yan's memories began to open. His past life was like a novel. He remembered the first time he met Jian Na. As the next page turned, that meeting might have been a carefully calculated move, but his approach meant a great deal to Yan. Finally, that page of memory turned back to the very beginning, to that fleeting moment. This was the moment that began all the tragedies he had experienced. He remembered what Herbeck had told him then. "You should feel honored, Yan," he said in a superior tone. "This is the first time His Highness has ever taken the initiative to approach someone. He has also promised to provide any available resources to develop your potential, as he holds your talents in very high regard." Yan timidly followed the Tower Master, silently listening to his instructions. "Be careful with your actions and words. Behave yourself. The person you are about to meet is the one who will inherit the throne." Yan felt a bit of pressure hearing this. After a moment, Herbeck led him to the person's room. A guard's voice rang out, announcing them to Jian Ne. "Your Highness, Master Herbeck of the Ivory Tower requests an audience." He immediately ordered, "Let him in." As commanded, the door slowly creaked open. Herbeck and Yan stepped inside to face Jian Na. At first, he greeted them politely, "Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower," and the tower's mage, Yan Fa. Yan was a bit nervous then and couldn't respond. Then, Jian Na added, "I have heard a great deal about you from the Tower Master. You possess a talent the Academy has never seen before, and it has astonished everyone." Faced with such praise, Yan responded humbly, "I am not worthy of such accolades." Hearing the reply, Jian Na sighed, then directly mentioned something that had saddened Yan. "I heard that your mother passed away from an illness a few days ago." Seeing Yan's still grieving face, he told him, "Because I have also lost my mother, I can understand a little of how you feel." Jian Na's voice softened slightly. "You will still feel sorrow no matter what I say, but I still want to express my deepest condolences." After speaking, he slowly walked forward, stopped in front of Yan, and said, "Lift your head, Yan Fa." He obeyed and raised his head. Jian Na continued, "Right now, I am not the prince of our empire. I want to meet you as a person." He clearly spoke with the most sincere tone then. Jian Na hesitated. "I want to be your friend." His eyes, filled with expectation, were fixed on Yan. Returning to this life, in the cold, snowy grounds of the Ivory Tower, Yan walked forward step by step through the freezing snowflakes. His feet stopped when he was face to face with Jian Na. A flicker of shock or perhaps fear crossed Jian Na's eyes. Maybe only he himself knew for sure. Then, his eyes suddenly squeezed shut, as if preparing himself to face his fate. He took a deep breath and spoke first. "I won't beg you not to. Kill me. Kill me. I'd rather you kill me here and now than be sent to the execution block." Yan just lowered his head slightly without answering him. Perhaps Yan himself was hesitating. Jian Na tried to speak in an arrogant tone. "What's wrong? Don't you hate me so much?" He kept questioning Yan. "Then why are you looking at me like that? Do you pity me?" Suddenly, Jiang Na could no longer maintain his composure. He began to scream frantically. "I should have killed a monster like you from the very beginning." He looked straight at Yan and spewed venomous words. "You monster." Faced with these insults, Yan remained calm and replied, "Is that how you feel? Are you that afraid of me?" A member of the royal family, the fifth prince of this country, a man of great arrogance, was now kneeling helplessly before Yan. Yan continued, "In your final moments, I want to show you something." He gently touched Jiang Na's forehead, and a stream of magical light flowed into his mind. "So you can see who I truly am." As Yan finished speaking, the light grew even stronger, and from that moment on, the entire truth would be laid bare in his mind. A series of Yan's memories played out like a sad film, from their first meeting in a past life to the way Jiang Na had treated him, and the very words he himself had spoken. Even the time they accidentally encountered the black aura, Jiang Na's cold, hateful glares were crystal clear. Yet, despite all this, Yan had followed him with unwavering loyalty. But everything began to change one day. Yan had blindly followed him, doing everything he asked, even if it was wrong. He had poured all his energy into helping Jiang Na, and in the end, he helped him successfully ascend to the throne. It was from that point on that their conflicts and arguments grew more and more frequent. Perhaps Jiang Na no longer remembered his sincere promise that he wanted to be Yan's friend. Jiang Na's gaze toward him had now become distant and cruel. He then walked right past Yan, who was still kneeling on the ground, completely dismissing all of his previous contributions. Each of his cold steps felt as if it were squeezing the life out of Yan's heart. But the sins Jiang Na committed didn't end there. The breaking point was when Yan cast aside all his honor to kneel and beg him. But Jiang Na only looked at him with disgust, mercilessly backing him into a corner. At that moment, he himself had said, "Please, don't forgive me." After seeing the truth, Jiang Na finally snapped back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't process this flood of information. Jiang Na's lips quivered, wanting to say something. Finally, he managed to whisper, "Yan Fa, who are you?" As Jiang Na's hesitant voice trailed off, Yan had already cast his magic, creating an ice spear in his hand. A moment later, Jiang Na was lying collapsed on the ground. Both of his sinful lifetimes finally came to such a quiet end. Yan was silent for a moment, his expression completely blank, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. But immediately after, he decisively turned and walked away, leaving behind everything that had once caused him so much pain. After the day the Dragon Man and the fifth prince died, a large-scale purge was initiated against the dragon cult and anyone associated with it. The order was carried out, starting with the captain of the Royal Knights, who brought the news to all the nobles who had aided the fifth prince in his rebellion. Thanks to the dedicated care the princess showed Emperor Terry Green River, he was able to recover quickly and regain his consciousness. A haggard Terry sat on his sickbed, speaking with Princess Harry. After learning the truth, tears streamed down the Emperor's cheeks. He had heard about the fifth prince's death and was deeply saddened by it. The three individuals who attempted to assassinate the Emperor while under the influence of dark magic were confirmed to have returned to normal and were declared innocent. His grave was honored, and he was able to rest in peace alongside the other royal knights. The fifth prince's rebellion, which involved the use of forbidden dark magic, was recorded in the history books as a rare and horrific crime, and all records of the Dragon Man, Avantis, were sealed under the order of the royal family. His existence was to be kept a secret from the world forever. Time passed, and the death of the fifth prince, Jiang Na, was gradually and quietly forgotten. And so, Yan's revenge and the rebellion, which felt like it would last forever, finally came to an end. One morning at the Ivory Tower, it was the day of the princess's trial for the use of illegal magic. Harry was sitting alone on a bench, looking worried, when Yan's voice suddenly spoke up. "Are you nervous?" She immediately called out, "Sir Yan." Yan approached, dressed in a judge's robes. Harry confessed to him, "To be honest, I'm very nervous." Yan asked seriously, "You don't regret your decision, do you?" Harry's small hands clenched with determination. "That's right. I don't regret it. Her determined gaze said it all. I don't want to hide it anymore. I want to use my power to help people. Hearing the princess's firm answer, a faint smile appeared on Yan's face. He then leaned down slightly and told her, "Don't worry. Your Highness, everything will be all right." Just then, the door to the courtroom opened. A low-ranking mage announced, "Master of the Ivory Tower, Your Highness, please come in." A moment later, the trial finally began. Harry, as the accused, stepped forward. "Model," a voice boomed. "The trial of Princess Harry Green River, for the crime of casting and using illegal magic, will now commence." Seated in the highest position, Yan gazed down at her in silence. Then, he spoke in a solemn voice. "Before this trial begins, I have something to say." He then suddenly rose from his seat and walked over to Harry's side. Yan stated flatly, "I am connected to the charges against Her Highness, and as such, I cannot preside over this trial. I will have Sir Ronal and Decker preside in my stead." Following Yan's declaration, the entire courtroom erupted in murmurs. Decker cried out in shock, "What are you saying all of a sudden?" In response to the question, Yan placed a hand over his left breast and declared, "I was one of the people who taught magic to Her Highness." Ronald calmly said, "Please elaborate for us." Yan then began to slowly recount the events. "I have known that she was a mage for 6 years. The full story began to unfold with his words, even though I witnessed her using magic right before my very eyes. At the time, Harry had said to Kelvin, 'Why is my magic so weak?' Kelvin replied, 'It is because you have only just begun learning.'" Yan continued, "I overlooked the matter because I was certain she had her own reasons." Yan recounted, "Years later, I had to secretly investigate the Dragon Order. By then, that organization, which is deeply connected to black magic, had managed to infiltrate deep within the royal family, as a good number of nobles in the capital were its embedded agents. The existence of the Dragon Man became an enormous threat." Yan's voice rang out, steady and clear. "Because he is a high-level sorcerer, capable of turning the entire empire into a sea of blood in an instant, should he choose to. Naturally, I had to proceed with extreme caution to ensure the safety of all. But one person's strength is finite. There was a limit to what I could accomplish alone." Everyone attending the trial was stunned by Yan's next words. "I needed the help of someone within the royal palace whom I could trust. This person also needed to have political power and influence." He then turned to look at Harry. "That is the proposal I made to her. In exchange for teaching her magic and secretly developing her abilities, she was to provide me with assistance whenever I required it." Surprise flickered in Harry's eyes as Yan spoke. "Thus, it was thanks to her help that I was able to escape the influence of black magic and subsequently discover a way to defeat the Dragon Man." Yan finally concluded with, "More complete details on this matter can be found in the report concerning the Fifth Prince's rebellion and the investigation into the Dragon Order. That is all I have to say." After hearing this, Ronal immediately addressed the princess. "Your Highness, I would like to ask you one question. Is what the Master of Magic has stated the truth?" She answered hesitantly, "Yes, it is the truth." After his question, Ronal added, "We will now give you an opportunity to speak. Please feel free to say anything you wish." Harry looked a bit worried. She turned her head to look behind her. She saw the people who had hidden and helped her, all standing there in fear. Then, Harry turned back to look at Yan. Yan met her gaze with a gentle smile. A blush rose on Harry's cheeks, and her lips parted as if she had made up her mind to say everything. Harry then addressed the judges with conviction. "I am a sinner who has broken the laws of our empire. I am prepared to accept any punishment I am given." With all the courage she could muster, Harry declared loud and clear, "I do not expect any special treatment simply because I am a member of the royal family. I wish to be punished in accordance with the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, Sir Kelvin and the maids present here are completely innocent. They are the ones who knew I was a mage and concealed that truth. Even at this stage, she still wanted to protect those who had helped her. They were simply following my orders, with no other choice, for I am a member of the royal family." Kelvin and the maids were all taken aback by the princess's words. She continued, "Please consider these special circumstances and lay all the blame on me alone. I earnestly implore this of everyone from the Ivory Tower." Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, a low voice rang out, but it carried absolute authority. "No. The princess has done nothing wrong." The statement made both Yan and Harry turn around in shock. Even Ronald and Decker stared in astonishment toward the source of that commanding voice. The people in the hall were instantly thrown into an uproar, because the person who had just appeared before them was none other than His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire. Yan asked with concern, "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Terry replied, "I am well. It seems it is not yet my time to die." Then, Terry strode forward proudly and addressed the judges. "I wish to say this to the mages of the Ivory Tower. The princess has done nothing wrong. My child was simply following my command." He then began to explain everything. When the mage Kelvin informed me that the princess was a mage, I was the one who ordered him to keep it a secret, because I wanted my child to live as royalty, not as a mage. At that moment, Terry also realized. Although she did become more guarded toward the Ivory Tower later, I am certain that I played a significant role in influencing that decision. As Harry stood before the court, he believed it was all because of a wrong decision he had made, driven by his love for the child. The next moment, Terry made another request. I earnestly implore all of you, please, place all the blame on me and give the princess a chance to become a mage. Decker silently glanced at Ron Alan, and the two exchanged a look. Ronald nodded, indicating he understood the intention. Then, he began to speak. Normally, we would only announce our decision after discussing it with the Master of the Ivory Tower. But since the Master of the Ivory Tower is also involved in this matter, I will be the one to announce our decision. Ian and Harry listened intently to Ronald's verdict. This trial was to judge the grave crimes of illegally teaching magic and training a mage. We acknowledge that this is a special situation. According to Ronald, the first person to make Princess Harry Greenriver wary was the head of the Ivory Tower, Herbeck Leon, who was a slave and the right-hand man of the traitorous criminal Ragna Greenriver. Therefore, her decision to be cautious was correct. He added, and we have confirmed that Her Highness has not yet received any benefits through the use of magic. Thus, it cannot be concluded that she concealed the truth for her own ambitions. Next, Ronald came to a final conclusion. Because she was able to reach the 4th class in a restricted environment, it is clear that her talent for magic is exceptionally rare, the kind one would be hard-pressed to find even if one searched the entire continent. His voice slowed slightly as he articulated each word clearly. Therefore, instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower wishes to offer Harry Greenriver one final opportunity. Ronald announced the decision. We will postpone the punishment for 5 years. And during these 5 years, we want you to serve under the title of an Ivory Tower mage. You will be the first to be dispatched on a separate transit mission within the Empire, and you will also be taught everything that you were unable to learn at the Academy through private lectures from the Ivory Tower. Harry was stunned for a moment upon hearing her sentence. The significance of postponing the punishment lay in what would happen during those 5 years, and the results will determine what kind of punishment you will receive in 5 years. Finally, Ronald declared in a loud, clear voice, and so, at this moment, we declare that Harry Greenriver is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. The verdict was over, leaving her overjoyed. On a bright morning at the Ivory Tower, the early sunlight sparkled through the window frame. Ian was standing by the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out, "Sir Ian." Ian turned to see Her Highness. Hearing the title, Harry quickly became flustered and explained, "I'm not a princess anymore. You can just call me by my name." Ian smiled back at her. "All right, Harry. Are you enjoying your life at the Ivory Tower?" She answered shyly, "I love it. At first, everyone was a bit distant, but now they're starting to accept me." Understanding that she owed what she had to Ian, Harry offered her sincere thanks. "It's all thanks to you. Without you, I couldn't be a part of this Ivory Tower. Thank you, truly," he replied. "I'm just glad you're all right. Don't mention it." Harry hesitated again for a moment. Seeing this, Ian said, "It seems like there's something else you want to say." Then, she summoned all her courage and spoke. "I heard that you want to step down from your position as Tower Master? Is it because of me? Because I asked you to teach me magic, did you?" Ian immediately denied it. "No, it has nothing to do with you," he explained in a gentle voice. "It's just that I have something I must do. But as long as I'm a member of the Ivory Tower, I can't accomplish it. So I wanted to meet with you to return this." As he spoke, his hand touched and opened the chest beside him. Inside was the very cloak that the Emperor had lent him long ago. Harry was a little surprised to see it. Ian said, "This is Miss Greenriver's cloak, the one the king lent to me." According to Ian, this cloak was originally meant to be passed down to the royal family's mage. "I was only borrowing it for a while. Now, it's my responsibility to return it to its rightful owner." He then took out another item, and this is the staff I've been using. The item in Ian's hand was the Archmage staff. It was made from a material that was extremely rare outside the kingdom. It had the ability to increase the efficiency of mana usage. Ian said, "This staff is very light, so a woman can use it easily." Harry took it, immediately sensing it was a very fine item. Excitement shone clearly in her eyes. Seeing this, Ian asked the princess, "Do you like it?" Harry quickly replied, "I love it." Seeing her so happy made Ian unconsciously happy as well. After a moment's hesitation, Ian said, "And finally, I have one thing to ask of you." Harry replied, "What is it?" Ian said, "I'll be leaving the capital soon. This journey will likely be very long. It could be several years. While I'm gone, I need you to watch over my family in my stead, so they can remain safe here in the capital." Upon hearing this, the joyful expression on Harry's face vanished, replaced by surprise. "Yan, what?" she asked hesitantly. You're leaving? Where are you going? Yan gently shook his head and replied, I can't tell you right now, because I don't even know where I have to go myself. He could only say vaguely that the world out there was still full of lurking dangers. I will seek out those dangers, the ones that only I can find and deal with. Harry's eyes couldn't hide her sadness upon hearing this news. Her hands tightened around the staff she was holding. Sir Yan, I've been able to live the life I've always wanted to live. Harry tried to persuade Yan, saying, with the power I now have, I will do everything I can to help those in need, establishing charity funds with my brother to donate to the less fortunate. When my father found out about my plans, he was so happy. He's always ready to support me. As she reached this point, her words seemed to get caught in her throat, unable to come out. Harry paused for a second to compose herself, then directly stated her wish. I truly hope that you can stay by my side. Please don't go. The utter helplessness in Harry's tone was clear. Yan knew it, too. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, but in the end, he uttered a word that disappointed her. I'm sorry. The next day, at the royal palace, Haydn shouted in astonishment, What? You're leaving the capital? Yan replied calmly, Yes, your highness. Haydn said in confusion, Do you have any idea how surprised I was when I received the report about your resignation as Tower Master? And now you're saying you're leaving? These troublesome matters aren't even fully resolved yet. Then he remembered his sister. And to top it all off, Harry has been crying nonstop. Haydn then questioned Yan with an annoyed expression. Did you dump her? Yan stammered in reply. What? No, that's not it. Haydn grunted and said seriously. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Harry is truly a woman with a strong personality. He began listing Harry's good qualities. She's kind like my mother, and on top of that, she's an incredibly talented high-level mage. You won't meet another woman like her. However, Yan didn't understand Haydn's intention and replied nonchalantly. She truly is a lovely girl with a great personality. That's why I sincerely hope she can meet someone better than me and live a happy life. Hearing Yan's blunt response infuriated Haydn. Why are you so dense when it comes to romance? After that, he gave up on the matter of love and changed the subject. All right, what did you want to tell me? Yan said seriously. Before Sir Paul Lamb passed away, he asked me to do something. He wanted me to pass on a message to you, your highness, and to Captain Oliver, that he was sorry and very grateful to you all. Haydn was stunned for a moment upon hearing the news. After speaking, Yan bowed respectfully. This is all I can do. I beg for your forgiveness, your highness. Looking at the man before him, Haydn replied, Yan, you have helped me so much. He expressed his thoughts sincerely. Without you, I would still be a useless puppet crown prince. I was always putting myself down. Haydn added, From now on, I will definitely try harder. I will become a worthy successor, and I won't let down the people who have placed their faith in me. Haydn's trusting gaze was fixed on Yan. So, after you've done what you must do, please come back and help me, Yan. Seeing Haydn's support, Yan replied cheerfully, Of course, your highness. Only then did Haydn continue. All right, now for the main event. Yan asked curiously, What main event? Haydn then called for Oliver, Captain. Oliver immediately brought something over. It turned out to be a sword. Haydn took it and slowly drew it from its sheath. He showed it off to Yan happily. Don't I look cool swinging a sword? I had to practice a lot to get this good, you know. But Yan still didn't understand his intention and asked, What do you mean, your highness? In the next moment, Haydn explained his intention clearly. I bestow upon you this eternal contract, as a gift to a friend, a teacher, and a benefactor. The tip of the sword gently touched the floor. It symbolized a firm declaration that the royal family's doors would always be open to the great mage Yan. Should he ever need their help, our royal family is prepared to offer our full support. Yan was a little surprised to hear this, not expecting the crown prince to do such a thing. He didn't stop there, loudly declaring, This contract will remain in effect through all future generations of our two families. Then, Haydn and Oliver placed their hands over their left chests and said solemnly, Before the sacred Emerald River, we swear to honor this contract. As soon as he finished, Haydn said shyly, When I was little, I used to see the lords do this, and it looks so cool. I always wanted to try it once. Go do what you must do. We will be waiting for your return. Those words once again moved Yan deeply. 2 tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Yan gently rested his head on the crown prince's shoulder and said, Thank you, your highness. One evening at Yan's residence, he was in his study organizing documents when he heard a knock on the door. Vanessa's voice came from outside. Yan, may I come in? Knowing it was his mother, Yan replied, Come in, Mom. He then walked over to her side. Yan said, Mom, why are you here? You're still tired from the trip. Shouldn't you be getting more rest? But as soon as he touched her hand, Yan immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly asked, Are you all right? Your hands are so cold, and you don't look well. But Vanessa didn't answer. Her whole body was trembling slightly, but she still forced herself to say she was fine. Then suddenly, Just a second later, she couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed into Yan's arms, causing him to panic and cry out, "Mom!" Then Yan immediately said, "Wait here a moment, Mom. I'll get radio and a doctor right away." Her trembling hands stopped him. "Don't." Vanessa used all her strength to speak clearly. "I just came to see you, to know you're back safely. Now that I see you, I'm at a loss for words." Seeing his mother like this, Yan's heart ached as well. He kept calling out to her. Just then, Vanessa asked, "Yan, do you really have to go?" She explained, "After I returned to the capital, I heard that something had happened to you. When I heard it, I couldn't breathe." At that moment, she couldn't help but sob. Vanessa blamed herself. Why did something so terrible have to happen to you? Why did you have to face such a different kind of trial all by yourself? It's all my fault. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. Knowing his mother was worried about him, Yan quickly explained, "Mom, when I was in Mojin's territory, I was so afraid I would never be able to see you again." A look of shock appeared in her eyes. "Yan, if you made a mistake, even if you made a mistake, I wouldn't be able to live on." Because for this mother, besides her missing husband, she only had Yan left. So Vanessa said, "I don't want to lose my family again." Yan was silent for a moment. Then he gently took his mother's hands and began to speak. "Mom, you probably won't believe this, but I met Dad." Yan said it so calmly. She was utterly astonished by his words. "What?" But Yan quickly continued. "It would take a long time to explain everything, but he told me that even though I can't see him, he's always in my heart." That's what Yan's father told him. Yan continued, "Do you have any idea how much I hated him? But in truth, I've realized that everything I have is the love that my father left behind." With a sincere tone that came from deep within his heart, Yan told his mother, "So I will follow the path that he walked. I want to know more about what it means to have a heart that wants to protect you and me." Finally, Yan said, "Please, Mom, allow me to fulfill the first and last request that Dad ever made of me." In that moment, it was as if Vanessa saw the image of her husband and their son. She was stunned for a moment, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Tears from those gentle eyes rolled down her cheeks, but her voice was incredibly calm as she said, "You've really grown up so much. I still thought of you as my little boy." Yan reassured his mother, "Please don't worry too much, and don't think that you're alone, because now there are people who love you very much. Even I can see this change." He mentioned radio. "He truly is a good person. His heart is like a father's love, something I've never felt before." And then there's Douglas. Whenever that kid is around, the atmosphere always brightens up. He's a smart and kind boy who knows how to care about people's hearts. Yan looked directly into Vanessa's eyes and said, "I want you to be happy." Then he hugged her tightly. "I promise I'll come back." As the two of them were talking, they were completely unaware. The door to the room was still slightly ajar. It was unclear how long Radio and Douglas had been there, but Douglas couldn't hold back his sobs. Time passed quickly, and by the next morning, Yan was preparing his luggage on his horse's back. At that moment, Radio spoke up. "Are you leaving now?" Yan replied to him, "Yes, I suppose it's time for me to go." This scene felt somewhat nostalgic for Radio. "Are you only taking one horse? You remind me of when I left the village and met you." He smiled as he reminisced. "Your horse riding was terrible back then." Yan replied, "I'm much better now. I was just too short back then." After joking for a bit, Yan got to the main point. "Radio, please take care of my mother for me." He replied, "Please don't worry. I will protect the madam with my life." Just then, Douglas's clear voice rang out. "Brother Yan." Yan still wasn't used to being called that by him. "Douglas, if you call me that." Douglas took out a small bag and handed it to Yan. He said cheerfully, "These are the mana, elixirs, and healing potions I made. I guarantee they're much better than the ones sold in the market. I know you won't get hurt, but if anything happens, just send a letter to my mansion anytime. I'll prepare even better potions for you." At the same time, Vanessa was also rushing over. Yan hadn't noticed yet, and just replied, "Ah, thank you." As soon as she arrived, she called out loudly, "Yan." Seeing his mother, Yan immediately called back to her. As usual, Vanessa had thoughtfully brought a package of pastries. "Eat these on your way. I packed a lot." She instructed him carefully. "Don't skip any meals, always take care of your health, and write to me often." Yan replied, "I will, Mom. You take care too. Take care." After saying his goodbyes, he walked towards the horse and said to them, "Well, I'm off now." The horse's hooves stepped slowly, following Yan's lead. Just like that, one man and one horse headed straight ahead. But after just a few steps, he stopped. Yan turned his head to look back at everything he had gained over the past years. Looking at the mansion where he had lived for so long, he thought to himself that he could always return to his home. A smile of boundless happiness appeared on Yan's lips, because he knew that in that house, his family would always be waiting for him to return. After one last look at them, Yan gently turned around and faced forward, heading off. Time passed, and Douglas wrote a letter to Yan. "Leader, are you doing well?" In the letter, he wrote that it had been 8 years since you left, and that so much had happened. "I graduated with honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy." Douglas's desk was now filled with trophies. He mentioned this in the letter as well. "I found a cure for an incurable disease, my childhood dream. I was recognized for it and became a royal alchemist." Douglas also added, "Father, who researched with me, was also invited to be a royal alchemist, but he refused. He said it was because of the pressure. But I think he just didn't want to be away from Mother." According to him, they were a bit awkward at first, but now they're very happy. Then, he moved on to news from the palace, telling Yan, "His Majesty has not been able to fully recover from the poisoning incident 8 years ago. The Crown Prince is currently acting as his regent." Douglas added in amazement, "The Crown Prince is now so brilliant, he's almost unrecognizable. Recently, he signed peace treaties with Count and Prince Roll. Thanks to that, trade is thriving, and the Empire's economy and technology are developing rapidly." Douglas then mentioned the princess. Princess Harry's 5-year punishment has ended. She is now recognized as a high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. She has established an organization to help those in need and is very popular with the public. She is the strongest candidate for the next head of the Ivory Tower. Sitting by the window in his office, Douglas wrote with deep emotion, "We are all doing our best, and we miss you very much. Please come back soon. We're waiting for you. P.S. When we meet next, can I call you brother?" After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched and mumbled to himself, "I miss him so much. I wonder where he is now." Just then, Rito's voice called into Douglas's room. "We're ready. Hurry down." He quickly replied, "Yes, father," and then ran downstairs. Suddenly, Douglas's eyes widened in surprise. He saw Vanessa standing in the hall. "Mother, you look beautiful today." She replied cheerfully, "Thank you, dear." But Vanessa then asked with a hint of worry, "But is it all right for me to go with you too?" Rito answered confidently, "Of course it is. The new king personally sent us an invitation and a carriage." Douglas chimed in, "That's right. He even arranged VIP seats for us. We definitely all have to go." Persuaded by the father and son, Vanessa agreed. "All right, then." Rito then asked, "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, at the royal cemetery, Oliver was placing flowers on Bong's grave. After a moment, a knight approached to remind him. "Captain, it's time," he replied. "All right." Oliver turned to leave, but couldn't help but look back one more time. Oliver's gaze fell upon the grave. He thought to himself, "It would have been great if you were here. I'll be back soon. Rest in peace." That same morning at the Ivory Tower, Mars opened the door to Harry's room and asked, "Miss Harry, are you ready?" Harry, elegantly dressed, stepped out. "I'm coming." She then looked towards the staff that Yan had given her and walked over to it. She touched it lightly, then decisively took it with her. "All right, let's go." Once she was ready, she said, "Let's go to my brother's coronation." At this very moment, at the royal palace, the halls were magnificently decorated. Everything was meticulously prepared for this day. Everyone was dressed in their finest attire to attend the ceremony. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and cheerful. Finally, the important moment had arrived. The current emperor, Terry Green River, slowly stepped down. He began to announce, "My beloved subjects." Vanessa, Rito, and Douglas were also present, listening intently to the emperor's speech. "I wish to take this opportunity to pass this noble throne to my son, Crown Prince Hayden Green River." Harry stood to one side with Ronald and the other mages of the Ivory Tower, happily accepting this news. Terry continued, "Usually, this throne is passed down upon my death, but after careful consideration, I have realized that this is what is best for the Empire." His solemn tone rang out, "So that the Empire may continue to prosper and its people may live in greater abundance with a new king." Terry spoke with the utmost seriousness as the doors slowly opened. "Subjects of Green River, greet your new king." Hayden appeared from behind the doors. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, Hayden was now incredibly mature, with the complete bearing of a sovereign. Hayden slowly stepped forward, each step exuding an extraordinary aura. He stopped before his father and gently knelt. Bowing respectfully before him, Terry said with satisfaction, "I am proud of you." His son, Hayden, replied earnestly, "I will do my best to make you proud, father." Hearing this, he nodded in contentment. To continue the ceremony, a servant brought him the emperor's crown. Then, Terry gently placed it on Hayden's head. The next moment, he solemnly declared, "At this moment, I declare Crown Prince Hayden Green River the new king of Green River." The people immediately erupted in cheers, everyone joyfully shouting, "Long live the king!" On the other side, the crowd cheered ceaselessly. But mixed in with the crowd, a familiar figure seemed to be there, clapping enthusiastically, amidst the people's praise of, "Long live the king. Congratulations, your majesty. Hooray, and may the gods bless you." Suddenly, flower petals began to fall as if by magic. And just then, Haydn seemed to see that person. Even hidden among so many people, he could still recognize him. Everyone around shared the same question. What's happening? Why are there flower petals? Only Harry could sense the magic within them. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Congratulations on your coronation, your majesty." Yan looked directly at Haydn and offered his sincere congratulations. For the first time since the coronation ceremony began, a radiant smile appeared on Haydn's solemn face. He immediately replied, "Welcome, Yan." In the ceremony hall, after the coronation was over, Haydn was so overjoyed by Yan's surprise appearance that he was moved to tears. "You came." He couldn't stop shaking, Yan, completely disregarding his serious image as an emperor. "I miss you so much, Yan. I miss you so much." Looking at the man before him, Yan said, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Then he bowed his head slightly. "Congratulations on your coronation." Just then, Vanessa saw her son and cried out in astonishment, "Yan!" Immediately, Vanessa, along with Radis and his daughter, Douglas, rushed over to embrace Yan. Unable to contain her emotions, she said, "Oh my God, why didn't you contact us? Are you okay? Have you been eating well? Do you have any idea how much we've missed you?" Meanwhile, Douglas said through tears, "Yan, I miss you so much." Yan replied to them, "I missed everyone too. Mom, Douglas, and Dad." He addressed each of them in turn. Vanessa then asked her son, "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Yan smiled and replied to his mother, "Yes, this time, everything is truly settled." At that moment, Haydn cleared his throat pointedly. It was as if he was trying to remind Yan not to forget someone. Yan still didn't understand his meaning, so Haydn had to blatantly point to the side. Yan followed Haydn's gesture and saw Harry standing there, waiting for him. Only then did he remember the young woman. She was smiling at him. Yan called out, "Harry." He quickly walked over to her. "It's been a long time. Have you been well?" Harry's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitantly replied, "I've been well. And how have you been?" Yan answered Harry with a constant smile. "I've just been living a life of wandering. You, on the other hand, are talked about everywhere. From the capital to the most remote villages and even the distant frontiers, everyone tells the story of an upright person who cared for the common people and orphans in the tower. You've truly done a wonderful job." Hearing those words made Harry flustered. No, it wasn't that amazing. Suddenly, the atmosphere between them became awkward. Feeling herself about to lose her composure, Harry stammered, "Well, I should get going. I hope you enjoy the party, Yan." As she turned to walk away, Yan just stood there, frozen. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but then stopped himself. Seeing this, Haydn approached him and said skeptically, "You look a little disappointed." Yan stammered in reply, "What? No, I'm not." So Haydn just said it plainly, "Yan, Harry isn't married yet. Even though she's received countless marriage proposals, she's refused them all because she says she's waiting for someone. I wonder who she's been waiting for these past 8 years." Hearing this, Yan looked embarrassed. Before Yan could respond, Haydn added, "And besides, she isn't the only one who's been waiting for you. From now on, there's a ton of work to be done." He continued, "You'll help me get it done, right?" Yan replied, "I await your command." It was another peaceful day at the Ivory Tower. Harry was sitting in the garden, admiring the flowers. She kept thinking about that day. I should have talked to him a little longer last time. Recalling what Yan had once said to her, she thought to herself, he's probably forgotten what happened that day. Back then, Yan had heartlessly apologized and then disappeared for 8 whole years. God, the thought made Harry a little disappointed. But then she denied her own feelings. Don't get your hopes up. He just got back. He must be very busy. He definitely doesn't have time for someone like me. Unbeknownst to her, Yan was standing right behind her. Harry. So this is where you were. Startled by Yan's voice, Harry cried out, "Sir Yan." Seeing her so frightened, he quickly explained, "I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry." Harry quickly stood up and asked, "It's all right. What are you doing here?" Yan replied, "I came here after greeting the mages of the Ivory Tower. They told me you would likely be here around this time." She was a little confused, thinking to herself, "They?" Yan then looked around and praised her. "The garden of the Ivory Tower has become so much more beautiful, hasn't it? When I was last here, this place was just a pile of weeds," Harry explained shyly. "After becoming an official mage, I started planting things here. I thought it would be wonderful if this place could become a peaceful retreat for the other mages." Hearing this, Yan replied with a smile, "That's a lovely idea." Then he continued to speak. "If you don't mind, could you show me the garden?" Harry's face immediately lit up as she replied, "Oh, of course." The two of them strolled through the garden grounds together, chatting endlessly as they walked. Yan shared his thoughts with Harry freely. "Although Landier flowers are rare in Green River, I was shocked to see them treated like weeds here. There are people who have suffered because they couldn't get their hands on those flowers." He then went on to talk about his travels. "I heard there was a lake in the west of Z that shimmered like gold, so I paid it a visit. But when I arrived, it looked just like any ordinary lake. But the moment the sun began to rise, it truly reflected a golden light." Yan had witnessed that beautiful sight alone, and recalling the lake's shimmering reflection now filled him with emotion. The view was magnificent. It was a moment I will never forget for the rest of my life. Hearing about the wonderful things Yan had seen, Harry replied, "You've had an amazing journey. A lake reflecting golden light sounds so majestic. I hope I can go there someday, too," she said cheerfully. Yan looked at her, lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, he said to her, "I can take you there, or anywhere else you want to go." His words took Harry by surprise. Yan extended his hand toward her and said, "All you have to do is take my hand." He listed them one by one, from the golden lake and the shimmering forest to the scorching desert and the vast open sea. Every sincere word he spoke now was for one person alone. "I've traveled to every corner of this world, but the first thing I thought of whenever I arrived somewhere new was you, Harry." Yan slowly confessed his feelings. "I would wonder what kind of expression you would have if you were standing right beside me at that moment. Then, one day, thinking of you became an agony for me," he added, "and I realized what this feeling was. When I had done everything I needed to do, the first thing I thought of was still you." Harry was still stunned, unable to believe that the day would come when her feelings for Yan would be returned in such a romantic way. Immediately after, Yan knelt on one knee and spoke words of heartfelt affection. "Harry, please be my companion for the rest of our lives." With all the love in his heart, Yan said, "Allow me to be by your side for all my remaining days." Seeing the man she had secretly loved for so long now confessing his feelings right before her eyes, Harry was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Her beautiful face grew redder and redder, but there was still hesitation in her eyes. Harry then asked hesitantly, You won't leave again, will you?" Yan immediately affirmed, "That's right. I will always be by your side." After that answer, Harry burst into tears. Seeing her sob until she trembled, Yan grew flustered. But her next words truly touched Yan's heart. "I missed you so much. I've been waiting for a very, very long time." And so, Harry gave him a firm answer, "I will." She gently placed her hand on Yan's and said, "I would be overjoyed to allow you that." And finally, all of Yan's hardships across 2 lifetimes came to a happy end. Model,